Chapter 101 We are human beings. Recalling this, Teacher Lee could no longer stop the tears from his eyes. He took a deep breath. From that day on, we could only eat 1 meal a day, drink 1 water a day, and they raised us like pigs. We ate, drank, defecated and urinated in that room. Later, when the children were extremely hungry and thirsty, they would. He stopped here. Yin Yu and Su Baiting probably thought of what he didn't say. They all shut their mouths silently. Teacher Lee looked at the mountains in the distance. I brought out 20 students, now there are only 15 left. He raised his hand tremblingly. It is because I am unable to protect my students that they have suffered such hardships. They have not even had time to go back to see their parents for the last time. I know that there is a creature called zombies that is difficult to deal with. But if people do not distinguish between good and evil, and only pursue their own selfish desires, how can he live forever in this world? After hearing this, Su Baiting didn't know whether to comfort herself or the teacher. Teacher, you can still think of protecting your students when you meet such a person in this world. You are already a very competent teacher. Just like you said, people are people because we all have good and evil. There are still extremely vicious people in times of peace and prosperity, let alone now, when this person is neither human nor ghost. But not all people are human, not all people are not human. What to do is to ask your own heart. We are upright. We will not let down the world and ourselves. Teacher Lee nodded. Yes, they said that there is no fairness and rules in this world now. The only thing I want now is to punish them with the laws they once disdained. I will go and bury my students properly, let them see that in this world, no matter when you are a person, you must abide by the rules. Even if you don't want to be a human being, and want to be a beast or an animal, someone will punish you. Hearing this, Yin Yu said, before you said these words, we were planning to execute these scums on the spot. But since you think so, I promise you, escort them back to Kyoto to face the trial of the law. Let these people accept the end they deserve in front of the world. Teacher Lee nodded at him with tears in his eyes. Thank you, thank you. Su Baiting, don't worry, we will take you back to Kyoto. There are still schools in Kyoto now. If you are willing to continue to be a teacher, you can go back to teach and educate people. We will also find good psychological education experts to intervene in the psychology of your students, trying to adjust their psychology back to a healthy state. Teacher Lee asked excitedly, can I really take them back with me? Can I still teach them? Yin Yu, yes, in fact. Educational resources are scarce after the end of the world. And teachers are needed now. After all, children are the future and hope of a nation. That's good. That's good. I will take our children back and continue to teach them. He hesitated for a moment, but asked cautiously, can I know how you know that someone here is in danger? Su Baiting, it should be done by your previous students before they died. We found a piece of cloth here, with help written in blood on it. Teacher Lee cried and laughed at the same time. Good children. All good children. Although they are only in their teens, they are braver than anyone else. Yenmo came back with a group of people at this time. They all sighed when they saw the women they brought back. Everyone kicked them fiercely. If it weren't for Teacher Lee's request just now, Yinzi would have wanted to kill them the first time he saw them. Yenmo couldn't say anything else. As the captain, he couldn't do whatever he wanted. But he could pretend not to see these people being beaten up. Some people inside resisted. You are intentionally hurting us. We have human rights. Su Baiting looked at him with contempt. What human rights do you have? The livestock in the fence know not to hurt their cubs. What about you? You are worse than livestock. And you still want to talk to us about human rights. If it weren't for Teacher Lee's request, do you think you can still live? You are simply beasts, scum of society. Even my Qilin despises you for your stench, and you have the nerve to whine here. Yenmo was very angry, and he felt refreshed after Su Baiting's scolding. Did you feel good about scolding? Sister? Su Baiting looked up. No, but I don't want to scold anymore. They don't deserve it. Yenmo looked at the energetic Su Baiting in front of him, looking at the lifeless women brought back. He quietly exhaled. These culprits have been caught, and the people have been rescued, so everyone should be able to go home. Before leaving, while they were packing up the camp supplies, Su Baiting and Yenziyu took Teacher Lee and a group of children to the woods and barely found the remaining corpses. Teacher Lee and a group of children looked at the white bones in front of them and couldn't help crying, which made Su Baiting feel sour. Teacher Lee did not use anyone else's help. Even when Su Baiting and Yenziyu were ready to help, he refused. He just borrowed a shovel from Su Baiting, found a place near the foot of the mountain, and dug a deep pit, and buried the bones one by one. He found a big piece of wood, and Su Baining handed him a marker. He whispered a thank you to Su Baining, and sat on the ground, writing the names of several children, while muttering to himself. Su Baining didn't hear exactly what he said, but she probably just hoped to be born into a good family in the next life, and forget about this life. She heard the last sentence clearly, and she began to admire the teacher's broad mind. The teacher took a piece of wood and stuck it deep in front of the grave and said, "Forget all the pain you have experienced in this world. Remember all the kindness you have received in this world. And I hope I will be lucky enough to be your teacher in the next life." Yanemo and the others packed up everything and stood outside the woods waiting for them. No one came in tacitly. At the very end, the teacher led the remaining children to stand in front of this small grave and sang an unknown song, waved goodbye to them, and left this place with Su Baining and the others without looking back. Su Baining, who was sitting alone on the back of the Qilin, could still see a small pink plush toy hanging on this small grave from a distance. It was hung there by a little girl named Cece after they left. It is said that it was what a little kid inside had always wanted. Chapter 102, where Teacher Li and the students go. When they returned to the city gate, Su Baining did not follow them to escort the prisoners to prison. If there is any difference between the end of the world in Kyoto and the end of the world outside, it is that now prisoners will be taken to prison immediately if they commit crimes. When she came back from a day out, she was dirty. She had been taking care of those children, and had no time and place to change clothes. Looking at this time, she planned to go home and try her luck to see if her eldest brother Yin Hishwan was at home. It was still a problem where to place the group of children and teachers. She was asked by Yanemo to go home and ask Yin Hishwan if there was any solution. I didn't know whether to say she was lucky or unlucky. Lucky was that Yin Hishwan was at home now. Unlucky was probably that Yin Hishwan was very angry when he knew that she followed Yanemo to save people. Only Chung Jun and him were left at home. Su Yul was now staying at the research institute all day and not at home. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Wang and Chung Jun were almost frozen to death by the atmosphere at home. Su Baining didn't know about these things at home. Now she only had one thought: go home quickly to deal with these things and have a good sleep. Although she had to keep watch before, she could rest most of the time. This was the first time she didn't sleep all night. She was almost exhausted, and she could only walk back when she came in. Jingyang followed her leisurely, as if he was used to it, until he saw her enter the gate of Yan's house. He hurried home to take a rest before coming back. Su Baining walked into the house in a daze. She vaguely saw a person sitting on the sofa in the living room. When she got closer, she found that it was Yin Hishwan sitting on the sofa, with a gloomy face. Yin Hishwan looked at his dirty clothes, which were tattered in rags. He was very angry. "Are you willing to go home? The tone is wrong? Why does it feel cold?" Su Baining felt a cool breeze passing through her neck, which instantly woke her up. Chung Jun hid and stood upstairs not far from the two people, looking at Su Baining, muttering to himself, "May the best of luck to you." Su Baining woke up and saw Yin Hishwan looking at her with a dark face. So she stood up straight. "Brother." Yin Hishwan pointed at her clothes. "You followed Yanemo and the others on the mission. And this is how they took care of you. And don't you know what your identity is now? Why didn't you tell your family and ran away by yourself? Do you know what the consequences would be if someone with ulterior motives knew about it?" "I know. I'm sorry, big brother. I won't do it again next time. I will tell you next time I go out." Although Yin Hishwan's tone was very harsh, she knew it was all for her own good. When she told her secret, she should have been prepared that this secret could not be kept secret forever. So he was right to be angry when she ran out secretly like this. Looking at Su Baining, who admitted her mistake so obediently, with a tired look on her face, Yin Hishwan's heart softened and he sighed. "Go wash up and take a rest first. There is nothing going on here." Su Baining nodded quickly and asked cautiously, "Can I talk then?" Yin Hishwan, "Put everything aside and talk after you have rested." "No." Yen Mo is still waiting for her reply. She was so anxious that she didn't care about her fear and ran forward to sit on the sofa and hold Yin Hishwan's arm. "But third brother is still waiting for my message. I have to reply to him before I can go upstairs to rest." Yin Hishwan looked at the thin white fingers on his arm calmly. "What's the matter?" "Su Baining, we really rescued someone." She tilted her head and frowned. Thinking for a while, there should be 16 people in total, including teachers and students. Those students are only about 14 or 15 years old. Third brother wants to ask if you have a place to take them in? Those children probably don't know if they will have the chance to see their parents again. If not, they may become orphans. And there are a few women who must have been insulted. Now they and the group of children should have some psychological problems. I wonder if there are any psychological experts to intervene. After saying that, she looked at Yen Huishuan eagerly. How could he refuse such a small request? It was rare to see Su Baining with such an expression. You left your big brother at home for 2 days, and the first thing you did when you came back was not to ask if your big brother was okay these 2 days? This little mouth is full of other people's things. It's a pity that your big brother is worried about you day and night at home. Little thing. Do you have a conscience? Su Baining raised her hands and shook her head. No. No. I know that big brother must eat well and sleep well at home. After that, she hit her head on Yen Huishuan's knees. Thank you for your concern, big brother. I am very grateful. She also made a gesture of holding her heart in front of her chest. And Yen Huishuan's knees were hurt by her head. Okay. I know. You go and rest. I will ask Chung Jun to arrange these things for you now. Since Su Baining came back, she decided to confess the secret to Mr. Pang. For the safety of his family, Yen Huishuan brought Chung Jun with him. He told others that he was his personal secretary. Su Baining walked upstairs in 2 or 3 steps, as if she had been pardoned. When she saw Chung Jun, she didn't forget to say hello. Chung Jun looked at Su Baining, who was passing by and going back to the room, and then looked at Yen Huishuan, who was still angry just now. That's it? That's it? Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to think about these trivial matters. Yen Huishuan told him to do everything Su Baining had just said. When he stood outside the door, he looked shocked. He would be a dog if he believed that anyone in this family could control Su Baining. When Su Baining went downstairs after a good sleep, everyone had returned, except for Yen Huishuan and Chung Jun. The rest of them looked as depressed as eggplants hit by frost. Especially Yen Mo. Although Yen Bai and Yen Ziyu were not in high spirits, they felt more sympathy for Yen Mo. Su Baining asked Chung Jun quietly, not knowing what was going on. What's wrong with him? What happened? Chung Jun looked at Yen Huishuan, who was in a good mood, and answered her. Big brother gave them a lecture, saying that they were not taking good care of them. A group of men asked you, a little girl, to do the task. He was very angry. So these people were unlucky. Everyone should do 500 push-ups. And your third brother should do 500 more sit-ups. This, Su Baining did not dare to persuade. Persuading would be even more terrible. She ignored the question, just sat next to Yen Huishuan and pulled his sleeve. Big brother, have you arranged for those who were rescued? Yen Huishuan gave them a lecture and was in a good mood now. They have been settled. After dinner, you can ask him to tell you where they are settled. Chapter 103 Doomsday Judgment. Su Baining absolutely believed what Yen Huishuan said. And Jing asked Chung Jun about it after dinner. Chung Jun meant that there are 2 shelters in Kyoto now. One is for displaced elderly people and women, and the other is for minors who are separated from their parents or have lost their parents. After the end of the world, teachers have become a scarce species, so they can continue to teach and educate people. As for the psychological problems Su Baining mentioned, such things are not uncommon or surprising in the end times. There is not much time and energy to waste on these trivial matters. Perhaps at this time, experience of these things may help them mature mentally, so there is no need to intervene too much. They will live well in the shelter in the future. If someone's parents come to find them, they can leave. If no parents come to find them, they will live in the shelter forever. The government will provide all living supplies and help. As for those women, they have to rely on themselves. After all, at this time, even doctors and medicines are scarce resources, not to mention psychological experts. Su Baining knew that this was actually a very good arrangement. They could only do so much. At most, they would go to see them when they passed by there in the future. Chung Jun also comforted Su Baining. You don't have to worry about them. This is what you see. In places you can't see, not everyone can come to you. Su Baining nodded. I know, I just help when I feel I have the ability. I can't help with things I don't have the ability to do. Chung Jun patted her shoulder. Don't thank me, I'll tell you something happy. Your third brother and his friends came back and said that those bastards you kidnapped will be executed in 2 days. Oh, this is indeed a happy thing. She asked with interest. What kind of execution? I think those bastards deserve to die, but dying now is the easiest thing, like giving them a quick death. Chung Jun, you don't want to? Su Baining looked at him strangely. I don't believe that the third brother didn't tell them what they did when he came back, otherwise the eldest brother wouldn't be so angry. Chung Jun stopped teasing him. Just kidding, of course it's not that simple. You know that the electricity used in Kyoto now is all obtained by hunting zombies day and night to obtain crystal cores and then refining them. But many people are actually unwilling to dig crystal cores, so they were punished to dig crystal cores. Subiting, that's it. I think you might be kidding me. By the way, they were asked to hunt zombies. If they survived, they would clean up the crystal cores. In that case, she could barely accept this punishment. Now even trained people may not be able to escape unscathed when facing zombies, let alone these ordinary people. That's not right. Those few people are not good people. How could they confess so easily? Su Baining couldn't understand this. Chung Jun, how is it possible? At the beginning, they refused to admit their guilt. Anyway, we can't find any evidence now. It was later that your second brother used his mental ability to control them, and then they told the truth. Su Baining was surprised. My brother Yu is so powerful now. After I came back, I never asked them if their ability level has been upgraded. Chung Jun nodded. It has been upgraded. It should be the 4th level now. Su Baining, that's good. Although we don't seem to have any special powers in Kyoto now. We may have to go out someday. The higher the level of special powers, the stronger the self-protection ability. Chung Jun glanced at her. Do you need to be more self-protective? Su Baining, of course I'm not talking about myself. I won't talk to you anymore, and I'll go back to sleep. Although Kyoto looks no different from before the end of the world on the surface, it is actually much different from before the end of the world. For example, many shelters have been built. Many checkpoints have been set up at the city gates. And troops that didn't have to go out every day before now have to go out every day for the development of the city. Sometimes the place you go is close, and sometimes it's far away. For example, because the city is so large, the daily electricity consumption is actually limited. If you have a generator at home and someone with lightning powers, you don't have to be stingy. Another example is water. Now the water source is polluted, and water-based powers have become the most scarce. What used to be the most unnecessary and useless thing has now become the most indispensable. So when Su Baining went to the training camp on the first day, she gave a box of water to Yin Mo's team members, and they were very touched. She stayed at home for a few days. Yin Heshuan didn't allow her to fool around with Yin Mo and the others, and went to the research institute with Su Yul in the middle of the trip. She asked Yul if he found anything special, and Su Yul shook his head. She comforted the depressed Su Yul after returning to the room and entering the space. Since Yin Heshuan doesn't allow her to run out of the house now, she should seize the opportunity to improve her superpowers by absorbing energy and evolving superpowers by the stream in the space. The speed is very fast. Whenever she has time, she will catch Qilin and Xiaohei to practice together. Now she has no crystal core to support her, and can only practice like this. Finally, when Su Baining's superpowers were upgraded to the 6th level, Xiaohei and Qilin's superpowers were upgraded to the 5th level. Jingdu announced a decision at great expense. The giant screen in the central square has been abandoned since the end of the world, and has never been lit up again. People once thought that it would remain a decoration until the end of the world. Who knew that it would light up today? The purpose of lighting up is to broadcast an important decision. The general meaning is that you should not think that you can do whatever you want now that it is the end of the world. People still have to be human beings. If you are caught committing a crime, it will be different from before. If you are not caught, stop as soon as possible. Once discovered, they will be sent to the battlefield immediately, with no turning back until they die in battle. From now on, there will be no death penalty. And this way of hunting zombies will become a substitute for the death penalty. No matter when, we will resolutely fight against crime, and will never show mercy. I hope everyone can retain their humanity in this cruel apocalypse. Only by unity can we break through this difficult world. The top leaders will always be with you. I hope everyone will supervise and help each other, and strive to create their own civilized home in this apocalypse. Su Baining, that's a great point, yes. She still likes it. Just when Su Baining felt that her life was too peaceful, it didn't feel like the days in the end of the world, the Hope Base received news, they were about to fall. Urgently requesting rescue from Kyoto, all their supplies were in urgent need, and they needed a lot of rescue. Chapter 104 Zombie Tide at Hope Base. When Su Baining got the news that Hope Base was hit by a zombie tide, she was staring at Qilin at home. Yin Heshuan didn't allow her to go out casually, so Jingyang came to the Yin family every day to report. The two of them were bored and thought of a trick. They dragged Qilin back to the training ground and taught him to play Go Bang. They even called it the all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics and labor. When Qilin saw the Go Bang board for the first time, his eyes widened. The way he tilted his head and stuck out his tongue was very cute. Jingyang was surprised to see Su Baining taking the trouble to teach him how to play chess. You have time to play this here. Why don't you go to the beach near Kyoto to catch some seafood? And didn't you say that you returned to Kyoto not just for your ability, but also for the water source? Su Baining felt bad when he talked about this. Who said it wasn't, but since I came back. Except for meeting Mr. Pang once, I went to the research institute twice, even the last time I went out. I sneaked out. Now you say I can't run out. It's very dangerous. What's the difference between this and being locked up at home? Now I have all the skills but no place to use them. It's too difficult. Before, there was Chung Jun at home to play with her, but now even Chung Jun is out working, and he locks her up at home. In fact, this can't be blamed on Yin Heshuan after all. Her status in Kyoto is quite special, and she always liked to sneak out. Yin Heshuan had to forbid her to go out casually like this. Speaking of which, she was not a person who obeyed discipline, but every time she faced Yin Heshuan, she was scared from the bottom of her heart. Just when she was sitting on the ground and sighing with Jing Yang, the door was suddenly knocked open, and then countless messy footsteps stepped in. Su Baining and Jing Yang stood up and looked outside at the same time, not knowing what was going on. Yin Yu ran in breathlessly. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Su Baining standing in the living room. Su Baining thought that Yin Heshuan was afraid that she would not obey and specially sent someone back to check. Brother Yu, you don't have to look at me like that. Am I so disobedient? Yin Yu pulled at his collar in the heat, walked to the coffee table, and gulped down several glasses of water before he felt relieved. Jing Yang suddenly asked, "Is there something you came back for?" Yin Yu soothed his heart that was pounding because of running. Something big has happened. Su Baining, what big thing has happened? Yin Yu, we should be on a mission soon. Yin Mo has already applied to be the vanguard. Su Baining sighed, no. Brother Yu, what do you mean by your incoherent words? I understand that we are on a mission. But the question is what mission? Didn't we just have a mission? Is it okay for you to continue on the mission without rest? Yin Yu shook his head. I hope your third brother's old troops are still in the base. How can you feel at ease if something goes wrong? When they first returned to Kyoto, Yin Heshuan really wanted to ask Yin Mo and Yin Bai to bring the old team members back with them. Later, Su Baining disappeared for no reason. Yin Heshuan thought it would be best not to make it public. So he left Yin Mo and Yin Bai's team members at the Hope base. On the one hand, he thought that if Su Baining went back, he would inform her to return to Kyoto. On the other hand, it seemed like it would be a good idea to stay at the base and help the elders with the construction of the base. When Yin Yu said this, it meant that something happened at the Hope base. Su Baining asked hurriedly, what happened to the Hope base? I remember there seemed to be quite a few troops stationed there. Yin Yu, it's a zombie tide. The Hope base may be experiencing a zombie tide. What? Su Baining almost jumped up when he heard this. How is it possible? I remember they just experienced it once when we were there. Why don't these zombies play by the rules? What does it mean to pick a base to attack? Yin Yu, I don't know, the person who reported the news was injured and almost turned into a zombie. I came back to find you to save people. Oh. Then hurry up, you haven't got any information yet. Right? Yin Yu nodded, and walked out with Su Baining and Jing Ang. We were on patrol today, and he suddenly appeared in front of us covered in blood. Yin Mo recognized him as an old team member. We just heard a zombie tide, and he fainted before we could ask anything else. Looking carefully, his arm was bitten. So I hurried from the hospital to find you, fearing that I would be too late. When they arrived at the hospital, they could hear the man's painful howling from a long distance. Su Baining quickened her pace and walked towards the ward. At this time, in addition to the injured man, there were Yen Mo and Yen Bo in the ward. Yen Mo and Yen Bo pressed down his arms and legs, trying to stop him from moving. He kept muttering, Ji Qing, calm down and bear it. You met my sister at the Hope base. She will be here soon. You will be fine in a while. Seeing Su Baining appear at the door, he waved his hand. Without saying a word, Su Baining walked to Ji Qing's injured arm and began to treat him. As time passed, Ji Qing's wound began to recover little by little, and his struggling body slowly calmed down. Yen Mo and Yen Bo stood up and rubbed his shoulders. It's too cruel. Being bitten by a zombie is really a torture. Especially when Yen Mo looked at Ji Qing who had fallen asleep inside. If it happens twice more, I'm afraid I'll collapse. Jing Yang was puzzled. Twice? Yen Mo looked at him. Yes, your brother and him? I didn't know anything at that time. Su Baining sat down after the treatment. What's the situation now? He will probably wake up in a while. Have you asked anything during this time? She looked at Yen Mo puzzledly and said, and why are you here? Third brother? Didn't brother you say that you applied to join the Vanguard team? Yen Mo waved his hand. Mr. Peng hit me back with a sentence of no reason. Now we just need to wait for Ji Qing to wake up and ask what's going on. Su Baining tapped her chin with her index finger. It's already so late when he wakes up. I'll tell him to wake up quickly. Yen Mo reached out to stop her with a fake smile. Sister, what do you want to do? Su Baining waved his hand away. What, if it's really a zombie type? Wait until he wakes up before you apply. How much time will we waste before we set off? Besides, I just want to restore his energy and wake him up quickly. Hearing Su Baining's answer, Yen Mo chuckled and stepped aside. Su Baining stretched out her index finger close to Ji Qing's lips. A fragrance of orchid spread along with the water flowing from her fingers, filling the room. Su Baining took a deep breath. It smells so good. Yen Mo was surprised. Little sister, has your water been upgraded or what? Su Baining nodded. It has been upgraded. Yen Yu was worried. Will your water-based abilities also have this orchid fragrance in the future? Su Baining smiled slightly. Don't worry, because we need to restore his energy. The water we use contains the ability to restore his energy. Ordinary water will not have this smell. The three members of the Yin family and Jing Yang nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 105 Rushing to the Hope Base. As Su Baining poured clear water, with the scent of orchids on him, Ji Qing groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Ji Qing open his eyes, Su Baining stopped, retracted her hand, turned around and pulled Yen Mo's sleeve and pointed at the person who woke up. Yen Mo walked forward with surprise and leaned over to look at Ji Qing lying on the bed. Ji Qing, do you feel better now? He pulled Su Baining over. You know, my sister Ningning has treated you. You have lost too much blood and cannot get up for the time being. But you should have enough energy. Su Baining rolled his eyes. Brother, he can get the best care in the hospital. So you don't have to worry. Hurry up and ask about the zombie tide. Yes. 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 Seeing Ji Qing wake up, Yen Mo almost forgot such an important thing. Ji Qing looked at Yen Mo in front of him and stretched out his hand to grab his arm. Captain, yesterday, the Hope Base suffered an unknown zombie tide. I don't know if it's over now. Hurried back to rescue. Captain, Chen Yuan and Li Shu died on the way to protect my safety. Speaking of this, Ji Qing couldn't hold back the grief in her heart and cried out, I don't know if the superpowers in the base can hold on. When I left, the walls of the base were almost broken. Su Baining had some impression of Chen Yuan and Li Shu. They were both very reliable people. He had kept his mouth shut when he first knew about Su Baining's ability. Has he sacrificed himself now? After listening to this, Yen Mo was silent for a long time before speaking. Yen Bo, you go to the office building to apply, as quickly as possible. We'd better set off now. He looked at Yen Yu. Brother Yu, can you go back to the training camp now and ask the team members to prepare for the battle? Su Baining said, you don't need to bring anything, just take me with you. Yen Yu looked at Su Baining disapprovingly. Su Baining said quickly, I will be obedient. Besides, even if you go to inform them now, it will take a long time to prepare the materials for the trip. When can we set off? When fourth brother goes to apply. Ask Big Brother. If you explain the reason clearly, Big Brother will agree to let you take me. Besides, I am still worried about Antli and others in Hope Base. Without further delay, Yen Bo agreed to Su Baining's request and went out to report and apply, while Yen Yu walked quickly towards the training camp. Yen Bo rushed to the office building as fast as he could. When he found Yen Hushuan's office, he only saw Chung Jun, who was sorting out documents. Chung Jun looked at Yen Bo, who was sweating profusely, and asked in surprise, Where did you come from to sweat so much? Yen Bo asked anxiously, Where is Big Brother now? I hope the base will be hit by a zombie wave. Ning Ning insisted on going with me to report. Chung Jun exclaimed, What's going on? Yen Bo waved his hand and walked out the door to go to Mr. Peng's office. I don't have time to explain so much to you now, if you want to listen. Come along. Yen Hushuan was in Pang Lao's office with Jing Si, making a summary report on the recent zombie hunting for Pang Lao. Seeing Yen Bo, who didn't even knock on the door, he scolded, You have no manners at all. Why didn't you knock before coming in? Chung Jun, who didn't even try to stop him, followed behind and took a breath of cold air. Yen Bo stood up straight and saluted first. Report to the commander, Is there an emergency that needs to be handled? Pang Lao waved his hand indifferently. If you have something to say, just say it. There are no outsiders here now. Yin Bo put down his hand. A former member of our team ran out of Hope Base. He said that when he ran out, Hope Base was being attacked by a wave of zombies. I wonder what the situation is now. The captain asked me to apply to be the vanguard and go to the rescue immediately. Pang Lao raised his eyebrows. Recently, we have discovered that the zombies in a certain place are ready to move. What is affecting them? Hope Base is your old base. You are more familiar with each other. I allow this request. You should go back and prepare the rescue materials and set off immediately. Be careful. Yin Bo got the first permission. He kept looking at Yin Heshuan awkwardly and didn't know how to start. Yin Heshuan looked up at him. Why don't you leave? Aren't you anxious? Yin Bo said. Ning Ning said that no materials need to be prepared. Just bring weapons and her. Before he finished speaking, the office became extremely quiet. After a while, Mr. Pang laughed and broke the silence. Haha. Since ancient times, women are as brave as men. Your little girl looks delicate, but she is very brave. Yin Bai was standing in the air-conditioned office, and he was sweating nervously. Yin Heshuan closed the documents in his hand with a huh sound, and stood up to face Mr. Pang. Mr. Pang, I applied to go with you as the commander this time. Jing Si, who was sitting at the side, sneered. From the corner of his eyes, he saw someone's ugly face, and then sat down seriously. What commander? The real purpose is not to drink. Pang Lao laughed as if he knew something. It's approved. You guys go now. Yin Heshuan went out and saw Cheng Jun standing at the side. He told him, take over my position and work hard before we come back. Although Jing Si is not easy to talk to, he cooperates well in business. He knows you are a member of the Yin family and will not embarrass you. Although Cheng Jun was also worried about Aunt Li and her family, he knew that he could not help much. Yin Heshuan was a gold-type supernatural after all. But he was just an ordinary person. He could only guard the Yin family's base camp for them. Cheng Jun nodded to Yin Heshuan. Okay. Big brother. I will wait for you to come back safely at home. Please be sure to pay attention to safety. Yin Bo looked at Cheng Jun like this and whispered secretly, why is this guy so official now? Yin Heshuan looked back at him and said, hurry up and leave. When Yin Bo led Yin Heshuan to the hospital entrance, Yin Yu had already gathered at the hospital entrance with the team members who were ready to go. Seeing Yin Heshuan behind Yin Bo, Yin Mo opened her mouth in surprise and grabbed Su Baining, who was educating Qilin. Qilin has grown up now and has learned to make trouble. He was locked in the space and had nothing to do. So he followed Xiao Hei to mess up the chicken coop in the space. Just now, when she was waiting, she went into the space and saw that all the chickens in the chicken coop ran out and destroyed the vegetables she planted. She was so angry that she almost jumped up. He grabbed Qilin's ears and left the space. He stood in front of everyone and angrily gave it a good lecture. He left Xiao Hei inside and told it to quickly restore the chicken coop to its original state. Qilin probably knew that he had done something wrong. He sat on the ground with his head down and took the scolding obediently. The team members, who had experienced Qilin's devilish training together, rarely saw Qilin like this. They laughed deliberately one by one. The panting Qilin did not dare to move, and only dared to bare his teeth at them. Su Baining saw a slap on its head. Oh, are you still not convinced? The Qilin made a woof, and rubbed her waist in a flattering manner, whispering in his mind, Master, I was wrong. I will never play tricks with Xiao Hei again. I will pluck its hair when I go in. Su Baining was angry and amused when she saw the cheating Qilin. Since her ability level reached the 6th level, the space can be open to free entry and exit. However, she is the only living person who can enter. Since she opened the space to the two of them, they play tricks anytime and anywhere. Chapter 106 Arrival. Su Baining was educating Qilin. When Yen Mo suddenly pulled her, she turned back impatiently. What are you doing? Yen Mo didn't say anything, but just pointed carefully in front of him. Su Baining turned around impatiently. She whitened her eyes, covered her mouth, and jumped behind Yen Mo. Why is Big Brother here? Yin Heshuan looked at Su Baining's actions with amusement and ignored her. He gestured to Yin Bai to speak. Yin Bai cleared his throat. Now let me introduce you to everyone, Mr. Yin Heshuan. My eldest brother will be with us as the commander this time. After listening to Yin Bo's words, Yin Mo looked at Su Baining, who was hiding behind him. Ning Ning. Wish you good luck. Su Baining pinched his arm unhappily. Third brother. Why don't you have any sense of brotherhood? Yin Mo, I'm sorry. Little sister. I'm even more cowardly than you now. Yin Heshuan looked at Su Baining, who was hiding behind him. Why don't you take out your things and get ready to go? What are you waiting for? This is clearly saying, let's talk to her again. Yin Ziyu poked Su Baining, who was in a daze. Ning, what are you in a daze about? She came back to her senses. No, I was just thinking about what car we should take. Yin Mo, don't worry about our team members. They have their own cars. You just need to take the car we take. Su Baining took out the off-road vehicle that had been with them since the end of the world. Yin Ziyu consciously sat in the driver's seat. Originally, Yin Yu was going to give the passenger seat to Yin Heshuan. But Yin Heshuan grabbed Su Baining's arm and got on the back seat without saying a word. Yin Yu had no choice but to sit on it himself. Yin Mo and Yin Bai looked at Yin Heshuan, who was shivering and huddled on the other side with a dark face. Su Baining glared at them angrily. Not only was Jing Yang sitting in the back row happily, he also had time to talk to Su Baining. Baining, do you have another car like this? How about giving me one? Yin Ziyu glanced at him from the rearview mirror. You are dreaming. Jing Yang sighed. You are too stingy. Isn't it just a car? Wouldn't it be nice to drive one in any city when the time comes? Now the streets are full of unwanted cars. Yin Ziyu, then why don't you just pick one up? Jing Yang, how can you compare with the modified ones? Do you think I am stupid? Yin Ziyu, do you think we are stupid? Su Baining was next to Yin Heshuan and didn't dare to breathe. Yin Heshuan sat there, closed his eyes, and dozed off. He didn't care about the comings and goings between Jing Yang and Yin Ziyu. The vehicles were driving on the road. Su Baining saw through the car window that there were only a few scattered corpses on the roadside before. Now there are obviously many more than before. It seems that the zombie tide has randomly spread here. Now we know that the Hope base has experienced 2 zombie tides. So what about the other small bases? Su Baining began to think back in his mind. Zombies can attack a base frequently, so they must not come randomly. It's a pity that they are not here now. So there is no way to determine whether there is a commander. As she thought about it, she slowly fell asleep. As she fell asleep, her stiff body softened and fell down on Yin Heshuan's shoulder. Jing Yang looked at the sleeping Su Baining. Would you like to move to the back and lie down to sleep? Yin Heshuan, no. Don't waste time. Try to arrive before tomorrow morning. After saying that, he leaned back, gently put Su Baining's body down, and rested her head on his legs. Yin Yu looked back and saw Yin Heshuan's action. His eyes darkened, and he turned around without saying anything. Because he was worried about the Hope base, they hurried, and the time for eating and resting was less than an hour. Su Baining didn't wake up during the journey, so no one woke her up. Yin Heshuan didn't move at all. He just ate something casually and asked everyone to continue on their way. At night, no one even turned on the lights. When they were tired, they got off the car and took turns. When they were tired, they got off the car and took turns. One after another, they took turns driving. Finally, they arrived at the Hope base at dawn the next morning. The closer they got to the Hope base, the more zombie corpses and human corpses mixed together on the roadside. There was a foul smell everywhere, which kept coming into everyone's noses. The people sitting in the military trucks had already begun to vomit. That is to say, Yin Ziyu and his friends closed the car windows and did not smell the stench. There were more and more zombie corpses on the roadside, and broken zombie arms and legs began to appear on the road. The vehicles rolled over these things one by one, and the bump successfully woke Su Baining from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and propped up her hands, and felt the hard but warm thing under her hands, and she pinched it subconsciously. Yin Heshuan looked at the confused Su Baining. What's wrong? Is my brother's leg easy to pinch? These words scared away Su Baining's sleepiness. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the legs under her hands. She then looked at Yin Heshuan's face, which was only a few centimeters away from her after he sat up. She stayed there. Su Baining's face was so far away from him that she could touch it if she lowered her head. The fragrance of orchids on her body floated to his nose. Yin Heshuan closed his eyes and clenched his fists where she couldn't see. Are you waiting for me to help you up? Yin Heshuan's words woke Su Baining up from her infatuation. She smiled awkwardly and sat back straight. Just when she was looking for a reason to break the awkwardness, the car ran over something and pushed up the car. Su Baining's body, which had just sat straight, was thrown forward uncontrollably. Yin Heshuan quickly grabbed her into his arms. Jing Yang sat in the back and watched their actions and smiled secretly. Yin Heshuan helped Su Baining. Xiaowu, can't you be more careful when driving? Yin Ziyu felt wronged. There's nothing I can do. Brother, look at the increasing number of zombies on the road outside. There is no way to avoid them. I feel like I am driving a buggy now. Jingyan said faintly. The shock absorption of this vehicle is quite powerful. Yin Ziyu, come on, it's already good enough to just bump into other zombies on this road. Why are you so troublesome? Hearing this, Jingyan was unhappy. What do you mean by accident? I am the exclusive bodyguard of Bei Ning, specially appointed by Mr. Peng. Do you know? Besides, she is my lifesaver. If she wants to dump me, there is no way. Yin Ziyu gritted his teeth. You are so shameless. Jingyan leaned back comfortably. In this world, you can only live well if you are thick-skinned. Su Baining was very grateful for their words that diluted her embarrassment. Just now, she was held in Yin Heshuan's arms, and a strange masculine aura surrounded her, making her blush for a while. At this time, she kept pretending to look out the window to calm her little heart, as Yin Ziyu said when they left before. They couldn't see the whole picture because it was winter. Now with the arrival of summer, the whole picture of the mountains and rivers appeared before them after the winter snow melted. But as they got closer to the base, she saw that even the treetops on the roadside were hung with zombie bodies. There were a lot of zombie bodies. It seemed that the base's psychics were working hard, but how many of them had been lost? Chapter 107 Casualties after the zombie wave. At the entrance of the Hope base at this time, the elders were gathering the remaining survivors of the army, and the survivors with special powers to carry the bodies of their fallen comrades. Among these sacrificed people were ordinary soldiers, who knew nothing, and also those with special powers, who had just awakened. There were also some special powers, who worked at the base, and were not part of the office guards. They came up voluntarily to protect everyone. Watching the bodies being carried in, Zhu Lao couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground. A young guard standing nearby hurried over to support Zhu Lao. Zhu Lao waved his hand. No need to support, I'm just tired and want to sit down and rest for a while. The young guard was worried. Zhu Lao, I'll bring you a bench to sit on. Hey. Zhu Lao sighed. No need, resting anywhere is resting. Even the soldiers can sit on the ground. Why can't I? He looked at the young child. Child, you look very young. How old are you? The young guard blushed when he saw this from Elder Zhu. I'm 19 years old. I just joined the guard not long ago. After saying this, he hurriedly explained as if he was afraid that Elder Zhu would despise him. Although I am still young now, it means that I still have a lot of time to improve. I will definitely become a man who can defend my country. Elder Zhu patted him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. I'm just asking casually. It is of course good to have ambition, but you have to survive first to have a future. He looked at the empty road in front of him, which was filled with zombies. He didn't know whether Ji Qing had arrived in Kyoto safely, or was eaten by zombies on the road. If he had arrived in Kyoto safely, would the people they left behind during the time from Kyoto to here still be able to defend this base? He was already somewhat discouraged, and the young guard's face suddenly turned pale when he saw Zhu Lao, who was already very old but couldn't hold on at the front line. He didn't know what Zhu Lao was thinking of. When he was at a loss and trying to think of words to comfort him, he heard the sound of a vehicle creaking and crushing bones. Zhu Lao pricked up his ears and listened carefully, thinking he had heard it wrong. At the foot of the mountain at the corner in front of him, a large military green truck belonging to a soldier appeared in front of him. Zhu Lao reached out and grabbed the corner of the young guard's clothes, stood up from the ground and walked to the front. Behind the large military green truck came a large black modified SUV. He recognized that car. This is the car Yin Heshuan and his friends drove when they went to the beach. Zhu Lao happily patted the young guard behind him. People are coming from Kyoto, we have reinforcements. Tell everyone to gather at the door. The young guard also saw the vehicles approaching from afar, and happily agreed and ran to the gate behind him. While running, he shouted, Reinforcements are coming, reinforcements are coming. Hearing this, the uninjured people, the superpowers and soldiers who were exhausted and lying on the ground all got up from the ground and ran out together. Su Baining and the others turned around the last foot of the mountain and looked at the gate of the base. The gate had been temporarily cleaned. At least there were no corpses on the ground, whether they were sacrificed soldiers or eliminated zombies. It was the blood on the ground, and the short walls of the base, that told them that a tragic struggle had just ended here. Standing at the door was Zhu Lao, and behind him came a large group of people. Just now, I saw Zhu Lao say something to the people behind him, and then he ran in. This should be the result after he notified them. What are all these people, young and old, running out for? Su Baining frowned and looked at the crowd. What's wrong with this group of people? They don't look like warriors or psychics. Although they look embarrassed. They don't have any injuries on their bodies. Yin Yu, they are not people who participated in the battle. They should be ordinary people. The vehicle stopped steadily at the gate of the base. The elders looked at Yin Heshuan, who got off the car and greeted him with tears in their eyes. I knew it, the organization will not abandon us. It seems that Ji Qing has arrived in Kyoto safely. Yin Mo stepped forward. Ji Qing lost too much blood and couldn't come back with us. He can only recuperate in the hospital in Kyoto. Zhu Lao looked at him hopefully. Where are Chen Yuan and Li Shu who went with him? I remember they went together as a group of 3. They were silent when they heard this question. Zhu Lao saw it from their expressions. He nodded slowly with a trembling body. They are all good children. I don't have the ability. Yin Mo comforted, don't say that. Mr. Zhu. It's not easy for you to be at the forefront when the zombies are besieging the city at your age. Don't worry. We have brought all the supplies we need. Mr. Zhu nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then you can direct what we do now. Yin Heshuan stood at the front and looked at the crowd in front of him. Who are these people? We are all ordinary people in the base. Aren't you here to rescue us? We haven't had a good meal for a long time since the zombie siege. Yin Heshuan pointed at the young guard, who was trying to squeeze forward from the back with an unhappy face. You stand in front. He excitedly squeezed through the crowd and stood in front of Yin Heshuan. Yin Heshuan looked at him. Name? Lu Xuekai. Can you report to me the current losses of the base? For example, the number of soldiers sacrificed, the number of remaining soldiers, the number of superpowers, the number of superpowers remaining, etc. Lu Xuekai raised his fingers and began to count, saying, there should be about 300 soldiers before. The number of soldiers who died this time is about 100, the remaining 200 are injured. The exact number of superpowers is unknown. I only remember that the approximate number seems to be about 150, 50 were sacrificed, the rest are also injured. Jing Yang couldn't understand. Why are they all injured? I can understand that everyone will be exhausted, but don't soldiers have weapons anyway? Lu Xuekai sighed and looked back at the people behind him. When the zombies came, many ordinary people were scared and ran around and screamed. Some zombies rushed in from outside the wall. They were injured to protect them. But now the zombies have retreated. Some of them have no gratitude at all. They all ran to wait for supplies when they heard you were coming. The injured are still lying on the ground in the base. Su Baining sighed, dream. Lu Xuekai glanced at Zhu Lao. Even Zhu Lao, who is so old, stood in front of the zombies and did not retreat. They are really too outrageous. Yin Heshuan glanced at the group of people. Are all the people here? Why did I hear them say that they haven't eaten for a long time? Is there no food in the base? Lu Xuekai shook his head. There was some food originally. Although there was not much food. It was enough to keep warm. But the zombies rushed in, and all the food was contaminated. Su Baining was curious. Did the zombies rush in and contaminate it themselves? Lu Xuekai nodded. Yes, the first thing they did when they rushed in was to contaminate the food and water, as if they were organized and disciplined. From the day the zombies attacked and contaminated the supplies until now, we have only had a little water. Some of the wounded were infected by the virus. Chapter 108 Extent of Injury. After hearing this, Su Baining pushed away Jing Yang in front of her and walked forward. Take me to treat the wounded first. You better call 2 more people to come with me. I'll give you medicine for those who are not seriously injured and not infected, and go bandage them. I'll treat those who are infected, and those who are seriously injured. She originally wanted to ask Aunt Li if her family was okay, but with the big things happening, she could only put this matter aside for the time being. When they heard that Su Baining was going to treat their injuries first, those people were unwilling. You should ask them to give us the supplies first. You can't let us go hungry. Su Baining looked at him coldly. What were you doing during the battle? What were you doing when they were charging into battle? Now the wounded, who are protecting you, are still waiting for treatment in the back. Otherwise they will die. And you are just thinking about eating? He replied stubbornly. Aren't you going to get treatment now? They won't die. Su Baining was so angry that she laughed. Really? Then I think you won't die if you wait. I am happy not to give it to you now. What can you do? She looked him up and down. You are so big and strong. But you only know how to eat instead of helping others. People who don't know you would think you are a glutton. She was very angry now. The wounded of all sizes were still waiting for treatment. The first thing these people who were alive and well, and had no injuries at all thought about was eating? In her opinion, None of these people who rushed here had a conscience. They were all ungrateful. Yin Heshuan's power, as the commander, was revealed at this moment. He stood beside Su Baining and looked at the crowd. He then instructed the people behind him, now start cleaning up all the wounded. Separate the seriously injured from the slightly injured, and those caught by zombies. Come and ask a few people who can treat wounds to help treat them now. For the seriously injured or those caught by zombies, wait until Ningning takes out the medicine and then help bandage them. There are still bodies on the ground that need to be dealt with. Yen Mo. Take a few people to deal with them. Choose a better location to bury them. We can't let go in this weather. The rest of you. Yen Yu. Take a team to deal with the debris of the collapsed wall. And try to build the base defense as soon as possible. Mr. Zhu seemed to remember something and walked forward, just now. The kid named Lu Shuikai told me that the zombies may have just retreated temporarily. He kept walking around in worry. I wonder if there are intelligent zombies now. After hearing this, Su Baining bit her lip. It is very likely. The apocalypse is not a short time away. Our abilities will evolve. And so will the zombies. Yin Heshuan held Su Baining's shoulders. You go do what you should do. You don't have to worry about this. Just leave it to me. She pursed her lips and wanted to ask what to do with those who were infected by zombies. Should she save them or not? Yin Heshuan saw what she was struggling with. Why did you save Jingyang before? Why save Jingyang? Yin Heshuan then asked. Jingyang told me at first. You simply treated his wounds. Later, you heard that he was a member of the Jing family and a soldier. So you felt relieved and saved him. He pointed to the crowd in front of him, who had not been injured at all. Will you save these people if they are injured? Su Baining thought for a while. Not necessarily. Yin Heshuan. So, you will save those who are worth saving. And you don't have to feel guilty about those who are not worth saving. You can do whatever you want. I believe you can make your own decision. Su Baining nodded and walked towards the crowd with Jing Yang. I found a few girls in nurse uniforms. After asking them and confirming that they were nurses, I took them around the crowd and went inside. I only realized what the man named Lu Shuikai meant when I came in. Although the group of people standing outside the door looked malnourished, they were not injured at all. Looking at the injured and groaning people here, I knew that they protected them very well. Su Baining cursed them for having no conscience in her heart, and began to prepare to treat the wounded under the leadership of the people arranged by Yin Heshuan. Yin Heshuan arranged it very well, starting with the infected people. They were arranged from front to back and laid on stretchers. Those without stretchers used the sheets brought down from their cars or anyone else's. The slightly injured people were placed together in groups. Su Baining pretended to take medicine and threw all the necessary medicines into the trunk beside the car. Then he asked Yang Yang to move them over little by little and put them together. He asked him to supervise the distribution and not to waste the medicines as if there were enough. After making all the preparations, she squatted in front of the first person, who was rolling on the ground with his arm scratched, closed her eyes, and began to think. There were too many injured people. If she started to treat them now, it would inevitably expose that her ability was different from others. However, Yin Heshuan's reminder was not wrong. These soldiers were always on the front line in everything. What reason did she have to refuse to save their lives? After thinking it through, Su Baining began to remove the virus from the infected people without any distractions. Every time she pulled one out, she would tell the nurse behind her to bandage the wound. In the end, she didn't need to say anything. As long as the nurses saw the wound start to bleed, they would come forward to take over. Every person who was cured breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the blood flowing out of their wounds and lay on the ground saying thank you. The sun shone on the earth and on the faces of each of them. Yin Heshuan and his group were working hard on their work, and the lazy group of people who saw this scene felt embarrassed to stand there idly and came up to help. Releasing supernatural powers for a long time is a very energy-consuming thing. Even if Su Baining is not afraid of such weather, she is still exhausted and sweating. This is what Yin Heshuan saw when he turned around and looked at Su Baining. A drop of sweat flowed down from the end of her hair and was about to drip into her eyes. Yin Heshuan walked up and took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe it off for her. Su Baining thought it was the nurse who was following her and said, "It's okay. Just bandage their wounds quickly." Her subordinates kept removing the wounds of those infected, and then continued to relieve the wounds of those who were seriously injured. She didn't notice that the nurse next to her was still bandaging the wounds, and the one in front of her didn't catch up. It wasn't until Yin Heshuan whispered in her ear, "Thank you for your hard work, Ning Ning." She realized that the person who followed her and wiped her sweat was not the nurse who was with her. She thought about it, and it was true. She didn't heal all the wounds at once, but just reduced their pain and the size of the wounds. The nurse held gauze and anti-inflammatory drugs in her hands. She was dirty and covered in blood, and she was sweating all over. How could she have time to wipe her sweat? Yin Hushuan looked at Su Baining's dry lips with a distressed look on his face. He ran to the car, picked up a bottle of water, and ran over to open it and handed it to her. Su Baining looked at her hands and blushed as she drank some water from Yin Hushuan's hand. After drinking the water, she stuck out her tongue and said, "I almost forgot that I am also a water-based mutant, but I can still make myself thirsty." Yin Hushuan gently touched her head and said, "You are too focused." He looked at the wounded around him. With Su Baining's unremitting efforts, the group of seriously injured wounded finally had only a few left, and all of them were treated. Chapter 109: The Ending Game. When they arrived, it was early in the morning when the sun had not yet risen. When they finished, the sun had been hanging overhead for a long time. Yin Yu led a team of people to move all the short wall remnants outside the city and pile them up. It was a good name, and could also prevent trouble. Yin Mo led a team of people to find a location near the city wall to bury the sacrificed comrades one by one and set up a monument. Yin Hushuan and the elders stood together, looking at the scene in front of them. Although it still looks desolate, it is much better than when they came. Moreover, it is gratifying that although the walls of the base have been destroyed, the houses and the like have not been threatened. He supported the weak Su Baining and called Lu Xuekai, "Tell the people who still have labor here, regardless of gender, age or young, to work if they don't want to starve to death. We will distribute a free ration today, starting from this afternoon. All those who participate in the reconstruction work can receive a ration and a bottle of water in the evening. Nothing will happen to those who don't participate. Tell them that they will not starve to death if they work in peacetime, let alone now." Lu Xuekai stood up and saluted. "Yes." Zhu Lao looked at Yin Hushuan, "But we have no food and water. Even the water-based mutants are injured now. It's not good to oppress them before they recover." Su Baining, who had recovered his strength, stood up from Yin Hushuan and pointed at himself. "Zhu Lao, have you forgotten me?" Zhu Lao, "No, but you were so tired just now." "Kid." Yin Hushuan took over the conversation. "The supplies are in our car, and we brought space ability users with us when we came here. The supplies are stored in the space here." Zhu Lao felt relieved. He said to Yin Hushuan with a relieved look, "I'll leave this to you for the time being. I need to go back and rest first." Yin Hushuan called Yin Yu, "Send Zhu Lao back." Looking at Zhu Lao, who was still trembling when he walked with the support of Yin Yu, everyone present had mixed feelings. Especially Yin Ziyu. What kind of people are those? Elder Zhu is already in such a state. Not only did he not help, but he also always made trouble. Let me tell you, let them all die. It's a waste of food if they are alive. Yin Mo heard Yin Ziyu's words and scolded him unhappily. "Shut up. We have no right to decide the life and death of others. Take care of ourselves. We just need to have a clear conscience." Yin Bai looked up at the sky. "You don't really think we saved these people? They will be grateful to us." "Humph." Yin Hushuan gave them a warning look. "Stop talking nonsense. What time is it now? Do you still have time to gossip?" Su Baining stood there and looked at the people who came with him. "Where are we going now?" "Actually, I want to see how Aunt Lee and the others are doing, but there are too many of us." Yin Mo waved his hand casually. "Then go back and see. I have already told them that when the work is done, ask Lu Xuekai to take them back to the dormitory." Jing Yang was puzzled. "Who is Aunt Lee?" "Yin Ziyu. She is the one who has been with us before, but we didn't bring them with us because we were going to Kyoto, so they settled down here." Speaking of which, he was also surprised. "It's so lively here. But I didn't see them come out." Su Baining, "She should be at home. Isn't Aunt Shen pregnant? She should be hiding at home." Yin Hushuan immediately decided, "Then let's go back. As for the supplies we just mentioned, let's ask Qilin to carry them back after we get back. It needs to lose some weight. It's almost as fat as a ball." The Qilin who was rolling around with Xiao He in the space suddenly shuddered. Who was targeting it? Su Baining was right. Ever since she disappeared and her family left the Hope Base under the pretext of looking for her, Li Shulan's family always missed them. From time to time, they would ask Zhu Lao and the others if they were okay and if they had found Su Baining. Later, they heard that Su Baining had returned to Kyoto. They were all living well in Kyoto. So Li Shulan's family was completely relieved. Although they had a lot of food and supplies left by Su Baining and the others when they left, they did not plan to live off their savings. Xinqing was pregnant and stayed at home with Li Shulan to take care of the family. Qizhen and Li Hu found a job at the base to guard the house and protect the soldiers. Although they did not earn much per month, it was enough for the family to save on food and drink. Until the zombie wave came, they were afraid of causing trouble, so they simply hid at home and did not go out. Qizhen, as the only psychic, and Li Hu each took an axe and guarded the door tightly. They didn't go into the house until they heard the zombies retreat and reinforcements were coming. After they confirmed that it was safe, they went in. When they heard that the reinforcements might come from Kyoto, Hao wanted to run out and see. Mom, could it be Sister Ningning and Brother Yin who are coming? Li Shulan grabbed the little one and told him, "What time is it now? You can't go and cause trouble for those soldiers. If Sister Ningning and the others are back, you can't go. Look how chaotic it is outside now. They will definitely be very busy. If they come back, they will definitely come here to see you. Just wait at home. Okay. Mom promises you that if Sister Ningning and the others come back and can't come, Mom will take you to see them." Hao nodded obediently, and took the toys that Su Baining left behind when she left and sat on the sofa nearby. Su Baining and the others walked into the yard and looked around to see that no one was there. So they called Qilin out. Qilin was staring at them in a daze, with a ball in his mouth. Yanziyu looked up and down at the chubby thing. "You really need to lose weight. This is the end of the world after all. It's a bit too much for you to be like this as a tiger." Qilin exhaled from his mouth to express his dissatisfaction. Su Baining touched its head and tied the bag of supplies to it. "You know where the warehouse of this whole base is, right? Please move these over there." She stepped aside and pointed to several large bags of supplies on the ground. "These also need to be delivered. Please make a few more trips. Is there someone waiting for you there?" The people guarding the warehouse door were wondering why they hadn't seen anyone delivering supplies yet. Then they felt a gust of wind blowing overhead. Bang bang. 2 bags of things fell heavily in front of them. When they looked up, they only saw Qilin's back. "Wow, is that a tiger? So cool, brother. This is the first time I've seen a flying tiger." "What's a flying tiger?" People nowadays have all kinds of superpowers. Not to mention a flying tiger. Take a good look at it when it comes again. Didn't you say it's nothing? What are you looking at carefully? Not just them, everyone at the base saw a flying tiger carrying supplies flying around today. If it weren't for Su Baining's order, Qilin would have wanted to blow his breath and tell these people with shining eyes to get out. Chapter 110 Current Status of the Base. Watching Qilin delivering the supplies obediently, Yanziyu was relieved and prepared to knock on the door. Who knew that before he could knock on the door, it suddenly opened. A small figure rushed into his arms, like a cannonball with a voice of, "Brother Ziyu." Yanziyu raised his head, and saw Hao's smiling face appear in front of him. He lifted it up and waited. The little guy has grown up and become stronger. It's good that he is not thin. Hao giggled in his arms. He turned around, and said hello to Su Baining and the others. Qizhen, Li Shulan, and the others followed Hao out. Qizhen smiled and called out Mr. Yin one by one. Li Shulan, with tears in her eyes, took Su Baining's hand and looked her up and down. "It's good that you haven't lost weight. When we knew you were kidnapped, we couldn't eat or sleep, and were worried for several days. It took us a long time to find out that you were okay, but we didn't have a chance to see you. It's good to see that you are fine now. You should be more careful in the future. You must not go out alone." Li Hu walked out and looked at everyone. "Let's go in and talk. The tea is ready. It would be bad if those people came back and saw it if we stood here for a while." Su Baining was very emotional when she returned to the place she had not seen for a long time. Although they had not lived here for a long time, this place was like a second home for them, who had been traveling since the end of the world. The cups that Yin Bo picked up were the ones he left behind when they were there before. Li Shulan kept them very well. Yin Bo looked at the cup in his hand and said sadly, "I wonder when we can go home to visit." "Yes, no matter how long we stay anywhere, even if we are now settled in Kyoto, but their home is still in Magic City." Yin Hishwan raised the cup in his hand and took a sip of water. "There will be a chance." Li Shulan sat down and interrupted the sadness. "The chickens and ducks we raised when you left have grown up. We have never been willing to eat them. Today you are back. We will have a meal." After hearing this, Qizhen walked into the kitchen and started to kill chickens and fish. Li Hu stood by and served tea and water. Xinqing was resting upstairs because she was pregnant and it was inconvenient for her to move. Li Shulan looked at the unfamiliar Jing Yang and said, "Is this guy our Ning Ning's boyfriend?" As soon as these words came out, Jing Yang felt like he was frozen, especially the eyes of Yin Hechuan and Yin Yu, as if they wanted to cut him into pieces. Yin Mo smiled awkwardly and looked at Jing Yang with gritted teeth. "No, our good friends joined the rescue together." Su Baining interrupted the awkward topic. "Are there no signs of this zombie wave?" Li Shulan recalled. "Hey, what signs could there be? You all know that. There are always sporadic zombies wandering outside the base. When it was first discovered, the people living in tents outside were attacked at night, and the people who changed guards found it. Everyone was tired all day. How could they have so much energy at night? They attacked us while we were asleep. It seems that almost all the people outside the base have died." Yin Hechuan looked at the empty ground outside. The supplies sent by Qilin are enough for the next few days. Now that the zombies are retreating, the elders will naturally report the losses to their superiors. After delivering the supplies, Qilin consciously returned to the space to rest. It felt a little tired. "Su Baining, it's enough. Although zombies are rampant now, the things in the polluted river can't be eaten for the time being. But it's summer now. You won't starve to death if you do some work in the woods and mountains outside. If you're too lazy and just want to eat white food, think about it. Originally, what I gave was just enough for the injured soldiers and the superpowers. As for the ordinary people, they can do whatever they want." Yin Mo, "I think so too. If you don't go up when you should, the zombies will retreat and come up one by one to eat and drink." "What kind of people are they?" Yin Yu put down the cup in his hand. "People who can enter the base have more or less surplus food at home. They just saw us coming and wanted to take whatever they could for free." Su Baining, "I don't think we can sit here for long." Yin Ziyu, "I agree. Someone will probably come to call us soon." Yin Ziyu's words really came true. Just when Li Shulan was busy preparing a lot of food and drinks for the table, they were halfway through their meal when Zhu Lao sent someone to call them. Lu Xuekai stood awkwardly at the door and looked at them sitting together for dinner. Although he was very hungry, he still had principles and looked straight ahead. But Su Baining still saw his Adam's apple rolling. If they were not afraid that Zhu Lao would be waiting anxiously, they would still be willing to invite Lu Xuekai to have a good meal together. What a pity. They stood up and followed Lu Xuekai out the door, and asked about the current situation of the base on the way to the office. "Lu Xuekai, thanks to your timely arrival, the base has basically returned to normal now. But there may be some problems with the water source." Yen Mo, "Didn't Zhu Lao report it to the higher-ups?" Lu Xuekai, "It takes time to report to the higher authorities. So many people died this time. And Elder Zhu is thinking about how to apologize." Yin Yu, "No one wants to see such a thing happen. Since it has happened, we should face it. Otherwise, what else can we do?" Lu Xuekai, "That's true, but it's still very uncomfortable when I really see it. So Elder Zhu has been sitting in the office until now." Su Baining was surprised. "You haven't eaten until now, have you?" Lu Xuekai looked righteous. "Even if Elder Zhu didn't eat us, we can't do it." Looking at his serious face, "You kid." Yin Hechuan looked at her dotingly. "You are younger than him, and you still call him a kid." Su Baining stuck out her tongue at him. Yin Hechuan smiled softly and touched her head. Yen Yu, who was following beside him, had a dark look in his eyes. Yang Yang looked at the three of them mysteriously. When they arrived, Elder Zhu was fidgeting and walking back and forth in front of his desk. Lu Xuekai knocked on the office door, and after getting permission, he extended his hand to welcome them in. Then he stood at the door of the office and guarded it obediently, although it seemed that there was no need to guard anything now. Yin Hechuan and the others looked at Zhu Lao, who was standing at the window with his back to them. His back looked much older. After all, Zhu Lao was in his 60s, and was still working hard for this base. Zhu Lao sighed. "Sit down. I just finished reporting to my superiors and requisitioned your car to send a group of people away." Yin Hechuan, "Are they the families of the fallen soldiers?" Zhu Lao nodded. "This base is no longer safe. Their families have already died. I have an obligation to ensure their safety. Several young soldiers have just become fathers. There shouldn't be any danger on the zombie retreat road. But I still called a few of your team members to escort them. By the way, report the situation here. It will take a few days to deliver the supplies and base materials we need." Chapter 111, Rebuilding the City Wall. Yin Hechuan turned his head and looked at Su Baining, Ningning, before the supplies from Kyoto arrive. Su Baining knew what he meant and nodded. I said before that the things in the warehouse are more than enough if only our team members use them, but if they have to be distributed to the residents of the base, it may not be enough. Speaking of this, Yen-Mo continued, I remember that the young soldier named Lu Shuekai said that he suspected that the zombies were temporarily retreating? Zhu Lao thought for a moment. Yes. Because we were already at the end of our strength at that time. But they suddenly retreated, which was very abrupt. Yin Heshuan, I suspect that the zombies now have evolved high-level abilities and even wisdom. Su Baining said to Xiao Hei in the space in her heart, Xiao Hei, go out and look around the base to see if you can find any traces of zombies. Xiao Hei flew out of the space with a yo and flew out of the base. Yen-Mo saw Xiao Hei flying past the window and looked at her. Zhu Lao, I'm just wondering whether to wait for the supplies from Kyoto to arrive, or to repair the base walls with the existing resources now. Yen Yu, of course we should repair the walls first. Even if a large number of zombies retreat, no one can guarantee that there won't be a few zombies wandering around. Yen-Mo said, yes. We saw it when we were looking for a place to place the bodies of our teammates. The wall in front was severely damaged. I don't believe that there is no one in the city who can repair it now. We can help. It will be good for everyone if it is repaired. It is not for us personally. This is for self-help, not for self-sacrifice. This point must be made clear. Otherwise we will all die together. While they were talking, Xiao Hei turned around and flew back to the space. I didn't see a large number of zombies, but Xiaobo's zombies are gathering in the forest outside this base where we stayed before. Su Baining received the information and raised her hand. I suggest that we should build the wall first, and then put up the electric fence. Yen Heshuan looked at Su Baining's tangled expression. What information did Ningning receive from Xiaohei? She nodded. Xiaohei said that there are small waves of zombies gathering in the forest where I stayed before. I think we should build the wall first just in case. Zhu Lao called Lu Shuekai, who was standing at the door. Go to the gate of the base, and tell him to find a few bricklayers to help repair the wall. Guarantee his 3 meals a day, if you don't want to. Just wait, and leave it to fate. Lu Shuekai rushed to the gate of the base after receiving the news. The crowd before heard the news and made a fuss. But no one signed up. Lu Shuekai roared in anger, you don't want to build the wall now, if the zombies come and catch you. We can't take care of you. Then we will all die together. Some people couldn't stand it. Why? Aren't you soldiers? You should protect us. That's right, besides, we are residents of this base, and should be protected by you. Lu Shuekai sneered. What are you dreaming about? You are almost dead, and we are still protecting you. You are not willing to do anything, and you want us to protect you in vain. You are dreaming. Hey, what do you mean you are not willing to do anything? We handed in our supplies when we came in. Lu Shuekai, really? Did everyone hand in? Don't we have people outside the base? Besides, don't you know whether the supplies you handed in are enough? Someone said, didn't it look impressive to come and get a few in the morning? They also brought people from other troops. Why can't we just call them to protect us? Lu Shuekai, what are you daydreaming about in broad daylight? They owe you. Have you given them the supplies you handed in now? Do they need them? It's not the time to clamor for food and drink in the morning. And protect you, bah. You don't even consider whether you are worthy or not. I'm putting this here. If no one signs up before the sun sets, then you can just wait to die here, and see who will care about you. After saying that, he turned around and left. He was so angry now. Yen Heshuan and the others stood at the door, and heard what Lu Shuekai said, and agreed with him. This group of people have stayed in a comfortable environment for a long time, and have never been chased by zombies outside. Yen-Mo, many of them are local people in Haikao City, and they have never been out since the end of the world. So of course they don't know how dangerous it is. Yen Heshuan raised his hand. Now let the team members eat well. We will start repairing the city wall in the afternoon. As for these people, don't worry about it. In order to ensure that everyone is motivated to work in the afternoon, Su Baining asked Yen Ziyu to call Li Shulan and her husband to help. They gathered all the people who still had the ability to move and labor in the lobby on the first floor of the office building. Su Baining took out not only white rice from the space in the morning, but now, under everyone's cover. He also took out enough self-heating rice, or small hot pot for them to eat. After soaking all of it in her stream water, she told them to take it out to eat. If they didn't have enough, they could come in and get more. Yen Mo's team members didn't know that Su Baining's space was alive, but they had enjoyed it together, and were used to it. I hope that those in the base haven't had a good meal of hot rice for a long time. Looking at the people sitting on the ground outside, and eating voraciously, Su Baining sighed. It's just that they don't have time, otherwise they should have a good meal of meat. Jing Yang poked her. Are you willing to give it up? Su Baining was surprised. Why not? Wow, they are the ones who fight zombies and protect the people. If they don't deserve to eat and drink well, who deserves it? Are those people who want to eat for free worth it? When it's time to sacrifice, they run faster than anyone else. When it's time to take advantage, they rush earlier than anyone else. Pa. Li Shuan looked at them. Actually, they are all children in their 20s. I've decided. Su Baining pounded his hands. When they build the city wall later, Uncle Chi can go and kill 2 sheep and some chickens, ducks, fish, etc. You can ask them to eat well in the evening when you have time. Yin Ziyu walked forward quietly. I want to eat too. Su Baining? After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they were all energetic and worked hard to move bricks and carry mortar. For a while, the only sound beside the wall was the clanging of bricks. Several water-based psychics, who had nothing to do, stood aside and splashed water to mix the mud. Yin Yuza and the rest of them rolled up their sleeves to help. Qizhen had already listened to Su Baining and went back to prepare dinner. Li Shuan stood by the water and occasionally helped pass water and towels. The scene was very lively. Yin Heshuan brought Su Baining to the reservoir. Su Baining tied her hair up and fixed it with a hairpin. She climbed up the ladder and closed her eyes. She was still a little scared. Yin Heshuan followed her and stood behind her, holding her shoulders and whispering in her ear, "Don't be afraid. I'll stand behind you." I don't know if it was because someone was standing behind her or because his words comforted her. Su Baining calmed down miraculously. She stretched out her hands and looked at the scene attentively. The water slowly flowed out of her palms and flowed into the pool along the edge of the glass wall. Chapter 112 Zombies Attack. The reservoir became quiet, and the water level in the reservoir rose slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yin Heshuan stood behind her and looked at Su Baining with a smile on his face. His fingers slid across her shoulders subconsciously. Su Baining felt it and pretended not to notice it and looked ahead. But the water in her palm stopped for a moment when Yin Heshuan's fingers slid across, and she couldn't help but blink a few times. It took about an hour. She stopped when she saw that the water in the reservoir had almost risen. Yin Heshuan held her hand and helped her down from the ladder. Su Baining felt that her hands were sore from holding them for a long time, but she didn't dare to say it. However, Yin Heshuan stood in front of her, as if he knew, and put her arms on one of his arms, and gently kneaded with the other hand. Yin Heshuan's hands were different from Yin Mo's because of long-term training. Although the roots were clear, but even his palms were covered with calluses. Yin Heshuan's hands were long and fair, and only the tips of his fingers, which had been holding pins for a long time, had calluses. When he pinched her arm, it felt tingling. He lowered his head and pinched it bit by bit with concentration. She looked at Yin Heshuan and felt that he should be the one with the most special temperament among the brothers of the Yin family. Su Baining was stunned for a moment, and she hadn't reacted when Yin Heshuan finished pinching her hand. Yin Heshuan looked at her stunned eyes and stretched out his hand to pinch her nose. Come back to your senses. Why is my brother so stunned? Su Baining blushed and said stubbornly, Good-looking people are for others to see. I call it appreciation. Yin Heshuan nodded gently and whispered in her ear, Yes, whatever Ningning said is right. Ah, I broke the rules. Brother, I can't stand it. Su Baining's heart was beating uncontrollably, and she quickly pushed him away and walked out, almost running. Yin Heshuan finally couldn't help laughing at Su Baining, who was running away. The laughter reached Su Baining's ears, and he paused and walked faster. When he reached the city wall, the temperature on his face had finally dropped. Jing Yang saw Su Baining's red face and joked, Wow! You can still bask in the sun in the reservoir? Su Baining threw him a few glares. I can't stop you from talking even when I'm working. No wonder they say there's strength in numbers. In just over an hour, the city wall was almost repaired. Yin Heshuan followed Su Baining and came over, looking at the wall in front of him. He nodded with satisfaction. This is just using local materials. If there is enough material, just make it higher. Yin Mo swung the small spatula in his hand. It's good to build it like this. Why do you have such high requirements? Su Baining was a little embarrassed and went to Li Shuan. Yin Mo looked at her walking away without saying a word and asked puzzledly, What's wrong with Ningning? She seems unhappy? Yin Heshuan answered casually, Shy. It will be fine in a while. Shy? Yin Mo had a question in his mind. Jing Yang grabbed him and said, Single dog, you don't understand. Get lost. Su Baining stood beside Li Shuan and saw many people in plain clothes, who were obviously older. Who is this? Li Shulan. A group of bricklayers. They came when the work was halfway done, with their guidance. The work was done faster, at this speed. It can be repaired before the sun sets. Su Beining nodded. There are still people with conscience, none of them are ungrateful. With everyone's efforts, the wall was finally repaired before the sun went down. It was just that the power grid was not strong enough. So it was only installed at the back. After all, everyone could watch the front, but it was not possible at the back. In the evening, Su Beining fulfilled his promise, and let them have a good meal on the first floor of the office building. Everyone looked at the big fish, meat and fruits in front of them, and ate happily. Su Beining even took out the beer that had been in the space for a long time for the first time. Several people who built the city wall with him were also left behind. When they were called, they still didn't believe it. Until someone stuffed a roasted leg of an unknown animal into their hands, they believed it was true. Zhu Lao looked at the people reveling in front of him and sighed. They haven't been so happy for a long time. Su Beining took a bottle of Coke and drank it while saying, Zhu Lao, only worthy people deserve to be treated like this. Even Yen Yu, who had always disliked this kind of excitement, joined in the fun. Only Yen Heshuan, Su Beining and Zhu Lao were sitting quietly at this table. No one dared to disturb Yen Heshuan's aura, and it was even more impossible for them to come to Su Beining. A girl. To come. Zhu Lao was old, and it was rare for him to be able to sit here with them. The people outside the office building were curious about the office's bustling scene. But they couldn't see or get in. Although they didn't know what they were doing, they could smell the smell of cooked food. Someone started to get upset. We have nothing to eat or drink. But they still have meat to eat? What's wrong with you? They've been building the wall for an afternoon. What did you do? You can't eat or drink after working so hard for an afternoon. That's right. Didn't you see that even the people who came to help in the afternoon were left behind? It's good enough that you didn't starve to death. But you're still complaining. The man ran away in shame after hearing this. That night, they didn't end the party until very late. The room that Mr. Zhu arranged for them was next to the office building. Two people share one bedroom. Only a little girl named Su Beining has one bedroom to herself. The next morning, when everyone was frantic about how confused they were after drinking too much last night, a long siren suddenly sounded in the base. Su Beining instantly felt sober. The sound was so penetrating. She quickly cleaned herself up and went out to figure out what was going on. Why did this sound so early in the morning? When she went out, she bumped into Yen Heshuan. Yen Heshuan supported her and said, We have to gather at the gate of the base. You just stay at home. After saying that, he pushed her into the door and closed it. Su Beining inside the door had a dazed look on her face. She opened the door again and grabbed Yen Yu, who was passing by his door. Brother Yu, where are you going? Yen Yu stopped and looked at her, and said helplessly, Zombies are attacking. Everyone is gathering at the gate of the base. You just stay at home and don't run away. Okay? After saying that, he also pulled her hand into the door and closed it. Su Beining almost laughed. They all treated her like a little sheep. One after another. The remaining few members of the Yen family seemed to have learned this trick. And they all locked her in the door. Even Yang Yang, his bodyguard, did the same. Young man, you are awesome. She quickly took off her skirt and changed into sportswear, and tied her long hair tightly on top of her head with a rubber band. She secretly opened the door to see if everyone had left, and then went downstairs and followed someone unknown to sneak in. Chapter 113. The Real Zombie Tide. She stood in the surging crowd, tiptoed and looked forward. She didn't understand why these ordinary people ran out when the zombie tide came. She grabbed a passerby and said, Why are you ordinary people running out? The person she caught struggled hard. Turning around, she saw a pretty girl and held back her anger. It was these leaders who asked us to come out and hide behind the base. Behind? She ran the wrong way. Oh, she quickly let go and ran in the opposite direction. She felt something was wrong. There were not as many superpowers in the base, and Yen Mo's team members combined. When she ran to the gate of the base, she was stunned by what she saw. In her visible range, there were densely packed zombie heads and arms that kept stretching forward. The mixed screams of ho-ho gave people the illusion of goosebumps in broad daylight. They were like tireless machines. Dying one after another, they went wherever they could smell human odor. The living stepped on the dead, and some of their heads were crushed when they stepped on them. The gray liquid was like pickled stinky tofu, and it splattered on the city wall with a foul smell. They wanted to rush in through the gate that had not been closed in time, but they were blocked outside by people with weapons, and people with supernatural powers. Some of them began to climb up the city wall, stepping on corpses one by one. Just like before, the newly installed electric grid on the city wall made a crackling sound. Each one of them was electrocuted and trembled all over. But they didn't feel any pain. They even stretched out their hands and began to pull the obstacles in front of them. This was the first time that Su Baiting saw so many superpowers thrown out at the same time. Although she also saw many colorful superpowers in her later life, this first time was deeply imprinted in her mind. Yin Heshuan stood at the door and calmly commanded, "All superpower users hold shields to block the door. Gold superpower users reinforce all cold weapons." Yin Mo leads a small team to the left wall. Yin Bai leads a small team to the right wall. Yin Ziyu leads people to the back of the base. There is nothing behind. Be careful. Yin Yu leads the rest of the people to guard the gate tightly. Don't let them in. Earth-type psychics, use all your powers to build a wall to block them back. Fire-type psychics stand behind and burn. Wood-type psychics, find a way to use all the wood around you to block them. Even if the water-based supernatural being throws water at me, I have to throw it back at him. Everyone listen, if you can defend it. It's your home. If you can't defend it, it's your grave. Everyone shouted in unison after hearing Yin Heshuan's words. Yes. Su Baiting took out a tang sword from the space and handed it to Yin Heshuan from behind. Yin Heshuan felt a chill in his hand and turned around reflexively to see Su Baiting standing in front of him with a look of disbelief on his face. He grabbed Su Baiting's shoulders with a cold face. Didn't I tell you not to come out? How could you be so disobedient? When will you tell me to stop worrying? Su Baiting took his arm and handed him the knife in her hand. She pointed at the people fighting in front. How can I watch you fight here while I am waiting behind? Yin Heshuan took the knife from her hand, closed his eyes and shouted, Jingyang, take her back. As a fire-type mutant, Jingyang was fighting under command. Suddenly, he heard Yin Heshuan calling him and turned around to see Su Baiting standing in front of him. His mind froze. This girl is a talent. He walked over and stood in front of Yin Heshuan. You know no one can control her, even if I take her back. She can still come out. Su Baiting knew that they all wanted to protect her. She carefully grabbed Yin Heshuan's other hand that was not holding the knife. Brother, I promise you that I will never put myself in danger. My superpowers are already level 6. Look at so many zombies coming forward in an endless stream. The energy of superpowers will always run out. Right? What should I do? Northern Jiangsu raised his hand. I vowed that I would call Kirin to follow me. Elder brother, I want to be with you. This sentence touched the nerves in Yin Heshuan's heart. He nodded slowly. Now people are more mixed. Lemon, protect yourself. Just be a brother to be selfish now in my eyes. It is not important except for you. I am afraid of my regret after being said, speaking of the knife in his hand. He turned and rushed towards the zombies. Jingyang followed closely behind him, and continued to release his own abilities. Su Baiting released Qilin and Xiaohe. She looked at Xiaohe. I doubt what you told me before. There must be a high-level zombie controlling them here. Find it out when you deal with the zombies. I want to deal with it. She looked at Qilin. Go and help my brother and the others. I won't rush to the front now. I will stand with the water-based ability users. Once Xiaohe finds that person, I will call you. Qilin and Xiaohe knew the severity of the situation, nodded, and turned to rush into the sky. After a long time after the battle, people could still be heard saying that when all the ordinary people were running for their lives. A little girl in black sportswear on the front line said a few words, and a tiger and an eagle obediently soared into the sky. They walked in the air, stood in the air, and saw them count the lightning falling in the zombies. And a gust of wind blew the zombies climbing up the wall. People saw such pets for the first time in the apocalypse, and were quite shocked. Su Baiting waited until Qilin and Xiaohe flew into the air, and stood with the water-based superpowers. She had helped the water-based superpowers, who had been injured in the first zombie wave. She was surprised to see her standing with them. Su Baiting turned her head and looked at him. Why? Don't you believe that I can kill zombies? No, he shook his head. I just admire the little girl who was so scared of zombies that her legs went weak. I admire Miss Su for having such courage at such a young age. Su Baiting used the supernatural power that she had practiced successfully before and answered him. Are you afraid that the zombies will save your life when they see you? Weeping and crying are for the living people to see, and it doesn't count if you are dead. Seeing that Su Baiting, a little girl, dared to stand here and face the zombies, she was very good at using supernatural powers. Everyone's masculinity soared. The people who were still doubting whether they could survive today in a flash. There was only one thought. I must not only live today, but also live beautifully. Wave after wave of zombies fell under their attack. But as many fell, many came back, and they were tireless and painless. Some superpower users were scratched for a moment, and some superpower users began to run out of energy. It has been a long time. The sound of bullets hitting flesh and blood on the battlefield also disappeared. When I turned around, I found that they had turned into wielding guns. Knives were tools to compete with zombies. When Sue Binding attacked the zombies, she also paid attention to the movements of the people around her, and saw that everyone's energy seemed to have reached its limit. She stopped the water power in her hand, stood behind Yin Hushuan, closed her eyes, and began to slowly control the light power to spread among them. Chapter 114, 6th Level Psychic Zombie. He kept waving the knife in his hand. Even if a psychic has physical strength and ability, they will reach their limit. He was waving the weapon mechanically. Suddenly, he felt a faint orchid fragrance coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Sue Binding standing behind him. Sue Binding closed her eyes and stretched out her hands. A soft light flashed in the center of her hands. Then the halo began to spread around her with her as the diameter. Yin Hushuan was the closest and felt the power of the halo first. It entered his body and began to repair and restore his physical strength and replenish the energy consumed by his superpowers. He stood in front of Sue Binding and told her, "Ning Ning, pay attention to the abnormalities around you at any time, don't get hurt." Sue Binding stood there with her eyes closed. "Brother, don't worry about me, you should pay attention to yourself." The superpowers next to him had begun to feel mentally exhausted, running out of energy at this moment. A light milky white mist covered their bodies, and small particles penetrated through the skin. Instantly, those who were just exhausted began to output their superpowers like chicken blood. Superpowers flew everywhere on the battlefield, and zombies fell everywhere. But even if they had superpowers, Sue Binding could recover, but it was very dangerous for her to stand like this in a place like this. Damn it, this is just like the Suicide Squad. A superpower standing in the crowd couldn't help but complain. If it's not the Suicide Squad, what is it? These things are too crazy. As if they are not afraid of pain. Brother, are you still strong? Are you still okay? What a joke, a man can't say no. If I can get out alive this time, I must go back and hug the yellow-faced woman at home. Oh, here comes the dog food, if I can go back. The first thing I will do is to sleep well at home for 3 days. Hearing the voice coming from her ear, Sue Binding secretly smiled in her heart. Yo! With a loud cry, Sue Binding opened her eyes and looked up. Fuck, the eagle on the battlefield is back, it looks even bigger now. It seems to be the pet of our captain's sister, I saw it standing in front of the little girl. The little girls nowadays are really amazing, I remember that the tiger before was her pet? Why can't we receive it? Xiao Hei was circling above Sue Binding's head, telling her that there was a zombie standing still behind the group of zombies that was different from the others. After hearing what Xiao Hei said, she understood that if she didn't kill that zombie, even if everyone could escape unscathed this time, there would still be another attack. She looked up at the Qilin that was constantly spurting lightning in front of her. Qilin, come back. We are going to do something big. The Qilin that was flying in the air and constantly releasing lightning was having a lot of fun with the zombies underground, in its opinion. These stinky things can't fly and can't catch it. But they are ugly and smelly and really disgusting. So it teases them like an eagle catching chicks and then kills them with lightning. Who knows that at this time? Sue Binding's voice rang in his mind. When he heard that he was going to do something big, he rushed back to her with a roar. The dust around him was stirred up by his landing and choked him. Sue Binding covered his nose and said, "Can't you go slower?" Sue Binding motioned for it to lie down and turned over to sit on it. After she sat firmly, Qilin swung its body and slowly flew upwards, and Xiao Hei stayed beside it. Yin Hushuan and the others instinctively raised their heads as the air currents around them changed, and saw Sue Binding sitting on Qilin. Frightened, Yin Hushuan grabbed Jingyang beside him and asked sternly, "What are you doing? Shouldn't you be watching her?" Jingyang looked dazed. How do I know she suddenly became so crazy? Yin Mo shouted at Sue Binding in the sky, "Ning Ning, what are you doing? Come down and stop messing around." Yin Bo, why is no one watching her? Why is she here? It turned out that when Sue Binding came just now, they had been separated by Yin Hushuan. In addition, she was highly focused on the enemy in front of her. She had been following Yin Hushuan and no one else noticed her. "Yin, you kicked the wall, damn it. But Su Baining didn't listen to anyone. She stopped about 5 meters away from them, controlling the superpowers to provide them with a superpower recovery with the maximum coverage. She was not very familiar with such a large degree of control for the first time, but she completed it intermittently. Then she rode Qilin and flew forward behind Xiao He. The Yin brothers behind her stood there in annoyance. Maybe only Yin Ziyu was behind the base, so he didn't notice it. Yin Hechuan gritted his teeth and glared at Jing Yang fiercely, moved forward quickly, and tried to eliminate them as soon as possible. Xiao He and Qilin stood about 10 meters away from the gate of the base. Su Baining saw this situation from above for the first time. Densely packed zombies gathered together, head to head, and a black mist could be vaguely seen gathering around them because of the large number of them. Xiao He called out twice to signal Su Baining to look forward. Su Baining looked forward along his line of sight. She saw the zombie that was different from the others at a glance, because he was dressed differently from the others. His clothes were cleaner than those of other zombies, and his eyes were different from those of other zombies. His eyes were a strange gray with small swirls. The other zombies were desperately rushing forward, only he stood there motionless, occasionally pointing forward, as if he noticed someone was watching him. He looked up at Su Baining. When his eyes looked over, Su Baining's mind was shaken, and he almost fell off Qilin's body. Qilin saw him looking over here, and he yelled and woke Su Baining up. Su Baining turned away with lingering fear and patted her chest. She almost got caught. If she was just suspicious just now she is sure that this zombie wave is organized and premeditated. But she doesn't know where the destination of this group of zombies is. This zombie should be the leader of this group of zombies. For the first time, Su Baining felt that her ability level was far from enough. If she sensed correctly, the ability level of this zombie should be level 6. This group of zombies have unknowingly evolved superpowers and wisdom like humans, and have begun to understand how to use tactics. Zombies' superpowers are different from humans. They can't feel tired. As long as the crystal core in their brains is there, they can use it infinitely. But now, including all the superpowers of the Yin family, the highest is only the peak of the 4th level. Can we compete with these zombies in physical strength? This is an impossible task. What's more, there are so many zombies attacking continuously. If you are not careful, you may get hurt. Chapter 115, Fighting Against the 6th Level Zombies. Su Baining sighed and looked at where Yin Hechuan and the others were standing. The battle had already entered a white-hot stage. Everyone's superpowers were slowly emptied as Su Baining left. Everyone began to pick up things around them and throw them at the zombies. Occasionally, a few painful shouts came from places she couldn't see. Someone was injured by the zombies. Originally, they were all wearing clean combat uniforms when they came out. Now everyone is dirty. And the most common thing is the zombie fluid that splashes on their bodies when they chop zombies. Everyone's physical strength is beginning to fail, and more people are getting injured. Ordinary people who were hiding behind everyone and needed protection have picked up sticks and bricks and rushed up without knowing when. There are children crying. Women howling on this battlefield. There are too many injured people. Too many people infected by zombies. And she can't save them all. It's not like she hadn't seen dead bodies on the way here. She also knew when Xiaomei died, but it was the first time she saw someone being bitten, being eaten and dying in pain. This was the first time. Su Baining felt the cruelty of this apocalypse for the first time. It was like it was telling her that she hoped she would be more serious when facing me, and she must not think it was a joke. Yin Hechuan and the others gathered together panting. Even Yin Ziyu, who was guarding the base, ran back. They stood back to back. The zombies in front of the gate had begun to lose their defense and were running in. The city wall was beginning to crumble, and the electric grid was torn to pieces and was useless. As the gate collapsed, along with the collapse of the wall, the zombies rushed in. Yin Hechuan and the others leaned back and commanded, "Surround the elderly, women and children among us, protect them, and then protect ourselves." He looked up at Su Baining in the sky, a pair of eyes with complicated expressions. Su Baining sighed and turned away, looking at the zombie with a firm look and patting Qilin's head. Let's go, let's go." She drove Xiao He away, telling it to go help the people at the base. She and Qilin will deal with this zombie. Only if this zombie dies will they have a chance to survive. It's not that she is not afraid. This is the first time she has dealt with a zombie by herself. But who wouldn't be afraid at this time, after all? It's either life or death. There is no third choice. She left no room for maneuver. She attacked with a killing move. 2 streams of water shot up into the sky and attacked the zombie. The zombie obviously sensed the danger. It took a few steps back and bared its teeth and roared at Su Baining. She raised her hand and plugged 2 earplugs into her ears. Attack me. I am not a vegetarian. Today, I will let you see how powerful I am. She whispered in Qilin's ear. Qilin, the energy contained in my water-based ability is a deadly poison to zombies. If you touch him, you will electrocute him to death with a bolt of lightning. Okay, master. The Qilin happily circled around it, unexpectedly sending wind and lightning, making the zombie angry and waving his arms around. Su Baining took the opportunity to throw a few water arrows at its skin, all of which were 6th level abilities, and the damage of the water sword was enough to penetrate his body. The purifying energy on the water burned his skin, and he felt the pain and became even angrier. It seemed that he realized that his ability could not cause any real harm to Su Baining. He aimed at the Qilin under her. He knew it was a 5th level beast. When she saw his eyes slowly aiming at the Qilin, she thought it was not good. This guy was going to use a big move. Before she could remind the Qilin under her had already been attacked. Its spirit was greatly damaged, and it had a splitting headache and could no longer keep its body steady in the air. It fell to the ground uncontrollably with Su Baining. The Yin family, who had been fighting against the zombie army, were extremely anxious when they saw Qilin and Su Baining falling to the ground. Even Yin Bo, who had always been gentle, cursed, "Damn zombies, get out of my way. Yin Mo, we are all busy now. The only thing we can do is to believe that Ningning will be fine." Qilin and Su Baining fell heavily to the ground. Although she fell on Qilin, she was still top-heavy due to the impact of landing. Unfortunately, before she could come to her senses, this 6th level zombie rushed in front of her. He stretched out his hand and grabbed her arm before she could come to her senses. He pinched her hard, and his sharp nails pierced into her skin. It hurt so much. She bit her lip just when she wanted to scream. But she endured it. She couldn't scream. If the brothers of the Yin family heard it, it would only disturb their minds. Now they are also trying hard. Qilin came to his senses and saw this scene. He roared and rushed over to bite his arm and pulled hard. He was too impatient to step back, and his arm was torn off. His arm was torn off, and the nail that had been inserted into Su Baining's arm loosened and slid down and fell to the ground. Because of the injury, Qilin couldn't fly with Su Baining. This was the zombie whose arm was torn off, and he waved his other hand angrily at them. The zombies around him were originally trying to rush into the base, and as this 6th level zombie waved his hand, a small wave of them ran towards Su Baining and Qilin. Blood gushed out of her arm, stimulating the nerves of the zombies surrounding her. Su Baining couldn't lift this arm for the time being. She used her other hand to help Qilin stand up, and said breathlessly, "Qilin, did you know that the master will stew a pig for you to get through this time? You have to work hard for this pig. Otherwise we will go to see Marks." "Qilin, Marks? Don't worry. Let's keep the same idea as before. As long as I hit you, you will let me go. What's this bunch of minions? Just watch that one. I want you to blow him to pieces." Su Baining leaned on Qilin and took advantage of the time when Qilin shook off these low-level zombies to quickly recover from the scratches. When he could almost raise his hand, he stretched out his hand and released a curtain of water to splash on them. Qilin saw the opportunity and struck with lightning. The electricity flowed along the water and electrocuted a lot. Su Baining raised his thumb to Qilin. "Very good, just do it, kill these bastards." However, even if she was a 6th level superpower user, her superpowers were different from others. She couldn't withstand the large number of zombies after a long period of consumption. After a long time, she felt that she was a little overwhelmed. And so was the Qilin beside her. Some zombies had already scratched its fur while it was breathing. She pulled out a knife from the space and chopped the zombies around her one by one, taking this opportunity to recover her superpowers. She noticed that the 6th level zombie was no longer paying attention to her after knocking her down and injuring her. Chapter 116: The Price of Victory. She lowered her head, her bangs covered her eyes, and her expression could not be seen. The Qilin beside her had been scratched and scarred in order to protect her. She silently approached the zombie bit by bit, slowly and quietly. Some zombies scratched her clothes and scratched her skin, but she endured it. Finally she walked behind the zombie before she could bear it anymore. The 6th level zombie realized the danger and turned around fiercely, facing Su Baining. She cursed silently in her heart. The smell was simply too pungent for the eyes. She threw the only drop of water she had after she recovered at his eyes. The water drop with the power of purification seeped into the eyes of the 6th level zombie. The pain made him temporarily unable to see clearly what was in front of him. He covered his eyes with his remaining hand and wailed uncontrollably. Su Baining raised her knife and stabbed it hard into his head. He was severely injured and waved his hand to slap Su Baining. Su Baining had used all his strength to stab this knife and could no longer stand. With this swing, he fell on Qilin, who came rushing over. She felt that her internal organs were about to be destroyed. She pointed at the struggling 6th level zombie and said, "Quickly shock him." Qilin's superpowers were almost exhausted. Hearing Su Baining's order, he still spit out a small lightning. However, because Su Baining's superpowers were exhausted, the water droplets only flowed into his eyes. Although the lightning was painful when it hit his body, it did not cause any substantial damage. In a hurry, Su Baining's mind flashed, and she moved 2 handfuls of stream water from the space with her bare hands. Although the energy was not enough, the electricity could be conducted. She threw the water on the 6th level zombie. The remaining tiny lightning was conducted by the water and exploded on his body. After a while, he fell to the ground and trembled all over. Su Baining took the opportunity to endure the pain in her body and stood up with the knife. She asked Qilin to step on him and chopped hard at his head. The smelly zombie blood sprayed on her body and face. She closed her eyes, and her eyelashes fluttered twice before she opened them. Looking at the 6th level zombie with its head and body separated on the ground, she finally couldn't hold on and sat on the ground. The rest of the zombies suddenly lost their direction and stood there in a daze. It might be because too many zombies died, and their smell far overwhelmed the smell of people. After the 6th level zombies died, they suddenly lost their direction. They turned around like headless flies, and turned to the collapsed wall and walked along it. The remaining scattered zombies, who didn't have time to walk out, were hacked to death by Yen Yu and his men on the spot. They were already running out of energy, and had numerous wounds of varying sizes on their bodies. Just when everyone was about to give up, and some had already started to cry, the zombies suddenly stopped. Yen Hushuan was the first to react, wielding his knife to cut a path in front of him, and stumbling out on the countless corpses under his feet. The rest were no longer a threat, and they could just leave it to Yen Yu and the others to deal with the aftermath if they started to retreat. He walked outside the base, in the sea of corpses. Su Baining, who was sitting on the ground and covered in dirt, and Qilin, who was also covered in the zombie fluid, were standing by her side. He staggered to her side, knelt in front of her, and hugged her in his arms. Qilin was relieved when he saw Yen Hushuan coming over, and called Xiao He, who was hovering in the sky, into the space. Although Su Baining's arm had been treated, she could only treat part of it at that time. Now, with a nerve, Yen Hushuan's hug strangled her arm. Yen Hushuan heard Su Baining groan in his arms, and quickly let go of her, supported her body, and began to check where she was injured. Su Baining was very weak now, and had no strength at all. She leaned on Yen Hushuan. "It's my arm, my left arm was scratched." She raised her head, and could only see Yen Hushuan's jaw. "Brother Yu, are any of you injured or infected?" Yen Hushuan looked at her contaminated wound with heartache. "Do you still have the energy to take care of these things now?" Su Baining thought for a moment. "I can use the stream water in the space to temporarily suppress their toxicity, but I guess I have to rest before I can recover." She looked at the sea of corpses in front of her and sighed. There are so many crystal cores. Yen Hushuan really wanted to knock open her little head to see what was inside. She was still thinking about the crystal cores at this time. After Yen Yu and the others dealt with the remaining zombies, they ran over to them and squatted on the ground, looking at Su Baining with worry. Yen Hushuan looked at them. "You all came here. Who will be responsible for the follow-up inside? And is there no one to pick up Mr. Zhu?" Yen Imo replied, "Jingyang has gone, leave it to him." Yes, before the zombie tide came, they deliberately locked Mr. Zhu in his room, and locked the door before leaving. Jingyang sent Lu Xuekai, who was not seriously injured, to pick up Mr. Zhu. After the door was opened, Lu Xuekai looked at Mr. Zhu awkwardly, and dared not speak. Mr. Zhu looked at Lu Xuekai in front of him. If it were children of this age in the past, most of them would have enjoyed the good times in college. But the child in front of him had dirty hair that looked like it was dyed. His clothes were wrinkled and dirty, and he smelled fishy. Although they were very angry when they locked him in the room, they were all trying to protect him. Seeing the state of the child in front of him, how could he bear to blame him? Elder Zhu walked out of the room, stood in front of the window in the corridor, and looked at everything in front of him. This base is finished. It's finished. They hadn't waited for the rescue from Kyoto. and they couldn't stay on this land anymore. Too many zombies died, and their body fluid seeped into the soil and polluted them, so they could no longer grow food. Several people from the Yin family sat with Su Baining to rest, and suddenly they heard a rumbling sound of a car. They looked over and saw a military truck speeding along the road. The bright red flag on the car seemed to tell them that someone was coming. Yin Mo said poo to the ground. Why didn't this guy come slower? Yin Ziyu leaned on him and turned his head to take a look. Do you know who it is? Yin Mo nodded. Only Jing Si. That fool likes to hang flags on all four sides. He is the only one in the world. The person who came was Jing Si. After receiving the news in Kyoto, he took the job because he was worried about Jing Yang. It was so quiet all the way here that he almost thought it was fake information. It was not until he smelled the smell when he got near the base that he hurriedly asked everyone to speed up. When the car drove in, he saw several Yin family members, who looked like well-dressed beasts in his eyes, sitting on the ground without caring about their image. Yen Heshuan, who had always been calm and well-dressed, was sitting on the ground with someone in his dirty arms. There were countless zombies lying around them, tightly surrounding them. He signaled the car to stop, got out, and took a look at the current situation of the base. The gate and wall of the base had long been useless. At a glance, he could see countless people like the Yin family sitting on the ground in the base. He regretted that he should have hurried on the way here. Walking in, I found that Yin Heshuan was holding Su Baining with her eyes closed in his arms, and asked tremblingly, She is not dead. As soon as he said this, Yen Bo, who was sitting on the ground without any energy, jumped up and punched him. You are the one who died. If you all died, my sister will not die. Jing Si dodged and smiled awkwardly. Sorry. I saw that she closed her eyes. Chapter 117 The Destruction of the Hope Base. Yin Heshuan shouted at Yin Bo. Yin Bo glared at Jing Si unwillingly and sat down to guard Su Baining. Yin Heshuan pointed inside. Jing Yang is doing the aftermath work inside. You should quickly call your people down to clean up the battlefield. He looked at him. Give half of the crystal cores of these zombies to Ningning without her. The Jing Yang you see now should be a corpse. This made Jing Si blush. Useless guy really got it. Got it. I'll leave half for you. Speaking of the crystal core, Su Baining opened her eyes in Yin Heshuan's arms. She raised her hand and pointed at the zombie head beside Yin Bo and whispered in his ear, the 6th level spiritual crystal core, brother use. Yin Yu heard this, turned around, closed his eyes, picked up the knife, cut open his head, and took out the fist-sized crystal core. It was handed to her. She sat in Yin Heshuan's arms, closed her eyes, and rested for a while to restore a lot of spirit. He opened his hands and washed the crystal core with water to remove the impurities. Then he pushed the crystal core back. Brother you are very powerful in this spiritual system. You need to upgrade quickly. It will be your turn to protect me in the future. Yin Yu lowered his head and replied softly, Yes. Jing Si asked his people to get off the car and start to deal with the aftermath. Jing Yang saw that the person who came was Jing Si and happily went forward to hug his elder brother. Jing Si saw that although Jing Yang was not clean, he was in good spirits. He thought that he should not be injured, so he went to deal with the rest of the things with peace of mind. After resting for a long time, it was not until Jing Si said people to clear away the zombies around them that they felt they had some strength. Yin Ziyu looked at the embarrassed Yin family and laughed. When have we ever been so embarrassed before? Let me think about it. It was probably when we were fighting for toys in the sand when we were kids. Yin Mo glared at him. Childish, that's because you can only complain and cry. Yin Ziyu patted Yin Mo's shoulder. Third brother, I understand that you envy and hate my charm. Yin Mo's face was dark. Who will take this monster away? Su Baining leaned on Yin Heshuan's arms and laughed. So, Brother Ziyu has always been like this since he was a child. Yin Bo sighed and looked at Yin Ziyu with disdain. You didn't know how annoying he was when he was a child. He likes to complain to his eldest brother Yuge because he is the youngest. Yin Ziyu retorted, You two brothers don't know how to give in to me and don't allow me to complain? Yin Bo complained. You should have some shame. We are only 2 years older than you. Brothers? Yin Ziyu raised his head. I don't care about that. Yin Heshuan hugged Su Baining and stood up from the ground. Okay, everyone go back and sort out the things that have not been dealt with. One supported another, and everyone walked around the broken building on the ground and returned to the room. The reservoir has been damaged. At most, there is enough water left for flushing. Yin Heshuan put Su Baining on the sofa in the room. You can take a rest after you sort yourself out. You don't need to worry about other things. Su Baining was a little confused by Yan Hechuan's behavior and nodded obediently. Yan Hechuan sighed and hugged her. When I saw you sitting on the ground in a dirty state, I figured it out. The past is not important. Now all I want is you. I'm telling you these words now, and you don't have to feel pressured. Originally, I wanted to take it easy, but the end of the world came too quickly, and time stopped without knowing when. Now that you know my feelings, we can take it slow in the future. I won't accept rejection. I'll just give you time to adapt. Yan Yu, who was standing outside the door and saw Yan Hechuan hadn't come out, was about to knock on the door. He froze on the spot when he heard these words. After saying these words, Yan Hechuan let go of his hand. He lifted Su Baining's face and looked at her dodging eyes. Sister, you know I have the time and patience to open your heart. He stood up and touched her head. Have a good rest. When he opened the door, he saw Yan Yu standing at the door. Knocking. I heard it. Yan Yu's pupils shrank. This is an affirmative sentence, not a question. Yan Hechuan stroked his hand. I don't mind fair competition, brother. The word brother was bitten in his mouth, revealing a lingering taste. Yan Yu, calm down. I don't mean that. Big brother. I just came to call you back. Yan Hechuan looked at him calmly. Really? I understand. Yan Ziyu, who was leaning on the back of the man next to him, patted Yan Bo's back excitedly. This is the Shura field. The Shura field. Yan Bo was slapped so hard that he was in so much pain. Fuck. Be gentle, I'm going to be beaten to death by you. If it weren't for the third brother going to take a shower, who would be here to watch this with you? Su Baining was completely confused now. Although she knew that Yan Hechuan might treat her differently, she didn't expect him to say it so quickly and so bluntly. She was too tired. She stood up, patted her head, took a shower quickly, washed her body clean, and buried herself in the quilt. Zhu Lao stood at the door of the base office, looking at everything in front of him. The last time the zombies attacked, they only destroyed the city wall. This time, the number of zombies was huge, and the intensity of the attack caused the people in the base to panic and damage many buildings. Jingxi stood beside Zhu Lao. Zhu Lao, there are too many zombies, and the land is polluted. Zhu Lao nodded. It's impossible to stay here. Right? Jingxi was silent for a moment. We have considered it. I suggest you move this base. Elder Zhu, I feel bad for Elder Peng's trust. Elder Zhu, this is not your fault. Elder Zhu looked at the many injured people in front of him. The team members and doctors brought by Jingxi were bandaging them. Some of them had been infected with the zombie virus, and were too late to be treated. They were executed on the spot. When the shooting started, many people closed their eyes and dared not look. Some people even awakened their superpowers because of a blessing in disguise. Elder Zhu, where is the best place to relocate? Can't we take so many people to Kyoto? Jingxi, no, we can take them to Kyoto, but they can't get in and can only stay outside and wait for death. Yes, they tried their best to save them. But if they were taken to Kyoto, the huge demand for materials would be too much for anyone to do. Zhu Lao, then where do you think it would be better to move to? Jingxi, Pang Lao means that if you are willing to move, we will escort you to the new base, and leave after life is basically stable. Zhu Lao nodded. I agree, but there are so many people here. Not all of them may be willing to go with us. Jingxi, it doesn't matter. Those who want to go can go. Those who don't want to leave can stay. Let them go by themselves. In this world, the fittest survive. It was already night when Yan Hechuan and the others learned the news. They slept in their room until dinner time and woke up. Zhu Lao called them together. I didn't see Su Baining and asked. The little girl didn't come. I heard that the little girl played an important role this time. Yan Hechuan, she is injured and resting in the room. We can handle the next things by ourselves. Zhu Lao, okay. Then let her have a good rest. I called you here because Jingxi suggested that I move this base. I don't know what you think. Yan Hechuan, you are the head of the base. You can make your own decisions. Our purpose of coming here is the same as Jingxi. We are just here to carry out the mission and not participate in decision-making. Chapter 118 Decision to relocate the base. Yan Hechuan's words were so flawless that even Zhu Lao was at a loss for words. How should he explain that he wanted them to help persuade the little girl to help with the initial supplies when she arrived at the new base? Yan Hechuan looked at Zhu Lao's expression and said, Our own team members have enough supplies. Even if we help you build a new base, we will not embezzle the things from the original base. You can rest assured. Of course, if everyone is willing to help build the new base, we can also provide meals. As long as you are not idle and want to eat for free, it's fine. Yin Ziyu approached Yin Heshuan. Brother, is it not good for you to make decisions for me like this? Yin Heshuan glanced at him. I am talking about military supplies. What are you thinking about? Didn't you see the trucks that Jingxi brought? Oh! Yin Ziyu responded. Zhu Lao thought for a while. Then it's decided. Let's talk about this matter with everyone in a meeting tomorrow morning. Let them have a good rest tonight. Late at night, many houses in the base were damaged. Jingxi brought a lot of tents and set them up in the base. Many people slept in tents that night. Jingxi asked his team members to take turns to guard the night for them in order to let them have a good rest. The next day, when it was just dawn and everyone was still not very awake, Zhu Lao was already dressed and standing on the stairs of the office building. He looked at the tents of different sizes in front of him. Some people were still asleep. Some people have already gotten up and are preparing to wash up. Several people from the Yin family and the 2 brothers from the Jing family also came out of the room and walked to the side of the elders. Su Baining followed them silently. After what happened yesterday, she was still a little overwhelmed when she woke up in the morning. When Yin Ziyu came to call her, she was a little embarrassed and stayed in bed for a long time. Later, she felt that there was no point in hiding like this. She had to face what she had to face. So she got up reluctantly and followed them downstairs. After a night of recuperation, the psychics whose injuries were not serious have almost recovered. Jingxi saw that Zhu Lao was standing here early in the morning. Zhu Lao, are you reluctant to leave this place? Zhu Lao put his hands behind his back and looked at the base. Even if we move, if we can't eliminate the enemy completely, do we have to keep giving in? Jingxi, Zhu Lao, you really worry too much. The Research Institute has already started to study how to eliminate these toxins. It just takes time. This is the Research Institute's business. Mr. Zhu doesn't understand and doesn't want to ask. He just wants to know where they should move to. Yin Heshuan turned around and looked at Su Baining. The wound on her arm had almost healed after a night's rest. Seeing Su Baining deliberately walking behind them, he took her hand and pulled her to the front. Yin Ziyu and Yin Bai, who witnessed the incident yesterday, just laughed as if they didn't see it. According to the past, she didn't think it was a big deal when Yin Heshuan held her hand like this. Yesterday, she was a little uncomfortable in public when she was suddenly told this. Especially when Yin Heshuan pulled her to the front and refused to let go. Yin Heshuan felt that Su Baining, who was being held by him, was slightly resisting, but did not move. Instead, he said to the elders, we studied the approximate location suitable for relocation last night. The nearest, most suitable and safest city is probably the nearby Hika city. Although Hika city is small, it is at least a decent city. All the necessary materials and equipment are available, and it should be the closest place. In order to avoid accidents on the road, we'd better go here. After listening, the elders nodded. What should we do if there are zombies if we haven't investigated? Yin Imo raised his hand to answer the question on behalf of Yin Heshuan. The population base of a small city will not be large. Even if all of them mutate, the superpowers here are enough to eliminate them. And there are also people brought by Jingxi. Don't worry about that. Jingxi, one more thing, we have processed and analyzed all the zombies we killed yesterday and dug out all the crystal cores. I have given half of them to Jing Yang. He will give them to you later. The main thing is what to do with the zombie bodies. It's okay to abandon the scattered zombies we encounter on the roadside. This time the number is too large. Zhu Lao pondered for a while. How about burning them? We can't just leave them alone. If the number is too large and they are left here, the poison from their bodies will spread. Jingxi, then let's burn it. We will finish the things here first, and then burn it when we leave. After discussing these things, Zhu Lao signaled Lu Xuekai standing aside to call everyone to be quiet. Lu Xuekai received the instruction and stood at the bottom. He made a trumpet shape and said loudly to the busy people in front of him, please stop for a while. Be quiet for a while. Zhu Lao has something to say. Hearing Lu Xuekai shout, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over here. Mr. Zhu stood facing everyone and said, everyone knows that we experienced a catastrophe together yesterday. Now all the supplies are exhausted. Even the living area has been destroyed. We have studied it again and again, and this place is no longer suitable for us to live in. Even if it is rebuilt, it can only be inhabited by people. The land is polluted and cannot produce crops, which is a vicious circle for us. At this time, someone shouted, Don't they have several people with space abilities? Why don't we give us the supplies in their space? Oh, Yanziyu was unhappy to hear this. What are you thinking? You are still dreaming. Right? Who do you think you are? You are so shameless. Yanyu covered Yanziyu's mouth with a face expression, and he couldn't say anything, but heard the sound of woo 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 woo. Zhu Lao pressed his hand down. Even if all of us here take out the space supplies, it can only support the food and clothing for a while. What to do in the future? Without productivity, without crops, it's a dead end. Then when there are no more supplies, just ask them to send them again. What's so difficult about that? That's right, this place is not suitable for living. Which means we have to move. What if we run into zombies when we go out? Yes. Yes, it's so dangerous outside now. Everyone was so annoyed by the noise. Yanyu struck the people who were talking with a lightning bolt in his backhand, and the people who were talking were so scared that they shut up. Su Baiting sneered. How shameless. If I'm not mistaken, you guys were the fastest when the zombies came yesterday. Right? You didn't do anything. But you came quite quickly when it was time to eat. Yin Heshuan looked at the people below and pointed at Jing Si. The supplies that Commander Jing brought are enough to support you for a while. Commander Jing's supplies will be used as your supplies during the relocation process, and before the relocation to the new base to complete the infrastructure construction. Listen, you can have opinions, you can also have a choice. Leave or stay is our last right to you. As for the decision of relocation, we are notifying you, not discussing it. That's right, you can keep up with a thick skin and still talk so much nonsense. In the prosperous times, people like you may not live long. Now, who can you expect to take care of you in your old age? Su Baiting stopped Yanziyu, who was chattering. Brother Ziyu, your skills in arguing with people have been getting better and better recently. Amazing. Yanziyu was overjoyed when he heard the compliment. Do you want to learn? I will teach you until you learn it. Yin Heshuan turned his head and looked at him coldly. No. The two of them looked at this expression. Oh. And became honest. Chapter 119 Base Relocation. In fact, most people still agree with the decision to relocate the base. Not to mention that the various facilities of the base have been almost destroyed. It is also difficult to repair them at this time. It is easier to repair things like houses, how to repair things like reservoir radio generators. They moved as soon as they said they would move. After breakfast, the two teams started to pack the things in an orderly manner. Of course, a few cars are far from enough to hold these things. So when they came, Jing Si brought a few space ability users with him. They packed all the things that could be taken away and put them in the space. If they couldn't fit in, they threw away the things that could be thrown away. Because the car couldn't carry large objects, the most important thing was to bring the survivors of the base. Fortunately, some of the natives had cars, so they could take their own things and drive their own cars. This greatly reduced Jing Si's burden. Su Baiting asked Jing Yang to bring Qizhen's family over to go with them. After arriving at Hika City, it was unknown how many days it would take to travel on the road. Yin Heshuan decided to change to a larger RV than before. He felt that Su Baiting needed to rest for 2 days. It was just right to bring Qizhen and his family here, so that Li Shulan could take good care of her for a few days. In order to prevent others from seeing it too abruptly, Su Baiting took out a military green RV that was very similar to Jing Si's vehicle. After seeing it, Jing Si privately asked Jing Yang to talk to Su Baiting about whether they could sell him one. Yin Ziyu agreed on the spot. Yes, I'll sell you the one in Kyoto. He was talking about the one they had been using before returning to Kyoto. Although the functions were similar, it was pink and a little white. After hearing this, Jing Yang snorted coldly. It's absolutely right to say that you are a piece of shit. He didn't care who said this and made him stand there in a daze and turned around and left. Jingxi saw Jing Yang come back with a sluggish face. You are really disappointing. At least you have this face, and go to that little girl Ningning for a while, use a beauty trap or something. Jing Yang glanced at his brother speechlessly. You are probably a fake brother. You have a car at home, why do you still care about her? Jingxi looked like this child was hopeless. You are really stupid, this car is obviously modified, and it is bulletproof and explosion-proof. Of course, I couldn't use it before. You can use it in the future, isn't it safe? Convenient and comfortable to have this car when running around. Jing Yang, I'm sorry. I'm short-sighted. Su Baiting's injury had actually healed a long time ago, but everyone felt sorry for her and asked her to sit aside. She looked at Yen Ziyu who was moving things. Brother Ziyu, why did you deliberately confront Brother Jing? Isn't it said that we should be more friendly to our allies? Yin Mo brought up a box of crystal cores that Jing Yang had just given him and heard this, and answered her. Because they always disagreed with each other when they met before, of course, he wouldn't let him get his way so easily. Yin Ziyu continued, that's right, besides. It's so hard to find supplies now. It's better to keep them for yourself. Su Baining, I'm just curious. Yin Heshuan walked up and looked at Su Baining. Ningning, we may want to take Mr. Zhu to live with us in our car. Do you agree? She nodded. What's wrong with that? Mr. Zhu is so old. Are we going to ask him to live in a truck? The car was a double-decker. And Li Shulan and Qizhen ran up and down several times before they made all the beds. Hao Hao was reluctant to stay with them again, and happily walked around. Su Baining nodded with satisfaction at the newly decorated car. Hao Hao looked at her bandaged arm and said, Sister Ningning, is your wound better? I haven't seen Qilin since yesterday. Is it okay? Su Baining touched his little face and said, Sister, it's okay. Qilin is fine and resting. Su Baining had already checked the space last night. Xiuhei was not injured except for being a little weak. After drinking the stream water and resting for a while, he was fine. Because Qilin was injured. The first thing he did when he returned to the space was to soak in the stream. The stream water evaporated the toxins in his body and repaired his wounds and energy. But he still needed to rest because of excessive blood loss. The rose-suckling pig that he promised him could only wait until he recovered. After the car was tidy and clean, Jingxi helped Zhu Lao get on the car. Yin Heshuan told Zhu Lao that the bed in the separate room at the back was Zhu Lao's. Because of the number of people, I hope you can be patient for the time being. It will be fine after we settle down in the new base. After traveling so long, you are already very satisfied. I didn't like Su Baining's temper before, but after knowing that she was the one who killed the 6th level zombie yesterday, I began to miss her before. I looked at her with pity. This damn life has worn a delicate little girl into this state. It's really a sin. Su Baining. After Jingxi got on the car and saw the decoration of the car, he was more determined to buy one from them. He moved to Su Baining's side and was discovered by Yin Bai. Yin Bai stood in front of Su Baining and looked at him warily and asked, What do you want to do? Jingxi's face was dark. I don't want to do anything. Didn't Yin Mo bring up a box of crystal cores just now? I just want to ask if Sister Ningning can help us purify the box of crystal cores that have not been purified. Su Baining popped her head out from behind Yin Bo. Are you going to take this box of crystal cores back to Kyoto and hand it over to the Research Institute? Jingxi nodded. When I came out, I got permission from Mr. Pang. If you are willing to help us purify the crystal cores, I will give the crystal cores to the superpowers in my team to improve their strength. The zombies have already begun to evolve. If we don't improve our strength quickly, it will be difficult to deal with them in the future. Look at your brothers. Their superpowers have reached the peak of the 4th level, facing the zombies. The human wave tactics is still not enough. There are still too few superpowers. Yin Bo disagreed. Then, they will ask how the impurities in the crystal core were eliminated. What should we do if we are targeted? Jingxi assured, Don't worry, I will say that it was eliminated from the experimental items brought out from the Research Institute. Yin Yu interrupted him. Yin Bo, when we came here, so many superpowers were injured and infected, have you forgotten who cured them in public? Su Baining. It's me. Yin Yu. Isn't it a kind of silent protection for those people not to say anything? Jingxi would not do such a thing. Although I don't like him very much, but his character is okay. Jingxi faked a smile. Hee hee, thank you. Big brother. Yin Yu smiled back. You're welcome. Big brother. Su Baining and Yin Bai, who were staring at each other, were trembling. Chapter 120 Journey. Su Baining finally agreed to Jingxi's request, filled a bottle with water for him. Jingxi took the bottle and left happily, because he was in a good mood. He even greeted Yin Heshuan when he met him on his way back. Yin Heshuan was confused, but he suddenly understood after Yin Bo explained. Su Baining has come back to his senses now. Things have to be figured out, although it's still a bit embarrassing. But what does it matter? Just let it go. She looked at Yin Heshuan. Are we leaving? Yin Heshuan smiled when he saw that she finally stopped hiding from him. No, everyone has packed up almost everything. But the zombies haven't been burned yet. I'll ask Elder Zhu if we can burn them now and then leave. Yin Ziyu lay on the big table in the living room. Let's finish it quickly. I want to go back to Kyoto. Yin Mo finished moving his things and sat on the floor. I'm starting to miss my old life. I swear if I can go back I will never complain about the hard training again. Yin Bo, me too. Yin slapped them both and said, "What are you daydreaming about? Get up and help move bricks." Su Baining? Moving bricks? Get up. Get up. Brother, you are going to become the apocalyptic version of Yin Baopi. Yin sneered. If I were Yin Baopi, I would starve you for a week. Yin Ziyu clenched his fist. I'm scared. I'm scared. Goodbye, strong man. Yin got out of the car behind him and kicked him in the buttocks. Yin Ziyu deliberately wailed. Yin Hushwan touched Su Baining's face. You don't have to get out of the car. We will be back soon. Su Baining nodded obediently. Since they had made things clear yesterday, Yin Hushwan no longer avoided any time to be intimate with her. Su Baining stood in the car and opened the window, watching the fire burning not far from the rear of the car. Many people stood together, cheering and pointing from time to time. Li Shulan saw Su Baining standing and quickly pulled her over. She put down the table and chairs to make a small bed and helped her sit on it. Ning. You need to rest more and take good care of your body. Su Baining raised her arm. Li, I just hurt my arm. It's not that serious. Li Shulan, isn't a hurt arm an injury? Those kids really don't take good care of you. Little girls should be protected no matter what the time is. And be dressed up beautifully. Others forget that your brothers are so capable. Why can't they raise you well? Su Baining couldn't refute this. She pulled Li Shulan over. Li, I don't want to be a burden. It has nothing to do with my brothers. They have been very good to me. I ran away yesterday when they weren't paying attention. Li Shulan and her family have been with her the longest. They are the most like family members. Su Baining doesn't want her to misunderstand the Yin family. Speaking of which, didn't she see Li Hu's family? She asked Li Shulan in confusion. Li, why don't I seem to see Uncle Li and his wife? And Shin is still pregnant. Why didn't they come? Li Shulan supported her and went to the refrigerator to look at the ingredients for lunch. After hearing Su Baining's words, she replied, the couple said they are very grateful, and they will take care of the rest of the journey by themselves. Besides, there are so many people now, so they won't come to join in the fun. We didn't want to come with you at first, but Ziyu said you were injured and needed to be healed. You asked me to take care of you along the way, so I brought Hao Hao with me, and asked your Uncle Qi to follow Li Hu and his wife. As the flames slowly died down, the final destination of the zombies turned into a pile of black ash, which disappeared in the wind. Everyone got into the cars one by one, ready to set off. The rumbling sound of vehicles came one after another, and the Yin family's car was the first. In order to prevent accidents, the vehicles of the survivors of the base were arranged in the middle. Jingxi led several cars behind. Before getting on the car, he used water to remove the impurities in the crystal core and distributed several to each of the superpowers. He told them how to absorb it, how to improve their abilities after absorbing it, and specifically told them that the removal of the impurities in the crystal core should only be known to their own people and not to be spread outside. Many people were slightly dissatisfied with leaving their hometowns, especially after seeing Su Baining and their car. The truck kept shaking, and the compartment was stuffy and hot. There were too many people crowded together, and soon they were sweating profusely. The weather was dry, and the bustle made everyone feel uneasy. Many people were sitting in the car and grumbling to vent their dissatisfaction. Someone couldn't stand it anymore. If you are dissatisfied with this or that, go to the front and say it. Stop grumbling here, and it's annoying. The person who was heard stiffened his neck and said, of course I have to say it. I will go and say it when we stop the car. They sat in the driver's seat of the car and enjoyed the air conditioning. We are all huddled here, and it's hot as hell. Several people heard this and echoed, that's right, they are so comfortable without the wind or rain, unlike us. In my opinion, they should let us sit inside and get some fresh air. Aren't they soldiers? They should serve us. Some people couldn't stand it anymore. Do they owe you something to serve you? How can you be so shameless? Bah, didn't we help when we fought the zombies yesterday? Why can they sit in the front and enjoy the air conditioning while we are sweating in the back? That's right. It's okay even if we change seats. The weather is too hot. What if we get heat stroke? I really have nothing to say to you. You're still fighting zombies. Don't you know how many you killed? Then some people don't even kill zombies. They just go there to cause trouble. Yes, besides, they're here to help us move, otherwise. You are still guarding your 1/3 acre of land. I would rather guard my 1/3 acre of land. So what? Then why are you following everyone? Didn't they say they won't force us? You can choose not to leave. Bullshit, do you think I'm a fool? I'm staying there alone waiting to die. You know you're waiting to die. So what's the point of saying that? Okay, Okay. Everyone. Stop talking. What's there to argue about? Someone was afraid that they would fight. So he reached out to pull them apart. The other man waved his hand calmly. I just can't stand some people who only remember to eat and not to be beaten, don't have a grateful heart, and do justice for the heavens. After saying this, the person who complained and provoked before couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to him. Say it again. TSK. He scratched his ears. Speak softly. I can hear you, your face is so close to me. I can smell the taste in your mouth. You know? After saying this, he deliberately covered his nose and leaned back. The man was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wanted to fight him. But he looked at his body, and then his own small body, and forced himself to hold back. The man sneered, coward. Which grown man would admit that he is a coward? When he heard this, his blood rushed up, and he looked at the eyes of the people around him and rushed up. Chapter 121 Disagreement. The two people quickly wrestled with each other. The movement in the car alarmed the person in the driver's seat. The car squeaked and stopped. Because it was a hasty emergency brake, the car body also shook. They were the second to last car. The car behind them was filled with Jinx's team members. There was also Lu Shuekai, who was assigned to the same car. The emergency stop of the car certainly affected them. The car was already crowded. Everyone almost fell on top of each other. Lu Shuekai heard a loud noise in front of him, as if someone was fighting. So he jumped out of the car and went to check. The two people in the car were already entangled in a fierce fight, punching each other and hitting each other. All the vehicles in front stopped because of this car. Fortunately, there were no cars passing by here, so there was no need to worry about traffic jams. The two people who were fighting were pulled apart by Lu Shuekai, and one stood aside. The person who cursed at the beginning spit on the ground. He was unwilling to lose the fight. On the other hand, the man who refuted him stood aside with a leisurely look on his face. Jingxi had a dark face, and organized a general idea from the chattering of the people next to him. He walked up to the man who lost the fight and said, Do you think we are abusing you? Do you think you should sit in the driver's seat with air conditioning and leather seats? The man stiffened his neck and said, Isn't it? Since you call yourselves the people's soldiers, shouldn't you serve us? Hearing these words, Jing Yang, who got off the car with him, snorted coldly. We have 5 trucks in total, and the driver's seat can accommodate up to 4 people, except for the 2 of us who need directions. Every driver's seat is occupied by women, children, or injured psychics who have not recovered. Come on. Tell me who you want to ask to give up their seats for you. Do you want to ask pregnant women, young children, or injured psychics who need to rest quietly? The man pointed to the car in front. Then why can those people sit in that car? He did not forget that at least 5 well-dressed men had just walked onto the car. He remembered that those men were all from the army. Jing Yang, tisk tisk, squeaked. That's someone else's car. Did you think it was our car because it looked very similar to ours? What are you thinking? That's someone else's car. If you have the ability, you can also have a car like the many private cars in front of you. You can lie down, sleep, fly, and drive without anyone saying anything. All the vehicles stopped. Su Baining and the others were also very curious, so they sent Yin Ziyu down to find out what was going on. Jing Yang saw Yin Ziyu coming over and pointed at him and said, Here comes someone. Tell him to give you the car. Yin Ziyu was confused. What the hell? Jing Yang explained it to him in a few words. After listening, Yin Ziyu said, Ah! He looked at this person with contempt. You are such a big man, but you still have the nerve to speak nonsense here. Have you eaten too much or have you been idle for too long? There are so many people, but you only get one. Who gave you the courage to think like that? Do you believe I can smash your head? Okay, the soldiers are going to beat people. It's unjust. The man who fought with him patted his shoulder. Brother, that's enough. It's good that someone can protect you at this time. You have such high demands. If you have the ability, go by yourself. No one will stop you. The people standing there nodded in tacit understanding. Jing Yang even made way for him, and made a gesture of invitation. Whoever dares to go out alone now will die. His face turned red, and he just didn't have the courage to say the 3 words I'm leaving. Yin Ziyu glanced at him and said, Why don't you just admit your defeat earlier? I have to beat you. He was thrown up again. Everyone got back in the car and set off. Yin Ziyu returned to the car and said, Everyone is very impatient now. There is nothing we can do about it. I don't think this journey will be peaceful. Su Baining was curious. What's going on? Yin Ziyu waved his hand. It's too hot. Who doesn't want to sit in an air-conditioned room? But a truck can only hold 5 people at most. Subiting's space has enough vehicles for everyone here to sit on, but she wanted to let Yanmo and Jingxi's teammates go up, and she would be embarrassed to refuse if she took this group of people with her. Yanziyu's words were like a switch. Everyone sat together, and many people didn't know each other. Friction and bickering are commonplace. Even when they finally found a gas station to refuel, they could still quarrel. It was because no one dared to stop along the way. Finally seeing an empty gas station, Zhu Lao decided to rest there. They were busy all morning, and had not eaten anything, so they must be hungry. In line with the principle of putting the masses first in everything, Jingxi ordered all trucks to wait until the survivors' own vehicles were full of gas before they went, and asked everyone to park their cars aside. Yanziyu had no such concerns when driving. He rushed to the front and parked in front of a gas pump. The car was big and heavy. It stopped suddenly, and sent a cloud of dust to the people behind. The person who got off the car behind him cursed again. But he could only swallow his anger when he saw that it was him who got off the car. Jingxi was leaning against the car and smoking. Seeing Yanziyu's domineering look, he nodded at Jingyang. If we can do this, they will be much more obedient. Jingyang glanced at him. You go. Jingxi talked about Yanhui. No, he is just training with Yanmo at most. If we do this, we will be in trouble if we are complained. Jingyang looked at him strangely. Brother, have you forgotten what time it is now? Where can they complain? Jingxi suddenly realized, yes, how could I forget this? The 2 cars behind Yanziyu were arguing over who should refuel first. Jingxi walked up and grabbed the gas pump and raised it. Everyone, line up and come one by one. If you don't want to, get out of here. Subiting, who watched the whole process from the side, silently made a gesture to Jingyang, saying you are awesome. Jingyang raised his eyes and hid his achievements and fame. Subiting felt that it should have been like this a long time ago. Some people can listen when you talk to them nicely. I'm afraid that some thorns don't understand when you talk to them nicely. They have to be beaten before they can understand human affairs. I don't know how many days it took on this road. If you don't discipline them, the noise will be annoying. After finishing this matter, Jingxi came back with a cigarette in his mouth and his hands in his pockets. Seeing Subiting still looking like a gangster, he squinted his eyes and tilted his head. Girls, come out and have some fun. Jingyang had a black line on his face and wanted to give him a slap. Subiting looked at him seriously. Do you like smoking? Jingxi took the cigarette out of his mouth. Hey, a group of grown men who stay together all day and are exhausted must have some hobbies. Chapter 122 The Road to Recovery. Subiting had seen Yanmo and his team's training camp before, and she probably understood what Jingxi meant. In fact, there was a small corner in her space where she had lost a lot of things, big and small. She had thought that the brothers in the Yin family might like them. Who knew that none of the Yin family members were interested in them? And these things were slowly forgotten in the corner. Now that she saw Jingxi holding it in her mouth, she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have collected a lot of things in her space, and it seemed that she could throw them out. After Jingxi's fierce attack, those who wanted to cause trouble were completely suppressed. Even when he saw Subiting and the others' food during lunch, he only cursed them secretly, and didn't dare to speak out loudly. Subiting received the attention of the whole family because of the injury on her arm. On the way to Hika City, she was basically stuck in traffic because there was nothing particularly important. Even Zhu Lao stood aside and smiled at her embarrassing look. Subiting sat on the sofa and excused herself. It's not that I didn't resist, it's all for her own good. So it's okay this time. In fact, she had always emphasized at the beginning that it was just a minor injury, and it was safe and healed, so there was no need to be so nervous. But they all used the excuse that she had lost blood and needed to replenish blood and rest more to ask her to be honest. Especially when Yin Heshuan blocked her in the room with a bowl in his hand and looked at her with burning eyes. She immediately became scared, and Yanziyu often laughed at her for this matter. She almost forgot how many days she had been on the road, sitting in the living room, looking out the window at the lush forests and grass. She sighed that except for the zombies that occasionally appeared on the roadside to disturb everyone's interest, the scenery was still good. The vehicle stopped near a dense shade of trees, and there were bustling voices outside the window. The car door was opened, and Yin Heshuan came in with a bowl of chicken soup. If she drank the soup normally, she would definitely like it very much. But these days, she almost vomited after drinking all these soups. Now I feel like my stomach is full of sour water when I see her. Her pitiful expression unconsciously pleased Yin Heshwan. He closed the door and put the bowl on the exposed stand beside the bed. He reached out and pulled her into his arms and put her on his legs. When Su Baiting was caught, her body instantly became stiff and stunned. How could this guy suddenly become so self-indulgent? Yin Heshwan chuckled and leaned close to her ear. When can you get used to my approach? What will you do if you keep doing this? No, that's not what I said. Shouldn't intimate relationships be done step by step? Could it be that what her former friends told her was all false? Forgive her for being single for many years. I don't know what the first reaction should be to such a thing. She cleared her throat and whispered, brother. Can I get off the car and take a look? It's been several days, and I'm almost moldy. Yin Heshwan lifted her left hand and stroked the injured part with his hand. It's finally healed after several days of nursing. Drink this bowl of soup and you can go down. What do you mean you finally recovered? The injury had healed on the third day of her injury. They just didn't want to let her go out. Hearing Yin Heshwan's words, she leaned over, picked up the bowl and put it in her mouth. Before Yin Heshwan could stop her, she heard her hiss, "Ah!" Her mouth was burned. She cried silently in her heart. Why didn't you tell her that this bowl of soup was so hot? Just as she lowered her head and kept sticking out her tongue, the chin was lifted up. Yin Heshwan looked at Su Baiting with tearful eyes and tongue sticking out. He felt funny, angry, and also felt that she was very seductive now. Su Baiting looked at Yin Heshwan with a funny expression and pursed her lips. Yin Heshwan stopped laughing when he saw her expression. Open your mouth so I can see if you are burned? Open your mouth. What kind of lewd words are these? Su Baiting closed her mouth and shook her head. Yin Heshwan, if you don't open your mouth, I will kiss you. After saying that, she pretended to lower her head. Su Baiting was frightened and quickly opened her mouth with a cry of awe. Yin Heshwan took a closer look and fortunately, it was just the tip of her tongue that was a little red. Looking at the small face in his hand that was flushed because of embarrassment, and the watery eyes, he couldn't help but lower his head and pecked at the corner of her mouth. Su Baiting's eyes widened in fear, and she hurriedly pushed him away and ran out, leaving Yin Heshwan behind her, who was laughing at her back. Yin Ziyu sat under the tent in front of the car with a fan and fanned it from time to time, swinging her feet leisurely. She saw Su Baiting running down from the corner of her eye and asked her in confusion, Hey, why did Big Brother show mercy and allow you to go out today? And what's wrong with your face? It's so red. Did you eat chili? Did you eat chili? Su Baiting rolled her eyes. Her embarrassed thoughts were ruined by this sentence. She pushed Yin Ziyu away. Get up and let me sit. Yin Ziyu obediently followed her push and stood up, told her to sit down, and squatted aside to fan her. She looked at the busy crowd in front of her and was curious. What are they doing? I just wanted to ask why they suddenly stopped here to rest. Yin Ziyu waved his hand and answered, Hiku will be here soon. They will check things and probably won't stop next. Jingxi plans to get to the outside of Hika City by tonight at the latest. Su Baiting muttered, Wouldn't it be better to go there in broad daylight? Why do we have to go at night? We have never been to Hika City. No one knows what the situation is. Yin Ziyu, just rest outside tonight. It's definitely not okay to go in rashly. Su Baiting thought of these days and slapped him angrily. I've been bored for several days, and you didn't tell me to come down to play and have some fresh air. You're so disloyal. Yin Ziyu raised his hand exaggeratedly. You're wrong, little girl. He secretly glanced at the car behind and whispered, At the beginning, I said I would ask you to come down to play. Big Brother's eyes froze us all. Su Baiting complained, You guys are too cowardly. Yin Ziyu, huh? Looked at her with disdain. You are not a coward. Why don't you dare to run down directly? Su Baiting was deflated. I am a coward too. Yin Ziyu poked her shoulder strangely. Just now you ran down with a red face, looking very flustered. Tell me the truth about what you and Big Brother were doing? Su Baiting was shocked. How do you know? Oh, it's really you two. Seeing his voice getting louder and louder, Su Baiting covered his mouth with her hand, gnashing her teeth. She said, Keep your voice down. Yin Ziyu pulled her hand down. Do I have to call you sister-in-law from now on? Do you have the nerve to call me sister-in-law after calling me brother for so many days? Su Baiting blinked and teased him. I was quite embarrassed at first, but now that you said that, I feel okay. Yin Ziyu's face darkened. Too careless. Chapter 123 Arrival at Hika City. Until the car was back on the road, Yin Ziyu looked at Su Baiting with a gloomy face. Su Baiting pretended to be fine and took the fan from his hand and fanned herself. Yin Bo glanced at her when he passed by her. "Little sister, there is air conditioning in the car. It's not that hot." Su Baining patted him in a pretentious manner. "Brother, you don't understand. This is a state of mind." "Yin Bo?" Yin Ziyu sneered. "Fourth brother, hurry up and take the opportunity to call me sister more often. Otherwise I don't know when I will usurp the throne." Yin Bo had a black question mark face. "Why can't I understand what you are saying?" Only Yin Mo and Yin Yu on the side shook their heads silently and sighed. Yin Yu still found it difficult to accept this matter at the beginning, and once forced himself to accept it, until the 6th level crystal core lay in his palm. He finally let it go completely. Fortunately, everything was still in time, and he still had time to turn all the ambiguity in the past into cherishment, turning all his emotions into love for his sister. Yin Heshuan came over and held Su Baining's shoulders. "Let's go to the living room and sit down for a meeting." Zhu Lao was already sitting in the living room drinking tea and waiting for them. They walked over and sat down one by one according to the position of the teacups placed by Li Shulan. After sitting down, Zhu Lao took a sip of water. "Jingxi means that if there are no accidents on the road, it will be tonight or tomorrow morning to reach Hika City. I'm just asking for Jingxi. This, well, that. At such an old age, he actually had to ask a young girl for supplies. He felt that his old face was about to be humiliated. Yin Ziyu, Mr. Zhu, if you have something to say, just say it directly. What do you mean by this and that?" Mr. Zhu glared at him. This brat really doesn't know how to read people's faces. If it was so easy to ask, he would have said it earlier. The more Mr. Zhu thought about it, the more he regretted that he shouldn't have agreed to Jingxi's request. Now he was in a dilemma. Yin Yu thought about what he saw when Jingxi called Zhu Lao before getting on the car, and he started to ask, "Did Jingxi trouble you with something?" Zhu Lao nodded. "Well, he meant that the supplies he brought here are almost used up." As soon as he said that, everyone knew what Zhu Lao meant when he called them to a meeting today. Yin Mo showed his sincerity. "Zhu Lao, don't ask us about this. Ning Ning's meaning is our meaning." Zhu Lao certainly knew what they were thinking. What he didn't want was to ask these brothers to persuade him. Why doesn't this child understand? Yin Heshuan held Su Baining's hand under the table. "Mr. Zhu, we understand what you mean. Yin Mo is right. These things belong to Ning Ning. She has the right to decide. We can't use our status as brothers to force her to do something she doesn't want to do." Mr. Zhu probably understood what they meant. He sighed deeply. "I understand. I'll go and tell Jingxi about this matter later." Su Baining, who had been silent, called out to Mr. Zhu. "Mr. Zhu, you haven't even asked me yet. Why did you give up?" Although Yin Heshuan and the others didn't say it explicitly, their refusal was the same. He was embarrassed to ask. And since no one agreed, how could he ask again? He was still a little stunned after hearing what Su Baining said. "You are willing." "Little girl." Su Baining stood up. "I am only responsible for our team members, not the survivors. If they want supplies or dry food, they can go to work. You can leave the supplies brought from Kyoto with them from today, and distribute them to them on time and in quantity every day. 1 pack of biscuits or bread per person per meal, and at most 1 bag of instant noodles for families with children, and 1 bottle of water per day. As a family unit. As for our team members, there is no limit. I can take care of everything. And if someone asks why, it's because I am happy." Puff. Yin Bo couldn't help laughing when he heard Su Baining's last words. The tea in his mouth was sprayed out. Seeing Su Baining's gloomy eyes turning towards him, he quickly wiped it with his hand. "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Yin Ziyu came over. "I want to laugh too. It turns out that our Ning Ning can be so arrogant. Yin Yu, we should do this indeed. If we don't have such an obligation to support them, Ning Ning has even less of an obligation." He looked at Yin Mo and Yin Bai. "Do you think she would care if it wasn't for you?" Su Baining waved her hands repeatedly to tell Yin Yu not to say that. Although there was part of this reason, the most important thing was that she felt that this group of team members had a hard time. Not only did they have to protect them along the way, they also took turns staying up late every night and didn't get enough rest. In order to save supplies during the daytime, they would wait until all the survivors had received theirs before going to collect theirs. Often, many of them could not be collected. It was a portion for 2 people to eat together. When Zhu Lao heard this, he was very happy. Okay, I will tell Jingxi the good news when we get there." He was also very distressed about his team members. When he told me, his brows were so tightly furrowed. Everyone hurried and finally arrived at the gate of Hika City in the evening. Looking at the wild grass in front of them, that was as tall as a person. If it weren't for the high signboard of the highway toll station in the distance, they probably couldn't tell that this was a city. Yin-mo got out of the car and called Jing-si to bring a few people to cut all the weeds around him. Then he signaled the drivers of each car to stop and form a circle. Yin-mo held the sickle and looked at the plaque in the distance breathlessly. It's too late today. So let's set up a tent here to spend the night. I guess we'll be busy tomorrow. Jing-si clapped his hands. Okay. Let's spend the night here. He grabbed Yin-mo, who was about to turn around and leave after speaking. And Yin-mo looked at him with a questioning look on his face. Jing-si smiled embarrassedly. May I trouble Elder Zhu to talk to your little ancestor? Yin-mo pulled his sleeve back from his hand. Elder Zhu will come to talk to you in a while. It's useless for you to hold me back. Good things come to those who wait. Seeing Yin-mo's reaction, Jing-si thought that there was no hope, and began to think about whether he could ask Jing-yang to help put in a good word. He didn't care, but he felt really sorry for his players, especially some of them, who were only about 20 years old. They were hungry and cold all day long. The flesh on his face was gone as he watched. Just as he was sighing, Zhu Lao got out of the car and walked to his side. Seeing that he was in a daze, he waved his hand in front of him. Jing-si came back to his senses and saw that it was Zhu Lao. Zhu Lao, what can you do for you? I was just about to ask them to come down and set up the tent. Zhu Lao, nothing, I just came to tell you what their little girl meant. Jing-si didn't wait for Zhu Lao to finish his words. I know what she means, it's okay. Zhu Lao. I can accept it. Zhu Lao looked at him strangely. You know what she means, you know it before I even said it. Jing-si nodded. I can see what Yin-mo meant just now, that they don't agree. Chapter 120 for the team members' bonfire party. Without waiting for Zhu Lao to reply, he said to himself, think about it. If it was me, I wouldn't be willing to do it either. After all, there are 20 to 30 people in Yin-mo's team and my team. It's unknown how many days it will take to get back. The supplies needed are too much. Zhu Lao, oh, you still know that. Why are you asking me to risk my face to say it? Jing-si smiled embarrassedly. That's because I thought your words would work. You all know that my team members drool every day when they see Yin-mo and his team members eating. I am too embarrassed to ask you. You said that we are here every day just to have a good meal. I was embarrassed when the team members came to me and said, I have no choice. When Zhu Lao talked to him, his hands were behind his back. After listening to him, he reached out to the front and took out a black plastic bag and handed it to him. Take it, the little girl asked me to give it to you. This was what Su Baining took out from the space when he got off the car. I had wanted to give it to him a long time ago. But I had never had the chance because I was not allowed to get off the car before. Jing-si took it and opened it with doubt. There were no less than 5 packs of cigarettes inside. He was surprised. Mr. Zhu. What do you think of me snatching the little girl to be my wife? Mr. Zhu sneered. Go ahead. As long as you are not afraid of being broken by Yin Heshuan. Jing-si sighed regretfully. What a pity, my naughty kid has been following her around, but it is useless. What a waste. After speaking, I still glanced at Jing-yang, who was looking at the tent. The question mark of Jing-yang was seen. I don't know. Why did the elder brother look so disgusted with his expression? The old man went on to say. The little girl said, from today, the materials you bring will be distributed to those survivors on time every day. Your players' materials will be the same as their players in the future. After listening to the bag, Jing-si was almost happy to throw the bag in his hand. Real or false? Zhu Lao. Of course it is true. You can find 2 people to help you kill sheep and cattle later. I will reward you with a big meal tonight. Jing-si said yes repeatedly, bowed to Zhu Lao and ran away. He had to find someone to help quickly. His team members were helping to set up the tent. Seeing him running over, they stopped what they were doing. Captain, what happened to make you so happy? Jing-si was of course happy. Come on. Let me show you what this is. After hearing what he said, the team members came over and surrounded him. He took out the black plastic bag mysteriously and opened it in front of them. Some team members couldn't wait any longer. Captain, hurry up. You're just keeping us on edge. Yes. 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 He remembered that Zhu Lao said they were still waiting for 2 people to help slaughter the sheep, and he opened the bag with a swish. The team members looked at the things in the bag and exclaimed in surprise. Jing-si pointed his finger. Keep your voice down. The Yin family girl only gave you these few. So take your time, by the way. 2 of us will help them slaughter a sheep. I have good news for you. From today on, your meals will be the same as those of Yenmo's team members. Some team members didn't believe it. Captain, what did you exchange for these things? Jingxi glared at him. What are you thinking? That's the girl's intention. There's a bonfire party tonight. Did you know? Hurry up and go to any two-person tent, and we'll set it up. When Jingxi's two team members came to find Su Baining and the others, they were hiding in a corner and secretly selecting ingredients. They were surprised to see such strong and fat cattle and sheep. Yenmo's team members also came over, and two of them waved to them when they saw them. They stood aside. We are happy to ask us to help. The problem is that we don't know how to do this. And what if zombies are attracted? Yenmo waved his hand. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. And I won't ask you to kill them. I'm asking you to come and help hold them down. Someone is here to kill. Chijin is a good butcher of cattle and sheep. He picked 2 larger sheep and a smaller, tenderer cow, and 2 small pigs suitable for roast suckling pigs. Su Baining had promised Qilin a reward but never fulfilled it. Now it's time to fulfill it. But she wouldn't be partial. She also prepared one for Xiaohei. Yen Bo was worried. We are doing this in such a big way. What if the survivors see us? Su Baining waved her hand. What does it have to do with them? This is my stuff. I can give it to whoever I want. Yen Ziyu, if you ask, just say we have kept it frozen in the refrigerator. Now take the opportunity to kill it. Yenmo called a few people and Jingxi's 2 team members to cover their mouths and kill them as quickly as possible. Li Shulan took the 2 piglets and the animal organs away to make roast suckling pigs and hot pot base. The rest of the animal body was put on a stick and roasted on the bonfire that had just been built. Just find someone to watch the fire and turn around. The rest of the people were called away by Yen Yu. And several large tables were moved together, and everyone's bowls and chopsticks were placed on them, beer, and even a few bottles of drinks. Everyone was busy, only Zhu Lao, Su Baining, Yen Heshuan and Hao Hao were left sitting on the side watching them busy. Of course, there was also a group of people who were very idle. The survivors, many of them took it for granted that this was for them, and they wanted to eat and drink, but were unwilling to even move their hands. Elder Zhu sighed. It's been a long time since I saw such a lively scene. I don't know if I can see it again in the future. Yen Heshuan sat next to Su Baining and touched her hair casually. Elder Zhu is joking. With the strength of our China. This is natural. Su Baining was playing a small game with Hao Hao. Li Shulan quickly brought the hot pot to the table. And also a few light dishes cooked in the pot. The roasted lamb and beef hanging next to the campfire were almost done. Seeing that the time was up, Su Baining entered the car first, and put the 2 roast suckling pigs into the space for Qilin and Xiaohei. Only when he saw them happily start to eat with big mouthfuls, did he feel relieved and withdraw his mind. With a greeting, everyone began to put the roasted meat on the table, and inserted 2 small short knives to facilitate cutting the meat. In a short while, the table was filled with people, but the survivors who came later saw that there was no empty seat, and started to yell unhappily. Su Baining looked at the group of people who were noisy and shouted, "It's so noisy, are you annoying?" Some survivors were even more unhappy when they saw Su Baining yelling at them. Why is the little girl so bad-tempered? We didn't say anything wrong. We haven't even sat down at the table yet, and they all sat down one by one. What's wrong with that? Su Baining said with a stern face. You're dreaming before you go to bed at night. Who said it was prepared for you? Even if it was prepared for you, you're sitting there waiting like a big boss to eat ready-made food. Ask yourself if you deserve it? Chapter 125 Su Baining gets angry. Jingxi saw Su Baining as being quite gentle most of the time. After all, when they talked to Su Baining, she always smiled and spoke gently. So Su Baining gave everyone the image of a pretty and gentle girl. Jingxi sat next to Yenmo. Is your little girl so powerful? Yenmo looked at him strangely. Anyone would be angry, aren't you angry? The two looked at each other, nodding, you are right. Su Baining pointed at the person sitting. I have been protecting you from eating too much and sleeping too poorly along the way. You want to have a good meal now. So you have something to say. Right. I will give my things to whoever you want. If you want to eat, go get them yourself. The woods are behind you. No one will stop you. How can a little girl talk like that? We are all together. We share happiness and hardship. Su Baining had a blank expression. Oh, I refuse. No matter what they said, Su Baining would not listen. Nor did he let anyone get close. Jingyong pulled Yen Yu. Aren't you going to take care of it? Yen Ziyu, what are you afraid of? They can't argue with her. They've been pent up all the way. So let her vent. If it doesn't work, We'll take over. The remaining few people nodded in agreement. Team members, great. Some people saw that Su Baining was dressed cleanly and well-fed. And they started to talk nonsense. You are raised like this because you rely on others to raise you. You have the nerve to say that about us? That's right. As soon as the words came out, someone immediately followed suit. What unpleasant words came out of his mouth? Before Su Baining could get angry, Yin Hushuan snorted coldly. Remember the person who just spoke? Tell him to get out of here. Su Baining patted his shoulder to show that he didn't need to be angry. She stood up and picked her ears. You have nothing to say, that's it? TSK, I just rely on others to support me. So what? I have 5 brothers, they are happy to support me. If you don't accept it, you can let others support you if you have the ability. But I look at your face, I guess you didn't look very good before the end of the world. You are a man. And I guess no one would want you even if you find someone to support you. She looked him up and down, and said with disdain, you have no figure, you have no looks, you have been hungry for who knows how long in the end times. And your face looks like an old dry tree bark. We are so kind to keep your life. Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you also swear, and have no shame. Do you really think we can't do anything to you in this place? Or do you think this group of people will definitely protect you well, and won't let you get hurt, so you eat and drink from them without restraint? And you don't even say thank you. You are a group of strong men in their 30s and 40s. And you ask young people in their early 20s to protect you. It's fine. But you still come out and hang around. Have you forgotten that I am not them? I have no obligation to protect you. Why did you not remember the way I killed that 6th level zombie? Jing Si only found out today that it was Su Baining who killed that 6th level zombie. He touched Yen Mo incoherently. No, she killed him. Yen Mo nodded. Yes, don't you know? Jing Si, how would I know? The battle was over when I arrived. Knowing this fact, he admired her very much and told himself silently in his heart, this is a man, stay away from her. Su Baining talked for a long time and drank a glass of water handed by Yin Hushuan. Pointing at the person who scolded her at the beginning, you can leave, of course you can stay, but from today on, we won't care about you anymore. The man said stubbornly, you said we won't care, why? Su Baining said at last, now go back to your own place and eat your own food, we will still care about you otherwise. Please fend for yourself. After that, she sat down in the place reserved for her next to Yin Hushuan. Yanzi whispered, sister, don't you want to teach him a lesson? It's not good, I want to beat him up. Yin Yu pressed his hand, she signaled him with her eyes, don't panic. It's not time yet. Su Baining found a seat and sat down. She didn't know who started it first, but she heard the sound of beer opening. Hiss and gas came out. Slowly, they ignored the group of people behind them and started eating and drinking, chatting about everything. You toast me and I toast you. Su Baining was right. In order to protect them all along the way. They didn't know how hungry they were. Looking at the situation in Hika City, I don't know how busy I will be tomorrow. How can you have the energy to work if you don't eat well? When it's time to be busy, those people will find excuses for not wanting to do this or that. They are always feeling aggrieved. Now their only wish is to be grateful for building a new base, and then throw them into it and return to Kyoto. Look at them and think about themselves. And then, they will realize how happy it is to train in the training camp. The survivors saw that no one really cared about them, and they returned to their own places one by one in disappointment. Everyone had a good meal tonight, and some even sang songs in joy. Everyone ate and drank until late, and everyone's face turned red, not knowing whether it was from the boiling water of the hot pot or the beer. The table was a mess, and everyone staggered and walked towards their tents. Li Shulan said while cleaning the table, these kids have worked hard, and they are only in their 20s. Su Baining helped the dizzy Yin Hushuan slowly walk into the car and into his room. Following behind were Yin Yu and Yin Bai. The two of them helped each other into the car. Yin Yu looked at Yin Hushuan in front of him and burped slightly. Yin Ziyu and Yin Mo, who were following at the end, saw the 4 people who got on the car look at each other and smiled slyly as they went into the bushes beside them. They squatted aside, waiting until the man who had just scolded Su Baining appeared and jumped up and punched him unconscious. After a while, the two of them came out of the bushes refreshed. Yin Ziyu, how is it? How does it feel? Yin Mo thought for a moment. Not bad, but not very strong. After that, the two of them sang and walked towards the car. There was only a person with a bruised face and fainted in the bush behind them. Su Baining finally helped Yin Hushuan to his bed. When she was about to get up, Yin Hushuan suddenly stood up and pulled her down. He held Su Baining in his arms. Ning, when are you willing to agree to your brother, give brother a definite message, so that I can be mentally prepared? Su Baining didn't want to talk to a drunk person. She struggled to push Yin Heshuan away, but Yin Heshuan turned around and pressed her down. Before she could react, Yin Heshuan opened his eyes, looked at her dazedly, and lowered his head. This time it was real. Yin Heshuan felt that he had eaten a soft and cool jelly with the fragrance of orchids, just like the smell of Su Baining. For a moment, he hugged the person under him tighter. Chapter 126. Marching into Hika City. Su Baining felt her heart was about to jump out. She began to struggle harder and harder. Yin Heshuan might be tired. He let her go and fell asleep beside her. Su Baining took a few deep breaths, pushed him away and stood up. She patted her face and gritted her teeth and wanted to leave. After thinking about it, she helped him take off his coat and shoes, put him on the bed, and covered him with a quilt before rushing back to her room. Yin Heshuan opened his eyes after Su Baining walked out. He laughed quietly. How could a few glasses of beer make him drunk? He just laughed at himself for having to use this method to get so close to her. On the way back, he ran into Yen Ziyu and Yen Mo, who had just returned. Yen Ziyu pointed at her lips and said, Ning, what did you eat secretly again? Your mouth is red. Su Baining glared at him fiercely. You two are thieves? Speaking of this, he smiled. Secret, you will know tomorrow morning. Su Baining didn't want to pay attention to the two drunkards, rolled her eyes, and went back to her room. Su Baining tossed and turned that night because of Yin Heshuan's behavior. But Yin Heshuan slept very well, because he didn't know what he dreamed about. The next morning, after getting up early, Jingzi took the initiative to bring a few people to help make a rich breakfast. After breakfast, he put away the tent and equipment under the car, and walked onto the main road towards the three big words Hika City not far away. The wind brought the fresh scent of wild weeds into their noses. Yin Ziyu looked at the large expanses of green outside the window. We will start to clean them up later. The weeds spread. There were no signs of being trampled. There was no one here. It was already a long abandoned city. Because no one had been here, it was not easy to find an open space that could park so many vehicles. After going around for a long time, they finally found the square of this city. After parking the car and getting out, there was an endless field in front of him. Yen Mo sighed. This is a huge project. My God. Yen Bo walked to the side of a building and tried to push the door open. I don't know if it was because of the long time or because the door was not locked, but it opened easily. The room was empty, and only the whistling wind could be heard. Su Baining was following him around. Looking around, Yin Heshuan walked to her side. Did you sleep well last night? Su Baining's body stiffened. She originally thought that Yin Heshuan would forget about this matter after she woke up from a nap. She completely ignored the fact that Yin Heshuan was not drunk. She stammered, sleep. I slept well. Yin Heshuan held her shoulders and leaned against her ear. Sister, you have to get used to it quickly. It's not good to be so shy all the time. Mr. Zhu came down at the right time and took a look. Should we start cleaning up here now? It depends on the situation. I don't know how long it will take. Su Baining took the opportunity to break free from Yin Heshuan's hand and called Yen Mo, third brother. I have some weeding tools for you to use, but I don't know if it's enough. When she was packing up, she put a little bit of everything in, but she didn't expect that there were still a lot of agricultural products. Yin Heshuan let her go, thinking that he didn't want to push her too hard at once. So he took Yen Bo to check the surrounding buildings. Yen Mo listened to her and brought his team members to her to get the tools. She secretly asked, how long will we stay here? I think this place has been abandoned for a long time. Yen Mo shook his head. I don't know. Looking at the situation, we should clean up their living place first. It depends on how the elders arrange the rest. Yen Yu picked up a sickle and waved it. I didn't expect that we would need this thing one day. Su Baining looked at him innocently. Brother, you looks good holding the sickle. Yen Yu nodded. Although I am not comforted by what you said, speaking of this. He stopped waving his sickle hand and asked Yen Mo quietly. This morning, someone saw the man who quarreled with Ning Ning yesterday. Bruised and unconscious in the grass, it seemed that he was beaten up severely. Yen Mo, what is this called? God will punish the mean. Yen Mo and Yen Ziyu, hiding their merits and fame. No one cared too much about this matter. After chatting and laughing, they immediately joined the weeding team. Even Su Baining took out a hat and put it on to join them. Yen Ziyu looked at Su Baining, who was bending over, and persuaded her that she didn't need to do it. These seemed a lot, but there were not a few of them. One day was enough to do a lot of things. But Su Baining refused. Let's finish these things and go back early. We can't keep wasting time here. There is strength in numbers. Several residential buildings were cleaned up in the morning. In the afternoon, Zhu Lao sent a few women with cleaning tools into the building to start cleaning. Until the evening, the area around the dozen buildings around the square was completely cleaned up. Everyone piled up the removed grass and waited for it to be dried and burned for fertilizer. At night, everyone was tired all day and collapsed on the ground without wanting to move. In the afternoon, the floor that the women were responsible for cleaning was almost clean. They only needed to decorate it themselves and move in. Yin Heshuan took Yin Bo around in the afternoon and found that the power plant and water plant were not far from them. They were also lucky to find that there was a 4-story supermarket about 10 meters behind where they were staying. However, due to the height of the weeds, they did not choose to go in and take a look, but went around to other places to continue checking. After returning, they told Zhu Lao about their discovery. Zhu Lao said 3 good things. If there is still something inside, it should still be usable after the expiration date. This way, we can barely guarantee everyone's life. Yin Heshuan pointed to the east. Tell them to go east tomorrow. Clean up the water plant and power plant first, and see if the water in the water plant is polluted. If the water quality here was abandoned before the source river was polluted, then it should still be usable. Don't let them find the supermarket for the time being. I'm afraid someone with bad intentions will tell this matter and cause unnecessary commotion. Tell Jingxi to find 2 people to investigate the situation tomorrow. If there is anything useful, find someone to surround it and transport the things out. Mr. Zhu nodded, yes. Let's make sure to use the current supplies together. Otherwise we can't hold on. I asked Jingxi today, and I guess the supplies can only last for a few more days. This discovery is too timely. Yin Heshuan, of course, it doesn't matter if these people wander around here and find some small things and take them away. Tomorrow we plan to go to a farther place to see if there are other shops or something like that. Yin Bo clapped his hands. Brother, take Ningning with you tomorrow. Ningning seemed to be working today. Yin Heshuan, why did you ask her to work? Yin Bo spread his hands. How do I know who asked her to work when I am with you? Maybe she can't sit still. Yin Bo, you are right. Okay, I will take her with me tomorrow, and you work at home. Zhu Lao, then you should pay attention to safety. Chapter 127 Cultivate Relationships? In the evening, to reward everyone for their hard work, Li Shulan found a few people to help cook a delicious meal for them, all spicy and numbing. Su Baining saw that the survivors performed well today and did not skimp, and called everyone to have a good meal together. That night, Yin Heshuan and Yin Bai, who had nothing to do during the day, voluntarily stayed up all night, and Su Baining led Qilin and Xiaohe out to accompany them. The next morning, when Su Baining was about to continue working, Yin Heshuan grabbed her hand. Su Baining? Yin Heshuan, let's go out for a walk today. Yesterday we found a 4-story supermarket. Jingxi has sent people to clear the weeds. Let's go and have a look. The Yin family member standing by also said, yes, just follow the eldest brother to have a look, and see if there is anything you want. Don't do these things with us. Su Baining's hands are actually very tender, and her skin is very delicate due to her physique. Her palms were rubbed after she finished working yesterday, but she didn't say a word and used her supernatural powers to repair it. However, the sharp-eyed Yinziyu still found out and told them secretly. This morning, they were thinking about how to stop her from doing these things. Yin Heshuan's proposal to take her to transfer was exactly what they wanted. Before Su Baining could refuse, several people from the Yin family pushed her towards Yin Heshuan. Go! Go! Let's go for a walk. Yin Heshuan led her to the back. Because the area had not been cleared yet, there were still weeds growing on the roadside. Some of them were blown by the wind and touched her cheeks, which made her feel itchy. Su Baining felt a little uncomfortable. This was the first time that Yin Heshuan had been sober, and had such a long contact with her after expressing his feelings to her. Yin Heshuan saw that she did not refuse him to lead the way, and he slowly moved his feet to stand with her and put his arm around her shoulders. Just think of it as a way to relax. I thought you could have a more leisurely life after returning to Kyoto. But you are not honest at all. Always like to run around. We checked the area yesterday, and there were no signs of zombies coming. Not even any signs of walking. It's very safe. Just treat it as a vacation. Su Baining tried her best to ignore his hand and nodded randomly. Oh. Okay. Yin Heshuan took her to the place where the supermarket was found yesterday, and Jingxi had already brought people to clean up the scene. Yin Heshuan pushed aside the weeds in front of him. Why didn't you clean up the weeds on the roadside when you came here? Seeing that it was Yin Heshuan and Su Baining, Jingxi put down his hand. Mr. Zhu said it was best not to let anyone find out. So I didn't clean it up. He glanced at Yin Heshuan's hand on Su Baining's shoulder. Take your sister out for a stroll? Yin Heshuan nodded. Yeah. Tell her to take a rest. Don't always look so nervous. Jingxi, oh. Then do you want to go in and take a look? Maybe there is something you girls need in there that... He didn't know how to describe it. He racked his brains to think of an adjective. Little angel? Su Baining's face darkened, gritting his teeth. Leave it to someone else. I don't need it. Jingxi looked confused. Don't you need it? Yin Heshuan sighed and interrupted the topic. Clear it quickly. We will go in and get it if we need it. I'll take her to have a look around. There are so many things like this in her space. Can't you tell them about a girl's private affairs? Thinking about the awkwardness of this topic, Su Baining took Yin Heshuan's hand and walked away hurriedly for the first time. They walked along the main road. If it weren't for the wrong scene, it would really look like a trip. In addition to the weeds growing in the unoccupied area, there were also many unknown small flowers. Yin Heshuan looked at Su Baining squatting on the ground picking flowers. Ningning, if it weren't for the end of the world, do you have any wishes you want to fulfill? Wish. Su Baining picked a thumb-sized blue flower and put it in her palm. Yes. I want to complete my studies. I want to find someone who really loves me. I want to make enough money and quit my job to travel. Travel to the beautiful mountains and rivers I have never seen. Travel to the mountains and rivers I have never traveled to. The wind blew away the flower in her palm, and her eyes were full of desire as she looked at the flower drifting away. Yin Heshuan looked at Su Baining, who was saying these words. Her eyes were full of yearning and desire, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable and panic in his heart. He held her hand and turned her to face him with his other hand. If this is what you want, I will be with you in the future. Su Baining pursed her lips. Brother, we are siblings. Don't you care what others think of you, and how they think of me? Yin Heshuan, my Yin family never cares about other people's opinions, and we don't rely on others to live. And why can't we do that since we are not related by blood? Su Baining looked at him strangely. But I remember you used to hate me. Yin Heshuan scratched her nose. I really hated you before. You don't know how squeamish you were when you first came, and you climbed onto my bed for no reason. Su Baining covered his mouth. Okay, that's enough. Stop it. How should she say that she is not the original owner, if you like the person from before? You may never find him again. Moreover, when will this embarrassing thing be over? Yin Heshuan pulled down her hand and held it in his palm. I know what you are thinking. I like you now, the you who stood in the dark reservoir and looked at me for the first time. The previous Su Baining was not very pleasing to him, but because of her stepmother, they were more tolerant of her. Until he met her for the first time in the reservoir at the end of the world, he had a hunch that this Su Baining was no longer the same Su Baining as before. She looked at Yin Heshuan, who was speaking seriously in front of her, and was stunned for a moment. Seeing Su Baining in a daze, Yin Heshuan felt that the time was right and gently pulled her into his arms. You don't have to worry about us abandoning you. So you always want to prove your ability. We won't do that. Either in the past or now. Yes. This sentence hit Su Baining's heart. Whether it was Su Baining in the past or now, she was living under someone else's roof. Every day she worried whether she would be abandoned one day. Whether her so-called family would not want her one day. After coming to this strange world, she reminded herself to blend in almost every day. She always thought that no one could see through her pretended strength. But when Yin Heshuan pointed it out so bluntly, she couldn't help but cry in his arms. Chapter 128. A boyfriend comes. Yin Heshuan hugged the crying Su Baining tightly with one hand, and kept stroking her back with the other hand to comfort her. Not only him, in fact. Everyone in the Yin family noticed her condition, so Yin Ziyu would always say something to make her laugh for no reason. When she didn't notice it herself, they always saw her with a solemn face and confused eyes. When she almost cried, Yin Heshuan wanted to reach out and lift her face. But she grabbed his collar tightly. She shook her head in Yin Heshuan's arms. No. Don't look at me now. I'm so ugly. Yin Heshuan took out a handkerchief from his pocket. But don't you feel uncomfortable burying your head in my chest all the time? Can I close my eyes and let you wipe yourself with the handkerchief? Okay. Then close your eyes. And don't lie to me. I won't lie to you. Yin Heshuan closed his eyes and stuffed the handkerchief in his hand to her. Su Baining quietly raised her head and saw that he had closed his eyes. Then she straightened up and wiped her face first. Seeing that Yin Heshuan's chest was wet with a large area of her tears, She quickly covered it with her hands and wiped it. Yin Hushuan opened his eyes only after he felt her hand on his chest. A little face with red eyes and a hint of moisture appeared in front of him. He lifted up the little face that was looking at his chest seriously and wiped her eyes with his fingers. No matter what happens in the future, I hope you can trust us. Okay? Don't have this mentality anymore. Su Baining felt much better after crying for a while. Seeing him nod obediently, Yin Hushuan couldn't help but lower his head and pecked her lips lightly. Su Baining covered her mouth with a red face. Her eyes kept blinking. Yin Hushuan touched his chest and took her hand. Let's go. It's getting late. If someone asks you if you have a boyfriend in the future, do you know how to answer? Su Baining stood with her head down and said nothing. Yin Hushuan sighed. Let's be formal. Ningning, are you willing to be my girlfriend? Shall we try it? Su Baining didn't say anything for a long time. Yin Hushuan was not in a hurry, just like he said. He has plenty of time and patience to wait for her. Finally, Su Baining nodded gently and whispered, Just try it first. Yin Hushuan saw her small movements and low voice and laughed. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. There is a boyfriend now. Su Baining was still a little uncomfortable and embarrassed. A shout came from a distance. Brother, Ningning. They looked in the direction of the shout. Yin Bo hurriedly ran to them from a distance. You ran too far. If I hadn't asked Jing Si, he wouldn't have known you were here. Yin Hushuan, what happened? Yin Bo panted and waved his hands. No, nothing happened. Su Baining looked at him strangely. Then why are you in such a hurry to find us? It's still early even for lunch. Yin Bo took a deep breath. No. Didn't we find the reservoir yesterday? We started cleaning there this morning. We've only just cleaned it up now. We opened the reservoir door and found that it was still full of clean water. Yin Hushuan nodded. Isn't this a good thing? Su Baining took over. It was Elder Zhu who wanted me to check it out, to make sure it's drinkable. Right? Yin Bai nodded to indicate that this was what he meant, so he hurried over to find them. Now Elder Zhu and Yen Mo were waiting there, including a few survivors, who were also waiting there curiously. Since Elder Zhu said that, we definitely can't just hang around. The three of them walked towards the reservoir together. The difference was that Su Baining never refused Yin Hushuan's outstretched hand again. Yin Bai only then realized that Su Baining's eyes were red. He whispered, Brother, what's wrong with Ningning? It looks like she's been crying. Yin Hushuan turned his head and looked at him. No, Sand got into it. Yin Bai, oh, is that so? Zhu Lao and the others were standing at the entrance of the reservoir, looking forward to the road in front of them. The full water found in the reservoir was a big surprise for him. Finally, at the end of the road they had been waiting for, the figures of Yin Hushuan and the other three appeared. The Yin family members looked at Yin Hushuan and Su Baining holding hands and opened their mouths wide, while Yin Yu's eyes flashed and he laughed out loud. Yin Ziyu looked at Yin Yu and was a little worried. Brother, are you okay? You? Yin Yu glanced at him. Don't worry. I'm fine. I figured it out a long time ago. In fact, this is the best way. Yin Ziyu struggled for a while. Yin Mo looked at his face, which was twisted from happy to sad. What are you doing? Your face is cramping. Yin Yu snorted coldly. Maybe you are unwilling to be usurped. Yin Mo? Elder Zhu was so focused on the reservoir that he didn't notice these things. He walked over and called them to go in together. As he walked, he said, just help check the water quality in this reservoir. After all, even clean water can't be used casually after a long time. Su Baining nodded and agreed to follow Elder Zhu inside. When she passed by Yen Yu and the others, she was a little embarrassed and struggled for the hand held by Yin Hushuan. She didn't break free and glared at him. Yin Hushuan smiled and looked at her and let go. Yin Ziyu looked at their interaction and walked up to Yin Hushuan with a heavy face. Brother, are you usurping the throne? Does it mean that I will have no status in your heart in the future? Yin Bo looked at him with disdain. You talk as if you had any status in the past. Yin Ziyu sighed, pointed at him and Yin Mo with regret. You too, just be stupid. Yin Mo and Yin Bo were confused by what he said. Yin Yu came over and pulled them apart. Let's not discuss this topic now. Okay? Should we go in and see what's going on? Everyone had already gone in, only the brothers were still standing outside the door without moving. Su Baining was surprised when she stood at the door of the reservoir. This Hika city is small, but this reservoir is unusually large. Looking at Su Baining's puzzled face, Mr. Zhu explained to her, generally, cities far from the sea, when building a reservoir, it is usually larger. Nowadays, advanced technology can turn seawater into fresh water, So the reservoirs in coastal cities are relatively smaller. He looked at the reservoir in front of him and sighed. If the water in this reservoir is drinkable, it will be more than enough to support a month according to the previous water consumption. Su Baiting smiled. I thought you would say that with this reservoir, everyone can use it at will. Zhu Lao, if the source river is not polluted. I can certainly say that. Of course it's not possible now. I didn't ask them to open the valve. After we get back on track, we'll still have to ask water-based psychics to store water. As long as the water in the source river doesn't return to normal, water-based psychics will become more and more important. Su Baiting nodded. This is true. After reading it, Su Baiting stretched out his hand and placed it on the edge of the reservoir wall and began to release his psychic ability to feel the water quality inside. Chapter 129. The phone call came. Su Baiting checked carefully and stopped. Mr. Zhu had not disturbed her during the inspection. Now that she stopped, he hurried over to ask about the result. Su Baiting nodded. It can be drunk, but because it has been stored for too long, I still recommend opening it for a few days to let the sediment in the water settle for a few days. I have appropriately eliminated some of the impurities in the water, and the rest has no effect. Zhu Lao, okay. That's fine. There's a power plant right next to us. Fortunately, we have developed solar power generation with advanced technology. Yin Mo took over the conversation while tapping on the side. According to what you said, if the previous winter had never passed, the generator would not be usable. Zhu Lao glanced at him. Don't we still have diesel? This kid really doesn't know how to talk. Yin Mo stopped. Okay. Let's go to the power plant now. The equipment here is quite complete. After you settle down, you can hire some skilled workers in this field. Mr. Zhu led them to the power plant on the side. The power plant occupies a much larger area than the water plant. After all, the elevated high-voltage structure is complicated and requires a lot of erection. It is very easy to catch fire under high-voltage electricity. So there are still many people cleaning out below. Try to leave no weeds. The sun is too strong now. The weeds that were cleaned up yesterday afternoon turned into dry grass overnight. So no jokes can be made under the high-voltage rack. The heavy iron door opened in front of us. A musty smell rushed to everyone's nose. Some dust was sucked into the throat. Everyone present couldn't help coughing twice. When the door opened, Yin Heshuan quickly pulled Su Baiting behind him, not sucking in any dust, watching everyone frowning and waving their palms. Thinking of Yin Heshuan's actions, I was secretly happy for a while. Yin Ziyu shouted, why is there so much dust here? It wasn't so long when we were at the reservoir just now. Yin Bo explained to him, because it's dry here, there's water in the reservoir. The air is moist, and the sediment is absorbed by the water. There's no water here at all. Yin Ziyu gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Great. The dust was almost gone, and Zhu Lao stepped in first. Yin Mo almost reached out to stop him, but when he saw Zhu Lao walked in, he put his hand down again. Yin Yu followed Zhu Lao in, by the way. I reminded Yin Mo, if there were zombies, there wouldn't be so much dust when you open the door. Don't be so nervous. Yin Mo touched his nose awkwardly. Isn't that subconscious? Su Baiting followed Yin Heshuan in. The people who entered first were sweeping the spider webs inside. Yin Heshuan looked at Yin Mo and Yin Ziyu who were busy in front of him. Master Zhu, we won't be the first group of people to come in. Su Baiting coughed. It looks like it should be, if someone came in. Wouldn't they have cleaned up the place long ago? Mr. Zhu nodded and looked around for a while. It seems that all the equipment here has not been damaged. The control room should be in the small house next to it. Wait until Jinx's people clean up the outside, and then we can directly connect the electricity here. I just saw that the solar panels on the roof seem to be intact. Yin Bo, Mr. Zhu. Don't worry. When we came here just now, we saw 2 windmills still turning on the mountain over there. Send someone to check it out. If the circuit is not damaged, relying on wind power generation is also a method. Su Baiting was surprised. The equipment in this small place is so advanced. Some big cities don't have such complete equipment. Mr. Zhu smiled and tempted her. Are you interested in settling here? Su Baiting also smiled at him. No. You can't live without electricity and water. She is not stupid. Although the city has made very complete preparations for the preparation and development of electricity, but the lack of water resources is also a big problem. Besides, she is not interested in this. She is still waiting for the opportunity to travel freely in the mountains and rivers in the future. Zhu Lao. Hey. Why is this kid not easy to deceive? Yin Ziyu came over with a wooden stick that had been used to twist the spider web. Zhu Lao. Don't waste your thoughts on this, think about it. You know that Ningning will eventually follow us, brothers. But we really don't have the chance to stay here. Right? Elder Zhu sighed. After all, it's a new city. We don't know what to do with ordinary people after it's settled. Yan Heshuan, don't worry. Elder Zhu. When we came, Jingxi had already sent someone to bring the location of the new city back to Elder Pang. At the latest, a new garrison team will come in half a month. We can't stay here for long. When we came, Elder Pang reminded us that representatives from various countries will hold a meeting in Kyoto next month to discuss this disaster. You also know that the situation in Kyoto is complicated. If we don't go back, it will be difficult to deal with it. Zhu Lao, humph. It's time now. Only the old man surnamedly likes to do these irrelevant things. The old ghost surnamed Han is just trying to preserve the honor of his Han family. If it comes to the critical moment, it's not unreliable. You see, you and Jingxi are here with me now. Is there no one in Kyoto who follows Lao Pang? Yan Heshuan, of course not. When I came here, I told my family to be careful. Su Baiting didn't like to hear them talk about these things, and followed Yan Ziyu around. Yan Ziyu looked at Yan Heshuan, who was discussing current affairs with the elders in the distance, and asked her, "Did you two go on a date just now?" Su Baiting blushed. "Keep your voice down. It was because my fourth brother felt sorry for me and didn't want me to work. So he asked my eldest brother to take me around." TSK. Yan Ziyu didn't believe it. "You two were obviously together just now. Don't think of escaping my sharp eyes." Su Baiting was helpless. "Then what do you want?" Yan Ziyu thought for a while. "It's not a high request. Take me with you wherever you go in the future. If everything is settled, I want to go out and relax with my family. I was very busy before. I didn't have time to go out and play. Now I don't even think about it. So I can only hope for the future." Su Baiting felt the same. "Don't think like that. Brother Ziyu, now no matter where we go, we can treat it as a trip." "What are you talking about?" Yan Heshuan finished talking with Zhu Lao and walked to their side, just in time to hear Su Baiting's words. Yan Ziyu shook his head. "Nothing. I just wanted to say that I hope we can go out for a trip together in the future." Yan Heshuan patted his head. "There will be a chance." At this time, the man who had been cleaning up the debris under the high-voltage rack outside came in sweating, and saluted Zhu Lao. "Zhu Lao, the debris under the high-voltage rack has been completely cleaned up. Please instruct the next task." Zhu Lao was so happy that he said 3 good words in a row. Smiling, he said, "Call everyone in after the cleaning is done. We are going to start it." "Yes." He walked outside and called in the few people who were still standing outside. Yin Yu opened the door of the control room and invited Zhu Lao in. Zhu Lao stood at the door of the control room, looking at the green button in the middle. He was very excited. Yin Yu stood by the wall, clicked and pushed all the valves up. Zhu Lao took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to press the button in a calm manner. Buzz, drip, tick, tick, tick. The sound kept ringing after a while. The lights in the room were all on. The few people standing outside the door saw the lights in the factory light up, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and cheered one by one. Chapter 130 Departure for Kyoto. Seeing the lights in the room turn on, and the equipment showing normal, Mr. Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. He was now a little comforted. Finally it can still be used. Now we just need to wait for the water in the reservoir to settle for 2 days before it can be put into use. Yin Heshuan, is it on track now? Has Jingxi moved all the things in the supermarket out? Mr. Zhu nodded. Moved out. There are still quite a few things. These 2 days we have been cleaning up the space, so those people have no time to go out. When the cleanup is almost done, we can let them take over any small shops or the like. Everyone nodded. Yin Yu glanced at Yin Heshuan. How long will we stay here? Yin Heshuan, 2 days. We can go back after 2 more days. We have been out for a long time this time. I don't know what the situation in Kyoto is like now. For the next 2 days, everyone did not wander around, but helped to clean up the garbage. After a few days of cleaning, this small city finally revealed its true appearance. They found a vacant lot and set fire to the messy vegetation that had been cleared, burning it into ash for future use. The reservoir was restored to use within 2 days, and several residential buildings around it were already full, and the remaining soldiers at the base had already prepared a place for Zhu Lao and them to live and move in. Zhu Lao looked at the changed city in front of him and said, now we just have to wait for the wall to be built. We don't need so many people now. If you need to go back, go back. Yin Heshuan nodded. We are indeed ready to tell you about this matter. We plan to leave tomorrow. Because they plan to leave for Kyoto tomorrow, In the evening, Yin Hechuan asked Yin Mo to ask Jing Si's opinion. Jing Si agreed. He was worried when he left, so he asked Sun Simiao, a younger generation of the Sun family, to follow Pang Lao, but Sun Simi was relatively young after all. He was a little worried that he could not withstand the pressure from Mr. Li. The itinerary for tomorrow was confirmed. That night, Li Shulan brought a few new female friends to prepare a sumptuous dinner for them. Su Baining was so happy that she gave Mr. Zhu a basket of eggs and duck eggs, telling him that if chicks and ducks could be hatched, they would be the wealth of the base. Mr. Zhu laughed happily. The survivors of the base came up to them with wine, and said thank you very seriously. These people have seen what they have done in the past few days. A simple thank you is too light a gift, but at this time, only a thank you is enough to express their feelings. Su Baining held a paper cup in his mouth. It's amazing, I was actually thanked. Yin Ziyu tilted his head. Is it rare to be thanked? Su Baining waved his hand. How can it be compared? Look at this group of people who always find fault with us when they first came, and they are very self-righteous. This thank you is so rare. Yin Mo nodded on the opposite side. You are right, I agree. Yin Bai raised his hand quietly. I agree too. Yin Yu and Yin Hechuan sighed at each other as they looked dizzy. By the time they finished eating and drinking, they were already in a state of confusion. Yin Yu was helpless. Why can a few bottles of beer make you drunk? I really don't understand. Yin Hechuan took Su Baining into his arms. Everyone has worked hard in the past 2 days. I will take Ningning in first, and then deal with these others. Yin Yu watched him carefully take Su Baining into his arms, and lowered his eyes. Brother, be nice to Ningning. Yin Hechuan looked up at him, and gently picked up Su Baining. Of course, I hope you can also understand her hesitation and guilt about us. Yin Yu, I know, big brother should understand what I said. Yin Hechuan, brother, it's the end of the world without our parents. There are only a few of us in this world. After saying this, he picked up Su Baining and got into the car. Although the survivors have moved into residential buildings in the past few days, but they were used to living in the car, so they didn't have to move things up and down when they left. Yin Hechuan gently put her on the bed, and when he was about to get up and take off her shoes, she hugged him. She was crying, very softly, but it sounded very harsh to Yin Hechuan's ears. He didn't move, and kept this posture, holding his sweet and soft girlfriend in his arms, but not being able to move was like testing his self-control. But she was crying now, which made him feel even worse. He could only coax her and pat her back. After a long while, her hand slowly loosened. Yin Hechuan took off her shoes and slowly put her on the bed, looking at her tightly closed eyes. He sighed slightly. He gently kissed her forehead, covered her with a quilt, turned off the light, opened the door, and walked out quietly. Yin Yu was not so gentle. The weight of a drunk person is like a dead pig. He dragged and pulled Yin Mo into the room with great difficulty. Just as he was standing there to catch his breath, Yin Hechuan came out. Seeing Yin Yu like this, Yin Hechuan was troubled. So heavy? Yin Yu, brother, do you think I will carry them like a princess? Yin Hechuan smiled. Thank you for all the hard work along the way. Thinking back to when he was not around, Yin Yu was the only one who took care of these people. It was really hard. The remaining 2 were carried back to the room one by one. Everyone was drunk. Su Baining had the foresight to let Qilin and Xiaohei out first. At this time, Qilin and Xiaohei yawned consciously and slept on the roof of the car. The next morning, the sun shone into the new city, as if it was gilded with a layer of gold. The car door opened with a swish. Su Baining rubbed her eyes and walked down. She was so scared that she couldn't even yawn when she saw the mess in the open space in front of her. Yin Ziyu followed her down, and was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he couldn't say a word. Su Baining pointed at the table. What did we do last night? To be honest, she couldn't remember how she fell asleep in bed. When she woke up, she was still confused. Yin Ziyu waved his hand. Who knows, you're drunk like that. Su Baining, it's okay if I'm drunk, but you guys are drunk, I hate it. Yin Ziyu, what can I do? I didn't expect it. Yin Hechuan got out of the car after them. When he got up, he first took a look at Su Baining's room. Seeing that there was no one in the room and the car door was open, he followed them. Seeing 2 people standing at the door staring at the messy table in a daze, I patted them. Don't be in a daze here, aren't you dizzy? The 2 shook their heads together. Then hurry up and wash up. We will leave after breakfast. Someone will come to clean up. Hurry up. Hearing his words, I hurriedly got in the car to wash up. When I got off, the table had been cleaned up, and it was filled with a sumptuous breakfast. The table was full of people. I saw them and waved them over. After breakfast, everyone cleaned up the table and the floor, because they were not here permanently. Everyone's things were always in the car. Seeing that everyone was ready, Su Baiting put Qilin and Xiaohe into the space and prepared to set off. The car started with a rumbling sound. Elder Zhu led the people in the base to stand on the road and waved goodbye to them. The large group of people in front of them was getting farther and farther away, until they became small black dots. In order not to make herself sad, she did not say hello to Li Shulun's family, but just asked Elder Zhu to help take care of them. Yin Heshuan saw Su Baiting like this and touched her. We can come here to stroll after we are done with our work. Just as a trip. Chapter 131 The Way Back. The fatigue of the journey diluted the sadness of parting. Today, Jingyang was driving, looking at the scenery outside the window. Yin Ziyu wondered, this road is not the road we took when we came here. Yin Yu nodded, yes. Jingxi said this is a small road, it will be faster to reach Kyoto. Yin Mo, to be honest, I don't agree with taking this road. What if we encounter an accident? Although the road we came from is a bit far, there were no accidents along the way. Yin Bo covered his mouth. Can you shut up your crow mouth? Just when Yin Mo was resisting, the car squeaked, broke suddenly, almost squeezing them all together. Yin Yu came to the front and asked Jingxi, what's going on? Why did it break suddenly? Jing Yang pulled the brake. I don't know, since the car in front suddenly stopped. I must stop too. I'll go and see what's going on. They opened the car windows and stretched their necks out of the window to look forward. I don't know what Jing Yang asked in front, and came back in a short while. He got in the car inside. Someone stopped the car. Now Jingxi is asking someone to go and see what's going on. Yin Bo slapped Yin Mo on the back. I said you are a bad mouth. You should talk less in the future. No good comes from talking. Yin Mo spread his hands. Blame me. After waiting for a while, Jingxi walked to their car window with a cigarette in his mouth. Jing Yang lowered the window. What are you doing? Jingxi spit out a circle of eyes. A few people in trouble. What should we do if they ask us to rescue them? Yin Yu closed the window. That's your business. What does it have to do with us? Jingxi stopped him. We are all together. How can you turn against each other so quickly? Besides, aren't Yin Mo and Yin Bai the same as me? Yin Mo and Yin Bai made a zipper-like gesture under the gaze of everyone in the car. Yin Ziyu pointed with satisfaction. See, no right to speak. Jingxi, no fake to say, the problem is that those people are crying and annoying, and they are all orphans and widows. Yin Heshuan played with Su Baiting's little hand. When did you become so kind-hearted? It's not like you. Jingxi was unwilling. Hey, I don't like to hear that. How can I not be kind-hearted? Besides, there are not many humans now. Children are the future. Su Baiting, we didn't stop you. You can save them. No need to notify us. Jingxi chuckled. Oh, we are not short of supplies now. If you don't agree, they will follow us. Jing Yang listened for a long time. You can tell them to move forward. We are not far from the base. We are still very close. Jingxi slapped his forehead. Yes, how could I forget this? Seeing Jingxi running away in a hurry, Su Baiting rolled his eyes. If there is a girl of similar age, Jingxi may not be able to get rid of her. Facts prove that what Su Baiting said was absolutely correct. After a while, Jingxi came over with a lawsuit on his head. I am really convinced. I have been talking to them until my lips were worn out, but they insisted on following me. Su Baiting asked him with a look of see what I said. There are young girls, right? Did their eyes light up when they saw you? Jingxi was surprised. How did you know? Su Baiting sighed helplessly. It's the end of the world now. Anyone who is not stupid will not let you go so easily. Zhu Lao left. There are many beds in the car. You are welcome to stay temporarily. Jingxi, do you mean you agree that they can go with us? Su Baiting, I agree. It is their own problem whether they can enter Kyoto or not. But I will not take care of their food. I don't know what kind of people they are. Jingxi sighed all the way. Su Baiting became more and more curious about what those people looked like. When they found a place to rest, they could see those people clearly. Yin Ziyu moved a small stool under the awning in front of the car for her to sit on. They saw 5 people get out of the 2 cars in front. The 2 children should be about 10 years old. One looked like a middle-aged woman in her 50s, and the remaining 2 looked like they were in their 30s. Several people were wearing dirty clothes, whose colors could not be seen clearly. They were skinny. If they hadn't had long hair, you wouldn't have thought they were women. Jingyang took a breath and complained. If my brother dares to find a woman like this to be my sister-in-law, I will really die right here in front of him. Su Baiting was speechless. I am just hungry. If I eat well and dress well for a while, maybe I will become good-looking. Okay? She was very curious about how these people survived in this wilderness. They looked timid. The little soldiers who couldn't bear it handed them a few biscuits, and they pushed them away embarrassedly. Yen-mo, you can't tell whether they are good or bad just by looking at them. Isn't this simple? Yen Bo walked into the car and took out several boxes of ice cream from the refrigerator in the car. He handed one box to each person, except Yen Hshuan, who didn't eat this. Yen-mo raised it. That's it? That's it? Su Baiting didn't care about them. She really liked this kind of ice cream. She had collected it with great difficulty. It wasn't because they were brothers that she didn't let them eat it. Yen Hshuan helped her open the lid, took out a spoon, and handed it to her. She smiled and said thank you, and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. The rich milky aroma filled her taste buds, and she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Yen Ziyu sighed, pretending to be angry, and opened the bag to scoop a large spoonful into his mouth. Yin Yu looked at his actions, and was dissatisfied. Don't waste it if you don't eat it. What's wrong with it? Yen Ziyu was upset. So this is what it feels like to be out of favor. Yen Bo cleaned up the garbage on the table. What favor can you have in front of Ningning? Jingong interrupted them. Here it comes. The people in the distance noticed them when they got off the bus. Not only because of their clothes, but also because of their temperament and appearance. They became more curious when they saw them sitting together and taking out ice cream. The middle-aged woman pushed the girl in front of her. Look at the ones over there. They are just like the officer just now. If you two can hook up with any of them, we won't have to worry about the rest of our lives. The girl in a rose-red top glanced at them. Why are you in such a hurry? Wouldn't it be a waste of time to go there now? What kind of woman has she not seen with such a person? You have to pretend to be indifferent, so that they will notice you. The two children didn't understand what their mother and sister were talking about. They just knew that they wanted to eat the ice cream when they saw it in their hands. They wanted to eat it. So they walked over to ask for it. Anyway, they are children. This is normal. In their minds. Do adults still care about children? It has to be said that they have already mastered this trick. Otherwise, they would have died many times on the way. Chapter 132 Playing Hard to Get. Unfortunately, their plan was doomed to fail this time. The two children pretended to be shy and walked up to them. Brother and sister, do you like the ice cream in your hands? Yen Ziyu scooped a large spoonful and put it in his mouth in front of them. It's delicious. In such hot weather. Of course a cup of ice cream is the best way to cool down. Seeing Yen Ziyu's actions, the two children's faces darkened. They thought, why doesn't this guy play by the rules? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you give them the ice cream if you see them say they want to eat it? Su Baining smiled secretly, and deliberately asked, why do you want to eat it? Seeing that someone finally took the bait, they nodded and shook their heads hurriedly. No. We just smelled the fragrance and came to ask. We don't want to eat it. Yen-mo heard their words and smelled the ice cream in his hand in confusion. Where does the fragrance come from? Can the fragrance of ice cream drift so far? Su Baiting's face darkened. This is just an excuse. Why do you believe it? Their two sisters in the distance saw the two children coming over. Their eyes lit up, and they looked at each other. Isn't this the opportunity? They followed the two children and came over. It was unknown whether they did it on purpose or unconsciously. Yen Bo looked at their movements and approached Yen Ziyu in confusion. Are they too confident in their looks or do they not know what they look like now? Yen Ziyu glanced at him. Why, are you interested in them just because they are pretty? Yen Bo shook his head in horror. You will be beaten to death by your elder brother if you do this. Are they the scheming bitches my sister mentioned? Su Baiting turned her head and glared at them when she heard this. When did she say that girls like this must be scheming bitches? The two women pretended to be embarrassed and grabbed the two boys and scolded them. You are impolite. How can you say such things right away? Yen Ziyu and the others had question marks on their foreheads. What kind of words are these? The ice cream smells so good? The girl patted the boy's head embarrassedly. Sorry, because of the end of the world. We haven't seen ice cream or anything like that for a long time. My brother is still young. If my words caused you to misunderstand me, I apologize to you on his behalf. Please don't blame him. Yen Ziyu, actually, your brother is fine. I didn't say you don't have to be like this. You made us feel embarrassed. It's okay to apologize right away. What new trick is this? It is said that women will have an inexplicable hostility when they see women This feeling is especially strong when seeing a woman who is prettier than herself. When they saw Su Baining, they instinctively felt jealous. From the end of the world until now, their family has not had enough food and clothing, and they have been humble all the way to make a living. But no matter what, they survived. They were used to the current living conditions of many women at first. But when they saw Su Baining getting off the car, they felt unbalanced. She was even more upset when she saw so many high-quality men circling around her attentively. One of the girls looked at them and introduced herself. "My name is Yan Yan. This is my sister Xiaodi. These two are my brothers Xiaoi and Xiong. Yan Yan? Xiaodi?" You can tell from the first hearing that these two names are the names that would be chosen by a family that favors boys over girls. Vulgar. Yan Mo nodded after hearing this. "Ah, I see." Then he continued to eat his ice cream. Yan Yan saw their unwilling expressions. What's wrong with this man? Shouldn't he ask them what they are doing standing here? Seeing that they didn't respond, she had no choice but to put on a smile and look at Su Baining. "Miss, I see that the clothes you are wearing are quite clean. I wonder if we sisters can borrow 2 sets of clothes." "No, why call me miss? You two look like you are in your 20s, or almost 30s. My sister just came of age this year." Yanzi was not happy. These two people looked older than Su Baining, and yet, they called her sister. Su Baining tried to smooth things over. "It's okay. I can lend you clothes, but I'm afraid you can't wear them." She motioned Yanzi to stop talking nonsense, and got up, and got into the car. She found 2 relatively large clothes in the closet, and took them down. Although these 2 women looked thin now, they had large frames, and couldn't wear her clothes. She got out of the car, and handed them the clothes. The girl named Yan Yan took it, and her face turned black. "What kind of black and gray color is this?" Su Baining explained. "Your frame is bigger than mine, so you may not be able to wear my clothes. This is my aunt's clothes. They are loose, and you can wear them." The woman named Xiaodi next to her said in a sarcastic tone after seeing it, "You wear it so fancy, and let others wear this dull color. It's really interesting." Su Baining took it back and said, "Wear it if you like. If you don't want to wear it, don't wear it. You don't even look at what you are wearing, and you have the nerve to complain about this and that." Xiaodi stared at her with wide eyes and pointed at her. "How can you be so unkind at such a young age? It's the end of the world now, and you can still live so well. Shouldn't you be kind to us?" The soldiers in front knew what we said, and took us with them. "What's wrong with you, little girl?" Yan Yan tried her best to stop her. She had seen that the faces of these people were not looking good. Su Baining snorted coldly. "It's really interesting. You also know that the man in front is a soldier. I'll take you with me. I'm not a soldier. If you say anything bad to me, I'll let you go. Do you believe it? It's not because I feel sorry for you women. I don't even want to give you a piece of rag. You are dressed like this and still not honest. You just lifted your hair and flirted with us when you came to us." Yan Yan was originally playing carefully, but Xiaodi couldn't continue with the commotion. There was no choice but to quickly pull her back. Xiaodi struggled to get rid of her. "Why are you pulling me? Didn't you say you were here to hook up with me under the pretext of being my younger brother? Why are you pulling me now? Oh my god, this is probably the legendary pig teammate. Right?" Yanzi and the others were stunned by the operation of this person called Xiaodi. "It's their duty to take us with them. We are women. You are a woman who is raised so well. What qualifications do you have to stand in front of us and talk nonsense?" Su Baining laughed when she heard this, and walked to Yan Heshuan and put her arm around him. "They are willing. If you have the ability, why don't you ask them to raise one?" As soon as these words came out, everyone present shook their heads like rattles. Xiaodi gnashed her teeth when she saw the look on the face of this group of people. Who cares? If they hadn't asked us to go with them, we wouldn't have wanted to go. Yan Yan was scratching her head anxiously. She just wanted to say, "Sister, please shut up." Su Baining pointed at the road and said, "You can go if you don't want to. No one is stopping you. Your legs are on your own body." "You?" Xiaodi was about to say something. Yan Yan quickly covered her mouth and said awkwardly, "Sorry. Sorry for disturbing you." Then she dragged Xiaodi, who was still struggling, away, not even caring about her 2 younger brothers. Chapter 133 Reasons for Sending a Car. The 2 children saw their sisters making a fuss and didn't dare to stand there any longer. So they ran away. Su Baining let go of Yan Heshuan's hand and snorted coldly. Yan Ziyu shook his head. "Women nowadays are really scary." "Ning Ning, I thought you were going to help her." Su Baining, if she didn't have so many problems, she would have given her 2 clothes. Why should women make things difficult for other women? The problem is that they have taught me a very good lesson about how women have to make things difficult for other women. Strictly speaking, I have encountered many such cases along the way. I am almost immune to them. Yin Ziyu waved his hand. Never mind, just take care of ourselves. I just hope that no weird things will happen along the way. Yin Bai nodded, mind Yin Mo's bad mouth. Yin Mo? After being made such a fuss by Su Baining and the others, those few people complained to Jing Si at first, and were ready to ask Jing Si to teach them a lesson, but after being beaten up, he became completely obedient. Without these people making trouble, the journey was much more peaceful. After rushing for a few days, they returned to Kyoto at noon one day. The guards at the city gate cheered happily when they saw Jing Si and his car. Jing Si was still wondering, why do these guys miss me so much now? It's unscientific. Jing Yang immediately pointed out, maybe it's because the little guy you arranged to lead them is too rigid. So they are more happy to see you. Jing Si nodded thoughtfully. That little tail is indeed a bit. Yin Yu, he admires you so much. Does he know that you call him Little Tail? Jing Si, hey, I have always called him Little Tail. It's not just now, he has already gotten used to it. Yin Heshuan urged him to get out of the car. Hurry up and send those women away, we still have to go back to report the situation. Jing Si nodded quickly. I only saw him calling those women, and didn't know what he said at first. Those women were ready to cry. But when they heard what he said, they covered their mouths, looked around, and left in anger. Yin Mo touched Jing Yang. Can you guess what your brother said? Jing Yang didn't care, no matter what he said. I'm not interested now. I just want to go home to see my mother, and have a good sleep. I won't report to your house today. Su Baining nodded, okay. I'll ask Qilin to stay at home with me. Yin Heshuan grabbed her hand in dissatisfaction. Why didn't you ask me to accompany you? Su Baining was surprised. Don't you need to report to Mr. Pang? Yin Heshuan was silent. Chung Jun basically took care of the office affairs during these days. I don't know how late he will be busy this time. Jing Si walked to the door and showed something to the guards. They waved their hands to make way. The car drove into the city gate and found a parking lot not far away. Su Baining and her family got off the car and waited for her to take the car back. Before she could reach out her hand, Jing Si came over quickly and stopped her. He chuckled and said, "Give me a favor and sell me one." Su Baining pointed at the car and said, "You want this?" Jing Si nodded continuously. Yes. 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 I can agree to anything you ask for. Yin Ziyu interrupted. No problem. Sell Jing Yang. Jing Yang, who was standing aside and watching the fun, said. Jing Si pretended to think about it with difficulty. Yes. It's not impossible. Jing Yang. Why, this is not what I want. What does it have to do with me? Jing Si retorted, nonsense, do you need to follow them all day long? Why don't you feel sorry for your brother running around all day long in the car? His old waist is about to break. Jing Yang, humph, I don't feel sorry. Why are you pretending? When Jing Si saw that he couldn't make sense, he turned around and complained to Su Baining, look, we are always going on long trips now. I feel sorry for those kids who hear that they have to sit in the truck late at night and feel stuffy and hot. If we have this, we can take turns and everyone will feel more relaxed. Yin Mo approached Yin Bo. I have never seen such a shameless person. He is probably the only one who can speak so clearly and unworldly. Su Baining smiled. I give it to you, in exchange for your cooperation with our Yin family without reservation and purpose. Jing Si blinked. Really? Yin Ziyu. The key point is the latter sentence, not the former sentence. Jing Si. We are grasshoppers on the same rope, what are you afraid of? After saying this, he got in the car and drove away, as if he was afraid that they would regret it. Only the team members behind him were chasing him rumblingly. Yin Yu came over. There are still our things in the car. Is it okay to let him drive away like this? Su Baining shook her head. It doesn't matter. We have new ones. I have prepared supplies on each car. Don't worry. Besides, this one is nothing. Yin Heshuan touched her head. We will send you home first. And then report. Su Baining pointed at Jing Yang who was falling down. He can just take me back. Old Pang should know that you are back. You better report first. Don't worry about me having no one to take me back. Thinking that old Pang should be waiting for them in the office now, they had no choice but to ask Jing Yang to take her home and then hurry to the office. Walking on the road, Jing Yang couldn't stop his curiosity. Why did you give the car to my big brother so easily? Even if such a car is not rare in your place, you should also know that if it was outside, It was worth much more before. Su Baining thought for a while. First of all, you have to be alive to enjoy it before you can buy it, and as you said, how many people can afford such a vehicle now? I gave it to him, not for any other reason, because of what he said later, whether he said it to make us happy or he really meant it. She pointed to the soldiers patrolling by them. How old are you now? How old are you since you joined the army? In the past, when things were peaceful, the daily tasks of ordinary soldiers were to train. Train. And train. Why did they train? Isn't it just to be prepared for any eventuality? But even if there is a war and casualties, our supplies and resources are the best, and they can fully guarantee everything for them. Look at them now. They still train every day, don't eat well, don't sleep well, and they eat whatever their superiors eat. But the problem is that they have to go out to fight every day. Jin Yang nodded. I understand. You are thinking about them. Right? Su Baining, yes. Am I very conscious? Jin Yang gave her a complicated look. You make me feel that you are not a 19-year-old girl at all. TSK, this is called consciousness. You know shit. Go back and tell your brother that he better keep his word, otherwise I will take it back. The car is full of gas. I have loaded all the supplies. Maybe there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. No need to run so hurriedly. Can't I find him? Got it. Got it. Chapter 134 Current Situation in Kyoto. Skip this topic. They chatted about random things while walking on the road. But Su Baining found that there were many hair colors on the road that she had never seen before. As they walked along, it seemed that there were many foreigners. Su Baining was afraid that she had made a mistake. Are there many strange people here now? I am afraid that I have made a mistake. Is there still a barber shop that can dye hair now? Jin Yang looked in the direction she looked. No, you are not mistaken. There are indeed many foreigners in Kyoto now. Su Baining remembered what Yin Heshuan said before leaving. Is it true that the foreigners who came to Kyoto have come earlier? Jin Yang touched his chin. I remember that you were wandering in the forest because of the Japanese. If I am not mistaken, they will not miss such a good opportunity this time. Su Baining frowned. I remember what the guy's name was, whom it seems to be Matsushita, yes, just call it this name. Jin Yang pulled her forward quickly, during this period. You'd better not go out alone. It's better to ask Qilin to accompany you anytime and anywhere. I'm afraid I can't make it sometimes. Su Baining staggered when he pulled her. No. You have to give me a reason. Right? I burned all those people at the beginning. Jin Yang interrupted her. What reason are you talking to the Japanese? That group of people is despicable and shameless. Even if they come to the meeting, I don't know what they are thinking. It's not that I'm afraid you'll be recognized, but I'm afraid they'll know your special ability and deceive you. No one can be sure of anything at this moment. No one can guarantee their own safety 100%, especially you. What he didn't tell Su Baining was that, after knowing her specialness, Old Pang had told him seriously that, no matter who tried to find out her information or harm her, he could kill them first and report later. Standing at the door of the Yin family, before Su Baining could speak, as soon as Zhou Bo opened the door, he pushed her in. He told Zhou Bo, no matter who is visiting, no one is allowed to enter. Su Baining is strictly prohibited from going out without anyone's company. I will go home and say hello to my mother, and come right over. Tell her to be honest. Zhou Bo immediately agreed. As soon as he left, he locked the door tightly, and pretended that no one was at home. Su Baining was confused. Zhou Bo, you are our housekeeper. Why do you listen to Jin Yang so much? Uncle Zhou shook his head. Uncle Zhou didn't listen to him. Uncle Zhou could tell that it would be dangerous if you went out alone. So Uncle Zhou didn't allow the young lady to go out alone. Okay. Okay. Uncle Zhou said so, and she let Qilin out and nestled at her feet. She collapsed on the sofa and sighed for a while. She didn't even touch the fruit and tea that Uncle Zhou brought. She was depressed. She originally planned to go shopping in Kyoto's shopping malls when she returned to Kyoto. After all, she hadn't been to the malls for so long. She gnashed her teeth and complained about those damn foreigners. Why didn't they come a few days later? Why did they have to come now? She had no fun at all. She was so angry that she didn't even have lunch and had Qilin's stomach. She didn't even feel like paying attention to Jin Yang when he came. Jin Yang had no choice but to play with Qilin. Jin Yang stayed with her for a long time, until it was time for dinner. He told her to eat before going back to accompany her mother. She was worried that he had been away for too long and insisted that he go back to accompany her for dinner. It was late and almost time for bed. She was almost asleep on the sofa. She heard the door click. Qilin stood up, which scared her and made her sleepy. Yin Heshuan's voice came from the entrance. Is Ningning asleep? Zhou Bo, no. She has been angry, and has not eaten dinner yet. Yan Yu, who was following behind, asked, what happened? Why are you so angry? Zhou Bo, when she came back, Master Jing next door told her not to go out alone. It's best not to go out unless there are special circumstances. Yin Ziyu pulled his collar. It seems that when we came back, Jingyan also noticed something was wrong. Although it's not right to say so, but there's nothing we can do about it. Yin Heshuan changed his shoes and strode into the living room. He saw Su Baiting lying on the sofa, pouting without any image, looking at the place they had to pass. When she saw Yin Heshuan, she deliberately snorted. Yin Heshuan exhaled and smiled as he walked over to pull her from the sofa into his arms. No matter what happens, you have to fill your stomach first. How can I not eat? Su Baiting pushed him. I won't. If I had known, I wouldn't have come back. I finally came back and was locked up again. The rest of the Yin family also walked in. Seeing their appearance, except for Yin Mo, who was still a little confused, the rest of them pretended not to see them and sat on the sofa next to them. Yin Ziyu looked at Su Baiting. You don't even know who we saw this afternoon? Luckily you didn't go. Su Baiting was aroused by curiosity. She stood up from Yin Heshuan's arms. Who's here? Yin Mo took an apple from the fruit plate and took a bite. What? Aren't they just those people from the United States, Jingwa, and the neighboring Korean country? TSK. Su Baiting waved her hand. I thought there was nothing strange about it. Yin Heshuan pinched her hand. Eat your food immediately. We'll take you out to play tomorrow. Su Baiting's eyes lit up. Really? Yin Heshuan nodded. Yin Yu handed over an apple. Mr. Pang decided to hold a martial arts competition in Kyoto the day after tomorrow, but all the contestants are replaced by superpowers. Su Baiting took the apple and took a bite. Superpower competition? Wouldn't it be full of wind, rain, thunder and lightning? Who will be responsible if someone is hit? Yin Bo took over the conversation. Don't worry. Su Yule's Research Institute has now developed a transparent mechanical glass, which can block some of the damage caused by superpowers. As long as it does not exceed the standard, there will be no danger. Su Baiting raised his hands. I want to go. I want to go. I don't want to stay at home. It's so boring for Jingyang and I to just stare at each other. Yin Heshuan touched her head. Then you should be a good boy. Don't run around tomorrow. Follow me and Yin Yu. Okay. Yin Mo, we are talking about the game. Aren't these old guys just trying to test our current situation? The pretexts are all clanking. Yin Ziyu sighed. There is no way. Although we are talking about a global virus attack, we still don't know who invented this disaster. This rain makes people suspicious. Su Baiting nestled in Yin Heshuan's arms and listened to them discuss these things. She began to think that when she first came here, the original owner did not say where the original site of the disaster was. Even she probably didn't know. After all, they didn't live to this time. Chapter 135 The Truth Known by the Yin Family. At night, Su Baiting stood in front of the French window fiddling with the ornaments on the small coffee table, brainstorming in her mind about the ultimate purpose of this conference. Knock knock knock. Someone knocks on the door. Enter. In the room, only the bedside lamp at the head of the bed was on. The whole room was illuminated by a dim light, which was reflected on Yin Heshuan who walked in. He had just taken a shower, and the hair on his forehead was still stained with moisture. Yin Heshuan, who took off his glasses, looked like a... Su Baiting tilted her head and thought about it. With his eyes, she looked a bit like a vixen. A male version of a vixen. Thinking of this, she found it funny, and laughed out loud. Yin Heshuan narrowed his narrow eyes. Su Baiting, who had also taken a bath, and was wearing a princess nightgown with her hair draped, smiled as if she was deliberately teasing him. Now it was just the two of them. He came over and held her in his arms. He lowered his head and sniffed her fragrance. Do you remember what I told you tonight? Starting tomorrow, you must follow me closely. Okay. Su Baiting pouted and pulled his collar. Don't I have any personal freedom? Yin Heshuan opened the curtains and looked outside. Do you know? Outside you can't see. There are people guarding outside the Yin family, no matter it is day or night. Su Baiting turned her head and glanced at the dark night outside. She was startled by what he said and moved closer to his arms. Who is it? Has my superpower been discovered? Yin Heshuan was touched by her cute reaction, smiled softly, and hugged her tightly. It's Mr. Pang, after we entered Kyoto. Old Pang knew that Jingyang was only the one who protected you in public. And he also sent many people to protect you secretly. Your disappearance before was enough for us to accept. What should I do if you have another accident now? Can you imagine that a person who usually looks serious, speaks rigorously, and buttoned up the last button of his formal clothes, is now wearing pajamas in the girl's room, pinching the girl's waist and saying these words? The contrast is quite big. And it's also cute. Su Baining couldn't suppress the little entanglement in her heart. After listening to Yin Heshuan's words, Su Baining nodded obediently. I know. I will follow you obediently. After Su Baining agreed, Yin Heshuan gently kissed her nose. Then go to bed early. See you tomorrow. After covering her with the quilt, Yin Heshuan walked out and closed the door quietly. When he was about to go back to his bedroom, a faint voice came from behind. Brother. This resentful voice almost scared him out of his wits. Just when he was about to turn around and teach that brat a lesson, the brothers of the Yin family were standing under the lights in the corridor, looking at him dimly. Only Yin Mo yawned and was unwilling to be held by the collar. Yin Heshuan frowned. What are you doing so late? Yin Ziyu, brother. Why are you not sleeping in Ningning's room so late? Yin Yu and Yin Bai nodded together. Yin Mo yawned again. You guys are really worrying about nothing. What could he do in Ningning's room? A man and a woman alone in the middle of the night. Suddenly realizing that what he said was wrong, he paused. Probably. He was explaining the current situation to Ningning. After saying that, he nodded as if to confirm. The rest of the people, oh, you are the only fool in the world. Yin Heshuan sighed and pinched his nose. Do I need to report to you what I am doing in my girlfriend's room? Yin Ziyu jumped up. He admitted it. He admitted it, beast. Yin Yu covered his mouth. Keep your voice down. Will you be responsible if you wake up Ningning? Yin Mo was awakened by this shock. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Yin Bo. Pat me. Am I hallucinating? What did Big Brother say just now? What girlfriend? Yin Bo looked at him as if he was a fool. He pinched him with one hand. Yin Mo almost cried out. I told you to pat me. Why did you pinch me so hard? Yin Bo, I'm afraid you're still not awake. I told you to wake up. Yin Mo looked at him. Why are you not surprised? You didn't know about this a long time ago. Did you? He remembered that Yin Ziyu had talked about usurping the throne, and suddenly realized, this is what Yin Ziyu meant by usurping the throne. Yin Heshuan looked at the funny people in front of him. Let's talk in the living room, if you have something to say. Don't wake her up. Everyone sat in the living room around Yin Heshuan. Yin Heshuan sat across from them leisurely with his legs crossed. Yin Ziyu patted the table, the person opposite. Be serious. We are not your younger brother now. We are just Ningning's older brother. Yin Bo, yes. 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 Yin Mo slapped Yin Bo on the back of his head. You are right. You are right. Are you a parrot? Yin Bo touched his head aggrievedly. I think what Xiao Wu said is right. Don't you think it's wrong? Yin Mo, yes. Yin Heshuan looked at them. What's wrong with me being his boyfriend? Compared to me, can you accept someone suddenly coming out and claiming to be her boyfriend? Give me an example, such as Jing Yang, such as Jing Si? Thinking of the two people from the Jing family, Yin Ziyu and the others pouted and shook their heads in disgust. Yin Heshuan smiled. I am your eldest brother. You will stay in this family forever if you are with me. Isn't it good to always be your sister? Yin Ziyu waved his hand when he heard this. No. No, she can still call us brothers after usurping the throne? Yin Heshuan spread his hands. Why haven't I called you brother recently? Haven't I called you brother? Everyone heard. Yes, very well behaved. Yin Heshuan. Then what are you worried about? Thinking this way, it seems that there is nothing to worry about. Yin Mo compromised first. Yin Ziyu and Yin Bai followed closely. Yin Yumamo sighed and shook his head, and made a powerful gesture towards Yin Heshuan. Yin Heshuan smiled slightly. Your problems are gone. Is it my turn? Yin Mo, what's your problem? Yin Heshuan smiled softly. Can you explain to me why you showed up at her bedroom door in the middle of the night? This question. Yin Bai pointed at Yin Ziyu. It's all him. He told us to catch the thief. Yin Ziyu slapped Yin Bai's hand. Traitor, you didn't say that when you came out. Yin Yu rubbed his forehead. Actually, I saw you enter Ningning's room. I came here to scare you on purpose. Yin Ziyu. God wants me dead. Yin Heshuan gave him a warning look. Yin Ziyu hugged his legs with a plop. Brother, I was wrong. Yin Heshuan kicked him in disgust. Get up. I went to her room to tell her about the recent events, but then I thought it would be better not to scare her. So I didn't say anything. Yin Yu nodded. When I came back, I found that there were many more people near my home. I guess it was arranged by Mr. Pang. Right? Yin Heshwan. Yes, there are too many foreigners now. The number of people coming this time is completely beyond our expectations. I strongly suspect that the purpose of this group of people coming here is not only to discuss how to escape this disaster, but more likely to flee. Yin Mo slapped the sofa. Aren't they treating us as scapegoats? Chapter 136. The venue of the supernatural power competition. Yin Yu stood up and walked around the hall. No matter what their purpose is, we can't act rashly now. Remember what Pang Lao said, we must protect Ningning, but we can't do it too obviously. Yin Bai was smart for once. This is not simple. Let's say our Ningning was separated from us at the end of the world, and we finally found her. So we are quite nervous. It's more reassuring to bring her with you wherever you go. Yin Heshwan nodded. Please put it simply. Don't make it so complicated. If someone asks, just say it. If no one asks, don't say anything. Okay. He waved his hand. Go and have a rest. Just be careful tomorrow. In the dead of night, a little light shone in with the night. If you look closely, it looks a bit like moonlight. The next morning, everyone sat at the dining table and yawned one after another while eating. Su Baining, did you all go to steal in the middle of the night last night? So sleepy. Yin Imo rubbed his eyes. How can that be called stealing? I tell you, that is simply. Yen Bo, who was sitting next to him, elbowed him in the stomach, which made him shudder. Hack you. Are you going to murder your own brother? Yen Bo didn't expect that his attack was so accurate. I just want you to wake up. Yen Mo, I am extremely sober now. Are you happy? Su Baining tore the bread and looked at them with interest. Yin Heshwan patted her back. Come with us after you finish eating. I'll take you to see the venue layout. Jingyang walked in from the open door and carried a bag of something and put it on the coffee table. Su Baining, my brother gave you a thank you gift. Yin Zi walked over and took it, opened it and saw it, disdained. That's all? Jingyang, don't be disgusted. This is the reward my brother left every time. It's not easy. Su Baining sat down and asked, is it a crystal core? Yin Zi nodded. Su Baining waved his hand. Take it back. Isn't the supernatural power contest about to start? Take it back and distribute it to the participating team members. Jingyang. Said, although I thought so before, but are you really willing? Su Baining drank the last sip of milk and wiped her mouth. Why not? My brother said that the supernatural power contest is still setting up the venue. It should take a few days. Thinking of this, she remembered that there was still a box of crystal cores in the space that she had used before at the Hope base. She looked at Yin Heshwan. Brother, can I give all the crystal cores to the contestants who need to participate in the competition? Yin Heshwan, you can decide for yourself with your own things. We support any decision you make. Okay. She clenched her fist. Let them see the momentum of my Chinese men. She nodded at Yin Mo. Third brother, the crystal cores are for you to distribute to the players in your team. In order to avoid non-superpower competitions, I will lend Xiao Hei to you to train them. Yin Mo nodded. Jing Yang saw that there were so many people around her, and Jing Si was still at home. He picked up the bag and took it home. Jing Si was surprised when he saw Jing Yang bring the crystal core back. Jing Yang told him what Su Bei Ning meant, and he was really moved for a while. After breakfast, Yin Heshwan took Su Bei Ning and Jing Yang, who had just sent the crystal core away, to the venue of the superpower competition. When she saw the door of the venue, she felt it was very imposing. When they saw the main venue, they exclaimed a little. There were many workers working in the main venue. Su Baining reached out to the huge glass cover in the center and touched it. Sighing, this is a bit like the scene in the future interstellar travel. Jing Yang sighed, it's a bit special. Even everyone's chairs seem to be made according to the chairs in science fiction movies, looking very technological. Su Baining sat on it and felt it. It's very comfortable, but it's a bit of a pity. Why didn't it invent before the end of the world, but these things were invented after the end of the world? Speaking of this, Jing Yang was curious. Has Su Yul not come home to find you to go to the research institute? I don't think I saw Chung Jun at your house either. Did they disappear? Yin Heshwan. No, I heard that his teacher discovered some substance the last time you went there, and he is working day and night on research. Chung Jun is busy because I have entrusted all the things to him recently, and he hasn't come home recently. He should be staying with Mr. Pang instead of me now, otherwise. How can I have time to hang out with you guys here? Su Baining stood up after sitting on the chair for a long time. Okay, I've seen enough. Can we go somewhere else? There's nothing to see here. Yin Heshwan nodded and took her hand and walked out of the venue. The three of them were talking and laughing as they walked out. Su Baiting accidentally bumped into someone who was about to enter the venue. A hoarse voice sounded, "Girl, don't you look ahead when you walk?" Yin Hushuan held her hand tightly and pulled her aside. Yang Yang also walked to her side and looked at the group of people in front. "Why is Mr. Li interested in coming to the meeting today?" Su Baiting rubbed his forehead and looked forward. An old man who looked to be in his 60s stood in the front, followed by 2 or 3 young men. When they saw Su Baiting looking up, the eyes of the young men lit up. Su Baiting said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I didn't notice someone. Are you okay?" The man called Mr. Li by Yin Hushuan hummed slowly and patted the place where Su Baiting had bumped into him just now. "Not bad, my old bones are still strong. If you work harder, I might be able to rest at home for a few days instead of going to work." Su Baiting smiled awkwardly. "Sorry. I really didn't mean it." Mr. Li raised his eyelids and looked at Yin Hushuan. "This is the venue for the superpower competition. It's okay to bring your little girl to watch it before the competition starts. I hope you can pay attention to the impact during the competition." "No, what does this mean? She is not allowed to come during the competition?" Yin Hushuan smiled when he heard this. "Our Ningning is like a little princess at home, of course. I will take her wherever I go." Old Li ignored his words and looked at Jing Yang expressionlessly. How come the boy from the Jing family is hanging out with the boy from the Yin family? How come he likes the girl from the other family? Jing Yang smiled roguely. "Yes, I have chased her all the way here. But unfortunately, she doesn't give me any face." Mr. Li snorted. "What a fool." After that, he ignored them and walked around them with the people behind him to the venue. Su Baiting was confused. Why is he so hostile to us? Yin Hushuan rubbed her hand. Maybe it's because of what Jing Yang said. What did he say? Pursue her? Jing Yang sighed. No way otherwise. How can I explain that I have been following Bei Ning all the time? Even if we don't meet today, we will meet on the day of the supernatural competition. Yin Hushuan. The old man is really ignorant. Now he is still thinking about the power in his hands. If your father is still alive, do you think your father will ask you to marry? Jing Yang looked horrified. Don't scare my eldest brother. I still want to live 2 more years. I won't be able to enjoy the happiness of his granddaughter. Love whoever you want. Chapter 137 Jing Yang's Pursuer. Although Su Baiting didn't know what they meant, she probably guessed it. She looked at Jing Yang. So there is such a thing, but why didn't your eldest brother go to arrange the marriage? Jing Yang's expression. Because that crazy woman said she liked me. Luckily, I have been with you for so many days since I came back, otherwise I would go crazy. Su Baiting. Then don't follow me from today on. I am also afraid of crazy women. Jing Yang. Don't. We are all good brothers. How can you just stand by and watch someone die? Su Baiting. I want to hear about your love-hate relationship. Tell me a story. And I'll think about it. Yin Hushuan. There is no strange love-hate relationship. It's just that the girl from the Li family was kidnapped by the enemy of the Li family one day. And Jing Yang happened to be there on a mission and rescued her. Su Baiting. Oh? A drop of water is returned with a spring of water. And of course, a life-saving grace is returned with one's body. Jing Yang chuckled twice. So you saved my life. I want to repay you with my body. Yin Hushuan looked at him expressionlessly. Are you too idle lately? I can find something to do with you. Because of what happened with Mr. Li. Jing Yang completely lost the desire to hang out outside, and insisted on driving them back home. Qilin was standing in the backyard of the Yin family playing with flying saucers with Zhou Bo. When she saw Su Baiting and the others come in, she ran over and threw herself into her arms and had fun. Zhou Bo came over with a flying saucer and wondered, didn't the eldest master take the young lady out for a stroll? Why are you back so early? Su Baiting sat on the grass and took out a small ball to tease Qilin. We ran into a ghost in broad daylight, so we were scared back. Zhou Bo. If you don't go out, then don't go out. The 3 of them played with Qilin in the backyard. And it was okay to chat. Just as they were eating the fruit plate that Zhou Bo had just brought, the door outside rang. A silver bell-like voice came into their ears. Hello, excuse me. Is Jing Yang here? Su Baiting was wondering why a girl would come here to see Jing Yang. Just as she was about to ask him, she saw his face change, and he turned around and flipped out of their backyard. Su Baiting was left dumbfounded, and Yin Hushuan was expressionless. Before she could come to her senses, a rose-scented wind suddenly blew around her, and then a petite girl stood in front of her. She had 2 ponytails, 2 big bows, and was wearing the popular Lolita clothes. She was wearing ivory white leather shoes with pearls on her feet, carrying a bag in her hand, and dressed like a little princess. But her expression was not very good. She was angry when she came in, and saw that the person she was looking for was not in the backyard. Su Baining looked at her clothes. She was still dressed like this in the end of the world. It seemed that her parents spoiled her too much. She looked down at her sportswear and bit off the apple in her hand. Yin Heshuan glanced at her and said, "Miss Li, you ran to my house angrily. What's the matter?" Su Baining was puzzled. "Miss Li?" Yin Heshuan stretched out his hand. "This is Mr. Li's only granddaughter, Li Kai." "Ah." Su Baining couldn't believe that the old man who looked unfriendly before would have such a granddaughter. She looked around. "Where did you hide Jingyang?" "When he came in just now. Your Zhou Bo clearly said he was here." Su Baining blinked. "She ran away when she heard your voice." "What?" She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "You can run away for a while. But you can't run away forever. I will catch you sooner or later." After saying this, she turned and looked at Su Baining. Her attitude softened. "I heard that you saved him before." Su Baining was surprised by this change of expression. "Is it true?" Li Kai took her hand and said happily, "Thank you, sister. Thank you for saving him." Su Baining, "I should do it." Li Kai, who was smiling just now, changed her expression. While shaking Su Baining's hand, she threatened with a smile, "But brother Jingyang is mine, miss. You must not snatch him from me just because he is handsome." Su Baining shook her head quickly. No, what's yours is yours. You can do whatever you want." "That's great." Li Kai put down her hand. "Since brother Jingyang is not here, I will leave first. See you later. Miss, bye." After saying that, she blew Su Baining a kiss. She left in a hurry again. Su Baining came to her senses. Why would someone like Mr. Li have such a granddaughter? Yin Heshuan replied, "Because Mr. Li also has only one son. It is said that Mrs. Li's health is not very good. It was very difficult for her to have this child. She was injured after giving birth to this child." Su Baining suddenly realized, so she only has this one grandson, and she is spoiled so much. Jingyang climbed up the wall and looked into the yard. After confirming that she had left, he jumped in again. He brushed off the dust on his body and sat on the ground. Su Baining looked at him. "I think Miss Li is quite innocent and cute. Why don't you like her?" Jingyang waved his hand. "I don't have time to play house love games with her. Besides, who says that I must like her just because she is good?" He pointed at Su Baining. "You are also good, and you are my lifesaver. Can I like you too?" Su Baining touched his head. "It's not impossible, but I won't like you." "Jingyang, she is very good. I don't deny it. But who dares to get involved with someone like Mr. Li?" He wanted to hold all the power in his own hands. "How could I be fooled?" Yin Heshuan looked at him. "I think that with the degree of his love for Li Kai, he may not hold you in his hands like this." Jingyang shook his hand. "I don't have the time to talk about love now. I will consider this matter when our China returns to normal life one day." He sighed. "People nowadays are too fragile. Even superpowers are very fragile, not to mention this kind of little girl who has been pampered all the time. If I find a girl like Bei Ning, I think I can still give it a try, hee." Yin Heshuan sneered. "I think you want to die. Right?" Seeing Yin Heshuan angry, he made a gesture of pulling his mouth to shut up and stop talking about this topic. Su Bei Ning was not thinking about this matter. "Will there be a notice before the superpower conference starts?" Jingyang nodded. "Yes. If I'm not mistaken, it should be broadcast on the screen in the big square. And it will be broadcast." Su Baining was curious. "Will there be tickets to go in and watch?" Yin Heshuan, "It is likely that ordinary people will not be allowed in. But families like ours have quotas to bring 2 family members." Su Baining nodded. "That's good. I still want to see it." Chapter 138 Before the Superpower Competition. That night, Yin Mo and his friends were so dirty when they came back from the training camp that they almost didn't recognize him. Yin Mo collapsed at the entrance as soon as he entered the gate, the kind that wouldn't move no matter how he moved. The remaining 3 people also sat with their backs against the wall, not moving, blocking Chung Jun and Su Yul, who had finally completed their mission and had time to go home. At the door, Su Yul stayed in the laboratory where few people came in and out all day long, not knowing what happened outside. He was shocked to see such a scene when he entered the door. He pointed at the dusty faces and said, Are they fleeing from famine? Or are they stealing food?" Chung Jun took off his coat. "Recently, the superpowers from various countries said they would prepare for the competition here. The glass cover you developed before was used in the venue. They should have just returned from training." Su Baining stood over and greeted Chung Jun and the others. Su Yul stepped over Yen Mo and stood beside her. I envy you guys so much for coming back from outside. Is it fun? Have you seen Hao and the others? Su Baining nodded. It's good for you to stay at the Kyoto Research Institute. It's safe, and there's no danger. Su Yul, that's true, but I still want to go on an adventure with you guys, and so does Junjun. Yin Heshuan came over and looked at these people who had no image. Get up. Wash up. And come down to eat. We have training in the afternoon. After hearing this, Yin Bo let out a long awe. He looked at Su Baining. That eagle is too cruel. Why is it different from before? Yin Ziyu agreed. Yes, this is training us to death. Su Baining looked innocently. Didn't you say you wanted it to accompany you? I think it is very dedicated. Your training today was very successful. Yin Yu stood up with the help of the wall and leaned on Chung Jun step by step. Very successful. If it wasn't outside, we all wanted to sleep to death. Several people groaned and played for a while, but finally got up slowly, went back to the room, cleaned themselves up, and went downstairs. One person occupied a chair and lay there without moving. Chung Jun brought each of them a cup of water made by Su Baining. After drinking it, it felt like a warm current flowing through the body's veins, and most of the fatigue was eliminated. Yin Ziyu held up the cup in his hand. Prepare a big pot for me. I want to compete with it this afternoon to see who is better. Yin Heshuan sat aside and looked at them. If it weren't for you guys also participating in the competition, Ning Ning wouldn't have asked Xiao Hei to train you like this. You guys have been tired all morning. Don't you feel that you have made any progress? Yin Bo nodded. Yes. Does it count if my superpowers have improved? Does it count if my reaction speed has increased? Su Baining patted Chung Jun. You have been in the office these days. Do you have any inside information you can share? Chung Jun put down the cup in his hand, looking at these tired people. You are right to train like this. I heard that there are people in that group who are about to break through to the 5th level, and most of them are at the peak of the 4th level. But as far as I know, most of our people are only at the peak of the 3rd level, the middle of the 4th level. If you don't practice harder these days, you will be laughed at. Yin Mo hammered the chair. What's going on with that group of people? They are at the 5th and 6th levels for no reason. Are they cabbages? Su Baining rolled her eyes. It doesn't matter. At most, I can be your doctor and go on stage with you that day. It's impossible that you don't want to drink water. Then I can replenish your energy, but it is better to have your own ability. So you will have to work harder these days. And it would be best if you can break through quickly. Several people nodded. Yin Heshuan motioned Chung Jun to continue. The prize for this competition is said to be a 6th level Earth Crystal Core, brought by someone from the United States. Earth Crystal Core? Yin Mo jumped up from the sofa when he heard the news. With this, can I break through to the 6th level? I want it. Yin Bo, third brother, not really, even if you don't want this crystal core. It will be a matter of time before you break through, and you are only at level 4 now. Why do you need a level 6 crystal core? Yin Mo, I can just work hard to reach level 5 in the next few days. Have you forgotten that Brother Yu is about to break through? Didn't the level 6 spiritual crystal core last time be with Brother Yu? He looked at Yin Yu. Brother Yu, absorb it quickly and break through. Make some progress in the next few days. I want to try. Yin Yu nodded. Okay, after I come back tonight. Su Baining told him that it was better to absorb energy when the energy was used up, so the possibility of breaking through was higher. Besides, he was at the peak of the 4th level, so it was easy to upgrade by absorbing the 6th level crystal core. Because the energy in the body was suddenly used up, it would be replenished quickly when you absorb it, and it would be very conducive to breakthrough when it reached the top. At night, not only Yin Yu was absorbing the energy of the crystal core to break through, but even Su Baining entered the space and sat in the stream to break through. Xiao Hei and Qilin made breakthroughs very quickly because they had been in the space for a long time to absorb spiritual energy. Tonight, they stayed in the space with her and helped her break through. The energy required to go from level 6 to level 7 is not a little bit. This time, she has one night to slowly upgrade. Before going to bed at night, Yin Heshuan wanted to come to her room to talk to her, but he found nothing and went back with a sigh. When the sky was getting light, Su Baining in the space, Qilin He Xiao Hei opened his eyes. Yin Yu in the room also opened his eyes. He was in high spirits after the upgrade. When everyone went out together, Yin Yu found that his 5th level perception could not see through Su Baining's ability level. That only meant that her ability level was higher than his. He looked at Su Baining. It seems that the most hidden person in our family is still our little sister. Su Baining smiled at him. Congratulations. Brother Yu, I hope you win the championship this time. Yen Mo just came out of the room and heard this sentence and jumped to Yen Yu and said, Brother Yu, you have made a breakthrough. Can you try to make some progress in the next 2 days? Yen Yu had no choice but to hold him up. Yes. Yes, I will try my best to get the crystal core back for you. Yen Mo jumped off him after getting the guarantee. I got it. Su Baiting was surprised. How can you be so sure that Brother Yu will get it for you? Yen Mo smiled. Don't you understand? This is called the tacit understanding between brothers. Besides, I didn't really say that it was necessary compared to this. Of course. The body is more important. Yen Ziyu yawned as he passed by him. Life is more important. Not the body. What adjective are you using? Yen Mo waved his hand. That's about it, just know it. The big screen in the central square appeared in everyone's sight again after the last time it played the crime-fighting regulations. It clearly stated the time of this competition, and the rules will be explained one by one at the conference. There are no tickets for the conference, except for the seats for the major families. The general public is first come first served, of course. Those who don't have the opportunity to watch the scene can also watch it on the big screen. Chapter 139 Lively Competition Venue. The conference directly stated that this competition will be broadcast live throughout. As everyone was eagerly waiting, the day of the competition finally came under everyone's attention. Everyone got up early this morning, except Su Yul, who had gone to the research institute without paying attention to anything else. Yen Mo took Yen Yu and others to the training camp to prepare after breakfast early. Yen Heshuan finally put on a formal suit again today after more than half a month away. Chung Jun followed behind him. Seeing Su Baiting coming down from the upstairs and waving at her, she walked to Yen Heshuan and straightened his tie. Yen Heshuan looked at her intently. After straightening his tie, he held her hand. Today we must prepare to enter the venue with Mr. Peng. Jingyang came early and waited for you in the restaurant. You will go with him in a while. There is a car parked outside. Don't wear makeup today and dress casually. Okay? Su Baiting's face was very delicate even before the end of the world. It's no exaggeration to say that she was the most beautiful girl on campus before. Not to mention that now that she has awakened her superpowers. Although she follows them around all day, it hasn't stopped her from keeping herself in good shape. Especially this little face. Compared to before, there are no pores at all now. And the skin is so delicate. Yen Heshuan has kissed this face and smelled her fragrance. So he naturally knows how attractive she is. Jing Yang came over with a steamed bun in his mouth and looked at the greasy Yen Heshuan with disdain. Can you take your follower away quickly? Don't make Mr. Peng wait impatiently. Okay. Finally, Yen Heshuan lowered his head and touched Su Baiting's face. See you at the venue. With a look of horror on his face. Chung Jun, who was still daydreaming about what was going on, walked out of the door. Su Baiting glanced at Jingyang. Wait for me for a while. I'll go upstairs to change clothes and come down. Jingyang, don't worry, it's hard enough to give a speech. You can take your time to change and choose. She didn't wear any special skirt, but simply found a set of t-shirt and jeans to put on, by the way. She also tied herself into a high ponytail and gathered her curly hair. Jingyang looked at her like this. Won't you dress up? There are so many handsome guys here today. Su Baiting shook her head. I don't like foreigners. We can't communicate because of different races. Of course, this is a personal preference, and it has nothing to do with other people. Besides, aren't there few handsome guys around me? Do I need to see them? This is true. Any man from the Yin family would be a son-in-law that all the major families would compete for. When Jingyang brought Su Baining to the entrance of the venue, they were shocked by the huge crowds of people. Looking at so many people, she had the illusion that she was still in a peaceful and prosperous era. Jingyang saw that she was in a daze and pulled her in through the special passage next to her. After showing her family pass, Jingyang took her into the main venue. Instantly, noisy sounds filled her eardrums. Voices and whistles were very lively. The empty venue that I saw a few days ago is now almost full. On the rostrum at the front, Elder Peng and his companions were taking their seats. She saw Yen Heshuan, Jing Si, an elderly whom she had met before. As she walked, she asked Jingyang, who is the one standing on the left of Elder Peng? Why have I never seen him before? Jingyang looked up and said, That's Elder Han. A conservative old fellow who doesn't get along with elderly. Su Baiting shook her head speechlessly. After Elder Peng and his companions took their seats, many leaders of the foreign supernatural people who brought their delegations sat down beside them. The people working downstairs were the direct descendants of the major families. Jingyang and her position were assigned to a position a few steps away from Yin Heshuan, which Jingxi could reach in 2 steps. She looked up and began to look for Yin Imo and the others in the venue. Jingyang pulled her down. No need to look for them. They are not in the audience seats. They are sitting in the competition area downstairs. The competition area and the audience seats were separated by a thick glass cover. Su Baining glanced at him. Why are you sitting with me? Is your seat here? Jingyang, you are destroying the bridge after crossing it. Besides, I am your personal bodyguard. And I am also your pursuer. Who else should I follow if not you? Su Baining frowned and looked at him. What was wrong with him suddenly? Before she could think clearly, a familiar voice suddenly came from her side. Brother Jingyang, don't even think about pursuing other women. I don't agree. Oh my god. I got caught. Turning around, the girl dressed like she was attending a banquet. Isn't she Li Kai, who appeared in her back garden? Unfortunately, when she was about to say hello, a man came from the Li family's audience, hugged her waist and dragged her away. She struggled and shouted to Jingyang, Brother Jingyang, wait for me. I will come to you in a while. Su Baining, TSK TSK TSK. What a sin! The people in the venue began to fill up slowly. There were only a few seats left, and they didn't know when a few yellow-haired and high-nosed foreign guys sat down next to them. When he saw Su Baining, he whistled at her with bright eyes. Jingyang's face darkened when he saw it. He immediately changed seats with her and glared at those people. They probably thought Jingyang was her boyfriend. She shrugged slightly disappointedly. A few people whispered something and shook their heads at Su Baining. Su Baining was in no mood to care about what they were talking about. After changing seats with Jingyang, she looked at the people around her. They seemed to be Japanese. After sitting down, she seemed to smell an indescribable smell. But there were too many people now. Almost all women were wearing perfume. But she couldn't smell what strange smell it was. Just as she racked her brains, the door of the venue was closed, and the guards were guarding their posts diligently. There were also densely packed guards standing behind Mr. Pang and the others. Mr. Pang stood up and picked up the microphone on the table. First of all, I welcome all the supernatural people from friendly countries to come here for friendly exchanges. And I also welcome all the audience at this venue. Remember to cheer for us psychics, haha. Secondly, I hope all the friendly psychics have a good time here. If you have any problems, you can go directly to the embassy. We will solve your problems as soon as possible. Finally, I want to say that there are too many psychics in this competition. In order to avoid unfairness, each contestant needs to search each other before entering the stage. When psychics of the same system and level compete, they are not allowed to challenge others of higher levels. Nor are they allowed to do so for the purpose of injuring others. The competition is over on the ring. If you step out of bounds, you lose. We must also fight against external enemies together. Don't be obsessed with the little interests in front of you. If you are found to have violated the rules of the competition, you will be disqualified immediately upon discovery. The prizes for this competition are a total of 10 6th-level crystal cores of each system brought by each delegation. All psychics present have a chance. It depends on who has the strength to win the prize. Chapter 140. The competition officially begins. Wow, unexpectedly, each participant has a superpower crystal core. This is probably to prevent too many casualties. After Mr. Pang finished speaking, Yin Heshuan, who was sitting next to him, raised the microphone and stood up. Now, I officially announce that the first superpower competition has officially begun. As he said this, there was a sudden burst of warm cheers on the field. Bang bang bang, there were colorful fireworks exploding above their heads, and falling all over their bodies. Su Baining picked one up. I didn't expect to see such fireworks in my lifetime. So amazing. Jingyang took a look. If you like it, ask your Su Yul to bring some home for you. Anyway, this is now under the management of the Institute. Su Baining was surprised. Does the Institute manage so many things now? Jingyang nodded. Much more than you think. And I heard that your Su Yul has become Professor Zhou's right-hand man because of you. Su Baining was unhappy. What you said. He was Professor Zhou's apprentice before I went there. Okay. Teams of people had already started to enter the competition field. 10 people in each team. Wind, fire, thunder and lightning, gold, wood, water, earth, and strength, speed and special spirit. At this time, Su Baining smelled the strange smell again. She approached Jingyang. Do you smell anything strange? Jingyang stretched out his nose and sniffed. No, what's wrong? She shook her head to indicate that it was nothing. Maybe she had some illusion and smelled it wrong. After her ability was upgraded, she became particularly sensitive to smells. She calmed herself down and told herself that she was too sensitive. All the players had entered the venue. After greeting each other, they sat back in their chairs. Su Baining focused on the competition venue. She saw Yin Mo and Yin Yu and the others enter. Because Yin Ziyu and Yin Bai had the same ability, they had a competition when they came. Yin Bo narrowly won. Now Yin Ziyu was standing at the entrance as a defender. When he saw Su Baining looking over, he waved to her. Jing Yang looked at him and said, "This kid is really big. Su Baining, you are wrong. You can't participate in the competition because you have to protect me. Otherwise, Yin Bo and him would be standing there now. Do you think we should be happy or unhappy? Besides, it's enough to win glory. It doesn't matter who goes up." Jing Yang nodded. Good enlightenment, in fact. It's mainly because in the past, there would definitely be singing and dancing performances before the opening, not as simple and crude as it is now. Su Baining, stop talking, stop talking. Let's start. The first to go up were the Earth-type psychics of both sides, Yin Mo and a foreigner with black hair and black eyes. Jing Yang cheered. "Wow, your brother is the first to go up, if I'm not mistaken. The guy opposite him should be a Japanese. Su Baining, we will win. We will win." She clenched her hands and was very nervous. "Bless you." The two people stood in the middle of the field and bowed to show respect. Then they took their positions. The Japanese rushed up and prepared to hit Yin Mo in the face. Yin Mo bent down calmly to avoid the move and then used a sweeping kick to attack the opponent's lower body. He also used his supernatural power to pile up rows of spikes on the ground. The opponent dodged the leg but did not avoid the rows of spikes under his feet. One of them jumped up after being stabbed. Jing Yang saw it and said, "It's really painful to be stabbed like this." Yin Mo took advantage of the situation and kicked the opponent off the stage when he raised his foot. "Su Baining, that's it? Is this the end of the 4th level psychic competition?" "Jing Yang, it's just the beginning. It's really painful to compete one by one." Soon the referee announced the result of the first group of games. Yin Mo won and went off to rest. The second game was a match of wind psychics. However, it is estimated that the level of their abilities is not very high. The whole game seemed to show that their hair moved twice. And it was seen that they used wind-type abilities. It is estimated that they saw that they had no attack power, and then they fought hand-to-hand. This game made everyone drowsy. Jing Yang sighed. "This is definitely the most boring game I have ever watched. I originally wanted to see gorgeous abilities flying all over the field, but it turned out to be a lonely game." The third game was a little better. It was a match between fire-type psychics. But they were not in the group of Yin Bo and his team. They were two foreigners. Su Baining felt that they should be 3rd-level psychics. At the beginning, the two of them were hiding from each other. As a result, one of them accidentally slipped and fell off the stage. This match ended in a funny way. The 4th match was interesting. It was a match between gold-type psychics. Su Baining remembered that Yin Heshuan was a gold-type psychic, but he had never seen him use it. Thinking of this, she turned around and glanced at Yin Heshuan. Yin Heshuan seemed to have telepathy. When she looked over, he also looked over. He smiled gently at Su Baining and signaled her to watch the game carefully. When Su Baining turned around, the two people on the dendrobium field had already picked up their weapons. 2 long knives. Su Baining, this TM is also okay. The content of the competition is who has the stronger knife, otherwise it is easy to hurt people. As she expected, the two men stood together and chopped at each other with their weapons. Whoever broke his weapon first would jump off the stage first. Jing Yang yawned in boredom. "Can you tell me what's the point of holding this boring competition? I'm about to fall asleep now." The 5th match was between wood-type mutants, but the stage was full of yellow sand, and there was no wood or anything. At the beginning, the two men standing on it seemed to be stunned. Later, they couldn't figure it out, so they just started to compare their own martial arts values. The 6th match was between water-type psychics. I don't know if it was because the level of this group of water-type psychics was too low, or because I didn't understand it clearly. The water-type psychic abilities they released were gentle, as if they wanted to surround you, rather than attack you. In the end, I still don't know which one slipped and fell. Someone came up and used fire-type psychic abilities to dry the yellow sand on the field and continue the game. They thought the game was boring, but the group of people above were watching with a smile. The next match was the lightning type. This time Yin Yu came on the field. He was now a 5th level psychic, which meant that the opponent was also 5th level. After coming on, neither of them was polite. They shot a bolt of lightning at each other. Yin Yu moved his head, and the lightning rushed along his forehead to the glass protective cover behind him, which frightened the audience sitting there. Yin Yu had his hair cut very short because of the training camp, and the lightning almost brushed the ends of his hair. Then, he would not be polite. The opponent had a strand of hair burned by his lightning, and the angry person screamed on the spot. Chapter 141 Competition. Yin Yu took the opportunity to run forward and send a lightning bolt towards his chest. The opponent was at least a 5th level psychic, and he quickly reacted and dodged it. Yin Yu turned around without hesitation and swung it horizontally, but the opponent blocked it with his hand. After failing to hit him, Yin Yu immediately stepped back and paused for a while, and a lightning bolt went towards the opponent's eyes. The opponent was probably flashed by the light, and subconsciously closed his eyes. Yin Yu took this opportunity to run forward and knocked him down to the stage with a fist. In the stands, the audience who saw Yin Yu's victory shouted excitedly. In the stands, Mr. Li looked at the expression on Yin Yu's face and laughed twice, and said to Yin Heshuan, "Heroes emerge young." The 2 young masters of the Yin family, who came on stage, seemed to have very good abilities. Yin Heshuan smiled slightly. "You are too kind. They usually work hard during training." Mr. Li, "Oh? Does this mean that the ones who were defeated were not very hard-working?" Yin Heshuan, "I don't understand what Mr. Li said. I'm talking about the 2 children of our Yin family. It has nothing to do with other people." Old Han, who was sitting next to Yin Heshuan, smoothed things over. "They are all young men from China. It doesn't matter who wins. Right? There's no need to worry about these things." Yin Heshuan bowed slightly. "What Old Han said is right." Old Li laughed coldly. "Humph, it's better." Su Baining didn't pay much attention to the next few rounds, but she paid attention when Yin Bo came on the court, and when Yin Yu represented the psychic ability users on the court. Everyone originally thought that Yin Yu was just a lightning-type psychic, but unexpectedly, he was also a psychic. When he came on the court, he attracted a lot of attention. She even heard a few little girls sitting not far away discussing how to trick Yin Yu and turn themselves into Mrs. Yin. The confrontation of psychic powers was silent. The only thing that could be noticed was that the cheeks that were still rosy when they entered the court became a little pale after competing for a while. Jing Yang looked at their game and sighed. "This is a competition of how strong your spiritual consciousness is. I remember that Yin Yu was only at the peak of the 4th level a few days ago." Su Baining whispered to him. "The 6th level crystal core obtained at the Hope base is a spiritual system." Yang suddenly realized. "So that's it. I was wondering how he improved so quickly." While they were chatting, the 2 of them had already finished the competition. The man opposite Yin Yu had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and then he opened his eyes first and walked off the stage. Yin Yu had won another game so far. The next speed-type psychics competition was like picking fights in the ring. If your eyesight is not very good, you may not be able to see where they will appear next. Strength-type psychics should be the most intuitive during the competition, because they improve and strengthen their bodies, and they can only fight each other. The way they punched each other one by one made Su Baining feel like he was watching a boxing match. The glass cover blocked the sound of the contestants. It was like watching a silent movie. After the game, the referee announced a halftime break, and all the players on the field returned to the lounge to wait for notification. Su Baining glanced at the direction where Yin Mo and the others went out and said hello to Jing Yang. "You wait here for a while. I'll go to the lounge to see them." Jing Yang, "Why can you go to the lounge? Isn't it forbidden to contact the players without permission?" Su Baining took out a certificate from his pocket and showed it to Jing Yang. "Because I am the accompanying doctor, so of course you can go." Jing Yang was surprised. "When did you get this thing? Why didn't you get one for me?" Su Baining, "Why do you need this thing? I don't know what other teams will do to relieve fatigue. Anyway, it will definitely not be simple." Su Baining bent over and went out through the small door at the side. She showed the doctor's certificate to the guard there. After coming over, she stood there for a while and found Yin Mo's lounge according to the room number code and flag. Knock, knock, knock. The person inside heard someone knocking on the door and came over to open the door. Seeing her outside the door, he quickly welcomed her in. "Captain, your sister is here." Yin Mo and the others saw Su Baining and quickly stood up to make room for her and asked her to come sit down. She shook her head. "I'm not here to play with you. I'm here to replenish your energy and repair your wounds." Yin Bo rubbed his arm and complained. "When those people greeted you, they were more polite than each other when they beat someone up. They leave no room for maneuver. Su Baining didn't sit down. Yanemo stretched out on the sofa. It looks good when they compete, but it's so deadly when they beat someone up. I feel like I'm going to be ruined. Because there's a glass cover between us, I really can't feel the amount of force used and the degree of energy consumption when I watch. Now seeing the room full of people lying down, sitting, and looking pale, I feel that they have almost used up their energy after the competition. Yin sat with his arms on his knees. I have to say that although Xiaohei didn't train us like human beings these days, the effect is really very good. Our speed and strength have increased a lot. Yanemo raised his hand. I agree. I will never dislike Xiaohei's murderous training method again. Su Baining poured a glass of water for everyone and watched them drink it. Then he stretched out his hand to check everyone. Those who were not injured should recover their strength and energy. The injured ones recovered from their wounds. After her treatment, even the small, fine wounds disappeared. Even the bruises on their bodies were repaired. After checking the last one, she stood up and said, "The next is the semifinals. Right? It looks like it can be finished in one day?" Yanemo sneered contemptuously. What do you mean by friendly exchanges of the essence of each team, asking everyone to learn from each other? In fact, to put it bluntly, isn't it just trying to steal the skills? He whispered during the competition. We will add our Chinese martial arts. Okay. Didn't we just practice it 2 days ago? Let them see it for themselves. Su Baining, is this also possible? Yanbai said confidently. Why not? Look at the strength and speed players. Isn't it just a competition? We all have our powers that will be used up. Is it so easy to steal our skills? Let them see it for themselves. They are in big trouble. We didn't steal or rob our own essence. But they are not allowed to use it. If they have the ability, they can use it too. Everyone followed up. Yes. That's right. What's wrong with using our own essence? I think there's nothing wrong with it. Yin Yu sighed. It's up to you, as long as everyone is happy. Chapter 142 The so-called softness overcomes hardness. Su Baining returned to the court just before the game. Jing Yang saw that she had been gone for so long and was curious about what they looked like in the lounge. Seeing Jing Yang's curious face, she shook her head. You will know when you see it later. It will definitely surprise you. Jing Yang became more curious after hearing this. But Su Baining didn't want to say anything more. If she said it, it would not be mysterious. She couldn't stand Jing Yang's nagging. We are sitting in the audience. How do you know that these people around me didn't understand what I said? It would be bad if someone heard it. It's okay to say that we are cheating on purpose. She would never let them have such terrible thoughts. After the halftime break, the contestants returned to the competition field in order. There were much fewer people coming back this time than the first time. The losers had been eliminated. They should be in the lounge at this time. Everything the audience saw next, this match will be decided in the future, and become a match that many people cannot surpass. When other players compete, they are still very normal. When the superpowers are used up, they will compete with each other's physical strength. Su Baining and the others waited and waited. When Yanemo and the others in the lounge came on the court to compete, Yang finally understood what she meant by that sentence. At the beginning, it was still a normal superpower confrontation, but something was wrong as the competition went on. According to the normal procedure, after the supernatural power competition was over, when the winner had not yet been decided, it was supposed to be a test of strength between the two people, who knew that when the person on their side saw the person on the other side rushing over, he turned around, raised his hands to grab the other person's hands, and pulled them into his arms. The other person rushed forward uncontrollably, and he took advantage of the situation to raise the other person's 2 fists up and circled them in place. The other person was dizzy and his feet slipped. He fell off the stage in a twisted state. Jing Yang stared at the scene in amazement, patted Su Baining from behind. What kind of strange performance is this? Su Baining blocked his hand. What kind of strange performance? Can't you tell what this method is? Can't you think about it carefully? Jing Yang pondered for a while. Is this the idea they discussed? Su Baining nodded, and whispered to him. We are sitting here separated by the glass cover in front of us. There is no way to really feel the atmosphere between them. And how much damage they have suffered. If I hadn't checked just now, I wouldn't have known that they were so despicable and shameless. My third brother and his teammates have wounds of all sizes on their bodies. Many invisible places have bruises, and many places are pinched purple and blue. Jing Yang clenched his fists after hearing this. So shameless, this is simply a hooligan style of play. Su Baining nodded. So, they decided that since the other side was so rude, they would not be rude either. But we are the host after all. No matter what, we still have to give them some face. This soft hard fighting style seems to have no power. But only the person involved knows whether it hurts or not. Just after he finished speaking, there was an exclamation from the side. And poor Mandarin, Chinese Kung Fu. This is the legendary Chinese Kung Fu. After several foreign supernaturals were knocked off the stage in a row, the leader sitting on the podium in the stands could no longer sit still. He stood up and called a halt to the game. He angrily said to a young man sitting next to him in broken Mandarin, "You are cheating. Serious cheating. I condemn this behavior." Su Baining laughed at the young man's face full of saliva and his expression of despair. She asked Jing Yang, "Who is this person? Why didn't I notice him appearing in the stands just now?" "Jing Yang, that's him. My brother's little tail." "Oh, Sun Simu?" "Yes." Sun Simu took out a towel from his pocket and wiped the saliva on his face. Looking at the foreigner whose face was red with anger, "News. Please calm down. You can't say that our players are cheating just because the players you lead were eliminated." He pointed at the contestants below and explained calmly, "First of all, your players used the training methods they were exposed to since childhood during the competition. Our players use the same. Why didn't you hear your audience shouting that this is Chinese Kung Fu? Our Chinese Kung Fu is extensive and profound. They are only using a small part of it now." Su Baining, "Wow, I didn't expect your brother's little tail to speak so well." Jing Yang, "He is a little stupid when facing my brother. Most of the time he is normal." The man who was called Nus was even angrier after being taught a good lesson by Sun Simiao, Old Han, who was sitting next to Sun Simiao. Quickly stood up to ease the atmosphere. "News. Calm down. Calm down. We can guarantee that our players did not cheat. If you don't believe it, you can go down and check." News winked at the people around him. After receiving this instruction, he took two people and quickly walked down through the small door next to him, came to the training ground, and took some unknown equipment to scan Yen Imo and the others. The audience went from being frightened and silent at the beginning to whispering now. Everyone was discussing what was going on. Someone who couldn't stand it even stood up and shouted, "Why compete if you can't stand losing? If you just want to win, go back and compete with yourself. That's right, if you are so reluctant to part with the prizes you brought, just take them away. We don't need your little stuff. Speaking of which, wasn't it you? A bunch of foreigners who brought up this competition. Why can't you stand losing now? You wanted to see us lose, but you got slapped in the face." As soon as this sentence came out, the scene burst into laughter. Pang Lao stood up and pressed his hand down at the right time. The scene immediately became quiet. The inspector shook his head at Nus after the inspection. Nus was unwilling, but had no choice. Their inspection equipment was very advanced. If no problems were found, then there was really no problem. He waved his hand unwillingly and asked them to come back. Although he didn't quite understand what those people said just now, but he knew that they must be laughing at them for not being able to afford to lose. He slumped down on the bench, looking at the eliminated people with an angry face. Yen Imo and the others clapped their hands. "Just do it. Understand? Wouldn't it be easier and safer if we do it this way?" "Why not?" Yen Yu turned his wrist. "Don't you want that crystal core?" Yen Imo waved his hand. "We must have a better vision than these people. Even if I don't have that crystal core, I can still upgrade by myself." After saying that, he made a fist gesture and winked in the direction of Su Baining, and Su Baining laughed out loud after seeing it. Chapter 143. Zombies suddenly appeared at the venue. The small episode in the middle did not affect Yen Imo and his friends' enthusiasm for the game. After they figured out that winning or losing was no longer important, they seemed to be more relaxed when playing. Perhaps it was because Su Baining and Jing Yang were talking and laughing that hurt Li Kai's eyes. When the game was halfway through, she persuaded the person next to her to change seats and sit next to Su Baining. Su Baining looked at Li Kai, who suddenly appeared and said, "Why don't you sit next to Jing Yang? Wouldn't that be a more direct contact?" Li Kai secretly glanced at Jing Yang, who had never turned around since she came over. "Brother Jing Yang doesn't like me. I'll just sit next to you and watch him. Why does this feel wrong? Is this the same arrogant little girl who rushed into her house a few days ago?" Old Li in the stands was angry and annoyed when he saw Li Kai's behavior, and he didn't know who to blame. The expression on his face turned green and white. Old Han sat on the side and laughed twice. Being young is good. Suddenly, a strange little girl, who was not very familiar with her, sat next to her. She looked at the person next to her with burning eyes. Su Baining felt as if there was a thorn under her buttocks and felt very uncomfortable. The little girl she was looking at said, "How about we change seats?" As soon as the voice fell, Jing Yang quickly reached out and grabbed the corner of her clothes. Su Baining was so embarrassed that she could not stay any longer. She sat down, looked left and right, lowered her head and sighed deeply. She looked at Li Kai. "What do you like about this thing? Didn't he just save you? Does it mean you will like whoever saved you?" Li Kai shook her head. "I was so scared at that time. Brother Jingyan appeared in front of me like a god. Why shouldn't I like him? Besides, Brother Jingyan is so handsome. Don't you like him?" She laughed dryly. "Haha, I dare not like him. It's just that your like is quite strange. After all, he looked like a dead dog when he appeared in front of me." Li Kai pouted. "That's also because Brother Jingyan was injured too seriously. If he hadn't been injured so badly, he wouldn't have appeared in front of you like a corpse. And Brother Jingyan is very powerful. If it weren't for Brother Jingxi, Brother Jingyan would have gone abroad for further studies long ago." Sorry. She couldn't understand this fangirl mentality. She could only nod in agreement. Seeing that Su Baining and Li Kai were chatting happily, Yin Hushuan turned the pen in his hand. "It seems that my sister and Miss Li are very compatible, and they are very happy chatting. Mr. Li, our Kai was raised to be innocent. I just hope she won't be deceived by someone with ulterior motives." Su Baining heard Li Kai talk about a lot of things that were not related to Jingyang. She interrupted Li Kai. "Apart from these, what else do you know? You just like him because of these things. You don't like him, you're just a fledgling complex." Li Kai didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Su Baining explained to her. "Look, you must have been very scared at that time. When you were scared, you must have thought about who would save you. You must repay him well. Just at this time, Jingyan appeared. As you said, he is tall, handsome and capable. He appeared in front of you like a god and saved you. Of course you fell for him. But what do you really like about him? What is his personality? You have heard about his food and drink from outsiders, but you have never really understood him." After being taught a lesson like this, Li Kai felt that her feelings were insulted. She stood up angrily and pointed at Su Baining, who didn't understand. "Shut up. What do you know? You are not allowed to insult my feelings for Brother Jingyan." "Su Baining, who am I? I'm just analyzing it with you. I didn't ask you not to like it." Li Kai snorted. "I almost forgot that Brother Jingyan was pursuing you. I almost fell for your trick. I won't talk to you anymore." She turned around and left. But the skirt of her dress was too big. When she turned around, she bumped into several people around her. Several people bumped into each other, and she even knocked the hat of a person wearing a wide-brimmed hat next to her down to her feet. Seeing that Li Kai was not convenient to squat down, Su Baining bent down to pick up the hat and handed it to the person over there. She stood up and found that the person was not only wearing a hat, but also a silk scarf. She secretly complained that she had nothing on her, and quickly handed the hat over. "Sorry." The people around him quickly reached out to take it, and covered him with it. At this moment, Su Baining smelled the familiar strange smell again. Seeing that Su Baining had been looking at them, the people around him moved slightly uncomfortably. "Sorry, thank you." Su Baining nodded and looked at Li Kai. "It's very inconvenient for you to wear such clothes in this occasion, you should be careful." Li Kai thought Su Baining was teaching her a lesson, and became even more unhappy. "Why do you care about me? I can wear whatever I want. Is it okay if I don't dress like a woman like you?" Hey, she didn't like what she said. Why did she attack her when she kindly reminded her? When Su Baining was about to go to class with her, the man whose hat was knocked off suddenly stood up. Su Baining thought he was coming over, and quickly prepared to pull Li Kai to make room, but the people around him pulled him hard, and didn't let him come over. Su Baining suddenly couldn't understand the scene. "If this gentleman wants to come over, we can make room. It's okay." Li Kai waved her hand away. "I want you to give way. Why do you ask me to give way?" "I won't." "Ah, this is still a naughty child." In that case, she didn't want to care about her. She put down her plan to hold Li Kai's hand, and prepared to sit down. The man suddenly rushed over. Su Baining's nose was filled with a strong rotten smell. If she smelled it correctly, it was the smell of zombies. Zombies actually ran into the venue, then those people just now. There was no time for her to think about it. The zombie went towards Li Kai. This person was wrapped very tightly. She didn't see his front face just now. Now Li Kai looked directly at his face. She couldn't help screaming when she saw his dark eyes without any light, and the smell on his body. Not good. The zombie stretched out his hand towards Li Kai. Su Baining pounced on her. The claws grabbed her back, and made her scream in pain. She was definitely scratched without looking. Because when she turned around, the zombie's eyes began to glow red, because he smelled the donated blood. The people behind him hurriedly tried to reach out to stop him. But now, he was even more hungry after smelling the donated blood. And he rushed towards Su Baining. Jing Yang, who was beside him, realized that it was a zombie after Su Baining rushed over and was injured. He rushed over to help Su Baining up. Su Baining was ready to tell Li Kai'er to leave quickly. But the zombie had already rushed over in 2 or 3 steps and grabbed Li Kai'er's leg before they could react. Jing Yang shouted to the people watching the excitement in the stands, "There are zombies. Everyone hurry up." Hearing the 3 words, "There are zombies," the scene suddenly became chaotic. Screams came one after another. "You pushed me to go and I pushed you to go, for fear that if you fell behind, you would be caught and killed by the zombies." Chapter 144 Half Zombie. The Japanese behind the zombie saw that the situation was exposed. Each of them drew out their knives to protect the zombie. Jing Yang cursed in a low voice, took off his clothes, and put them on Su Baining. Without even looking at Li Kai'er behind him, protected Su Baining and walked towards the small door below. The people who were playing in the glass cover did not react to what was happening in the audience for a while. Yin Ziyu stood in the referee's seat and saw that Su Baining's lips turned pale while being supported by Jing Yang. Several Japanese behind him took out their knives to protect a tightly wrapped person. He finally reacted and shouted to Yen Imo and the others, "Catch those Japanese. There's something going on." Yen Imo and the others heard Yen Ziyu's words and reflexively twisted the remaining Japanese together. The people who were resting in the lounge heard the shouting outside the venue and realized that something might have happened. So they all ran out. Jing Yang helped Su Baining to meet Yin Heshuan, who had just run down. Yin Heshuan took Su Baining and said, "I'll help her to the lounge first. You go help your brother first. Catch those people." Looking at Su Baining's pale lips, Yin Heshuan's expression was tense. He wanted to hug her, but was afraid of touching the wound on her back. Su Baining supported him. Miss Li was also scratched. "Should you find someone to check it out?" Yin Heshuan supported her through the crowd and walked to the lounge. "I don't care about Miss Li or Miss Wang. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me." Su Baining could see that he was very angry now. But although Li Kai'er was a bit domineering, she didn't really deserve to die. She didn't do anything that was against the law. When they reached the door of the lounge, the team members were holding ropes and preparing to look for them after hearing Yin Mo's words. When they saw Yin Heshuan helping Su Baining come over, they quickly opened the door and asked them to come in. Then several people hurried over to Yin Imo and the others. Yin Heshuan helped Su Baining lie on the sofa and squatted beside her and asked her nervously, "Are you okay? Does the wound on your back hurt? I'll ask someone to bring you some gauze now." Su Baining was no longer in pain. She reached back and pulled down Jing Yang's clothes. Yin Heshuan looked at the bloody clothes on her back and his face became even uglier. She reached out and held his hand. "You are too concerned. I know. You have forgotten that I am a space power user. Do you still need to get gauze? Besides, you almost forgot that my body will automatically repair itself, eliminate toxins, and restore wounds." Yin Heshuan had forgotten. When he saw Su Baining injured, he was almost scared to death. How could he remember these things? Although Su Baining said so, he still carefully pulled open the torn clothes and took a look. It was indeed like her life that the wound had begun to heal. Only then did he feel relieved and collapsed on the ground. Su Baining gently pulled his collar. "I'm fine, brother. My superpower is now the 7th level. The wound on my body will recover in a while." Yin Heshuan covered his face and nodded. He stood up and sat beside her, gently stroking her wound. "You don't have to worry about Li Kai'er. When she was injured, Mr. Li had already sent someone to take her back." Su Baining shook her head. "I'm not worried about her. I'm just thinking that this zombie seems to be different from the ones we met before." Yin Heshuan, "What's different?" She thought for a while. Not as reckless as the previous zombies. Thinking this way, the zombie should have come to this venue with them a long time ago. But he was so quiet the whole time. This time, he seemed to be angry because his hat was knocked off. When he first came over, he was going after Li Kai'er. It was because I accidentally hurt her, and I smelled the donated blood that I couldn't help it. Yin Heshuan sighed. "These are not your concerns. We will go home after Yin Imo and the others come back. You should have a good rest at home for the next 2 days." Su Baining exclaimed, and her face changed. "But I'm fine now." In order to prove that she was really well, she even sat up from the sofa. Yin Heshuan shook his head. "I don't doubt your ability. You are bleeding after your wound is healed." Su Baiting pouted. You always say that. I won't restrict my freedom. Just at this time, the door of the lounge was pushed open, and Yin Yu walked in with Yin Bo and Yin Ziyu. Seeing Su Baiting sitting on the sofa, he asked worriedly, Why don't you lie down? Aren't you injured? Su Baiting was very angry now, and didn't want to pay attention to this group of people. She snorted arrogantly and crossed her arms without saying anything. Yin Ziyu looked at Su Baiting like this and wondered, who messed with her again? Yin Heshuan shook his head. Her injury is fine. It has healed. I mean, she should stay at home for 2 days, and don't run around. Yin Yu knew what it meant as soon as he heard it. Mr. Li's granddaughter was infected. It's really not good for her to appear outside now. It's best for her to rest at home. Yin Bo scratched his head. Should we go home first? We're afraid there are ears on the other side of the wall. A few brothers escorted them. They blocked other people's eyes, and took Su Baiting home. After returning home, she changed her clothes. She didn't want to stay alone in the room, so she stayed in the living room. Everyone stayed with her in the living room, doing their own things. When she was free, she let Qilin and Xiaohei out to play with them. Xiaohei, who went to pick up the ball, ran into Yan Mo, who had just entered the door. Yan Mo saw an eagle flying towards him at first glance, which scared him. After seeing that it was Xiaohei, he patted his chest in fear. When he walked in, he complained, Next time, I must dye this child a color. When he spread his wings and flew towards me, my heart almost jumped out of my chest. When he came in, he was going to ask how Su Baiting was doing. Seeing that she seemed to be in good spirits, he felt relieved and sat on the sofa. Yin Yu kicked him. Hey, what's going on? Yin Mo raised his hand. I caught him. He is simply a pervert. Besides the smell and eyes of that person, and the skin, it's exactly like a human's. Just like before at the venue. If he hadn't stood up and attacked, you wouldn't have known it was a zombie. Su Baiting heard it and said, half zombie. It was the first time they heard this, and they didn't react. Su Baiting explained, it's half human and half zombie, because when he scratched me, I could clearly feel that his toxins were different from those of zombies. She thought for a while, this zombie virus, the speed of spread is very slow. A bit like regeneration. Yin Ziyu slapped his thigh. Could it be that the Japanese deliberately made some experimental subjects? Have you forgotten that they like to do these things? Yin Bo sighed, perverted. Actually creating zombies. Yin Mo shrugged, I don't know. We will know in 2 days. Now this zombie has been sent to Teacher Zhou's laboratory. Maybe I can ask him when you'll come back in a few days. As Professor Zhou's last disciple, he must have first-hand information. Chapter 145, the Li family came to ask for help. What a mess. Su Baiting shook her head and suddenly thought of Li Kaier. That Miss Li was also infected, she won't. As soon as these words came out, the hall was silent for a few seconds, until the door was knocked. Yin Bo walked over and opened the door. It was the two brothers Jing Si who came together. They saw Yin Bo opening the door. How is Baiting now? Isn't she injured too? Yin Bo pointed to the living room. She is playing ball with Qilin and Xiaohei in the living room. Very good. Jing Yang strode in, and took the glass of water that Yin Mo had just poured and drank it all, and then sat on the ground. Yin Mo jumped up. I just got the water. Yin Ziyu looked at them. You look like debt collectors. Jing Si walked in and took the water brought by Zhou Bo, and sat on the ground. We are here to remind you. Don't ask Bei Ning to go out these days, of course. If you are not afraid of being discovered. Just pretend we didn't say anything. Yin Heshuan chuckled after hearing this. It must be the granddaughter of Old Man Li who was infected. Jing Si nodded, yes. It's easy to talk to you, unlike some idiots. After saying that, he glared at Jing Yang with disdain. Jing Yang, what does it have to do with me? I just asked a few more questions. Su Baiting was curious. It is said that Old Man Li is willing to do anything for this little granddaughter. How about we use this to exchange for his power? Yin Mo stretched out his hand. No need, we don't need it now. The fewer people who know about your affairs, the better. Yin Ziyu laughed at him. Oh, I didn't expect that you would be the one who opposed it the most. Yin Mo kicked him embarrassedly. Go away, it's the past. What's the point of talking about it? Yin Heshuan stretched. I can't stop it, Jing Si. You and I both know that this can't be kept secret. Jing Si pondered for a moment. He had to admit that what Yin Heshuan said was true, in a place like Kyoto. There is no such thing as an absolute secret. It's just a play where you lie to me and I lie to you. It was exactly as Yin Heshuan said. Just as they finished dinner and sat down to digest their food, Zhou Bo walked in and said that the Li family was visiting. Yin Huishuan signaled Jing Si and Jing Yang, who had stayed here for dinner, to take Su Baining upstairs first. They stayed downstairs to entertain the Li family. The Li family who came this time were Mr. Li's son and daughter-in-law. Before coming here, Mr. Li was very nervous. He knew that his father had never been very compatible with other family members. If it weren't for my daughter, I wouldn't have asked them to come and lose face. When Li Kaier was brought home, she thought she was fine. Who knew that her legs suddenly lost feeling at night? Then, they slowly turned into an ugly blue-gray color. Standing in the room and looking at her legs, she couldn't help but scream. Mr. Li and Li Kaier's parents downstairs heard the noise and ran upstairs. They saw her sitting on the ground, still holding up the hem of her skirt, and the exposed leg had changed. Mother Li was frightened and cried at that time. After she married Father Li, it was found that both of them had problems. It would be very difficult for them to have children. After many years, she was ready to give up and finally got pregnant with such a precious baby. When the whole family found out, they were crazy happy. After she was born, the family spoiled her to the sky. Especially Mr. Li, who was over 50 years old, who was strict outside, even Father Li was afraid of. But he smiled when he was in front of Li Kaier. Li Kaier had always been a persuasive person. It was not until she met Jing Yang that she encountered her first setback in life. When Mr. Li saw Li Kaier's legs, his face darkened. He turned around twice and said to Mr. Li, "Go to the Yin family and ask the little girl from the Yin family to see Kaier." Mr. Li was surprised. How can a little girl save Kaier? Kaier must have been infected by the zombie virus. When Li Kaier heard that she was infected by the zombie virus, she burst into tears. Mother Li squatted down and hugged her sad daughter. Just listen to Dad and beg. Dad must have something in mind since he said so. Father Li was not unwilling. But old Li and the other families have always been at odds with each other. Now that something has happened, will they be willing to beg? Moreover, if he had not forgotten, the little girl from the Yin family seemed to have saved his daughter in the afternoon and was also injured. Old Li held his shoulders. "You have to go for Kaier. Bring Kaier's mother with you. Women are easier to talk to each other. If I remember correctly, the little girl in the Yin family is a stepdaughter. In their Yin family, it's not certain whether she is favored or not. This time she came back, and it seems that they have a good relationship, but only they know why. They left as soon as they said they would. The zombie virus infection cannot be delayed." At that moment, Father Li took Mother Li and hurriedly drove to the Yin family. They even forgot the gifts they had prepared. When they were about to get off the car at the door of the Yin family, they found out that Mother Li pulled Father Li and said, "Save our daughter first. After we save our daughter, we can give our home to them." Father Li nodded, and then Mother Li went forward and knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was Zhou Bo, the old housekeeper of the Yin family. After explaining the purpose of their visit, Zhou Bo asked them to wait while he went to inform the Yin family first. Yin Huishuan and the others came over and welcomed the Li couple in. Zhou Bo brought a pot of tea and poured 2 glasses of water before leaving. Father Li looked at the Yin family members, who were considered his juniors, and didn't know how to speak for a while. Mother Li pinched Father Li's waist out of concern for her daughter. Father Li came to his senses and said embarrassedly, "I am sorry to bother you today because I want to ask your sister for help." Yin Ziyu yawned, "Looking for my sister? My sister has rested. Wasn't she injured today while trying to save your Li Kaier?" Yin Bai whispered, "That's right. Didn't he come up to ask if my sister's wound is better? He actually asked if we can help." When this sentence reached the ears of the Li family couple, they smiled awkwardly. Mother Li said, "I'm sorry. We are also worried about your sister. I don't know how your sister's injury is recovering." Yin Yu took a sip of water and said, "What do you think will happen if you are infected with the zombie virus?" The Yin family sat here calmly, and they didn't seem to be worried about their sister's condition. But the auras of these younger generations were stronger than each other. Especially the eldest brother, who sat there without saying a word and looked at his hands. In the past few years, following Mr. Peng, his momentum has become stronger and stronger. If it were someone else, they would have broken out in a cold sweat. Looking at the Li couple who had been sitting on the sofa, Yin Mo stretched out his hand to the door. "If you two have nothing to do, please go back. Our sister has been infected with the virus and is very sad. There is nothing I can do to help you." When standing outside the door, Li's mother cried out in pain. She hit Li's father hard a few times. "You don't have to die. You dare not say a word when you are scared by a few juniors." Li's father took her hand. I dare not say anything. My father asked me to ask for help from others. But how can I help? Why should they help you? Why should they help you? How can I open my mouth to ask for help? Chapter 146. Li Lao's Compromise. After hearing Li's father's answer, Li's mother also understood what it meant. Just as they were hesitating at the door of Yan's house, a pair of shoes appeared in front of them. The Li couple raised their eyes and saw Li Lao. Who should be at home with Li Kaya? Li Lao looked at the two people standing in front of them and sighed softly. Don't blame you, I didn't make it clear. In the Yan's house now, after Li and his wife left, they went upstairs. Yan Hechuan and Su Baining sat together on the bed. Yan Yu and Yan Mo sat on the sofa in the room. And the rest of the people were either standing by the door, or leaning on the railings of the corridor, outside the door. Jingxi looked at the junction of the living room and the entrance below. Since you know that Mr. Li will not give up so easily, why do you still drive his son and daughter-in-law back? Yan Hechuan smiled softly. I don't care whether Li Kaya is good or not. And I don't care about Mr. Li even more. Can't you see what the people in his family are like? Do you think you and my family can't beat him? Jingxi, TSK. Of course not. We just think differently from him. Yan Hechuan. So, if Ning Ning doesn't want to do this, no one can say anything. Su Baining wanted to raise her hand to show that she agreed with this family, but she thought that the timing was not right. At this time, Zhou Bo walked in and looked at the young masters upstairs and said, Mr. Li is visiting. Jingxi nodded. Let him come in, we are waiting. Yan Mo leaned over with his arm. Whose family are you bullying? Jingxi dodged his attack. Stingy, aren't we on the same boat now? Really? Old Li walked in with the Li couple. Looking at the Yan and Jing family members leaning on the upstairs, he was not surprised at all. Such a calm look, in fact. Jingxi raised his eyebrows. An old fox is an old fox. Old Li looked at Yan Mo standing outside. Frank people don't speak in secret. What price do you want me to pay in order to ask Miss Su to save my granddaughter? Yan Mo called Zhou Bo. Bring them 2 chairs to sit down and talk. We can talk slowly. Old Li waved his hand. No need, my granddaughter is in so much pain on the bed. I am not in the mood to talk to you here. Just tell me what conditions you have. When he asked his son and daughter-in-law to come, he was also panicked, and only after they left did he realize that it was right for him to go. Li Kaya's poison began to spread upwards. She only felt the pain now. She cried so hard that it made Old Li feel as if his heart was broken. He looked at Li Kaya lying on the ground and said comfortingly, Wait. Grandpa will definitely find a doctor to cure you. He called the servants to take good care of Li Kaya and rushed to the Yin family without stopping. When he saw the couple outside the door, he was not surprised at all. Yan Mo put his arms on the railing of the stairs. No requirements, we can't do anything. When Mr. Li heard this, his face turned black. I will agree to any request. Yin Yu came over and continued, including giving up the power in your hands? Mr. Li knew that they would not compromise so easily. When the Li couple heard this, they pulled Mr. Li's clothes. Dad, just agree to it. You are so old. We only have Kaya as a daughter. You can see her personality. We just hope that she can be healthy and happy in this life. There is no other request. Yes, Dad. Li's daughter-in-law continued, if Kaya is dead, what do we need these for? Old Li glared at them with a look of disappointment. You are really hopeless. Yan Mo looked at the crying daughter-in-law of the Li family below. We are just joking. Don't take it seriously. No one in our family can save your daughter. You can go. Old Li stood up and looked at his son and daughter-in-law behind him, thinking about her granddaughter, who was still crying at home. She closed her eyes and said, Okay. As long as you are willing to save my granddaughter, I can give up. Su Baining looked at Yan Hechuan in surprise. Yan Hechuan scratched her nose and whispered, Although Mr. Li likes to play with power, he really loves his granddaughter Li Kaya. Li Kaya is no different from his second life. Su Baining pursed her lips and said nothing. Once upon a time, she also longed for such family affection. Yan Hechuan saw that her expression was not right and held her hand. We are here. Looking at the Yin brothers inside and outside the door, she threw away the little thoughts in her heart. Now she is not alone. There is nothing to be sad about. Yin Zi walked out. We don't care, you go. Seeing that these people were not willing to listen, Mr. Li snorted coldly. Aren't you afraid that I will expose the girl's ability when I leave this door? Jingxi. Hiss. Took a breath of cold air. Mr. Li, you are too shameless. Look at you guys coming in. How do you look like you are begging for help? Yin Yu's face turned cold. You can try it. See if we are afraid? This is about Su Baiting. They can't accept what Mr. Li said. Yin Ziyu shouted, Uncle Zhou, show him away. Mr. Li knew he said the wrong thing. If he left now, Li Kaier would really be hopeless. He looked at the young but increasingly powerful young people upstairs, and finally admitted that he was old. He sighed. The man who had been arrogant all his life finally bowed his head for his granddaughter. Just consider that we are all Chinese after all, and the older generation are all family friends. Please save my granddaughter, okay? Su Baiting let go of Yin Hushuan's hand, and walked out to look at Mr. Li, who bowed his head. Okay, Mr. Li, I am willing to save your granddaughter. If you must ask why, is it because I am moved by your love for your granddaughter? Mr. Li said excitedly, really? Our car is outside. We can leave right away. Or you need to rest. But my Kaier's legs are already. Su Baiting suddenly appeared and agreed, which made him a little unbelievable. He rubbed his hands and said, do you need someone to accompany you? Or? Su Baiting shook his hand. It doesn't matter. If you are worried, you can wait for me here. I will change my clothes and go with you. Yin Bo raised his hand to indicate, we will go together. Mr. Li nodded, okay. Okay. I'll go find a second car right away. Uncle Zhou stopped Mr. Li, who was about to go out to call a car. Young lady means that there is a car at home. Please wait here for a while. While Su Baiting went in to change clothes, Mr. Li looked at the younger generations in front of him. What I said counts. On the one hand, I have to admit that I am old, and the world will belong to you young people in the future. Secondly, your little girl is good. Very stylish. It's a pity that my Li family doesn't have a good son. Otherwise it would be good to be a son-in-law. Chapter 147 changed the target. When they heard the first half of Li Lao's sentence, they were quite happy. This was a disguised recognition of their ability. After hearing the second half, their faces became darker and darker. Is this human language? After not asking the Jingxi brothers to follow, their family drove their own car behind Li Lao's car and went to Li's house. When they arrived at Li's house, the servants of Li's family were standing in the living room at a loss. As soon as Mr. Li led them into the house and saw the scene, he knew that it must be that this group of people could not control Li Kaier. He turned his head to look at Su Baiting. Su Baiting walked to the front and followed him upstairs. A door on the second floor was open, and it was not appropriate for a strange man to enter a girl's boudoir. Father Li ordered the servants to take good care of the brothers of the Yin family in the living room, and apologized and said hello and took Mother Li upstairs. When Su Baiting went upstairs and entered the house, he saw Li Kaier sleeping on the ground, hugging her legs and rolling on the ground. Seeing Grandpa and Mom and Dad, who had returned outside the door, she cried even harder. Mom and Dad, Grandpa. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. Come and save me, save me. Su Baiting asked the servant beside her for a cup and put some water in it, walked to Li Kaier and squatted down. Drink this cup of water, and you will feel better. Li Kaier looked at her warily. You saved me this afternoon. You are not here to take revenge on me now. Are you? Don't. Can you wait until I get better before you take revenge? I'm not well yet. How can you bear to do that to me? I'm younger than you. Wow, Grandpa. Su Baiting rolled her eyes. Yes, I'm here to take revenge on you. If you don't do well again, I'll wait for you to die and your parents to be sad when Grandpa is sad. I'll occupy your home, drive them away, so that they have no place to live. Have you eaten yet? Have you drunk yet? And become a beggar on the street? Who knew that Li Kaier still had the mind to think about these things now? She looked at Su Baiting as if she was a fool. Sister, I almost believed your story. Su Baiting choked speechlessly. I think your illness is still too mild, not painful enough. I will come back when you are almost in pain. Mother Li stopped her, knelt down and coaxed Li Kaier. My dear, this is what Grandpa asked to save you. He really came to save you. Yes. Yes. Old Li also squatted down and said to her gently, wasn't he injured because of saving you in the afternoon? You see, she is fine now. So she came to save you when she heard you were injured. Li Kaier looked at Su Baiting with tears in her eyes. Really? Sister, you are not lying to me. Su Baiting was tired. Really? Do I have nothing to do in the middle of the night to come and play with you? Li Kaier reluctantly believed her words, and took the water cup from her hand. I believe you. Sister. After drinking this glass of water, she did feel that the pain was not so severe. She smacked her lips. It's sweet. Is there any more? Su Baiting took the cup and handed it to the servant waiting by the side, and said viciously, no more, if you don't feel any pain. Go to bed. Everyone else please go out. We don't need anyone here. Li Kaier looked at Su Baiting with shining eyes. obediently listened to her and laid down on the bed, staring at her without blinking. Mother Li was worried. Why don't I stay here with her? I'm afraid she's in too much pain and can't bear it. Su Baining shook her head. It won't hurt, don't worry. If you stay here, she will feel more delicate because of the presence of her relatives. I didn't ask you to stay here so that you wouldn't disturb me. A problem that I can solve in 5 minutes may take half an hour because of you. I'm very sleepy. I'm also injured and need to rest. Before she finished speaking, several people hurriedly retreated to the door and stood there. Su Baining closed the door expressionlessly. She stood by the bed and lifted Li Kai's legs. The place near her infected by the toxin released its supernatural power and began to repair. This was the first time Li Kai saw how the zombie virus was eliminated. She raised her hands and watched like a curious baby. Su Baining regretted that she should have told her to lie still in pain. It was simply too annoying to look at her like this. When the treatment was almost over, Li Kai looked at her and suddenly said, "Sister, I don't like brother Jingyang anymore." "Oh, this is good news. I must tell Jingyang tomorrow to make him happy." However, she was not happy to hear what Li Kai said next. "Sister, I decided to like you. You are my savior. Although you look fierce, you still decided to save me. Besides, you are very beautiful. If we go out together in the future, we will definitely be the most beautiful sisters. What do you think?" "Su Baining, I don't think so." "Sister, why don't you say anything? Do you think the word sisters is not nice? Then we can change, and sister, your clothes are too plain, you can wear mine." She looked at Su Baining and muttered, "Sister, your breasts seem to be much bigger than mine. I don't know if you can wear my clothes." Su Baining continued expressionlessly, "Please shut up. Sister, sister, please pay attention to me. Sister, why don't you say anything, sister? Aren't you tired?" Su Baining felt that she was about to vomit blood from enduring so much. She had a feeling that Li Kai should just like Jingyang. "The last bit is very important," she smiled falsely. "It will be fine soon. You should rest well at home in the next 2 days. Just exercise your legs." "Okay." Li Kai held her face. "Ah, sister. Are you concerned about me? I'm so happy, don't worry. I will listen to you when I get better. I will go to play with you." "Okay." The toxins were removed. Su Baining immediately held down Li Kai. "Lie down and don't move. I will ask your mother to come in and take care of you right away. Remember my words and don't move." Li Kai nodded obediently. "I won't move. Sister, I will remember your words and come to play with you after 2 days." "Su Baining, you don't have to look for me. It's fine to stay at home." She opened the door and asked Mr. Li and the Li family to come in. The toxins have been completely removed, but because she is weak, she must stay in bed for the next 2 days. If conditions permit, it's better to exercise the leg muscles and strengthen nutrition. That's all. She didn't talk to Li Kai on the bed. After explaining all this, she pulled Yin Hechuan and the others and left the Li family quickly, looking at Su Baining who was walking fast in front. The Yin family members were confused. When Li Kai said from behind, "Sister, you have to wait for me to find you," she ran even faster. Damn. What kind of fairy girl is this? Is it so hasty to change partners? She should continue to like Jingyang. Let her go. She is just an ordinary fairy. What did she do wrong to be treated like this? She just came to save someone. Isn't it good for everyone to live in peace? Say thank you and never see each other again? Chapter 148 Research Results. Su Baining didn't feel completely relieved until she got home. Yin Hechuan and the others looked confused. Su Baining looked hopeless. "I finally understand why Jingyang always avoids this girl whenever he sees her. From today on, if she comes to see me, just tell her I'm not here." "Okay." Yin Hechuan almost understood what this meant when he heard it, and nodded in agreement, but the rest of the people still hadn't figured out what it meant. "Su Baining, don't think about it, and have a rest. I'm going to find Yule tomorrow to see what the zombie is like today." She got up early the next morning. After cleaning herself up early, she was ready to go downstairs and wait for Jingyang to pick her up. Who knew that when she went downstairs, she ran into Yule who was holding a cup of water and preparing to go upstairs. Yule saw her and wondered why she got up so early. "Everyone hasn't gotten up yet. Why are you getting up so early? Why are you at home?" Su Baining pointed at him. "Shouldn't you be in the laboratory of the research institute? I was going to find you to ask you what's going on. I feel that zombie is not quite right." While talking, a door opened upstairs, and the brothers of the Yin family came downstairs yawning and pulling their ties, Hey, Yule is back. Is the laboratory closed today? And Ningning? Why are you up so early? Su Baining looked at them and felt very strange because they were dressed so formally today. Why are you all dressed like this today? Yin Ziyu pulled his clothes uncomfortably. Today should be the last day of the competition. Yesterday, Chung Jun came back at night and said that the competition was cancelled. He asked us to go to a meeting. Why cancel it? What's the point of competing when it's like this? It was the United States that first came to us and said that they wanted to discuss ways to fight the disaster together. Now that the people they brought have done something like this, they still have the nerve to continue the competition. Even if they are shameless, we still have some dignity. After watching them leave, Su Baining pulled Su Yule over to sit on the sofa and stared at him intently. Su Yule felt frightened by being watched and grabbed Chung Jun, who was passing by, and asked him for help. Chung Jun found his expression funny. Why don't you just tell her what happened to the zombie? She got up so early today because she wanted to find you and see what happened. Su Yule reacted. Oh, you were talking about this. You should have said it earlier. She got the general idea of what happened from Su Yule's mouth. And her guess was correct. As people who had never really come into contact with zombies, the Li family, I can't understand how fast the zombie toxin spreads. But she has seen it several times before. The degree and speed of the toxin spread this time are far less than those of normal zombies. And this zombie is different from the previous zombies. After Yenimo and his team caught these people, they also fought hard and didn't want them to catch this zombie. They even threatened them that this was destroying their relationship. But Yenimo and his team didn't say anything and directly pushed them into the prison. The captured zombie was handed over to Su Yule. After Su Yule reported it to Professor Zhou, Professor Zhou quickly compared the blood and body hair of the zombie with a detector. After seeing the comparison data, Professor Zhou shook his head repeatedly. What a bunch of stupid people. Do they think this is still the old days? Do they know how to do any experiment? When Su Yule heard Professor Zhou say this, he couldn't understand what he meant. Professor Zhou explained to him, in the past, the Japanese like to do all kinds of bacterial experiments, which hurt others and themselves. Even now, they still have not changed their bad habits, and dare to purify the zombie virus and inject it into the human body. Originally, this zombie was quite obedient. If Li Kai and Su Baining hadn't made such a fuss, this experiment might have been successful for the Chinese. After listening to what Su Yule said, Su Baining fell into deep thought. So, what is the purpose of the Japanese coming here? Want to do it again? Su Yule shook his head. I don't know, but if they are caught committing a crime here, it is impossible to hand them back to them. Su Baining snorted coldly. Let them do it. They think this zombie is very obedient, but in fact, they are too lazy to move. The Emperor is far away when they kill themselves. We just remember to set off some firecrackers. Su Yule didn't understand what she meant. Su Baining looked at him and explained to him, look, their idea is to extract the zombie virus and purify it. Then add their own homemade inhibitors and inject them into normal people's bodies. Either to gain superpowers, or to turn into zombies. But, they think that this inhibitor can suppress the brutality of the zombies themselves, and want to keep zombies in captivity. Do you think the zombies we saw along the way can be kept in captivity? Su Yule shook his head. Yes, zombies can also evolve now, and they may indeed be obedient at a low level. The child has grown up. She gave Su Yule a meaningful look, you know. Su Yule understood what she meant. Oh, I see. If they don't commit suicide, they will die. If they want to commit suicide, we can't do anything about it. Su Baining blinked. That's what I mean. About 2 hours later, several people from the Yin family came back, and brought back Jingyang, who hadn't shown up all morning. Su Baining saw Jingyang dressed like a decent person, and then remembered that he was actually a person with a job. Yin Ziyu pulled off his tie. They are finally leaving. It doesn't matter if we don't compete. We don't really want to compete anyway. Yin Mo. But the other thing that Mr. Peng said is not easy at all. Okay. Yin Yu took off his coat and put it aside. We have been rushing on the road all the time. It doesn't matter. I'm used to it anyway. Su Baining walked to Yin Heshuan and sat down consciously. What's wrong? What happened? Yin Heshuan shook his head. It's not something special. It's just more troublesome. Yin Bo looked at Su Baining. Ningning, if we are always on the road, would you find it unacceptable? Su Baining shook her head. No, at most. We can just treat it as a trip. I'm actually used to it. I didn't have time to go out and hang out before. Now I have time and it's not peaceful. Yin Heshuan took her hand. This morning, all the foreigners took their own planes back. The competition was cancelled. But what Mr. Pang meant was that he hoped that from today on, we would either follow Jing Si to hunt zombies every day, or we can choose a base or a city to fight the zombies. Su Baining spread her hands. What's the difference? Aren't we all fighting zombies? Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she excitedly grabbed Yin Hechuan. We can go home, go home. Hearing Su Baining's words, Yin Ziyu jumped up from the sofa. Yes, why didn't I think of it? We can choose the magic city to fight the zombies. Didn't you say you wanted to go back last time? Yin Bo raised his hand. I agree. Chapter 149 The Way Home. This proposal is not impossible, but Kyoto is too far away from their home. Although they can apply for a plane to go back directly, it is not easy to ask for such a request when supplies are already in short supply. Su Baining stood up. Oh, we can just drive all the way back by ourselves. We can also help to suppress zombies when passing through some small cities. Anyway, isn't this our mission? Yin Hechuan nodded. Okay, then I will apply for this matter from Mr. Pang tomorrow. Yin Mo said to Yin Hechuan, Brother, tell Mr. Pang that we don't need too many people, just our family is enough at worst. When we encounter a small base, we can destroy them together. If we are lucky enough to encounter a large base, we can just show our ID cards and bring people if there are garrisons. Yin Hechuan absorbed everyone's suggestions and integrated them, and reported this matter to Mr. Pang in the office in the afternoon. During this period, Chung Jun and Jing Si worked well together, and he also met a lot of people. Jing Si also brought his little tail to meet him. The two had a good relationship. He handed the work to Chung Jun with confidence. He told Chung Jun to do his job well. Only capable people can do these things. Don't feel guilty. He felt relieved when he gave up this position. When he walked out of the office, he glanced at the scorching sun hanging in the sky. What he was thinking was, from today on, he can finally bring his family to this apocalypse with a legitimate reason. This time, he even rejected Jing Yang. He felt that the 5 grown men in his family would not be unable to protect his sister. Besides, this is his own woman, he will naturally protect her. He went home briskly, and told everyone the good news. The night he heard the news was destined to be an extraordinary night. He was so happy that Su Baining forgot about Li Kaya. After hearing the good news from Yin Hechuan, she excitedly talked to Qilin in the living room. Qilin, I'm going to take you home. Qilin was a little confused. Master, isn't this our home now? Su Baining nodded. It can be considered our home. But in fact our hometown is in another city. She talked endlessly to Qilin about the city, where she had only stayed for more than a month before. The beautiful life before the end of the world became vivid under her description. She was so engrossed in her talk that she didn't notice someone squatting beside her. When she was thirsty, she stopped talking and was about to get up to drink water, only to find that Li Kaya had come to her side without her knowing when. She squatted there and just looked at her without saying a word. The starry eyes made her feel creepy. She shouted in her heart, someone come and say something, or take this person away. Li Kaya looked at the dazed Su Baining and smiled. Sister, are you so happy to see me that you don't know what to say? Su Baining, this narcissism is okay. Li Kaya pouted when she saw Su Baining not talking. In the evening, Grandpa came home from get off work and told me that your family was leaving here. I was so sad. I didn't even want to rest. I finally persuaded Grandpa to bring me here. Ah, Master Li is here. Where is he now? Seeing Su Baining sitting and looking left and right, Li Kaya giggled. Sister, Grandpa and brother went to the study to talk about something. Now there are only you and me here. Oh! She pointed at Qilin, and this tiger. She held her head and looked at Su Baining with admiration. Sister, you are so amazing, you can even subdue a tiger. Su Baining looked like she had swallowed 100 flies. How could this little girl lie with her eyes open? Didn't she see this tiger when she came here to find Jingyan on the first day? She laughed dryly. Haha, this tiger was there when you came here on the first day, it's just that you didn't care at the time. Li Kaya admitted nonchalantly. Yes, weren't you blind at the time and kept chasing Jingyan? When you like someone, of course you have to be wholeheartedly devoted to him. Su Baining tried to reason with her. I tell you, you like me now only because I saved you, you are grateful, so you have such an emotion. If you meet someone you really like in the future, you will know that your love for me and Jingyan now is all gratitude. Su Baining felt that he had said a lot to her earnestly, but she didn't seem to listen at all. It was unknown how long it took before Mr. Li came down from the building. He pulled Li Kaya and looked at them. I wish you a safe journey. And return home as soon as possible. Yin Hechuan raised his eyebrows. I remember that when I went back to Mr. Pang today, I only said that we were going to suppress the zombies. And I didn't say what I wanted to do. Mr. Lee laughed out loud. Didn't Mr. Pang understand what you meant? He is very satisfied that you are willing to fight the zombies alone. Just think of it as a long vacation for you. Yin Mo smiled. It seems that our Old Man Lee and Old Man Pang are communicating with each other. I remember that Old Man Lee was not like this before. Old Man Lee stretched out his hand and shook it. It can't be said. It can't be said, you and I just know it in our hearts. He sighed. People of our generation are old, now Old Man Pang still needs me. I can still hold on. When we all retire, this world will belong to you young people. He grabbed Li Kaier, who was about to squat and continued to get close to Su Baining, and walked out the door. Come on, young people. I hope you can be independent when I see you next time. The Yin family smiled at each other when they heard this. This was the tacit understanding of the Yin family. The next morning, when everyone was preparing to leave while Chung Jun went to work, Zhou Bo pulled out a lot of things from the kitchen and stuffed them into Yin Ziyu's hands. Young masters, you should take these things with you. Yin Ziyu looked at Yin Heshuan in embarrassment. Yin Yu came over and took the things in his hand and supported Zhou Bo. Zhou Bo, don't worry about us. I'll leave the house to you. Chung Jun and Yulu are both good children and will not treat you badly. You and Aunt Wan should take good care of yourselves when we are away. We will be back. Zhou Bo wiped his tears and agreed. I know they are good children. I am just worried that you will not eat, drink or sleep well on the road. What to do if no one takes care of you? It happened before when we were on a mission, but we would be back soon after that. But he obviously knew that this time he would not be back for a long time. Yin Ziyu put his arm around Su Baining's neck. Uncle Zhou, look at our Ningning mobile material warehouse. You don't have to worry about us. We are all great superpowers after all. We are worried about you crying like this. Tuoman Su Baining said righteously, yes. Uncle Zhou, don't worry about us. We will bring you specialties from our hometown when we come back next time. Chapter 150 New City. Su Baining waited until Zhou Bo calmed down before he took out the car and prepared to set off. Su Baining seemed to sense something and looked back at the moment the car started. It was Jingyang, standing at the door of his house and looking at this side. But he didn't move. Yenemo also turned around and saw him. He has a place where he is more needed. And it's a waste of his talent to keep following us. Jingyang stood at the door of his house and watched Su Baining and their car disappear before slowly turning around and entering the house. He looked at the big box of transparent crystal cores under his feet and laughed. You want to get rid of me? I'll let you know what is impossible. Oh, go! As he spoke, a flat flame passed through the heads of several zombies. The zombies that were originally moving slowly turned into sculptures standing in place with their hands stretched out straight as the flame flashed. The heads on the bodies fell off, and Yin Ziyu jumped down from the roof of the car. This was the nth wave of zombies he had killed. He shook his overexerted arm, picked up the knife that had fallen on the ground and walked over, humming a little tune while slowly digging the crystal core. Yen Bo, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked up at the roof and sighed. Is there anyone who can tell him not to step on the roof like this in the future? They set out from Kyoto a few days ago, taking another road. They also met many scattered groups of people along the way, but they never joined any group from beginning to end. It's not that no one has offered an olive branch. After all, there aren't many people who can drive good cars like them in the apocalypse. But they still refused. They saw this small city by chance on the roadside 3 days ago. They all decided to take a look today. Killing zombies, if possible, and practicing superpowers are also good choices. Except for Yin Yu, who broke through the 5th level before the competition. The rest of them finally broke through to the 5th level by constantly looking for zombies and practicing superpowers on the 2nd day after entering the city. After the superpower breakthrough, Yin Heshuan reminded everyone that it is best to practice the flexibility and control of superpowers when there is no danger now. This is why Yin Ziyu jumped onto the roof of the car and compressed the flame to form a flame knife that slashed across the zombies. After Yin Ziyu dug out the crystal core, he shook off the liquid on the crystal core and said in disgust. Su Baining stood at the door of the car with a gloomy face and watched him walk over. Yin Ziyu saw that Su Baining's face was not good and thought it was because he did not give her the crystal core. She stretched out her hand consciously. No matter how many times, she couldn't and didn't want to get used to this smell, so she waved her hand and released a water curtain to soak Yin Ziyu. This was also what Su Baining had practiced in the past 2 days. She had never used it before. Yin Ziyu was lucky enough to be the first test subject. Su Baining looked at Yin Ziyu, who was spitting water from his mouth and looking at her innocently. TSK, it's quite useful. Yin-mo sat on the sofa behind her, and saw him like a drowned chicken. Puff. Laughed out loud. Yin-Ziyu looked innocent. What did I do wrong? I just went to kill a zombie. Sister. You are going to murder your own brother. Yin-Bai reached out from behind Su Baining and took the crystal core from his hand. This is to disinfect you. Please dry it outside before coming in, so as not to wet our floor. Su Baining's facial expression. You stink. Yin-Ziyu pretended to be shocked. Ah, you actually dislike me. Yin-Yu pulled Su Baining away and looked at him. You have the time to talk nonsense. Go and dry it. I guarantee you will be dry in 2 minutes under the sun. The car door slammed shut in his incredulous eyes. He stood there, soaked, pinching his arm, as if he couldn't believe it. It hurt so much. Now he believes that these people are not joking. He pouted and felt sorry for himself. Just when he was standing under the sun, feeling sad and self-pitying, a tiny voice suddenly came from his side. Little brother, why are you standing here alone? Does your family ignore you? He was startled and looked over, and subconsciously shouted. Fuck, anyone would be startled if someone suddenly appeared in front of them. Yin Heshuan and the others stood by the car window and muttered, Look, it's out. Not long after they entered this town, they felt that there was a little tail behind them, but this little tail was particularly cautious. It always appeared in a place without danger after they passed by and took away the remaining supplies, although this is nothing with their current abilities. But this feeling made them very unhappy. Isn't this clearly using them as guns? Today they were going to retreat after searching for the last wave of supplies, but the prerequisite was that they could not bring this person with them. So when collecting supplies today, Su Baining did not hold back as before, and collected everything cleanly. This girl must have discovered that they knew someone was following them, so she came out. Yin-Ziyu didn't want to pay attention to her. He knew they were in the dark, but he didn't know how many people there were, so it was better to ignore them. The girl who came out to talk to him was called Ma Su, a local who had always lived here. They were a family of 4. Because their parents favored boys over girls, they were very timid and stayed at home. So when they were on vacation at home, they would be like a little hamster who liked to hoard things. Because of this habit, their family had survived the most difficult period at the beginning of the end of the world. At first, when they ran out of food, they always forced Ma Su to go out to find food. Ma Su was timid. She cried loudly when she first encountered zombies. But she had to pick up the kitchen knife when she thought of her ferocious parents at home. Fortunately, she had good luck and could always bring some food back. Although it was not much. It was enough for them to survive until a few days ago when Yin Heshuan and his car drove into the city. When Ma's father saw it, he gave Ma Su an idea and told her to follow them. Gather the remaining things and bring them back. This is a good idea, as you can see from the amount of things Ma Su brought back the first time. Ma Papa thought of asking his daughter to sell herself for this. Those people looked like they were not ordinary people. He looked at the car greedily and had an idea. Unfortunately, they had always acted collectively. It was not easy to attack one person. Until Yin-Ziyu was punished to stand in the sun, he knew the opportunity had come. Ma Su was actually very scared. At first she knew it was wrong to do so. But as soon as she showed her resistance, her parents said they didn't want her anymore. And she got scared. She endured the discomfort and came out to greet Yin-Ziyu. Seeing Yin-Ziyu suddenly retreat, she clenched her fists tightly. Yin-Yu, what are you going to do? Su Baining shook her head. I don't know. Not only does the child look malnourished, but it doesn't seem like he wanted to come out on his own. Yin-Mo touched his chin. Does this mean he was forced to come out? How many people are there? Yin-Bo pushed them away and went to open the car door. Who cares about them? Call Yin-Ziyu up first. He will come on his own if he knows we find him. Chapter 151 Acid Rain. The car door opened in front of him. Yin-Ziyu rushed up without looking back, leaving Ma Su standing there alone. Yin-Ziyu got into the car as if he was stuck to someone and quickly closed the door. It's so scary, I didn't even notice when she appeared. Su Baining, when you stood there for a while, we suspect she has been watching nearby. Yin-Ziyu shook his head. There is something wrong with this person. I'm going to change clothes. You guys keep an eye on me. Ma Su stood there and smiled awkwardly. She looked timidly at a building next to the car. That was where Ma Su's family lived temporarily. Dad Ma stood in front of the window and looked at the remaining Ma Su. What a useless thing. Seeing that her father had no further instructions, Ma Su carefully took small steps and moved towards home step by step. Occasionally, she would look back at the car parked there, imagining that someone would come out and call her. But no, The doors and windows of the car were tightly shut, and there was no sign of opening them after she entered the building. Yen-mo chewed an apple and looked at her back. This girl looks reluctant. But not that reluctant. Is she looking back hoping that we can save her? Since he was released, Yen Hushwan has taken on the responsibility of being the head of the family. The first thing he did was to cook. Although Yen, you can do it. Yen Hushwan's cooking skills are better when it comes to delicious cooking. He stood on his tiptoes on the pot in his hand. People nowadays, what they need is to save themselves. Don't be idle and think about saving others. Take care of yourself. The aroma of food wafted out. They cheered and rushed to the living room, completely forgetting Ma Su. Just as they were enjoying lunch, a ticking sound suddenly sounded above their heads. It started with a ticking sound, and then suddenly it turned into a rustling sound. Yen Bo sat by the window. He opened the curtains. A thin layer of fog had begun to rise outside the window. It was raining. Yen Ziyu swallowed the last bite of food and wiped his mouth. He happily opened the window and stretched out his hand to catch some rain. It's so rare. It finally rained after so many days. Now the water-based supernaturalists can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Who knew that as soon as he stretched out his hand, the rain splashed on his hand. He shouted and stretched his hand in. He saw that his skin had been visibly broken by the rain. He took a breath and looked out the window. What kind of rain is this? How can it corrode things? This is sulfuric acid. Right? Su Baiting took his hand and helped him heal his wound. She looked at the heavy rain outside the window thoughtfully. I suspect that the zombie virus infected the river water and then evaporated. And then it was absorbed and turned into this. She took out a pair of chopsticks from the table and stretched them out. The chopsticks were stretched out and corroded cleanly in a few seconds after being hit by the rain. The only thing left was the chopstick heads that had not been wetted. Yen-mo slapped his thigh. Does this mean that our car will also be corroded? I really regret giving a car to Jing Si now. Yen-yu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, if it really corrodes, then he will not be lucky enough to enjoy it. Yen Ziyu laughed strangely when he heard this. Ah ha ha ha, then don't blame us. Yen Hushwan shook his head, not knowing how to tell them. If the car is corroded, then the other cars in Kyoto will not be spared. Su Baiting stood up and began to move things into the space one by one. After a while, the car was clean as new. She looked at the empty car with pity. Son, I accept the heavy snow, but I really don't like this rain. Although I have inventory, and don't care if there is one more or one less car, I am still unhappy. Yen Ziyu opened all the windows. The rain has begun to get heavier and heavier. Their guesses began to come true. The window glass of the vehicle began to crack. Yen Yu climbed from the car to the driver's seat, drove the car under the eaves of the building next to him, adjusted the angle so that people who got out of the car would not get wet. He ran to the back and said, Okay, let's go in. We will probably have to live in this building before the rain stops. Yen-mo looked at the car and said, If even iron can be corroded, this building is just reinforced concrete. How can it be okay? Yen Bo, oh, you are so thoughtful. This car has only one floor, and this building has 20 or 30 floors. The rain stopped when it hit you. Thinking about it, it seems to be true. They opened the car door and held an umbrella over their heads just in case. First, they sent Su Baiting off the car, and then walked into the building one by one. When Su Baiting stood in the building, she could see clearly that the color of the car body had been corroded away. I wonder if the car body will be corroded before the rain stops. When he threw away the umbrella, some raindrops fell on Yen Mo's arm. He screamed in pain. This looked more serious than Yen Ziyu's just now. The place that was hit by the rain had been corroded and rotten. There was also blood flowing out. Su Baiting rushed forward to treat his wound. Yen-mo was so angry that he wanted to kick the umbrella he had just thrown away. But he gritted his teeth and gave up. In the room not far from them, Ma Su's father opened the door of the room and saw Su Baiting treating Yen-mo's arm. Seeing these people dressed neatly and with rosy faces, and seeing Su Baiting's delicate and radiant face, his eyes rolled around, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing how these people treated Su Baiting, he roughly thought that she should be his sister. He closed the door and laughed at his chubby son sleeping on the carpet. Ma Su bit her lip when she saw this scene and didn't say anything. Ma Su's mother looked at her husband and asked in confusion, His father, what are you laughing at? It's scary. Ma Su's father pulled Mama over, opened the door a little, and happened to see Su Baiting and the others walking to the back. He pointed Su Baiting to Mama and said, Look at that little girl and see if she's pretty. Ma Su's mother groaned. Pretty is another matter. It's rare to see a girl so well-fed now. Ma Su's father nodded. Who likes this skinny girl at home? Our Junjun is pretty. She will definitely be popular. How about asking her to be Junjun's wife? Ma Su's mother disagreed. Not good. How can it be clean with so many men following that girl? Ma Su's father patted her. Don't worry. I have observed carefully. Those men should be her brothers judging by their age and behavior. Can I randomly find a wife for our Junjun? Look at their clothes and temperament. It was not easy to find a wife even in the past. Now it is the end of the world. Women, marrying a good person is better than anything else. If our Junjun marries her, do you think we still have to worry? After listening to what Ma Su's father said, she nodded with satisfaction. Then I still agree. Although she looks a bit like a vixen, which is not good. I can still accept it if you say so. They have already begun to imagine the wonderful life their son will have after marrying Su Baining. Chapter 152 The Trouble of Temporary Residence. Su Baining felt like she was being stuck again. She touched her arm with disdain, knowing it must be the group of people downstairs. When she entered the room, she noticed that the door of the room was half open and someone was peeking, but they were too lazy to care. Yin Ziyu, I always feel that my innocence will be threatened if I live here. Yin Bo, Pa, what do you mean you have an illusion? Yin Ziyu, hey, you don't understand. This is an indescribable charm. This remark directly caused the rest of the people to complain about him. They walked around the whole building. This building seemed to be 30 stories high. Now there was no power, and they couldn't go up. There was no need to go up. It should have been a large commercial and residential area before, but now it was empty. Although there were rooms here, they were all in high-rise buildings, and they didn't want to climb up. Anyway, the space in the mall was very large after the cabinets were removed, so everyone decided to find a spacious corner on the second floor and take out a similar RV. Yin Hechuan and Yin Mo were packing their luggage in the car, and Yin Ziyu was standing in front of the car sighing. This annoyed Su Baining, who was standing beside him, and she couldn't stand it and slapped him. Can you stop sighing? Yin Ziyu looked at her with resentment. I'm sad. Sad? Our good car was lost just like that. Su Baining, well, what happened next? Yin Ziyu looked confused. What do you mean what happened next? I'm just sighing about how difficult life is. Yin Bo turned around and came back to hear this. Shut up. You have been with Ning Ning since the end of the world. Is it asking you to suffer or suffer? Is this something you should lament? Su Baining saw Yin Bo holding a brick in his hand. Fourth brother, where did you pick this up from? This. Yin Bo put it on the ground. I went out to take a look. This rain seems to be quite corrosive to glass and the like, but you see, this has no reaction? What is the principle behind this? Yin Ziyu curled his lips. When you return to Kyoto next time, ask Su Yul, he will tell you what the principle is really. Su Baining, although I don't know what the principle is, but it's good, at least it means we won't be in any danger for the time being. After sorting out the things in the car, there was no way out of the building. Yin Hechuan took Su Baining and Yin Ziyu upstairs to go shopping. After the end of the world, this mall was empty. Everyone was busy escaping and didn't take many things away. Su Baining collected some clean, unopened 4-piece sets from the bedding store, and also found some new clothes and skirts from the men's and women's clothing store. The feeling of returning home with a full load made everyone feel very good, until they saw 4 people in front of the car when they went downstairs. Ma Su's father and his wife secretly watched for a long time at the door, and saw that they had no intention of coming down, so they were going to occupy the car at the door at first. Who knew that when he came out to check, the car's paint had all fallen off due to corrosion, like an old broken car. He was not stupid. Before the end of the world, he was the manager of a small private enterprise. Looking at this situation, and thinking about the behavior of these people when they came to the building, he immediately realized that this rain must not be simple. He thought for a while, turned back and muttered to his wife, then took his son who was reluctant to get up and his daughter, who was timid, and went out. When they went upstairs, only Yin Mo and the other 3 were in the car. Yin Yu was sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for Yin Hechuan and the others to come back. This was the scene that Ma Su's father saw when he brought his family upstairs. He bent over and walked to the car door. Hello. Yin Yu glanced at him coldly, lowered his head and said nothing. Ma Su's father didn't care. He didn't see many people like this before the end of the world, but at least he had come into contact with them. It's normal to be arrogant. Ma Su's mother behind him was unhappy with Yin Yu's attitude. She walked up with a twisted face. What's wrong with you? We are greeting you. Why are you so rude? Yin Mo and the others heard the voices from behind. walked to the front, and looked at the family that suddenly appeared. Who are you? Yen Yu, unimportant people. Don't worry about them. Ma Su's mother used to be very domineering, and generally others would give in to her. After a long time, she thought that no matter who it was, as long as she said a few words, they would listen. After seeing the attitude of Yen Yu and the others, she became even angrier. What do you mean by unimportant people? How can you talk like that? You really have no manners. The words no manners happened to reach the ears of Su Baining, who had just returned. She snorted coldly. The words no manners should be given to you. Who gave you the nerve to come to us and talk nonsense? Hearing the voice coming from behind, the Ma Su family turned around and looked over. Ma Jun, who was lazy and listless just now, stared at the beautiful Su Baining. He held his mother's hand. Mom, I want this daughter-in-law. Ma Su's mother patted his hand soothingly, and looked at Su Baining critically. Don't worry. She is your daughter-in-law. If you are disobedient, wait until she comes home, and Mom will naturally discipline you. Hee. I have seen shameless people, but this is the first time I have seen such a shameless person. Is your family specialized in being a slut? Ma Su's father wiped the non-existent cold sweat when he heard this, and held Ma Su's mother's hand. You better shut up, spendthrift woman. Unexpectedly, Ma Su's mother shook off his hand. What are you doing? Didn't you say to let this girl in? She looked Su Baining up and down with slanted eyes. Aren't you looking at them for their abundant resources? You look like a vixen, and still want to come into my house? Su Baining was not angry. She smiled. Auntie, don't you usually not look in the mirror? You said I look like a vixen. I am still willing to admit it. After all, only good-looking people are worthy of me. You are not worthy of this. Hearing that Su Baining was laughing at her, she jumped up. You want to enter my house like this? Impossible, I tell you. If you are more intuitive, I can still consider handing over the supplies otherwise. Her voice was too sharp, making everyone's ears hurt. Yen Ziyu picked his ears and walked forward. While walking, he said, I said before that I would not hit women. Really, you can't blame me for this. Then he stretched out his hand and pushed her out from his sight. Yen Ziyu has been training his special abilities these days, and his physical fitness is simply too good. It is not fun to be pushed. Ma Su's mother was pushed so hard that she hit the wall beside her. She only heard her body creaking, and then she fell to the ground along the wall. Yen Ziyu raised his hands indifferently and said insincerely, Sorry. Ma Su ran over silently and tried to help her mother up, but she hadn't eaten a full meal for a long time and had no strength to help her up. After trying for a long time, she had no choice but to look at her father, who was constantly apologizing to Su Baining and others for help. Chapter 153, If You Have a Bad Brain. Just watch. Su Baining looked at the man who kept apologizing in front of her without any feeling. She pulled out a knife from the space and walked to Ma Su's mother, who was lying on the ground groaning. She lifted her chin with the tip of the knife, looking at her coldly. Who are you? You want me to marry your son who is as useless as a pig? Look at yourself, look at him, ask yourself, are you worthy? She slapped her face with the blade. I feel dirty even if I touch you with the tip of my zombie-killing knife. What a fool. Why are you crying? When the knife was pointed at Ma Su's mother, her tears burst out like a faucet was turned on. Su Baining took a piece of paper with disdain to wipe the wet knife. Your waist is broken. Take good care of it. You have to live well. Yen Hushuan pulled her over, looking at Ma Jun, who was slumped on the ground. If you don't have a good brain, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Trash should stay in the garbage dump. Here, it's not a recycling station. Are you too good-tempered? So you dare to jump on anything? Su Baining released Qilin. Tell them to get out of here. If they run up again, I will bite them to death. I don't care how many things you have collected from following me. You are so blatantly plotting. I'm afraid you won't survive. She glanced coldly at Ma Su squatting on the ground. Qilin sensed Su Baining's anger and yelled at these people. A smell of urine entered the noses of several people. They took a step back and watched a pool of liquid flow out from the fat man who looked like a pig. Ma Su's father didn't dare to say anything at this time. He was already scared when he saw Qilin. He got up from the ground and dragged his son, who was scared to pee, and went downstairs in a panic. Ma Su's mother saw him dragging his son away without caring about her, and she cursed angrily. You dead thing have no conscience. You don't care about me. Right. She looked at Ma Su, who was squatting beside her, and she was so angry that she pinched her hard. Useless thing. What's the point of raising you to this age? What are you doing sitting here? Why don't you take me down quickly? Ma Su was pinched very painfully, but dared not speak. She felt that she had done nothing wrong, and the people in front of her should not leave her alone. So she looked at them pitifully with tears in her eyes. Who knew that they didn't even look at her? And got into the car without looking back. There was only a yawning Qilin left under the car, looking at the door, and the mother and daughter, who were cursing at Ma Su. Yin Ziyu stood at the car window and watched with interest. Su Baiting kicked him with her toes. What did you see? Why is there no sound outside? He waved his hand. That man is too cowardly. He didn't even come up and think about carrying his wife down. Yanemo looked at him. I didn't expect you to be so strong now. You almost broke her with just one blow. Yin Ziyu, please, she just hit the wall. Okay. Besides, our powers are almost at level 5 now. Even without the power, my training in the army every day is not in vain. Besides, that woman is obviously pampered, and she only messes with her daughter. Yin Bai looked at him strangely. Yin Ziyu felt uncomfortable with this look. Why are you looking at me like that? Yin Bai shook his head. Nothing, I just wonder why you, with your kind heart, didn't say anything to save this girl today. Yin Ziyu smiled embarrassedly. When I first saw her, I felt that she was a little pitiful, although I also knew that she was approaching me on purpose. However, I did hear what Ningning said just now, so let it go. Living with a few weirdos like this, your character won't be much better. As he said, Ma Su's father never came up to hug her mother. She had no choice but to drag her mother downstairs. As they went down, her mother kept cursing because of the pain. She said nothing, but her eyes became darker. When she was looking for a place, she would walk in the place where it hurt. After so many times, her mother knew her current status. She shut her mouth. Even if she was hurt, she didn't dare to say a word. From that day on, the family status of this family member changed. The mother was paralyzed in bed, and needed someone to take care of her. The father and son can't cook, but she seems to be omnipotent. She asks her father or brother to take care of her mother without any emotion, or she will let her stay in bed with a stinking smell. She will never take care of her for another day, every time she thinks of her. There is no warmth in her mind, not to mention it has come to this point. She still goes out to find food in the mall every day. If she can't find it in this mall, she will put on clothes and go to other places in the rain. After being found by Su Baiting and the others, she also felt resentful. Since they were living so well, why didn't they give a little alms? At first, her father thought about going up again to beg for mercy, for the sake of helping them, because they were all human beings. But every time he went up, the tiger would take a nap in front of the car, and after a while, he stopped going up. Later, she also figured it out. It was her parents who did something wrong and let her down, and it had nothing to do with others. What's more, it was a stranger she had never met before. They knew that they had collected supplies in the first few days. In the end, it was her own fault for being greedy. She was angry, and would deduct their food when she found food. Her parents had to live by her face. She finally began to regret what she had done. But it was too late. Yin Heshuan and the others were much more relaxed. Every day when they had nothing to do, they would go out and find a higher floor to continue practicing their special abilities. When they were tired of practicing, they would find something to do. It was so boring that they competed in washing clothes. When they washed until there was no place to hang the clothes, Su Baining would scold them with a dark face. After hearing the lesson, they forgot about it. Su Baining chased them all over the floor. Yin Yu looked at the panting Su Baining and asked Yin Heshuan, "Brother, won't you do anything?" Yin Heshuan smiled meaningfully. "Isn't it good for the two of us? If you don't believe me, just watch. If you want to say what fruit the Yin brothers dislike the most, it must be durian. Many people like to eat it, but they just can't like it." Su Baining smiled and looked at the three brothers running all over the floor, thinking, "Okay, you just keep running, I bet you won't come back." At night, whenever someone went upstairs, they would see Su Baining standing with something like a teaching stick, and three guys kneeling in front of him with durians on their knees. Yin Yu looked at the scene in front of him, was stunned for a while, faced the three pitiful faces, and then looked at the durians under their knees. "Ah, now I know what this durian is used for." When they first saw durian in the supermarket here, they were full of rejection. Only Su Baining stood there and watched for a while, then put a few into the space. They were still wondering why they put a few of these. They didn't like to eat them. She didn't seem to like to eat them either. Now they know what they are used for. Chapter 154 The Scorching Sun. Su Baining snorted coldly. She held a whip in one hand, and tapped it lightly on the palm of the other hand. "Still running, keep running, won't it be more powerful?" She pointed at the durian under them. Are you happy? Are you happy or not? I originally collected this durian to give to my eldest brother, since you are so depressed. It's not impossible for me to give it to you. Yin Heshwan? Yin Ziyu twisted left and right. Su Baining pointed at him with the whip. Don't move. Do you have fleas on your body? Yin Yu stood aside and said sarcastically, what do you think would happen if your teammates in the training camp saw you like this? Speaking of this, he even ran to the car and took down a camera that he had always had but never used. Yin Mo was ready to stand up immediately, but when he met Su Baining's narrowed eyes, his legs went weak, and he knelt down again. Yin Yu turned on the camera and filmed them while saying, TSK, 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 this posture is pretty good, come and compare, let's take a look at our Ningning's majestic appearance. Yin Bo was simply implicated. He was used to learning from Yin Mo. He followed them when they competed. He followed them when they washed clothes. He was also confused when he was chased, even when he was punished to kneel here. He still hadn't recovered. Su Baining walked to his side and pulled him. Fourth brother. Get up, you have nothing to do. Yin Ziyu saw that Yin Bo was unwilling to get up. Can I get up too? My legs hurt so much. Ningning. Su Baining was so angry. It was he who proposed the laundry competition. How dare you say that? What kind of competition is not good? Such a large venue affects your performance. I should ask Xiao Hei to compete with you to see who can go up first. Otherwise, it would be a shame for your energy that has nowhere to go all day long. Just wash the clothes. Now it's raining, and there's no sun. So it's hard to dry. Forget about washing 2 pieces. Look at the entire second floor. Is there any space to put 1 piece of clothing? Yin Ziyu touched his nose in embarrassment. Who can control the competition? Originally, they planned to wash 2 pieces, but who knew that after the competition, the whole second floor is now full of the clothes washed by the 3 of them. By the way, they also washed 2 sets of sheets when they ran out of clothes. Later, Yin Heshwan persuaded her, and Yin Mo and Yin Ziyu kept admitting their mistakes before she reluctantly forgave them. At night, Yin Ziyu and Yin Mo looked at their injured knees in pain, and sighed to each other. Yin Bo pushed open the door, and came in with a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. Ning Ning gave it to me, add her special water, just spray it on, and it will be fine. Yin Ziyu took it happily. I knew Ning Ning was hard on the outside but soft on the inside, sharp on the outside but kind on the inside. The 3 of them sat on the bed, and sprayed the medicine, and watched the wound heal, thinking about how Su Baining was angry in the afternoon. Smacking her lips. Yin Mo, are you still competing? Yin Ziyu thought about it. Let's just forget it. Yin Bo raised his hand. I agree. The next day, the 3 of them solemnly apologized to Su Baining, indicating that they realized their mistakes. Su Baining was not angry to begin with. She just thought they were being unreasonable. She was even less angry when she saw them smiling and laughing. Each of them clapped twice, and let it go. But she had to find a way to dry the clothes. She looked at the eaves outside where the rain was still dripping inside. She looked at Yin Bo's hands playing with fire, and fell into deep thought. What did she think of? After a few days of practice, Yin Bo and Yin Ziyu were pretty good at playing with their fire abilities. She asked them to stand farther away from the clothes. While releasing the flames, she asked Xiao Hei to use the wind power to bring the fan to control the temperature, to dry all the clothes. The dripping rain stopped when Su Baining collected the last piece of clothes that day. Yin Mo looked at the sun outside the window. Wow, the sky is clear and the rain has stopped. Can we finally stop staying here? Everyone turned their heads to look out the window. They didn't know whether the weather had improved, but they could feel the warmth of the sun. Su Baining rubbed her skin that had just been exposed to the sun. In just a short while, her skin was sunburned red. The sun in the sky was bright and dazzling, and it seemed to be able to blind people's eyes. Yin Mo looked at Su Baining's red skin and said, What's going on now? A natural disaster or a man-made disaster? You couldn't go out when it was raining. And you still can't go out now that the sun is out? Yin Heshwan glanced at him and said, Even if the sun doesn't come out, it has been raining for so long that the roads are now full of acid rainwater. But according to the current situation, the water may be dried up today. We will go out early tomorrow morning. Now we think it's best to find a nearby base to see what the situation is. Since Yin Heshwan said so, everyone agreed. After living there for a few days, they still left some things. Su Baining originally planned to take all the things away, when she didn't want to leave anything for the family downstairs. Yin Heshwan stopped her. Yin Heshwan's original words were, Although this is a small town, there must be more than one family living here. They did something wrong. But others didn't. This way of life is for others, not for them. After hearing this, she gave up the idea of taking back everything, and only took a small part. On the day they started anew, the weather was unusually sunny and hot. Su Baiting was not afraid of temperature changes, but the rest of the people were not. Especially Yin Ziyu and Yin Bai, who were fire-type superpowers. As soon as they came downstairs and came into contact with the sun, they began to sweat. The sweat that flowed down after a while was like a bath for them. The car that was parked at the gate had been completely corroded by the rain in the past few days, leaving only a frame. Yin Mo originally wanted to open the door to see if there was any problem inside. The moment she came into contact with the sun, she gave up the idea. Su Baiting took out the car and put it at the door, put Qilin into the space, and finally checked if there was anything left behind and prepared to set off. Wait a minute. A small shout came from outside the window. They looked out. It was the family that had left the little girl named Ma Su. What was she calling them for? They looked at her with confusion. Ma Su went upstairs secretly to check. After they went downstairs, found the things they left behind. So she hurried down. She pointed upstairs. The things upstairs, is it? Yin Zi waved his hand. Left for you. We don't need it anymore. Ma Su pursed her lips that were cracked due to lack of water and bent over. Thank you. Yin Bo tilted his head to look at the little girl, kindly reminded her. Little girl, people still have to rely on self-help. The vehicle gradually drove away from the city under Ma Su's gaze. Her eyes flickered. She kept thinking about what Yin Bo said just now. He was right. It was time for her to make a decision. That night, she quietly packed up some things and left the house after they all fell asleep. Chapter 155. A pedestrian encountered by chance. Su Baiting and his friends were driving alone on the main road. After the rain, the scattered corpses on the roadside were corroded completely. Some even dropped a few crystal cores. The sun was too strong, so they gave up the idea of picking them up. Yin Mo said in a beautiful way, let's just treat it as a good deed, and leave it to others. Yin Ziyu shook his head. I don't know if this rain is falling all over the world. I'm still looking forward to seeing Jing Xi's little broken car. Yin Yu, your mentality is wrong. Thinking back, you should expect his car to be in good condition. Otherwise, what will you do if Ningning pesters you? Yin Ziyu stretched out his hand and released a flame. Then I'll let him taste my 3 flavors true fire. Su Baiting extinguished the flame with a fan. This is not the time when you were as hot as a dog just now. You are not allowed to play with fire on the car again. Yin Ziyu approached Yin Heshuan aggrievedly and complained. Brother, Ningning has become more and more fierce recently. Did you make her angry? Yin Heshuan pulled his arm away. People say that girls have those days every month. Have you not noticed that Yin Mo and Yin Bo have been very cautious these 2 days? Yin Ziyu suddenly realized and ran to Su Baiting. Ningning, you said earlier that you were in a special period. It's not good for women to get angry during special periods. You have to control your temper. You are always like this. We don't care. How can my brother accept you who is so irritable after a long time, is it? Su Baiting sneered. Is it? Yin Heshuan, I'm not, I can't. The survival skill is maxed out. Before Yin Ziyu could say anything, Yin Mo covered his mouth and smiled. Ningning, brother made you some brown sugar water. Remember to drink it. In fact, Su Baiting was not angry. Maybe the journey was too boring. It was good to have some fun. After walking for most of the day, I didn't meet a single pedestrian on the road. The road surface was washed clean by the rain. And due to corrosion, there were small holes of different sizes. At first glance, I guess people with intensive care unit disorder would not be able to accept it. Yin Ziyu bit his popsicle and patted the back of Yin Bo's chair. Let's find a place to rest for a while. We have been driving for such a long time. Let's find a place to have lunch before leaving. Yin Heshuan had already stood up and went to the kitchen. After wandering around for a while, he saw an open space in front of him. So he turned the car in and stopped. After parking, I found that the open space was quite large. There were already several cars parked inside, but no one got out of the car to walk around. They were probably afraid of getting sunburned by the scorching sun. The people driving the cars were friends who had traveled together in a small town before. After the supplies in the town were completely looted, they decided to go out and find a base. When they came out, they didn't notice that they were exposed to the sun for a long time. Now their faces are burning and painful. Although they were parked here, they didn't dare to open the door and get out. They were still surprised when they saw Su Baiting and his friend's car. A man in a small van was so envious of their car. He turned around and said to the person behind him, this car would have sold for at least 5 million before the end of the world. It's worth it to be able to drive such a car in your lifetime. The person behind him was not curious about the car. So what you mean is that they should be rich? Well, it should be. If this car is theirs, then it should not be a bad deal. The person sitting in the back came over. Then let's go get something to eat. We can't stay hungry while resting here. I won't go. I don't know them, and it's hard to open my mouth to eat. Oh! The person in the back pushed him. When you are starving. Let's see if you still care about whether you know them or not. Yinziyu held a popsicle in his mouth and pushed open the window to lean out half of his body. Oh, the weather is still so hot. Let's close the window. Bang! The popsicle fell to the ground. Yinziyu touched his mouth in confusion and looked at the popsicle that melted on the ground. He had finally begged for this popsicle, and it was gone after he had only taken 2 bites. Yinyu called him for a long time to close the window, but he didn't listen. Turning around, he saw him stupidly propping himself up and looking at the window below. Not knowing what he was looking at, he walked over, pulled him back, and closed the window neatly, and turned around and saw Yinziyu with a bitter face, looking like he wanted to cry but didn't want to. What are you doing? Brother, you. My popsicle fell. Yinyu. He meant that this guy seemed to have a popsicle in his mouth just now, but it disappeared as soon as the window was opened. He shrugged to show his sympathy, but he could do nothing to help. Su Baining stipulated that one person could only eat 1 popsicle a day to avoid diarrhea. The people in the van saw this scene and their eyes widened, ready to lean on the window to see it more clearly, but they were scared back by the high temperature of the window after being exposed to the sun. Not only them, all the other passengers saw this scene and started talking about it. See, I didn't see it wrong. It was a popsicle. That's right, you can still eat popsicles at this time. The man looks. And the clothes he wears. Looks like he's traveling. We are living in the end times, while others are living life. Now I understand why some people hate rich people, Mom. I want to eat popsicles too, woo woo woo. Then, let's go ask for some food. Will they give it to us? We don't even know each other. The young man sitting in the driver's seat heard the discussion behind him, touched his empty stomach and said, "Let me try. I'll borrow some. But I'll make it clear in advance. I'll only borrow some bread and biscuits. If you want to eat anything else, you can ask for it yourself." He felt ashamed even if he asked for this little bit of food. At this time, who wouldn't keep something to save their lives? The reason why he chose to speak was because he saw the popsicle in Yinziyu's mouth. Yinziyu was silently sad about the popsicle falling. He was too sad. The spiritual food for the day was gone. Yanimo comforted him. It's okay, we don't feel hot in the car. It doesn't matter whether you eat or not. Yinziyu looked up at him when he heard this. Then give me yours. Yanimo, no. Yinziyu rolled his eyes at him, after talking nonsense for a long time. He pushed him. Go. Go. Go away. He was not comforted at all, but became even angrier. At this time, there were knocks on the car door. Yin Bo was not going to open the door, but asked who it was or what it was about. Yinziyu walked past him like the wind and opened the door. Without looking at who it was, he said with a vicious expression, "What are you doing?" Yin Bo, unprovoked disaster. He stood behind Yinziyu and pushed him. Be gentle to others. You are not here to rob. Why are you so fierce? The young man who knocked on the door forgot the words he had just organized after being yelled at, and stood there stupidly. Chapter 156 Attacking the Base. Looking at the young man standing at the door in a daze without saying anything, Yinziyu called him with disdain. Hey, why are you standing there like an idiot? Didn't you come to knock on the door because you said you were standing here as a punishment? He looked at the hot sun shining on the young man, and in just a short while, his skin was sunburned red. He reached out to touch the switch on the car door and opened the sunshade. The young man finally came to his senses, felt that the sunlight above his head was blocked, and said gratefully, "Thank you, we did come to you for something." Yinziyu, what is it? The young man pursed his lips in embarrassment and swallowed his dry throat. We haven't eaten for 2 days, so. Yinziyu continued with a facial expression. What does it have to do with me? The aroma of food drifted out and floated into his nose. He swallowed his non-existent saliva and continued stutteringly. We don't have any other intentions, but we hope that you can see that we are all human beings. Give us something to eat. Just bread and biscuits, we just want to fill our stomachs. Yinziyu pointed at himself. Do I look like such a kind person? The young man was stunned by the question. Ah, then. He touched his face. Then I'm sorry for bothering you. Yen Bai, who had been standing behind Yinziyu, shook his head speechlessly, and called the young man who was about to leave. Yin Ziyu turned around and frowned at him. What are you doing? You are overflowing with sympathy. Yin Bo pushed him aside. Get out of here. Stop being stupid. He waved at the young man. Tell me some news. I'll give you some food. How about that? The young man nodded happily. Yin Bo pointed at the cars. Are you all here together? He nodded yes. We were in a small town before, and we are planning to find a base because we have almost used up all the supplies. Yin Bo, do you know any bases nearby? The young man scratched his head. I heard that there is a base not far from the bridge ahead. But we haven't been there, and we don't know exactly what base it is. Yin Bo, which base are you going to? Yes. We don't have any supplies. We just want to rest here before we go. We hope to get there before tonight, and get some relief food. Yin Bo, how do you know there is relief food if you haven't been there? And how did you know there is a bridge ahead? Is the base after the bridge? Before, this place is not far from the base. Some psychics came out hunting, and told us when they met us, so we rested here. Yin Bo, did they tell you the name of the base? The young man thought for a moment. It seems to be called the attack base. The car door opened, and the cool breeze blew out. Su Baiting came out of the room, and saw Yin Bo standing at the door, as if he was talking to someone. Yin Ziyu pouted and looked at him reluctantly. She walked over in confusion. Fourth brother, who are you talking to? Yin Ziyu saw Su Baiting coming over and chuckled. Ning Ning is here. Let's see how you give him the things under her nose. A gust of cold wind came out of the car door, bringing an indescribable fragrance and soft and thick voices into the nose and ears of the young man. As the voice appeared in front of him, a girl with long wine-red curly hair and a sky-blue dress appeared. Her skirt fluttered as she walked, like an elf that suddenly appeared. On her small face, her eyes were like a pool of spring water, looking at him with doubt as if she could speak. Looking at the young man who was in a daze and blushing, Yin Bo stepped aside to block his sight. Okay, I know. You wait here, I'll get you something to eat. He pulled Su Baiting, who was confused, away, and explained to her, I'll ask about the recent situation at the base. It is said that you can get there after crossing the bridge ahead. But the reward is some bread and biscuits. Yin Ziyu whispered beside him, Ning Ning. No. No. Yin Bo pushed him, Xiaowu. Are you childish? It's just a popsicle that fell. And no one else dropped it for you. You dropped it yourself. Su Baiting didn't quite understand what this meant, so Yin Bo simply explained it to her. Su Baiting pointed to the freezer. It's just a popsicle. You can eat mine anyway. I can't eat these days. She looked at Yin Bo. It's okay. Fourth brother, just give it to me if you promised. I took those things anyway for this purpose. Yin Ziyu happily sucked on the popsicle. His mood improved, and he smiled and helped Yin Bo pack up the supplies for the young man. Looking at his shameless look, Yin Bo didn't want to complain anymore. Yin Ziyu was in a good mood and took 2 more bottles of water. He took the initiative to hand them to the young man. These 2 bottles of water are for you. You will definitely be thirsty after eating bread and biscuits. When the young man was first stuffed with food, he thought it was just a little bit, and was about to go back in frustration. But who knew that 2 bottles of water were stuffed in? He was at a loss, and wanted to return it, but couldn't bear to do so. He felt very uncomfortable. Yin Bo moved a small box, and put it on his arm, that was holding the water but stretched out. Go back quickly. The sun is too strong. You will get sunburned if you stand here all the time. The young man thanked him profusely, and ran back with the box in his arms. When Yin Bo closed the door, he could still hear cheers coming from behind him. The food was already on the table. After everyone sat down, Yin Bo shared the news he had just heard. Yin Mo was drinking water, but when he heard the name of the base, he almost spit out a mouthful of water. He put down the cup and swallowed the water. Attack base. Is this the name of the base? Yin Bo nodded. Yes, that's what the young man said just now. Yin Yu ate in silence. He raised his eyebrows when he heard the name. It's just such a middle school name. If I'm not mistaken, it's possible. He shook his head. He hoped it wasn't the person he had in mind. If it was that person, it would be difficult for them to leave. Yin Mo looked at him. Brother Yu, do you know who gave this name? Do you know him? Yin Yu sighed. I hope it's not the person I think of. After all, I'm not sure without seeing him. Yin Hushuan put down his bowl and chopsticks. No matter who is in charge, we all have to go there. Su Baiting complained. Why not just call it Attack on Titan? Be careful that people will sue him for plagiarism with this name. Yin Ziyu, who cares? Anyway, We are just passing by and staying for a few nights. If there are no zombies to be cleaned up nearby, we will leave. Who cares? The hot eyes at noon shine on the car body. Even if the air conditioner is turned on, it is still a little hot to touch. If the car is parked here all the time, it will be hot to death if the air conditioner is turned on without starting the car, but starting the car consumes oil. But there is no gas station nearby, and the few cars that stopped considered and prepared to set off to the base. Before leaving, the young man who came to ask for supplies also asked them if they wanted to go together, and Yin Heshwan agreed with this idea, and followed them to see what the situation was. Chapter 157 Old People. When driving over a high bridge, a tall blue-gray fortress can be seen in the distance. This is the first time that Su Baiting has seen a base of this scale. Of course, Kyoto does not count after all. It is the soul of China. This is the most representative base among all the bases she has visited. The height of the wall and the design can be noticed at a glance no matter where it is placed. When approaching the gate of the base, she pulled open the partition curtain between the car and the driver's seat to carefully study the base. The guards at the gate seemed to be more numerous than those at other bases. Yin Heshwan stepped forward and looked at the black gate in front of him. Yin Bai. Stay away from the people in front of you. I don't know what the requirements are for entering this base. You can't have the intention to harm others, but you can't be without the intention to guard against others. Okay. Yin Bai slowed down the car until a few other vehicles got in. Then he slowly accelerated and followed behind. When it was their turn, the guard looked at the car and exclaimed, looking at the people inside who were dressed neatly and had ruddy faces. One could tell that their identities were not that simple. Yin Mo walked up to him and took out the pass he had received before leaving from his pocket and showed it to him. The guard saluted him and said, "Hello, sir. Please follow me in and wait at the door. We will go to ask our base commander to come as quickly as possible." Yin Bo drove the car behind him and entered the door. He drove to the position he indicated and parked, waiting for him to call the base commander here. When Su Baiting and the others came in, there was a lot of discussion outside. The people who had asked them for supplies before saw it and sighed that they had asked such a powerful person for supplies. Of course, some people began to be dissatisfied. Some people who had been in this base for a long time also had opinions. When they entered the door, they complained to the guards why they had to be checked every time they went out and came back. This car of strangers did not need to be checked when they entered. The guards who heard it looked at them and said, "This is the officer sent by the higher-ups. You think I'm the same as you guys. Look at you guys who came back from fighting zombies. All dirty, with holes and mud, while others are clean as if they just bought new clothes. Damn, there are actually people like this now. I want to go in and see if it's what you said." While they were observing Su Baiting and the others, Su Baiting and the others were also observing the base. While waiting for them, they didn't get out of the car. Many people were curious and wanted to see it, but they never saw it. They observed that the equipment in this base was very complete. Although it was not based on a city, it seemed to have all the necessary equipment. Su Baiting even saw a trading market. It was not a shopping mall, but a trading market. She excitedly grabbed Yin Heshwan's arm and asked him to look forward. "Trading market, after we settle down. I want to go and see the trading market here, to see how it is different from the previous trading market." Yin Heshwan held her hand. "Okay. Then let's stay here for a few more days to see what happens." Ha ha ha. When I heard my guard describe this car, I knew it must be you. A bold laugh came from the side, and a tall figure stood in front of their car door. Yin Yu opened the door with a gloomy face. The sunlight at the door of the car was blocked by a tall figure. He was wearing a training suit and blocked the mouth tightly, like a big rock. He has a face that looks righteous. He was surprised for a second when he saw Yin Yu open the door and rushed over to hug him. Without saying a word, Yin Yu drew his knife and put it on his chest. The guards around him raised their guns and pointed them at Yin Yu. The rest of the people, "What's going on? Yin Yu, you hurt my heart so much. Is this your attitude when you see an old friend?" This should have been a serious matter, but it was expressed so unbelievably under this face. Yin Yu said with an expressionless face, "When I heard the name of this base, I thought it might be you. I didn't expect my hunch to be so accurate." The man raised his eyebrows. "Are you surprised to see me?" Such a face with such an expression frightened Su Baiting. Yin Yu closed his eyes. "Speak properly." "Li Yu Wei." Yin Ziyu heard this name and seemed to remember something. He pointed at him and said, "This name, Brother Yu. Is this Li Yue the pervert you always met when you were in school?" "Wow. There seems to be a story. Su Baining looked at Yanziyu with her big curious eyes full of curiosity. Yanziyu smiled. Hey. He's not a pervert. He was a fanatical fan of Brother Yu back then. Although he was a classmate, his behavior was not normal. It seemed that he was standing here. He smiled a little embarrassedly when he said this. Li Yue smiled. It doesn't matter. You are telling the truth. I am also his fan now. He folded his hands in front of his chest, as if asking for praise. Idol, do you have anything important to do in my base? Yin took a deep breath and put away the knife. Speak nicely, we can still talk, otherwise we leave now. Li Yue grabbed the car door. No. No, just speak nicely, really? Yin stepped aside and wanted to ask Yin Mo to tell him about the itinerary, but Su Baining was revealed standing behind him. Li Yue's eyes turned green when he saw Su Baining. This pretty lady must be Su Baining who saved my sister. Su Baining thought that his last name was Li. Ah, Li Kairi is your sister. Li Yue laughed. Cousin, the little sister's ability is really amazing. I'm so envious. The Li family actually passed this news to everyone in the Li family at such a fast speed. They surrounded Su Baining in the middle without making a sound. Li Yue saw them like this and said, Grandpa means, we have made peace from now on. You will treat the Li family members normally when they are in charge of the house. It will not be the same as before. I have long said that this is the right way. We should share the joys and sorrows together. Su Baining looked at Li Yue like this, and felt more and more that one should not judge a person by his appearance, and the things he did and said with such a righteous face were really ridiculous. Yin Mo walked out. Don't mention the past. Our mission this time is to randomly eliminate zombies, so after we settle down, we will see how many zombies there are here. Take us with you to help. Of course. The crystal core belongs to whoever kills the zombies. There is no objection to that. Li Yue agreed. And when he talked about exterminating zombies, he put away his playful expression and asked the guards around him to take them to Area A to settle them down and then come to his office to find him. The guards explained to them along the way that the difference between these residential areas is that Area A is where the superpowers live, and it is a villa area. Area B is also a residential area for superpowers, but there will be ordinary people mixed in it, because it is a residential building, and you can live there as long as you can afford the supplies. Area C is the shacks where the laborers live, and there are rough-hewn bungalows, etc. Area D is where all kinds of people live. Chapter 158, This Alternative Base. Su Baining put the car into the space, and followed everyone along the road. At first glance, this place is no different from other bases. The guard who brought them and introduced them to the life here, and the way of survival here. The role of crystal cores became popular after the last zombie wave in the Hope base. After returning to Kyoto, Su Baining found an opportunity to put a large tank of water in their office under the leadership of Su Yule. After their research, although they cannot completely replicate the purification ability, they can already eliminate the impurities of the crystal core with the least energy under the existing conditions. Now the crystal core is an option for trading tools in large and small bases. Of course, what ordinary people want is basically supplies, because they are not sure how long they will stay here. Yin Heshuan decided to rent a house for a month. A few people gathered in the base and walked around, which was already very eye-catching. They rented a house in the villa area for a month right after they came in, which attracted a lot of attention. Originally, Li Yue meant that if they came with a mission, they could arrange accommodation, but Yin Heshuan and the others refused. After settling down, Yin Yu took Yin Mo to the office to find Li Yue, Yin Heshuan took the eager Su Baining and Yin Ziyu to the trading market, and Yin Bai stayed at home to look after the house. The trading market here is also different from the trading market in the previous base. The trading market at the base was just a big shack before, rather simple, but this one looks very formal when standing outside. When the three of them walked into the gate of the trading market, they received enthusiastic attention. Su Baining looked at the enthusiastic vendors. Everything is different, but the greetings are still the same. Yin Ziyu stood in front of the stalls, picking and choosing, not knowing what he was looking at. Yin Heshuan strolled around holding Su Baining's hand, occasionally stopping to ask her quietly if she wanted anything. The two women standing in the corner looked at the three people and said, "Those two are obviously a couple, they must be difficult to deal with. You can try the remaining one, I can tell at a glance that he is definitely a virgin." "Sister, why are you so happy about a virgin? You are so stupid." One of the women poked her head, with a finger painted with bright red nail polish, and said with regret, "These people are obviously the kind of people with strong backgrounds, who would forget their first time." If you want to die, you can serve him so well that you will never forget it. You can fly up to the tree and become a phoenix. Do you understand? You don't need to follow me to eat this bowl of rice. The other woman understood what she meant. Then how should I go up and talk to him? Go directly. Watch me. She grabbed her shoulders and walked towards Yinziyu. Yinziyu was standing at a street stall selling mobile phones and tablets to choose something. Although the electrical appliances after the end of the world can't be used, it's still okay to play games with them. Of course, the premise is that the tablet has been downloaded in advance. He now has 2 in his hand. And many small games that do not require the internet have been downloaded. He is struggling to know which one to buy. Yin Heshuan took Su Baining for a walk and came back, seeing that he had not chosen yet. He said, then you can take both. What is there to choose? The stall owner smiled when he heard this. 2 are discounted, 10 loaves of bread or 5 bags of instant noodles if there is rice. Half a plastic bag will be enough. Su Baining readily handed over 5 bags of instant noodles. Yinziyu happily put them away and hugged them in his arms. I miss my game console and my PS4 so much. I must find them and take them with me when I return home this time. He left in such a hurry. At that time, he only thought about reuniting with his brothers at home. So he left all his favorite things at home. Su Baining glanced at him. I didn't expect our brother Ziyu to be a technology geek. Yin Heshuan, that's a technology geek? That's a game fan. Yin Ziyu pouted, brother. What do you know? It's not because of this damn Doomsday. My ideal is to become the world's leading game designer. 2 women came towards them and bumped into Yinziyu. Yinziyu hugged the tablet tightly in his arms and looked at the woman who fell to the ground with caution. What are you doing? Are you trying to scam me? Su Baining laughed out loud. The 2 women looked at them and bumped into them. It's obviously not as simple as a hit and run. Unfortunately, the person who hit him was 2. Hearing and seeing Yinziyu's expression of what do you want to do? Don't even think about hitting my porcelain. The woman who fell to the ground was extremely embarrassed, not knowing how she should react now. The woman next to her quickly helped her up. Be careful, are you hurt? She shook her head to indicate that it was okay, but this man? The woman looked at Yinziyu. Sir, you hit us first, shouldn't you say sorry? Yinziyu saw her approaching and took a few steps back. What are you doing? Stay away from me. Don't you know that you smell of cheap perfume? I'm going to be suffocated. After Su Baining's ability was upgraded, she always had a faint orchid fragrance. When several people stayed in a closed environment, this fragrance could permeate the entire space. So now several people are a little sensitive to the smell, especially the 2 women who sprayed too strong perfume to attract men. Seeing the 2 women standing there awkwardly, Su Baining wanted to laugh as if they wanted to leave, but were reluctant to give up this opportunity. There are always such women. She actually has no ill feelings towards such people. Lifestyles are chosen by oneself. As long as you don't regret it, others have no right to comment. It's just that choice is two-way. Yinziyu may be a little bit stupid in this regard. She pulled Yinziyu, who looked reluctant, over and looked at the 2 women in front of her. He is not interested in you. You better get out of the way. Su Baining said so. The 2 women snorted in a coquettish manner, twisted their waists, glared at Yinziyu and walked away. Yinziyu, why is she glaring at me? She obviously bumped into me on purpose. Su Baining pulled one of them out the door. Oh, why do you care about them? We're leaving now. Let's go home. After wandering around for a long time, Su Baining and the others realized that this base was similar to many other bases. But it is not quite the same. In the bases I have been to, the people in the back blocks, especially the red light district, are not allowed to come to the front blocks. If they are discovered, they will be arrested and imprisoned for a few days at the least, or kicked out of the base at the worst. But here, although there are also several areas divided by levels, the blocks are interconnected, and everyone seems to be able to visit each other. For this kind of transaction between people, it seems that it can be put on the table with mutual consent. There is no need to be shy or pretend, and there is no punishment even if it is discovered. Chapter 159 Goodbye Jingyang. Yin Yu and Yin Mo arrived home half an hour after Su Baining and the others returned home. They were all out of breath when they entered the house. Yinziyu was sitting on the sofa, fiddling with his tablet. He was curious when he saw them entering the house one by one with their clothes pulled off. Yin Mo lay on the sofa, panting. It's so hot outside. Isn't the sun poisonous? Isn't it that women cherish their faces and skin the most? Why don't they rest at home and run to the streets in broad daylight? Yin Yu had a look of surviving a disaster. Too horrible. Yin Bo quickly brought 2 glasses of water to them. watching them drink them all. He brought another pot and placed it in front of them. The two took turns drinking several glasses before they stopped. Su Baining looked at their messy clothes. Were you also robbed by a woman in the street? Yin, you also? Su Baining nodded, pointing at Yin Ziyu. We should not mention it to you, we were scammed. Yin Mo sat up with a chuckle. He started to gesture with his hands and feet. That's really called robbery. What's wrong with this base? Is this how Li Yue manages the base? These women jumped on him on the street, and the pedestrians next to him seemed to be used to it. Yin Heshuan fiddled with a new book. Didn't you notice that? There are women standing on the street with umbrellas in many places in the base? Yin Mo, this is daytime. During the daytime, who would be so energetic in the daytime and not go out to fight zombies and collect crystal cores, having sex in broad daylight? You are simply shameless. Yin Bo, alright. Brother, there's nothing to be angry about. This base is probably like this, you'll get used to it. Yin Mo, really? Didn't Li Yue ask us for a favor? I want to pack up and leave right now. Yin Heshuan, what favor? Yin Yu took over, he said. Several teams that went out to hunt zombies recently found that many zombies were not normal recently. They all seemed to be heading towards a mountain in the south. Before they came to this base, originally. This base was different from other bases except for the management. Other than that, there was nothing different from other bases. Everyone formed their own team, organized their own team members to hunt zombies and collect crystal cores, left their own records or handed them over to the organization, and then sent them back to eliminate the magazines, and then sent them back to everyone. But recently, many people who went out either came back empty-handed, or there are too few crystal cores. Later, there was no other way. Li Yue sent people to track these brainless zombies. He found that many zombies were heading south recently. There was nothing there, only a barren mountain, and a dense jungle that was rare after the end of the world. He had never been in there, and didn't know what was going on. He could only guess that there was something inside that attracted them. Originally, he wanted to organize the high-level psychics in the base to go to that mountain to check it out. But no one has ever been up that mountain, and no one knows what's going on inside. Moreover, the base said that there were high-level psychics, and the highest level was only about level 4. Li Yue had no choice but to ask for help from Kyoto. The news sent back by the plane that removed the crystal core impurities was that the Li family had reconciled with the Yin family. Several people in the Yin family had high levels of psychic abilities, and they had already set out on a journey to find major cities or bases to hunt zombies with psychics. After receiving this message, Li Yue waited and waited. And finally they came. The first thing he did when he went to the office in the afternoon was to tell them the news, hoping that they could help him go to the southern mountain to have a look. Yin Yu and the others agreed. It happened that today was the day to deliver the crystal core. Li Yue sent the message back and told the people in Kyoto that Yin Heshuan and the others had arrived at the base, and they would gather the superpowers after the next delivery of the crystal core. Prepare to go up the mountain. When the people in Kyoto received this news, they happened to meet Jing Yang, who was strolling here. Since the Yin family left, he has been trying every means to find their whereabouts. Today, he came here because he was bored. When he came here, he happened to hear the people in the Li family chatting about Yin Heshuan and others arriving at Li Yue's base. Jing Yang acted as an eavesdropper. After getting the exact news, he ran to the office building and started to pester Jing Si. Jing Si was pestered by him and had no choice, as long as he agreed to beg old Pang. I say, you are such a kid. I don't care about helping my elder brother at home. Why do you always want to run away with those people from the Yin family? Jing Yang pouted. What's the fun of following you? Don't you have enough people to manage now? Your tail is murderous. When he sees me, I'll give him the seat. After listening to him, old Pang agreed to Jing Yang's request to go. So Jing Yang got on the helicopter that was delivering the crystal core this time. When the helicopter took off, it brought the surrounding wind. Jing Si stood below and watched the helicopter take off. Waving to Jing Yang, take care of yourself. Protect your safety. And come back when you have time. Jing Yang shouted, I know. Go back. Big brother. You also have to take care of yourself and mother. I will come back when there is a chance. He knew that he was actually very disobedient. But what he liked was to have adventures outside, not just stay at home. Li Yue stood on the rooftop waiting for the helicopter to land, and vaguely saw that there was one more person on the plane. After the plane came to a complete stop, Jing Yang jumped down from the plane. Li Yue looked at him in surprise. You? Why are you here? Jing Yang stretched his arms and kicked his legs. I'm not here to find you. I'm here to find the Yin family. Li Yue was even more surprised. Why are you here to find the Yin family? Why don't you stay in Kyoto and help your brother come here to find the Yin family? Jing Yang nodded. Without blushing or beating his heart, I am the bodyguard assigned by Mr. Pang to Su Baining. Of course I have to come to find her. Where are they? Jing Yang pushed him away and headed in the direction Li Yue pointed. In fact, he could have found it even if Li Yue didn't tell him. Su Baining and the others had nothing to do today and were bathing Qilin in the courtyard. They were talking about cultivating everyone's feelings for him. Even Yin Heshuan was brushing its tail with a brush. Jing An appeared in front of their door at this time. He stood at the gate of the courtyard and watched the Yin family surround Qilin. Qilin was wet and didn't dare to resist. He lay on the ground with his ears drooping. Su Baining stood up and glanced casually. When he saw Jing Yang, he didn't notice him for a moment. He turned his head after a pause. Why are you here? Jing Yang saw that someone finally noticed him. Want to get rid of me? No way. Hearing Jing Yang's voice, several people from the Yin family raised their heads and saw that Jing Yang's expression was exactly the same as Su Baining's. Oh my god. You are not in Kyoto to help your brother and appear here? Jing Yang reluctantly crossed his arms. Why can't I come out and make a living? When I go back, I must become someone who everyone sees as Jing Yang's brother, not Jinxi's younger brother. Chapter 160 Preparations before going up the mountain. It is not known whether it was Jing Yang's words that touched them deeply, or whether it was because he insisted on following them despite the long journey that moved them, but in the end Yin Heshuan still kept him. Jing Yang happily joined the team that was bathing with Qilin. Qilin's ears dropped even lower. It was now envious of Xiao He, who was flying freely in space. When Li Yue came, Qilin's hair had just been blown dry, and he was lying in the corridor yawning lazily. When he saw it, Li Yue exclaimed, "This is the tiger." The fur was just washed and was very smooth. He wanted to touch it, but Qilin noticed his intention and bared his teeth at him. Su Baining touched its head. Qilin doesn't like outsiders to touch it, so you should stay away from it. Li Yue pointed at Jing Yang unwillingly. Why do you ask him to touch it? This is discrimination. Jing Yang rolled his eyes. I just haven't been with it these few days. It has always known me. Okay? You're indie. Jealousy and hatred are useless. Li Yue, damn. Let's see how long you can show off. Su Baining looked at him. What do you want to do? They are packing up inside. Li Yue waved his hand. Nothing, I just came to tell you that we plan to go into the mountains in 2 days. Su Baining nodded. Okay, I know, I will tell them. As for other things, we don't need them, just prepare your own things. Don't worry about us. Li Yue's goal was achieved. He looked at Qilin with regret and turned away. He also had to inform his cousin Li Shiqi to gather his team members in 2 days, and also count the registered superpowers. In the evening, everyone sat in the living room to discuss who would go with them this time. Originally, there was nothing to discuss. Everyone could just go together. But Yin Heshuan was not very confident that Su Baining would go with him. And Su Baining was unwilling for Yin Heshuan to go with him. She felt that since everyone reunited, she rarely saw Yin Heshuan take action in every dangerous situation. Now it's this matter. You can't convince me, and I can't convince you. We are stuck here. Jing Yang stood behind Su Baining to smooth things over. What's there to be entangled about? Then let's go together. When we go, don't worry about them. We should gather together first. Yin Mo, it's easy to say. No one has ever been to that mountain. Li Yue said that it was clearly a barren mountain before. I don't know what happened recently, but trees and jungles have appeared. In the past, it was a barren mountain and no one went there. Now it is a dense forest and jungle, and no one dares to go there. In such a place, accidents always come before your plan. This is simply a pig teammate. Jing Yang is too tired to complain. You are talking nonsense when you say these things at this time. He just wants to give him a slap on the head. In the end, Yin Heshuan compromised first. Then let's go together. Can we all go together? No matter what happens there. Our family should not be separated. Su Baining nodded reluctantly. Okay. The day of departure was also a good day. The big sun was hanging high in the sky. It was so hot that people were sweating. It was as if it wanted to give everyone a bath. After Jing Yang came, he consciously replaced the driver. They were now sitting in the car with the air conditioner on, looking out the window at Li Shiqi's team members and other superpowers and exhaling. Those trucks are covered with tarpaulins. It's hot and stuffy. I guarantee they will get heat stroke soon. Su Baining was curious. Don't they have ice-type psychics? Yang Yang held the steering wheel. They most have level 3 psychics. There are no 2 above level 4. Who dares to use psychics indiscriminately when the situation is unclear now? Yin-Mo looked at the soldiers, who were sweating profusely in the car, and didn't dare to take off their clothes. Thinking that his team members didn't know what was going on, he became depressed for a while. Su Baining looked at Yin-Mo like this. Third brother, are you okay? Yin-Mo came back to his senses, and looked at Su Baining and shook his head, smiled. Nothing, I'll go to the back to take a look. Yin-Bo came over and looked at the dejected Yin-Mo and explained to Su Baining. He just thought of his own teammates. When he saw Li Shiqi's team members, he felt sorry for them. Su Baining thought for a while, and whispered to Yin-Bo, go and tell the third brother that I agree that he should give this box of ice water to Li Shiqi's team members, only for Li Shiqi's team members. When Yin-Bo relayed these words to Yin-Mo was a little bit unconvinced at first. Yin-Bo repeatedly assured him that it was true. And then he sat on the ground with a sigh of relief. In fact, I have always known that we will not live badly in this doomsday if we rely on ourselves, but we will definitely not live as well as we do now. Xiao Wu said that once before, I turned my head and thought that I was enjoying the dividends, so I have no right to ask for anything. Big brother did a good job on this point. Yin-Bo squatted down. Third brother, even if you tell Ning Ning directly, she will agree. She is our sister. Yin-Mo nodded. Yes, she is our sister. Li Shiqi was standing under the car directing everyone to climb on the car quickly. Yin-Mo stood beside him wearing a hat and carrying a box of water. Li Shiqi looked at him in confusion. Why are you here instead of sitting in the car? Yin-Mo kicked the big box under his feet. My sister is afraid that you will die of heat, for you. After saying that, he left without looking back. Li Shiqi waited until he was far away and opened the box. There was enough water for his team members to drink. There was also a small refrigerator that was small, but it should be enough for use in the car. He laughed softly. You are so arrogant. Hey. He patted the car. And the soldier closest to the car lifted the curtain and popped his head out. Li Shiqi lifted the big box of water and handed it to him. Take it in and give it to the brothers. Study how to use this little refrigerant yourself. The soldier couldn't believe his eyes and quickly took it. Captain, who sent so much water resources are very tight now. Is it not good to take so much? Li Shiqi snorted coldly. Can you improve your ability quickly if you have this free time? A little girl is already a 7th level ability user, and you are looking at you? He got angry when he talked about this, and he still believed it when Li Yue came to tell him this. Until the letter from the Li family came, this girl is not only a high-level water-based psychic, but also saved their cousin. He looked at his team members, who were exhausted from training all day long, and were also training on missions all day long. How come this breakthrough speed is just like that turtle's longevity? It took so long that he wanted to lose his teeth. The little soldier saw the captain was furious and hurriedly went in with the box, to share it with his friends. Everyone was ready. Li Yue stood at the door, looking at Li Shiqi. Except for your team members, there are only a few people from the Yin family who can be trusted. The rest of the psychics are only going there to get a piece of the pie. Take care of yourself. Take care of your teammates. Chapter 161 Going Up the Mountain. There were about 6 cars, a military truck, a car belonging to Su Baining and his team, and the remaining 4 small cars belonged to other superpowers. The 6 cars drove out of the base in a mighty procession. Su Baining stretched lazily. No matter what happens, we must always be together, we must never separate. The mountain road was difficult to drive on, and the car felt like it was crossing a river. It took more than an hour to reach the foot of the mountain. The feeling of looking from a distance is definitely not as shocking as this one. Su Baining had landed in such a forest before, but the jungle was not so dense, and the trees were not so tall. She said to Xiao He in the space scout plane, hurry up and go see what's going on with this mountain. Xiao He received the command and flew out of the space with a whoosh, flying towards the mountain. Some people with special abilities saw Xiao He appearing out of thin air and pointed over. Have the animals on this mountain evolved so much? No one got off the car. No one heard this except him. When they got to the foot of the mountain, the trees were thick and the sun couldn't get in. Although it was still hot, at least it wouldn't burn the skin. After getting off the car, Li Shiqi first asked his team members to get off and park the car in a place that was easy to find and wouldn't block people. One by one, they knocked on the window to let everyone get off. After Su Baining and the others got off, they put the car into the space. Li Shiqi envied. There were also space-capable people among them. There is no car that can accommodate such a large vehicle. The superpowers in front have long been very curious about the people in this car. They were surprised to see the temperament and clothes of the people who got off the car. Especially when they saw a pretty girl, they were even more surprised. Someone pulled Li Shiqi's team member and asked him, "We are not here for a picnic, why bring a girl?" Li Shiqi's team member just enjoyed the welfare treatment of others. "What superpower do you have? What level?" "With type ability, level 3 should be the best." He said it with a proud look on his face, but Li Shiqi's team members looked at him with disdain. "The girl is a level 7 water type ability user, you should count the difference between you and her before you say that." "What the hell, are you sure you are not kidding me?" He walked back to his team, and shared this information with them. When these ability users saw the girl, they were stunned for a moment because she was pretty. But what's the use of being pretty now? It's not surprising. But a little bit unacceptable. When they heard about the 7th level water ability, everyone wanted to curry favor with him. Let alone the 7th level, what does the water system mean? Now that there is a shortage of water everywhere, let alone what status the 7th level can reach. Unfortunately, these wolf-like eyes were blocked by the Yin family. They surrounded Su Baining tightly in the middle, and glared back at anyone who looked at them greedily. Li Shiqi saw that everyone got off the car and shouted to everyone, "It's still early, let's go up the mountain first, find a clean place to rest and eat something. We are all on the same boat now, if you have any opinions or disagreements, just raise them now. I hope everyone can follow some rules after we go up the mountain. I want to remind you, if you don't follow the instructions and something goes wrong, you will be responsible for it yourself." Su Baining and the others had no objection to these words. They were a team that was put together temporarily. If there are no rules, something bad will happen. Someone pointed at Su Baining and the others. "So this 7th level water girl is responsible for our water use?" Jingyong looked at that person. "Bah, what kind of person are you to ask us to be responsible for your water use? You didn't bring your own, you died of thirst." "Oh my god, 7th level water ability, how did it get promoted? It's too amazing." "That's right, and those men probably have high abilities." "Right?" Li Shiqi looked at him expressionlessly. "If you can beat any one of them, I won't say anything. You are just a small 3rd level fire type ability. Do you think you are so great?" Yin Bo waved away the fallen leaves on his body. "People should have some self-knowledge. You are just a temporary team. Each of you is too eager to make a name for yourself. If you want to participate, continue to participate. If you don't want to participate, you can leave at any time. No one will hold you back." Li Shiqi coughed. "I forgot to introduce you. These people are senior commanders from Kyoto, including this little girl. So I have no right to command others." As soon as the words came out, everyone was quiet, although they were still unwilling. They still shut their mouths. Li Shiqi led his team members to clear the way in front. Su Baining received the message from Xiao He, "This forest is too big, there is no danger in the direction they are heading now. It will go to the front to see, and come back to tell her." After Su Baining received the news, she took Yin Heshuan and others to follow behind Li Shiqi and his team. Li Shiqi walked behind his team members, standing with Yin Heshuan and the others. She said to Su Baining, "I thank you on behalf of my team members. Thanks to the box of water and the refrigerator just now." Su Baining smiled slightly. "I accepted it on behalf of my 3rd brother. He felt sorry for those soldiers, but was embarrassed to say it was him. So he borrowed my name. But I absolutely cannot accept this thank you." Yin Mo blushed as he followed behind her. "Oh, Ning Ning." The team members walking in the front moved slowly step by step. They were afraid that these plants were poisonous, so they carefully dug them apart with guns. Under their feet was soft soil and wet branches. Yin Yu looked at the jungle. "This is really suitable for plant growth." Su Baining, "But it's too abnormal. Although everything can be understood now, I can't understand this. And Xiao He told me that this mountain is very big. There is no danger in the direction we are heading, but we don't know what's ahead, so it has to go ahead to take a look." Li Shiqi was confused. "What is Xiu? Yin Bo explained to him. "It's my sister's pet, you can see it if you look up." Li Shiqi looked up obediently, and saw a huge eagle flying past them, and heading forward. Yin Ziyu looked at the flying Xiu. "Ning Ning, what is Xiu doing?" Su Baining, "It just came to see me." Li Shiqi pointed at it with a horrified look. "Can it be called a pet?" Yin Ziyu nodded. "Yes. Didn't anyone in your Li family tell you that my sister has several pets?" Li Shiqi thought he might be hallucinating. "Several eagles?" Su Baining shook his head. "No. No, an eagle and a tiger is not here now. Just now." After seeing Xiao He go out, Qilin couldn't stay in the space, and ran out to wander around in front. Li Shiqi thought he might be a fantasy. He looked at Su Baiting seriously. If you dislike your pet in the future, remember to come to me. Yin Ziyu kicked him on the butt, making him stagger. Get out of here. Chapter 162 Finding the Trace. After Li Shiqi finished this wave of jokes, he ran to the front of his team members to clear the way. The further we walked inside, the lower the temperature began to be, and the vegetation around us became taller, almost as tall as two people. When we looked up, we could see the leaves of the large leaf vegetation, and through the weak sunlight, we could still see the veins of its stems and leaves. After walking through this section, there was suddenly an open area in front of us. This open area was circular in shape, with many trampled plants on the ground. There were many animal footprints on the plants. Others did not know. But the Yin family knew at a glance that this must be the work of Qilin. Before Su Baiting could speak, Li Shiqi stopped everyone and looked around vigilantly. Everyone be careful. The footprints and broken marks on it should have been stepped on just now. He had completely forgotten that someone had told him about the pet tiger just a few minutes ago. Just as he cautiously stepped forward and prepared to step on it to see if there was a trap, a tiger had popped out from the dense vegetation, blocking the road on the opposite side. Li Shiqi felt that the tiger seemed to be despising his intelligence. It was staring at him. Wow, there is actually a tiger. This. Is the tiger a spirit? A wood-type mutant casually threw a vine over, and it was torn into pieces by the lightning released by the Qilin. Now everyone was even more frightened and trembling. This tiger actually has superpowers, and its level seems to be higher than theirs. Li Shiqi pretended to be calm and coughed. Looking at Qilin, well, Uncle Tiger, we didn't come here on purpose. The team member behind him stepped forward and touched his back. Captain, can Tiger understand what you are saying? Li Shiqi was silent. He turned his head and looked at his team member and stretched out his hand. Then you come? The team member quickly waved his hand and stepped back. You come. You come. How could Qilin not understand what he said? It simply thought that this human was a little stupid. Just as Li Shiqi was racking her brains to find a way to communicate with it, Yin Ziyu's voice came from behind. Qilin, come here. It was Su Baiting who pushed Yin Ziyu, telling him to go forward and call Qilin over. Qilin had just told her that she couldn't go forward, and if she wanted to rest, it would be best to stay here. She looked up at the sky that was blocked from view above her head, which meant that something was happening ahead. Li Shiqi watched Yin Ziyu walk past him. He gave him a look that looked like he was an idiot and hooked his finger at Qilin. Li Shiqi saw the tiger that had just stood there without moving slowly walk forward and put its head under Yin Ziyu's hand and rubbed it with narrowed eyes. Ah, he remembered. Didn't he say that Su Baiting had another tiger just now? No wonder Yin Ziyu looked at him like he was an idiot just now. No wonder the tiger didn't attack them when it saw them. He laughed awkwardly. Ahaha, so it's your pet. You should have told me earlier. You scared me. The crisis was resolved. Li Shiqi asked everyone to rest on the spot. Many people looked at the tiger curiously. They sat together in groups of 3 or 5 and whispered. Su Baiting looked at Qilin's body stained with green plants with disdain. It should have been stained when he stepped on it just now. The white fur was stained with green and white patches. She took a look and said, I don't know if it can be washed clean. Are you stupid? You should learn to fly in the sky like Xiao Hei. Qilin explained aggrievely. There is no place to rest in front. So I stepped out here. I didn't roll on the ground. Su Baiting quickly rubbed its big head. I know. Thank you. Many people were already busy in the same place. Li Shiqi took this opportunity to walk to Yin Hushuan and kept looking at this lazy tiger. Yin Hushuan looked at him. There is no place to stop and rest in front. Tell them to replenish their energy and rest well now. Li Shiqi, how do you know? Yin Hushuan's fingers top. It is the pet of the lemon. It found the trace of zombies ahead. That's why Kirin came out of this large circle of rest here. There should be not many zombies, but it is still difficult to deal with it together. You are the commander, so it is better to pay attention to it. Li Shiqi got the news and hurried back to explain to everyone. The news from northern Jiangsu should be that there must be something not far away to attract the zombies. In order not to alert the enemy, Xiao Hei flew too high. The jungle was too big, so he could only see the general situation. The specific situation could only be seen carefully when he arrived at the scene. During lunch, the Yin family's lunch caused everyone to talk about it. Even Li Shiqi complained that they didn't look like they were in the end of the world. Yin Ziyu gave him a good lesson on this point of view. Su Baiting looked at Yin Ziyu, who couldn't stop talking inside. Brother Ziyu can not only be an excellent game designer, I think he can be an excellent educator. The rest of the people put down their chopsticks and tilted their heads. After lunch and a break, Li Shiqi called everyone to continue moving forward, because they had obtained certain information and were more careful when moving forward. There were too many huge unicorns. In order not to attract the attention of other superpowers, Su Baining told it to move forward and find a place to return to the space by itself, or to find Xiao He. Not long after walking, plants that were trampled in a mess began to appear in front of them. It should be the liquid that accidentally stuck to it when passing by. Although it was partially covered by the smell of the plant itself, it was still possible to tell that it was from the zombie. Li Shiqi raised his hand to signal his team members to raise their weapons. The psychic behind was also ready to use psychic attacks immediately if there was an emergency. Two low horror sounds came from the front. A zombie heard the sound and crawled towards the direction of the sound. It happened to meet Li Shiqi's eyes. Li Shiqi cursed reflexively and shot him in the head. When they heard the gunshot, Yin Heshuan and the others knew that it was impossible to do it secretly. After looking at each other, they consciously stood together and prepared to start the battle mode. The rest of the zombies heard the sound and surrounded them. Su Baining looked up and said, this gives me the illusion of a zombie tide. Yin Ziyu said, while releasing his supernatural power, this is nothing, this is much less than the previous wave. This sentence is very true. With sufficient weapons and energy, the surrounding zombies were quickly wiped out. Li Shiqi kicked away the zombie corpse in front of him, and used a knife to cut through the tall vegetation in front of him. And a small hill like a fortress appeared in front of him. He sent 2 people to circle around the small hill, and found that the size of the hill was not small. The remaining psychics had already begun to not care about the hill. They were actively collecting zombies on the ground. This time they were lucky, and there were actually a few second-level ones. Chapter 163 Pure Energy Core. Li Shiqi looked at the hill in front of him in confusion, folding his arms and looking up and down. What's so special here that attracts these zombies to keep coming? Yin Mo took the shovel that Su Baining handed him and shoveled it up. Stop talking so much nonsense. Dig it up and you'll know what it is. But he dug a big hole, which was almost half the depth of the shovel he had. And he didn't dig out anything. Yin Mo stood on the ground with the shovel in anger. What's going on? At this time, Su Baining felt a familiar wave from the hole he dug. She stood over and put her hand on it to feel it. Yin Heshuan glanced at her expression. What's wrong? Su Baining didn't say anything. She looked at the psychic, who was collecting crystal cores on the ground, and shook her head. Li Shiqi didn't quite understand what she meant. Do you mean there is nothing or what? Yin Ziyu, oh my god! The northeast entrance is coming out. Yin Heshuan understood what Su Baining meant. It's hard to say. Su Baining nodded. Xiao He and Qilin landed on the top of the hill when they saw that there were no zombies, looking down at the group of people under their feet. Li Shiqi didn't have so many concerns. He waved his hand. Just say it directly if you have anything to say. What are you afraid of? Su Baining was speechless. She simply doubted how this guy became the leader of a team. She looked at him curiously. When you became the captain, did you win the battle against the people in your team? Li Shiqi nodded without hesitation. Yes. Su Baining, very good, she understands. She bit her lip, thinking again and again, suddenly seeing Xiao He on the hill. A plan came to her mind. When we came here, didn't we agree that whoever killed the zombie crystal core would get it? Li Shiqi nodded. Su Baining looked at the superpower, who had collected the crystal cores next to him. We also killed zombies, but the crystal cores were taken away by them. She pointed to the hill. I don't care about these. Now the route to this hill was discovered by my pet Xiao He. You won't deny it. Right? Li Shiqi nodded. She looked at the superpowers holding the crystal cores. You have no objection. Right? The superpowers also nodded together. Su Baining shrugged. Then you can do whatever you want now. I think our Xiao He and Qilin like this place very much. We plan to stay here for a while. Although I don't quite understand what happened, but since the zombies have been eliminated and nothing has been found, let's go back. When leaving, Su Baining glanced at Li Shiqi and said, Leave 2 people here for me. We plan to go around the area when we have nothing to do. Some people with special abilities suspected that they wanted to go to the area to see if there were any zombies. They wanted to stay but were afraid that no one would take care of them. Yin Yu glanced at the group of people and said, Anyone who wants to stay can stay. This mountain is not ours. But you are responsible for your own safety. We don't care. As soon as he said this, the people who were just ready to move immediately went back the same way without looking back. Li Shiqi thought for a while, and called a person, who always followed him. The rest of the team members asked them to follow the superpower back. When they could no longer see anyone, Su Baiting asked Xiao He to make sure that everyone at the foot of the mountain had indeed left before he felt relieved and touched the hill. There is something in here. Li Shiqi didn't understand. If there is something, there must be something. Why did you ask them to leave? There are not enough people to move things with just a few of us. Su Baiting was so angry that she rolled her eyes. There are crystal cores in here. If my induction is correct, the crystal cores in here do not need to be purified. You can just dig them out and absorb them directly. Come on. Come on, tell me how you plan to ask them to move back if you don't ask them to leave. Why should they move back with you? Do you think everyone is your team member? Li Shiqi walked up and touched it in disbelief. Are you sure there are crystal cores that can be absorbed without purification? Su Baiting nodded. I'm sure, there were too many people just now. If you dig it up rashly, they can't ask you to move all of them away for nothing. Li Shiqi waved his hand. It doesn't matter, there are so many. It doesn't matter if they move some. Yin Hechuan, are you sure they will just move some of them after knowing it? Can you guarantee that they won't tell others and attract more superpowers? Can you guarantee that they will willingly give you so many crystal cores for nothing? Li Shiqi was left with no power to refute after hearing this. In fact, he himself knew that this was impossible. Su Baiting gestured in front of the hole that Yin Mo dug. 2 times, the first time is a little harder, the second time is a little lighter. Yin Mo listened to her and shoveled hard at first, then simply put down the shovel and dug with his hands little by little. After digging for a while, he felt that his hand seemed to touch something hard, and quickly swept the mud on it with his hand, and the thing that had been buried deep inside finally revealed its true face. The crystal core embedded deep in the soil appeared in front of him, emitting a soft light. Yin Mo picked one out and handed it to Su Baiting. Su Baiting raised her hand and looked at it carefully. The energy emitted by the crystal core in the weak sunlight surrounded her hand, feeling great. She handed it to Li Shiqi. You can see it for yourself, or you can try to see if what I said is true. After Li Shiqi took it, he looked at it carefully. After all, he was a superpower, and he had seen the purified crystal core before. This crystal core is obviously more pure than the purified one. He looked at the crystal core in his hand with both distress and joy. What should I do? Yin Hechuan took it and threw one to Qilin, and picked another one and threw it to Xiaohe. Report it, otherwise. Why do you think we keep you here? Why don't we just ask you to leave? Li Shiqi didn't react. Do you agree? Yin Hechuan, agree, when you report it. Please make it clear. It's better to say that if you find zombies behaving like this, then go check it out. I suspect this is not the only place with this. Li Shiqi nodded. What if we are discovered by these superpowers when we transport it back? Yin Ziyu jumped out. You are really stupid. No wonder you can only be a captain. Li Yue is the head of the base. Go back and tell Li Yue that you have discovered this pure energy nuclear mine. Occasionally, you can use this as a reward when issuing tasks at the base's task center. The rest will be shipped back to the research institute. Will no one or supernatural person have any objection? If anyone else has any objection, you can say that this is what we found, and we donated it for free. If you don't agree, come and fight, really. Li Shiqi raised his thumb. Awesome, great, just do it. He looked at the team members behind him. We will go back and report this matter now, and bring people to guard here in a while. He looked at Yin Hechuan and the others. Are you going to go back with us or do something else? Yin Yu, we will wait for you here. You can come back soon. Chapter 164 Snakes in the Fog. Li Shiqi and his team hurried back. Su Baiting and the others stayed here and wandered around. There was nothing, except for the huge hill in front of them, and the rest were green plants. After a long time, everything looked green. They spread a blanket on the ground and sat down, chatting and waiting for Li Shiqi to come back with the team. Yin Bai pulled off a large leaf and held it in his hand. Kneading it. How far are we from home? Yin Mo thought for a while. To be honest, I don't know where this is. We have been walking on small roads all the way here, and we have basically never been on the highway. It is hard to say where this is. Yin Yu thought about the town they left. If our route is correct, we should be in a small town in the East Province now. Should we need to cross 2 provinces to go home? Yin Ziyu lay down on the carpet. Oh my god. How long will it take to get there by car? Besides, I don't know what will happen on the way, my head hurts. Su Baiting leaned on Yin Hechuan and smiled when she heard Yin Ziyu's words. But we have accepted the mission, otherwise we have no chance to go home. Jingyong, who had been following him like an invisible man, spoke up now. Are you just going home? Nothing else to do after you get home? Oh my god. Yin Bo sat up in panic and looked at Jingyong, who was leaning on the side. I thought you went back with me. Standing here is scary. Jingyang spit out the grass root in his mouth. Why should I follow them back? That Li Shiqi looks smart but is actually stupid. I don't want to be infected. While they were chatting, the forest darkened for some reason, and a thin mist rose. No one paid attention at first, until Qilin and Xiaohe, who were lying on the hill, jumped down from it and blocked Su Baining. Qilin looked around vigilantly. The hair on his back almost stood up. Xiaohe was flapping his wings constantly, trying to blow away the fog around him. Su Baining picked up the carpet on the ground and stood up. Yin Hushuan held her tightly in his arms and looked at the gradually spreading fog in front of them. Everyone, come together, don't separate, you can't separate. Slowly, the fog began to become thicker and thicker. Even if Xiaohe and Qilin kept using wind power to fan away the fog, it was of no use. The visibility was reduced to the point where they could only see the people next to them at most. Yin Hushuan held Su Baining in one hand, and with the other hand grabbed Yan Imo, who had just stood beside him. Hold hands together, and pay attention to the surrounding situation. Qilin and Xiaohe called out to remind them one after another. There was a hissing sound, and a snake as thick as a calf slowly crawled down from the top of the hill that no one noticed. It spit out its tongue and slowly slid down, approaching Yan Bo, who was closest to it. Their attention was all focused on what was in front of them, ignoring the back. When the snake was about 10 centimeters away from him, it swam up like lightning and bit Yan Bo's neck. Ah! Yan Bo screamed, and subconsciously raised his hand to cover his neck. Who knew that when he touched it, he actually touched a thick snake head with teeth that had not yet loosened its mouth. Snake! It's a snake! Everyone was almost frightened by his scream. The thick fog blurred everyone's eyes, and couldn't see the exact location. Yin Ziyu touched the shovel that Yan Mo had just dropped on the ground, thinking about the habits of snakes. He groped his way closer to Yan Bo. He vaguely saw a long and thick object running from the top of the hill to the bottom, and he swung the shovel without hesitation to hit it. The snake was hit in the stomach, and it opened its mouth in pain. Yan Bo could not stand and fell on Yan Mo beside him. Yan Mo groped and moved Yan Bo to Su Baining. Ning, hurry up, I'm afraid the snake is poisonous. Su Baining couldn't see or touch it, so he simply reached out and touched the front to release the light power. Yan Mo moved Yan Bo closer to the glowing spot. The supernatural power was sent into the wound. Yan Bo's purple lips slowly returned to their normal color. If Su Baining had delayed a little while to touch him, he might have really died. Suddenly, a constant hissing sound came from his ears, from top to bottom, and left to right. Yin Hushuan said coldly, "We are surrounded." Jingyang pulled Yin Ziyu and Yin Yu to the other side. "We are surrounded by snakes. It's too difficult for us." "Yin Yu, it's just a snake with superpowers. What are you afraid of? I'll kill the snake today and make soup for you." Su Baining looked at the thick fog in front of him. "Qilin, brother Yu, I will throw a curtain of water in front of me in a while. You two just follow me and use the lightning superpowers. I will electrocute them to death." Qilin roared in response. "Yen Yu, okay." Yan Mo patted Yan Bo in his arms. "Are you feeling better? Is the wound still bleeding?" Yan Bo wanted to shake his head. Suddenly I realized I couldn't see. "Okay, luckily Ning is here. Otherwise, I would have really gone to report to Marx and Lenin." Su Baining retracted her hand. "I'll count to 3 and you'll let go." "Got it? Third brother. Are you okay? Can you use your ability to give us a shield to protect us?" Yan Mo slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot I'm a superpower. I really am. I'll come now." He carefully controlled his ability and thought about the approximate location. A dirt wall extended from the top of the hill to prevent it from falling. Yin Ziyu inserted the shovel into the hole to block it. Su Baining looked ahead, and water splashed out of his palm. 1, 2, 3, release. With this sound, a thin curtain of water scattered in the jungle in front of them, like flowers scattered by a fairy. Qilin and Yin Yu followed closely behind and released their special powers. Although they couldn't see the front, they could still hear the electric current and the sizzling sound of the barbecue. They could also hear the sound of the snake running around on the tree or on the ground, which should be because it was attacked. They heard it and thought it was effective, so they did it twice more. This time, they could not only hear the sound, but also smell the smell of barbecue. A snake swam past Yin Ziyu's feet in panic, scaring him into jumping into Jingyang's arms. Jingyang threw him to the ground with an expressionless face. "Can you still do it? Don't you know how much you weigh?" Yin Ziyu rubbed his sore buttocks. "Can you be a little more loving? If it were you, you wouldn't be afraid." "Jingyang, my eardrums are almost broken by your yelling, love." Sorry, I don't have one. Yin growled. Stop arguing. When are you still arguing? I'll give you a chance to kill 2 more snakes later. Good idea. I agree. The hissing sound came out from nowhere again. One wave after another. Su Bining's hands were almost broken just by splashing water. She complained. Did you poke the snake's nest? You can't stop. Yin Mohueheshwan waved off a small snake that fell on his body. Almost. The snakes that come out now seem to be very small. Yin, you really? Then continue. Chapter 165 Various Ways to Cook Snakes. When the smell of burnt food became stronger and stronger, the thick fog that made it hard to see people and objects finally began to slowly dissipate. The Qilin sent out a gust of wind and blew it over. The fog in front of them began to drift away, and the clear jungle appeared in front of everyone again. It's just that this scene might be a little uncomfortable. Big and small, long and short, thick and thin snakes were hanging on the treetops, and on some tall plants on the ground. Su Biting got goosebumps when she saw it. Some of these snakes have been killed by the supernatural power. And some may still be breathing. Because you can still see some snakes lying there, and shaking their tails weakly. Some snakes crawl far away, and spit out their tongues at them. But they never dared to come forward. Yin Heshwan let go of his hand. It seems that the thick fog just now was caused by this group of snakes. Yin Ziyu looked around with disgust. This supernatural power is a little disgusting. And it makes my scalp numb when I see it so densely packed. Yin Mo shoveled away a half-dead little snake under his feet. You should be grateful for this fog otherwise. In this situation, there are all living snakes standing on your head, looking at you with green eyes. Can you bear it? Yin Ziyu imagined the scene in his mind, shuddered, and waved his hands repeatedly. Yin Bai stretched out his hand to count, shaked his head, and asked doubtfully, Is this snake poisonous? Can it be eaten? I don't know if it was because of the word eat, or because the protective mist disappeared. The remaining snakes heard Yin Bai's words. The tail flicked, and it disappeared. Yin Yu took the shovel from Yin Mo's hand, and walked to the snake that crawled down first. He pointed at the position, and shoveled its body. An egg-sized snake gull appeared in front of everyone. Yin Yu reached out and took it off, and handed it to Jing Yang. Don't you want to eat it? Here. Jing Yang pushed it. It's so big. You want to choke me to death. If you don't pay attention and bite it, you will make me sick before I die of bitterness. The Qilin on the side saw that Jing Yang didn't want to eat, and jumped over and swallowed it in one mouthful. When Xiaohei saw it, he got angry and started fighting with it. Okay. Yin Bo stretched out his hand to stop them. Don't fight, there are so many here, why don't we just find another one? After hearing this, Xiaohei snorted and glared at Qilin. Yin Ziyu counted, anyway. Li Shiqi hasn't come yet, we're just waiting here, why don't we make some soup and drink it? Yin Bo raised his hand. I agree, you can also save some to eat later. It is said that snake meat can detoxify. Jing Yang looked at him with disdain. Your sister is so big, and she can do the detoxification machine here. How can eating snakes detoxify? Yin Bo kicked him. Get lost. Speaking. Laughing, it is a pity not to save any of such a big snake. Su Biting took out a few sharp knives for them. Everyone selected some thicker and longer snakes. Peeled and cleaned them, and saved them. The small ones, burned by electricity, those with only a few ounces of meat were thrown aside. They cleaned all the meat, and put them together. Just in case, Su Biting washed them all with water to remove impurities. A lot of them were stored in the space. He took out some and put them in front of him. How to cook? I feel that snake meat is no different from chicken. Yin Bo stretched out his fingers, and counted them one by one, boiled, roasted, stewed, fried, and so on and so forth. Finally, everyone unanimously decided not to use fire in the deep jungle, and to cook something with a gas-powered induction cooker. Of course, they did not forget to find a snake gull of the same size for Xiaohei. When Li Shiqi came with a large group, they saw the scene. 7 people cleared a large open space and gathered around a table. They were cooking something steaming on the table. Not far away, there was some animal's skin or something else. Smoke came out from time to time. You could smell something burnt, and there were a few dead snakes hanging on the branches. Yin Ziyu saw Li Shiqi and waved his hand. You are finally here. If you don't come, we will prepare a second pot. Li Shiqi walked forward, confirmed that they were indeed eating hot pot here, and looked unbelievable. How can you eat in a place like this? After saying that, he suddenly felt something was wrong. This place should have been very clean when he left. When did a few snakes appear? He pointed at the pile of things that were still smoking, picked up a branch and lifted up a snake's body. Is there anyone who can tell me what happened? Jingyong waved his hand casually. Nothing, you see. We are doing well now. Li Shiqi. What should he say? I really admire you all. You are a talent to be able to eat in this situation. Yin Bo swallowed the last bite of meat. Nothing, it's just that after you left, a few snakes wanted to attack us, then we ate it. If you come earlier, you can catch up with us to kill a snake or something. But now it's not necessary. This tastes very good. You can try it. They had almost finished eating. After throwing away the leftovers, they cooked another pot for them. When Li Shiqi sat down with the bowl in his hand, he looked at the bowl and the smoking pot in front of him. What's going on? Didn't you say you were here to transport the energy core? A pair of chopsticks came over and picked up a piece of meat and put it in his bowl. Captain, it's delicious. Try it. He mechanically picked it up and put it in his mouth. It smells so good. After eating and drinking, Li Shiqi coughed a little embarrassedly and consciously called his teammates to clean up the table. Su Baiding stopped them and waved his hand to put all the things into the space. You should see how to make the energy core first. You don't have to worry about these things. Can't forget the main business. Li Shiqi hurriedly took them to the hill. Qilin and Xiaohe lay on the hill and looked at them, yawned out of boredom. Someone wanted to touch it, but was scared back by their bared teeth. Humph, stupid humans can't touch me, except my master. Li Shiqi rubbed his hands embarrassedly, walking up to Su Baiding. I know this request may not be very reasonable, but this. Yin Heshuan, don't say it if it's unreasonable. No. No. Li Shiqi immediately waved his hand. I just want to borrow your little ancestor's pet for a while. Su Baiding didn't understand, and tilted her head to look at him in confusion. Li Shiqi's face turned red when he was looked at in this way. We are afraid that we can't suppress those people with special abilities, and they may come to steal the energy core secretly. Isn't your pet a high-level special ability? I wonder if you can help guard it for 2 days or something. Don't worry. It won't delay you for a long time. Yin Ziyu looked at him with disdain. You are a good army afraid of those people? Li Shiqi was helpless. When there is no conflict, it's better not to have conflicts. Wouldn't it be good to solve all problems at once? After all, the base needs to develop and still needs psychics. Although you can guarantee that not all people will leave, it's better not to cause conflicts if you can. We will say that we are helping you transport, so your pets are here. Yen Mo nodded. It's a good idea, but it's a bit shameless. Chapter 166 Li Shiqi's Little Thoughts. Li Shiqi didn't bring many people with him, including him. There were only 10 people in total. 5 of them were space ability users. 5 of them brought tools for digging. Yen Ziyu couldn't understand. There were more than this number of people who came with us in the morning. What's the point of you going back? Li Shiqi smiled embarrassedly. I was also afraid that others would find out, so I didn't dare to bring many people. Yen Mo scratched his head. Aren't you contradicting yourself? They said they were transporting it for us. And they also said, we sent it to the base. You went back for so long and only a few people showed up. What are you doing? Li Shiqi nodded. That's enough. I've arranged everything. Wouldn't it be fast if 10 people worked together? Although the abilities of the 5 of us are not as high as yours, we should still be able to fit these things. Yin Yu interrupted him. You were not here just now, so you may not understand. After you left, there was a heavy fog here. There are snakes attacking us. If you can't finish the transportation in one go and have to come a second time, can you guarantee that your team members won't encounter snakes? We can't guarantee your safety. When you first came, a group of snakes just left. The team members brought by Li Shiqi looked at each other and stood there awkwardly without daring to speak. Yin Heshuan glanced at them and said, You are plotting against us. I guess you only brought so few people here because you want us to help you transport the goods. He pointed at the team members, who only brought shovels and spades. No offensive weapons. Only a few space ability users. Borrow Qilin and Xiaohe from us. Li Shiqi. Be frank. Anything can be discussed. There is no point in doing such tricks. Li Shiqi laughed dryly, and slumped his shoulders after his thoughts were exposed. Li Yue told him not to do such things when he came here. The Yin family is not so easy to fool. If you really have ideas, you can sit together and discuss them. Such a blatant calculation will not bring any benefits. When he left, Li Yue tried to dissuade him from doing this, but he took advantage of Li Yue's inattention and ran away with the team. Now his thoughts were exposed, and he didn't know how to explain standing here, because that's what he thought. Su Baiding approached the place where Yen Mo had just dug out the energy core. We keep our word, but I will take a small part away, and you can handle the rest by yourselves. She took a small part of the energy core for Qilin and Xiaohei, according to her idea. There should be such energy cores now. And we just need to find them. She called Qilin and Xiaohei back to the space in the eyes of Li Shiqi, who couldn't believe it. Our mission is basically completed when we find the energy core. And the next thing has nothing to do with us. The people who regarded them as teammates turned around and calculated against them. She would not regret finding the energy core and telling them about it. But she would not forgive them either. Li Shiqi's face became ugly, but this was what he did, and he really had no way to refute it. Yin Heshuan pulled Su Baining over. Let's go down the mountain. What's happening here has nothing to do with us. The remaining few people in the Yin family followed them, and left without looking back. Only Jing Yang shook his head when he passed by Li Shiqi. Yin Ziyu looked at Yin Heshuan and Su Baining, who were silent in front of him, and secretly asked Yin Yu, Brother Yu, what should we do now? Yin Yu, nothing, our mission is to encircle and suppress the zombies, since there are no zombies, and something like this has happened. Let's leave quickly. The way down the mountain was smooth, and it didn't take long to get back to the base. At the gate of the base, they met an unexpected person. Now Li Yue, who should have been in the office, was walking around the gate of the base anxiously. Speaking of his anxiety now, it was also because of Li Shiqi. Originally, he was very happy when Li Shiqi reported this matter to him after he came back. He was ready to send a large force to transport the energy core back. He thought Yin Heshuan and his group's proposal was great, but he would have to owe them a big favor. Later, he thought about it and decided to ask Yin Heshuan and his group to take a portion of the energy core as a reward, and owe them as little as possible. Unexpectedly, Li Shiqi suddenly had a trick up his sleeve, saying that Yin Heshuan and his group had such a high level of supernatural power that even if they sent more people, they would not have much deterrence. It would be better to ask them to help watch for a few days, and ask their pets to help watch for a few days. At first, Li Yue also thought that this idea was good, but it would be best to discuss it with them. After all, Yin Heshuan and his men are not under anyone's jurisdiction now. At the most, they can be managed directly. If such a blatant calculation is discovered, the consequences will be very serious. He thought about it, and rejected Li Shiqi's idea. If possible, he should get their consent before doing such a thing. If they don't agree, forget it. Who knew that Li Shiqi made his own decision? He took a few people and ran away. When he went to find him, he heard the team members say that he took more than 10 people with him, and went on a mission without any weapons. He felt uneasy, thinking that something might happen. So he hurried to the city gate to wait, still dreaming that Li Shiqi would talk to Yin Heshuan and the others before he left. Yin Heshuan and the others might agree to this matter. It can only be said that he had a good idea. Li Shiqi did say it, but not in this way. He stood at the gate of the base, and when he saw Yin Heshuan and his friends coming back alone, he knew that Li Shiqi must have messed up. He sighed in annoyance, and went to meet them with a bitter face. The driver was Jing Yang. He saw Li Yue coming, and lowered the window with a lollipop in his mouth. The driver's seat and the car were blocked by a thick partition curtain. He looked at Jing Yang with a sad face. Jing Yang shrugged and gave him a look. What else is there to not understand? The Yin family was angry, and didn't want to talk to him. Li Yue waved his hand in frustration. You go in first. We'll talk when we get back. This is not the place to talk. Jing Yang reminded him. You'd better hurry up. We might leave before sunset. Li Yue also felt this without him reminding him. They didn't want to communicate with him. It was obvious that they were leaving so soon after coming back. In fact, the atmosphere in the carriage was not destroyed. Su Baining and the others even sat together and ate popsicles. Yin Ziyu quietly pulled open the car curtains while holding a popsicle in his mouth, and shook his head silently as he looked at Li Yue standing in the sun. He knocked on the table. What is this called? Should it be called Brother Kung? Yin Mo nodded. This adjective is quite good. Brother Kung. Yin Yu glanced at Yin Heshuan. Brother, when are we leaving? Yin Heshuan thought for a moment. Now, no need to wait for anything. Go back and pack up and we can leave, if Li Yue comes. Let's say hello. He is standing here either waiting for us, or waiting for Li Shiqi. I suspect he was unaware when Li Shiqi did this. Chapter 167 Demotion Penalty. After Jing Yang finished talking to Li Yue, he didn't even step on the brakes, and headed for the small villa he rented. The guard at the door recognized the car, and when he saw him driving over, he quickly made way. Jing Yang felt good after seeing it, and casually threw 2 bottles of water to them. The two guards blinked at the water that suddenly appeared in their arms. It's not right to take it, but it would be a bit unwilling not to take it. Li Yue waved his hand without even looking at them, got in the car, and chased them. After returning to the house, Yin Heshuan asked Su Baining to take Yin Ziyu and Jing Yang to pack up, and they waited for Li Yue under the corridor at the door. Su Baining made a pot of tea for them, and just as the tea was ready, Li Yue came. Su Baining nodded to him as a greeting, and then went back to the room to continue packing. Li Yue stood there, and did not dare to sit down. He wiped the sweat from his head and looked at Yin Yu, and then looked at Yin Heshuan. Brother Yin, I'm sorry, I really didn't know when Li Shiqi ran out like that. But I can't just leave the base like that, so I can only wait for you to come back at the gate of the base. Yin Yu reminded him, you'd better send some soldiers with weapons up the mountain now, they are all unarmed now. Li Yue quickly called his assistant and gave him an order, and the assistant drove away after hearing it. Yin Heshuan raised his head and pointed to the chair next to him to signal him to sit down. Li Yue let out a breath and sat down. Yin Heshuan, did you run away without knowing it, or did you plan to do it without knowing it? Li Yue repeatedly assured that he absolutely disagreed with what Li Shiqi said before. It was all Li Shiqi's own decision, and he would definitely teach him a lesson when he came back. Yin Heshuan shook his head. Since this matter is not your fault, you don't have to apologize to us on his behalf, and we don't plan to stay here any longer. You don't have to persuade us to stay. If we continue to stay and wait for Li Shiqi to come back, it will be awkward for us to meet. Anyway, our mission has been completed, and we won't stay here for long. But I still want to remind you that the base needs a manager. But the base needs an authoritative manager. After saying this, Li Yue fell silent, because Li Shiqi is also a member of the Li family. Li Yue turned a blind eye to many things. It was just that he was fooling around and hadn't done anything substantive or outrageous. Yin Heshuan and the others actually discovered this when they entered the base. This sentence was to remind him that blindly indulging in it for a long time would become a big mistake. If his behavior is not regulated now, it will be too late if something really happens in the future. Yin Heshuan and the others didn't say too much to Li Yue. After Su Baining and the others packed up their things, they said goodbye to him. Li Yue stood at the gate of the base to see them off. He sighed that the chance to get close to his idol was ruined by Li Shiqi. Not long after Yin Heshuan and the others left, Li Shiqi came back with his men. The assistant reported to Li Yue. Fortunately, Yin Heshuan and the others reminded him in time. When they rushed over with weapons, they happened to see Li Shiqi and the others being besieged by snakes. Luckily, the snakes that besieged them this time were not poisonous. Even though everyone was more or less injured, it was not serious. When Li Yue went to see Li Shiqi, he wanted to persuade him, who knew that before Li Yue could speak, Li Shiqi scolded Yin Heshuan and the others. He said that they were inhumane and left even though they knew that they didn't bring any weapons. Li Yue was so angry that he wanted to slap him to wake him up. He pointed at Li Shiqi's nose and said sternly, "This time, it was obviously your own fault. Not only did you not realize your own mistake, but you also got your own soldiers injured. I'm going to take back your military power. You can just be your deputy captain from now on." Li Shiqi couldn't believe his ears. "Brother, what are you talking about?" Li Yue had a blank expression. "You have no respect for elders, no respect for discipline, and you challenged my authority as the head of the base. You led the team members into danger despite the prevention. Shouldn't I punish you?" Li Shiqi waved his hands repeatedly. "That's not what I meant, but what you said is too serious." "Li Yue, is it serious? Do you think I don't know what you did in the base? As long as you don't do anything too extreme, I won't say anything to you. But this time, think carefully about what you did wrong. Yin Heshuan and the others should be your brother superiors. How did you treat them? Did they help your team members when they went up the mountain with you? When dealing with zombies, did you not need to take action? Did they give you a mine for free? I heard from other wounded soldiers that they treated you to a meal when you went back later, and their attitude was very good. But what about you? How do you treat others? Have you ever thought about it?" Li Shiqi was so ashamed by what he said, he bent down and covered his face. "Brother, don't say anything. I will go and admit my mistake and apologize in a while." "No need, they have already left." Li Shiqi was stunned on the spot with a cry. After a long while, he looked at Li Yue. "I accept the punishment." Li Yue helped him up with relief. "It's good to know your mistakes and correct them. If you have the chance to see him again in the future, you must say sorry." After Li Shiqi stepped down from the position of captain, His personality also improved a lot. Li Yue sometimes felt more than once that he should have made this decision earlier. He stood in the office and looked at the sun in the sky, thinking that he didn't know where Yin Hechuan and the others were. Where are Yin Hechuan and the others now? They didn't know where they were either. Originally, they were planning to take the small road. But as we walked, suddenly, there was no road in front of us, only a road that seemed to lead to the highway. Jingyang walked towards the direction of the sign, and got on the highway. He had been walking for more than an hour, and didn't see a way to get off. I don't know who broke the sign on the highway. All of them were broken. Only a bare pole was left standing there. The sun was shining brightly, and it felt like there was a halo in front of my eyes. The last time this happened was when the snow covered the road ahead. That time they picked up Chung Jun and Su Yul. This time, there was no one in front, except the road and the road. Su Baining and the others also opened the privacy curtain in the back, and looked with Jingyang to see if there was a way out in front. It was not a big deal to look at it, until the sun was about to set, and they found a very narrow path. How narrow was it? If the gate for going down was not marked in advance, they might have missed this line. Its width was probably only enough for one car to pass, and the gap beside it was afraid that a person would not be able to get in. Yin Ziyu was curious. What kind of a hell is this place with such a small gate? Jingyang shook his head. I don't know, let's talk about it after we go down. You guys should pay attention to the situation behind. Chapter 168 Refugees. The car drove down to a small road, and tall fir trees grew on both sides of the road. I don't know if it's because no one has walked on this road for a long time, or for some other reason, the road surface was covered with thick fallen leaves. Yang slowed down the car, and walked slowly on this tree-lined path. Yin Yu looked around, and he felt that there should be several people approaching not far away. After his ability reached the 5th level, the position that can be sensed is much farther than before. Although these people move very slowly, they are still different from zombies. He patted Jingyang. Let's find a place to stop. There are people in front. It is not clear whether they are walking towards us or going inside. Jingyang obediently stopped the car by the roadside. So are we waiting here? Yin Hechuan was about to get up and go to the kitchen. What are you waiting for? Aren't you tired after driving for so long? Let's rest here. Let's see what happens first. Yin Ziyu looked around. He always felt that he shouldn't come down from here. It gave him a gloomy feeling. Although there were not many people on the road he had found before, it was wide at least. And the sun shone brightly. It was nothing like here. Maybe it was because the road was narrow. The trees were too lush and blocked the road. As soon as the window was opened, a smell of soil soaked by fallen leaves for too long hit him in the face. It felt very bad. Yanemo came over and closed the window. Don't you smell a bad smell? It's also very hot. A hot air rushed to my nose. Yin Bo was eating some snacks while strolling. That's right. And didn't brother you say there was someone in front? Maybe he was coming towards us. It's better to close the window. There were a few people walking not far from them. They had forgotten how long they hadn't eaten. They were still standing and walking. It was a mechanical willpower that they relied on. Suddenly, there was a smell of food coming from the front of them. They stood there in shock, thinking it was their illusion, and quickly stretched out their noses to smell it carefully. It was really the smell of food, not an illusion. They followed the smell, and supported each other, and walked forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, a military green car suddenly appeared in front of them. It was very tall, big and spectacular. At this time, Yin Hechuan and the others, sitting at the table in the restaurant. Yin Ziyu was teasing Qilin with a chicken leg. Qilin basically couldn't stay in the car after growing up. But Yin Ziyu liked to ask Su Baining to let it out to play with it every time it was time to eat. Su Baining couldn't understand Yin Ziyu's hobby. She looked at Yin Ziyu across from her with her bowl in her hand. Brother Ziyu, when will you stop being so childish? If you keep doing this, Qilin will never ask you to sit down. Yin Ziyu was about to give up on this matter. You don't understand. This is to cultivate its artistic conception. Yin Bo sneered. You are obviously unwilling to give up, deliberately teasing it, and cultivating its artistic conception. You are not embarrassed to say this. Yin Ziyu slapped the table. What can I do, originally? Ningning should be the youngest in this family, the one with the least say. Jingyang interrupted him. Wait a minute, can I ask why the youngest has no say? Who made the rule? Yin Bo pointed at Yin Ziyu. He made the rule himself. Yin Ziyu waved his hand away. That's not the point. The point is that no matter whether Ningning is the youngest or not, I have no say. I need some psychological comfort. Yin Mo, even if that's the case, Qilin can't become the one without a say. You can't understand what it says. Yen Ziyu was depressed. He threw the bone in his hand to Qilin and sighed as he went to the driver's seat. At this moment, someone knocked on the car door. Yen Yu didn't pay much attention to it because he was talking and laughing. After hearing the knock on the door, Yen Bo looked at everyone standing at the door in confusion, and didn't open the door for the time being. Who? The people outside the door heard someone answering, and hurriedly said, We want to ask for food. We haven't eaten for a long time. Please give us anything. Yen Yu pulled open the door curtain a little and looked outside. There were a few people standing in front of the door, dressed in rags of unknown age. They hadn't seen people wearing such tattered clothes for a long time, although they had met people wearing poor clothes before. But they were basically dirty, or old clothes whose colors could not be seen. This was the first time they saw people walking on the street wearing such tattered clothes. Yenmo also saw it quietly. He thought for a while, and grabbed a handful of bread or biscuits from the box beside the dining table and handed it over. By the way, he also took a bottle of water. Yenbo took it and opened the door a little to pass the food out. The people outside the door saw the car door open a little and handed out some food. They stretched out their dirty hands to take it. They didn't care whether their hands were clean or not. They tore open the packaging bag and stuffed it into their mouths. Yin Yu leaned against the door and watched them wolf down the food. They drank some water in turn. They didn't care whether they were full or not. They said thank you several times and prepared to leave. Yin Yu stopped them from leaving. Wait, I want to ask you something. Can I? The people outside the door stood still. Ask any questions you have. Yin Yu, why did you guys appear alone in this unknown small town? It's not just us, it's a lot of people, but they haven't come yet. If they all come, there will be a lot of people. At this point, they seemed to remember something. You'd better drive away quickly, and then walk. We walked fast and got to the front. There are too many people behind us. If you keep guarding the car, you may not be able to defend it when they arrive. Yin Yu was curious. Why? Refugees? We are all refugees. Seeing you like this, won't we rush over to rob you? Not every refugee is a bad person. But there must be some. Everyone has been hungry for several days. There is nothing they can't do. It turns out that this unknown place had a small base at the beginning, and it would take in some refugees at the beginning. But the base was still too small, and there were too few capable people. Later, because the base was too small and surrounded by mountains, it could have relied on stream water to survive. But later the stream water was also polluted. The manager of the base had no choice. He was just a small second-level water-based mutant, and had to come out to store water every day for everyone. Fortunately, there were not many people in the base, and everyone could barely get by saving a little every day. Later, there was a heavy rain, and a mudslide destroyed the entire base and injured many people. After dealing with the injured, the base commander had no choice but to organize everyone to abandon this place and migrate to other places to find a way out. Chapter 169 Refugee Tied in the Rainstorm. After getting this information, Yin Yu gave them some food as a reward for finding out the news, and they left here with many thanks. After they left, several people sat there, not knowing what to think. Yen Ziyu was the first to come to his senses. Should we leave, or what should we do? They said that meant there was probably a large group of refugees ahead. Everyone was a little hesitant, and finally Yin Heshuan made the decision. Let's get off the car and leave. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Anyway, the sun can't get in here, so let's just take a walk. Yin Yu, brother, do you mean to go to the front and take a look? Yin Heshuan nodded. When the energy core appeared before, Ningning said that there might be other places. I want to go to the front and see if there is any. Since Yin Heshuan said so, the rest of the people had no objection. They changed into casual clothes. Each person carried a bag, and Su Baiting also thoughtfully gave each person a mask. As for clothes, there is no need to get them dirty. But in order not to cause unnecessary disturbances, you should still wear masks. After getting ready, everyone got off the car, and their feet sank into the wet fallen leaves. The wet mud on the fallen leaves instantly stained their shoes. They waited until Su Baiting put the car into the space, and then followed her on this path. Although the sun could not shine down, but the heat still permeated everyone. After walking for a while, everyone felt as if they were sweating. Walking along this road, a group of slow-moving figures suddenly appeared not far away in front of them, staggering towards them. Yen Imo looked at Yen Yu. What are you doing? Didn't you notify me earlier? Yen Yu. He said he forgot and can make up for it? Yen Heshuan. It's okay. We just keep going forward. Yen Ziyu, it's not good. Big brother. These are refugees. I don't mean to think too badly of others, but I think they will have to do something if they don't rob us after being hungry for several days. He was right. When the refugees saw Yin Hechuan and his friends, they were very surprised. I didn't expect to meet such people at this time. Although they were wearing masks and their faces were not clear, the clothes they wore and the bags on their backs reminded them. This group of people is not simple. The person walking in front is their base leader. They are the members of the destroyed base mentioned by the refugees before. He could vaguely smell the dry food on the people opposite from such a distance. He didn't know if it was his illusion or he really smelled it. The people behind him began to move. There was an impulse that if you don't go up, we will go up and rob. Yin Yu looked at their green eyes and silently drew out the knife beside him and crossed it across his chest. All humans, he doesn't want to move martial arts. This is the most direct way of threat. If they are still interesting, it is best to stay away from them. Yin Hechuan and Jingyang blocked the northern Jiangsu queen one after the other. Yen Ziyu was surrounded by her. Just between the two mountains not far away, pentium flowing water is struggling along the river flowing down the river, the place where the water flow was not rushed. The soil and stone were destroyed, take them down. After this group of people saw Yin Hechuan, they made such a posture. After a moment of panic, he realized that these people were not so easy to mess with. The leader heard the sigh from behind, and finally let go, and continued to lead them forward. He first stopped not far from them, and looked at them. We have no intention of offending. Please do not use force against us. Yin Hechuan nodded cautiously, indicating that they could continue to move forward. But when passing by Yin Hechuan and his group, he deliberately avoided them from both sides. Although this group of people seemed to have given up, Yin Hechuan and the others did not relax. At this moment, a drop of water dripped from the tree and landed between Su Baining's eyebrows. Su Baining reached out and wiped it off. She looked at her finger with a drop of water. If it wasn't raining, where did this drop of water come from? Then, the second and third drops fell. Dripping, dripping, and it was like a hole in the sky. It rained heavily without any sign. The crowd screamed and started running around like crazy. They screamed and bumped into Yin Hechuan and the others. Some people passed through them, pushing them apart into two teams. Just when they were trying to separate the crowd and gather together, a scream came from behind. Run! The flood is coming! Everyone looked back in unison. And then it was as if the pause button was pressed. They saw that not far away, a rushing river was rushing towards them with the momentum of destroying everything. Then, the play button was pressed, and Su Baining heard heart-wrenching screams and wails. These people no longer cared whether Yin Hechuan and his men were easy to mess with or not, or whether they were hungry or not. Staying alive was the next goal. Someone's clothes slipped away, falling off Su Baining's body, and a shoe fell in front of him. The rain kept washing their eyes, and because they didn't hold an umbrella, the rain was so heavy that their vision was completely blurred. She didn't know who was in front of her, nor did she know where Yin Hechuan and the others were. She could only keep blinking her eyes, stretching out her hands, groping and shouting. But the sound of the rain hitting the leaves was too loud. Her voice couldn't be heard, and the voices of others couldn't be heard. Only the sound of the rain kept hitting her eardrums. She felt that this rain was heavier than the previous rain they had in the small town. The only difference was that this rain didn't seem to burn people's skin. Before she could react, she was knocked to the ground by others. When she almost couldn't stand, someone grabbed her, and she started running with the crowd. She came to her senses, and tried to open her eyes to see the remaining Jingyang and Yin Hechuan. The impact of the crowd scattered Yin Yu and the others. However, even if they ran faster, they couldn't outrun the speed of the water, and it seemed that they still couldn't meet up with Yin Yu and the others. Yin Hechuan took a last look at the torrent that was already in front of him. He snatched the knife from Jingyang's hand and cut off his own knife, using his own supernatural power. He didn't know if this would work, but he had to try. He threw the fragments into the sky with all his strength, and combined them with his supernatural power. The two words home flashed in the air, and then he hugged Su Baining tightly and looked at her, covering her eyes. Jingyang had no choice but to curse softly and hug Su Baining tightly from behind, and put his hands around to grab Yin Hechuan's arm. At the last moment, Su Baining saw the scene of his affectionate eyes, and the warm hand covering her eyes. Chapter 170 Lost. When Su Baining woke up again, the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was a large area of green. It was so quiet beside her ears, She could only feel the breeze blowing across her cheeks occasionally. She felt like she was lying in a jungle or in the wild. She lay there quietly for a while. She tried to move her body to see if she could stand up. But as soon as she raised her hand with this thought, an indescribable soreness and numbness swept through her body. She screamed. This sound reached Yin Huishuan and Jing Yang, who were looking out and picking up firewood not far away. They put down their things and ran over, and saw Su Baining lying on the ground with her eyes open, her face twitching and her teeth bared. Jing Yang laughed out loud at that time. Yin Huishuan squatted down and helped her up and led her close to his arms. Although her body was still soft, but now she could basically see where she was. This seemed to be a small valley. In front of her was a stream that had not been polluted. Were they washed into a canyon? Jing Yang squatted down and looked at her. I didn't expect you to be fearless. But you can't swim. I didn't realize it. Su Baining looked at him with a dark face. I'm just afraid of water. So what do you think? Jing Yang looked at her expression and made a gesture of surrender with both hands, shrugging his shoulders. Su Baining took his eyes away from him, looked around. Why are we the only ones here? Where did Brother Yu and the others go? When she asked this question, she clearly felt Yin Huishuan tighten his grip on her shoulder. And Jing Yang also closed his mouth and turned his head. She looked at their expressions and forgot that she couldn't move. She sat up and wanted to grab Jing Yang. But her body softened and fell back. Yin Huishuan held her hand and pulled it back from Jing Yang's collar. Don't worry. Yin, you will be safe with them. The most important thing now is that you get well soon. Let's go back to the Magic City. She first tried to repair her body with her special powers, and turned around to refute Yin Huishuan's words. But she was speechless after seeing Yin Huishuan's expression. Yin Huishuan in front of her was no longer the same as before. She didn't know how long she had slept, although the sun was still shining brightly in the sky. But when she woke up, she felt that it had been too long. The face in front of her was him, and not him. In her impression, no matter what happened, Yin Huishuan should always be calm and steady, dressed neatly and decently, with a gentle look. He is completely different from the untidy beard, dejected look, and wrinkled and dirty clothes in front of him. Su Baining's expression softened, and she leaned forward and hugged him. It's okay, Brother Huishuan. We will definitely find Brother Yu and the others. Yin Huishuan hugged Su Baining tightly in his arms, buried his head in her shoulders, and took a deep breath. Jing Yang felt that this bright light bulb exuded a charming fragrance. He pretended to cough twice to remind them not to forget that there were still people here. Yin Huishuan gently let go of Su Baining and touched her cheek. When you have rested, we will leave here immediately. Although she still had no strength, she could still use her supernatural power. She waved her hand and took the car out of the space. She also released Qilin and Xiaohe and touched their heads. Let's go play for a while and see where the nearest way out is. Xiaohe and Qilin nodded after hearing this and ran away. Yin Huishuan picked up Su Baining and walked into the car to put her in the room to rest. Su Baining stretched out her hand to stop him. I can stand up now. I'm going to take a shower. You and Jing Yang should also go and tidy up. Jing Yang didn't need her to say anything. After opening the car door for them, he rushed up to change clothes, wash his face, and brush his teeth. Yin Huishuan gently put her at the door of the bathroom. If there is any problem, call me immediately. Okay? Su Baining smiled and nodded. Pushing him. I know, go wash up quickly. I don't want a dirty boyfriend to hug me. Yin Huishuan smiled softly, kissed her cheek, and let go of her hand. Okay, I'll go now. Su Baining watched him walk into another bathroom and close the door. The smiling face just now collapsed instantly. Yin Yu and them had never separated like this before, even if they were not in the same place. It would not be like this. She was very worried now, and didn't know where those people were washed up. Yin Huishuan was actually as worried as she was, but he was holding on so that she wouldn't notice. She knew it. Putting aside her thoughts, she adjusted her mindset as quickly as possible. Now there were only 3 of them left, and no other accidents could happen. When she came out after getting ready, Yin Huishuan hadn't come out yet, and Jing Yang was sitting under the awning below, swinging his legs and watching Qilin and Xiaohe, who had come back at some point, playing, taking advantage of this time. Su Baining got out of the car and asked Jing Yang how they got here. Jing Yang briefly explained to her that the rain before the flood had already separated them, but because of where Yin Huishuan and he were standing, the 3 of them did not separate. When the flood came, Yin Huishuan was the first to hug her, who was already stunned by fear. Jing Yang originally felt embarrassed to do so, but if he did not hug Su Baining, then he didn't know where he would be washed to. When he wanted to meet, He didn't know when it would be. Before the flood came, Yin Heshwan threw out the word go home to remind Yin Yu and the others. If they were separated by accident, then they would go home and wait. Isn't the ultimate goal of this trip to go home? When the flood came at the beginning, the two of them could still hold Su Baining back, but after a long time, no one could keep the physical strength. They were afraid of being washed and crashed into the highway when they first came. They found a way to grab the trees in the woods nearby, and the two of them took turns to float into the woods. But later, dragging one person was really a waste of energy. The trees were swaying due to the flood. They didn't know when a branch with large leaves hit them, and they lost consciousness instantly. When they woke up again, they were already here. Maybe because they were in the woods. The three of them were not separated. Jingyang was the first to wake up. When he woke up, he stood there in a daze for a long time before he thought of looking for them. About 50 meters away from him, Yin Heshwan held Su Baining tightly in his arms and lay on the ground. He first checked their breathing, confirmed that they were still alive, and woke Yin Heshwan up. Then found some banana leaves that had drifted over and folded them up, and put Su Baining, who was still awake, underneath. After doing all this, the two of them first walked around nearby, and found a few people, but unfortunately, they were not Yin Yu and the others, and they were all dead. They had no choice but to return to the old place. Yin Heshwan was afraid that she would wake up at night, so he planned to pick up some firewood. Then, she woke up. Chapter 171 Threesome. After hearing all these things, Su Baining sighed slightly. She looked at Qilin and Xiaohei playing in front of her, and her thoughts had already gone to who knows where. She didn't know where this place was, where to find Yin Yu and the others in such a huge crowd, and didn't know if they were injured. Fortunately, everyone had a bag when they got off the bus. As long as they didn't lose it and found a small base, they should be able to live well on their own. Just as she was daydreaming, the aroma of food wafted out of the car window above her head. Jingyang stretched out his nose and sniffed. Is he cooking? Su Baining stood up and walked into the car. She saw Yin Heshwan had already cleaned up, shaved his beard, changed his clothes, and could smell the scent of shower gel when she got closer. Yin Heshwan was cooking porridge. He saw Su Baining coming over and took her hand with his free hand. Cook something to eat. After we have rested, we will set off for home. Su Baining nodded and snuggled up to him obediently. The three of them had a simple meal and sat by the stream to let their thoughts fly. According to the information given by Qilin and Xiaohei, Su Baining learned that the nearest road to here should be behind this hill. Jingyang looked at the forest. If my guess is correct, according to the road we took when we came here, we should be where we came down before after passing through this forest. Of course, if the highway has not been washed away. Yin Heshwan knew what he meant. Do you think it's feasible to go back the same way? Jingyang nodded. We'd better not go forward blindly. Firstly, there are not many people in many places now. It's hard to know where you are without passing the highway intersection. Secondly, I think although some of the signs on the highway intersection have been torn off, but even if you haven't walked the road near the Magic City 1,000 times, you must have walked it 999 times. Right? Even if there are no signs, you should also remember how to get there. Let's not waste too much time. Hurry up. Just hurry up. Try to get back to the Magic City within 2 days. Su Baining stretched lazily. I don't know what's going on at home now. When we left, many people were relocated. There was no base at all. Now there is a base, but I don't know where it is built. It is said that one of the three people walking together can be my teacher. Su Baining didn't know how to describe the three of them. Anyway, she didn't meet anyone along the way, so she simply asked Qilin and Xiaohei to stay outside. Yin Heshwan was still worried about her health. After repeated consideration, he decided to let Qilin carry her so that he would feel more at ease. Qilin simply carried Su Baining and walked in front to lead the way. Before entering the woods, the road beside the stream was all pebbles. Although it was not easy to walk, it was clean, and you could see the end at a glance. When they walked in and took the first step, Jingyang and Yin Heshwan's faces turned black. Because of the flood, the sunlight could not shine into the thick jungle, and the mud that rushed in was wet. One step in, and it's almost over your calf. When Qilin saw it, he silently retracted his front paws that were about to step in, and flew up slowly. Su Baining sat on its back and looked down, and happened to meet the eyes of Jingyang and Yin Heshwan, and she blinked innocently. There was no other way. They could only step back and put on their leggings and rain boots. Jingyang sighed. I don't have high requirements today, as long as we can get out of this jungle before dark. What about the crow's mouth? Just like Murphy's Law, if you are fine and don't say anything, it might be better, but if you have to get angry and be stubborn, it will be hard to save you. Qilin took Su Baining and flew low through the jungle to lead them. Brother Jingyang and Yin Heshuan took solid steps. After walking for about 10 minutes, they had to take a break, slowed down. At this time, Qilin would consciously find 2 thick trees to lie on, lest one of them not be able to bear the weight of Su Baining and it. Jingyang looked back at the road they had walked. The footprints they had walked before were completely covered by new mud. Yin Heshuan panted, "This is what you call getting out before dark. You told me that the woods are like this. What do you think it looks like outside the woods?" Jingyang, sloppy. Jingyang's current thoughts really feel like the sky is going to make me busy. Su Baining sighed silently and touched Qilin's little ear. He bent down and asked softly, "Qilin, we have to get out quickly, or we will have to camp in the wilderness. Tell me which of the 2 you would like to take with you, and let Xiaohei take the remaining one with you. In fact, it doesn't matter who it is, it doesn't like any of them, but for Su Baining's sake, it is more accepting of Yin Heshuan after all. He might be the second master." Su Baining looked up at Xiaohei standing on the top of the tree. "Xiaohei, can you take Jingyang with you?" Xiaohei looked down at Jingyang, who was grinning, the little head tilted, and had raised a paw and stretched it out. Su Baining thought about the location of this jungle and the highway before, and thought of it as bungee jumping. The distance should not matter. Qilin stopped steadily beside Yin Heshuan. When Yin Heshuan was confused, Su Baining gestured to him to untie the rope of his rubber shoes, and then helped him sit up. Jingyang stood aside and watched their operation in amazement, and reached out to grab Qilin's back. "That's it. You just left me like this?" Su Baining looked at Xiaohei, who was already waiting in the sky. "You should also untie your shoelaces quickly. If we keep waiting like this, I don't know when we can get out. Let's make a quick decision." Jingyang happily pulled out his shoelaces, and was about to climb onto the back of the Qilin. The Qilin flew a little further away. Jingyang pointed at it, with a confused look on his face. "What does this mean?" Su Baining smiled slightly. "Open your arms." He opened his arms, with a confused look on his face. Xiaohei swooped down, grabbed his shoulders with 2 claws, and lifted him up to the sky. "Wow! What the hell is this?" A sound similar to a scream floated from near to far, and heard them. Watching Xiaohei flying away with Jingyang, Qilin followed behind with a howl. Yin Heshuan looked at the big words in front of him. Why can't he sit on Xiaohei's body? Su Baining looked at Xiaohei's broad back in front of him. "I forgot, moreover." Xiaohei was not very willing. Jingyang now felt that he had no sense of security at all. The moment he rose from the ground, he felt that he might ascend to heaven. It didn't hurt when Xiaohei grabbed him, and he seemed to deliberately retract the spikes. But he still couldn't understand. He knew that Xiaohei could understand what people said. So he asked, "Xiaohei, after all, we are people who have been through life and death. Don't we even have the qualifications to sit on your back?" Xiaohei nodded very solemnly after hearing it, confirming the answer. Jingyang was silent. He didn't want to humiliate himself anymore. These words floated to the ears of the 2 people behind him, in order to prevent him from having any thoughts in his mind. He covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Chapter 172. Rushing to the Magic City. The 2 pets found the nearest clean highway and put them down. Jingyang rubbed his shoulders and looked at Xiaohei with resentment, turned and walked away. They stood on the road and looked around, not sure which way to go. Jingyang waved his hand. "All roads lead to Rome. Let's talk about it first." After getting in the car, Su Baining did not take Qilin and Xiaohei back to the space, but let them run beside the car. When they were tired of running, they will naturally go back. It feels so good to smell fresh air. The smell in the jungle almost suffocated them. Jingyang sat in the driver's seat and groaned. "I miss Yanziyu so much now. At least he is here, and we can take turns driving. When he is not here, I am just a driver." Su Baining sat in the back and heard. "I told you to stay at home. But you didn't listen. You insisted on following me." Jingyang hit the steering wheel. "Can this be compared? If it were a trade-off, I'd still be willing to follow you out." Yin Heshuan looked out the window. "Don't worry, I'll take turns driving with you." Hearing Yin Heshuan's words, Jingyang raised his hand without looking back, and made an OK sign. The wind blew through the car body, the sun shone through the car window, and shone on the transparent water cup, reflecting a rainbow. Jingyang was driving well, but suddenly he saw that there seemed to be another car running in front of him. He was afraid that he was hallucinating, when I saw the brake lights of the vehicle in front of me light up. I was sure that it was indeed a moving car. Yin Hechuan and Su Baiting also noticed it. Jing Yang didn't look back. Hey. What do you mean? Are you just pretending that you didn't see it? Yin Hechuan, if you are sure that this road leads to the Magic City, you can pass it directly. If you are not sure, you can go and ask. But first see who they are talking about. Jing Yang slowed down the car and slowly followed behind the car. It was unknown whether the car had not noticed them or simply did not care. It was still moving forward at its own speed. When they found a service area in front of them, they drove down, and Yin Hechuan signaled Jing Yang to follow. After parking the car, Jing Yang thought that the two cars would observe each other for a while. But as soon as the other car stopped, the person in the driver's seat opened the door and walked towards them. The other person was wearing a pair of black-framed sunglasses. And if the frames had not been worn white, they would have thought they were new. Wearing a half-worn gray sportswear, holding a cigarette in his mouth, he strode over and knocked on the car window of Su Baiting and the others. Jing Yang lowered the window and prepared to say hello. But this brother spoke first. With a strong northeastern accent, "Brother, you followed me all the way. What do you want?" Jing Yang laughed dryly. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. We just want to ask for directions." The brother said, "Okay, I saw no one on the road. Finally I saw a living person talking to me." Su Baiting secretly handed a pack of cigarettes to Jing Yang from below. Jing Yang passed it to the person outside the window. The elder brother didn't bother to be polite, reached out and took it. "Brother, it's okay. Don't look at me holding this cigarette. This is my last one. I've been holding it for 3 days. Hee, this is still a pack of good cigarettes. Brother, I'll make friends with you for this pack of cigarettes. My name is Yao Peng. My son Yao, he is sitting in the car. What's your name?" Su Baiting and Yin Hechuan looked at each other. This guy is probably a naive person. Jing Yang chuckled. Jing Yang. Yao Peng looked at the back of his car, squinted his eyes, and pointed at Jing Yang. "Brother, you are dishonest. There are people in the car." Jing Yang said hurriedly, "Ah, Brother Yao, this is my little lady and young master. They don't usually talk to people." Then he deliberately lowered his voice. "People from rich families, big brother. You know?" Yao Peng looked at Jing Yang with a pitiful expression. "Brother, you are really unlucky. It's not easy to protect such a delicate lady at this time." Jing Yang laughed. "Big brother, can I ask you? Are you and your son going to get it? We are going to Shanghai. But we didn't see any signs along the way." Yao Peng nodded. "Keep going forward. If you don't consider fuel consumption and rest, you can arrive tomorrow night. We are also going to Shanghai. I heard the base there is pretty good. It's rare to meet someone." Yao Peng kept saying like he was complaining. "You don't know, our area is small, and many of them have become man-eating monsters for no apparent reason. Everyone is running. Hey, my wife is gone. Only my son and I are left. My son is still young. I still have to send him to school. I have no choice but to go to Shanghai." Jing Yang couldn't help but interrupt him. "Brother Yao, you came to my place. Is it okay for your son to be alone in the car? And your car is running with the air conditioner. So why don't you go to refuel?" Yao Peng stopped talking and slapped his forehead. "Look at my memory, brother. Let's go together. I will take my son to refuel now." After Yao Peng left, Jing Yang exhaled and shook his head. This big brother is too cruel. Su Baiting patted him and comforted him. "At least you found out that this road is right. If he goes to refuel, you have to go, bodyguard." Jing Yang laughed dryly. "I'm just kidding." Su Baiting smiled. "Are you happy?" Jing Yang quickly turned around and started the car. "I'm going to refuel." Yin Hechuan pulled Su Baiting over. "Don't tease him. Let him drive properly. There are very few people coming to this service area. The gas station is full of oil." Su Baiting took the opportunity to store a full tanker behind him while he was refueling. As for the oil in the gas station, let's leave it to those who may come here in the future. Yao Peng saw a pretty girl getting off the car, thinking that she must be a rich man's girl, and she could still be so pretty at this time. He looked at Jing Yang who was following her, and shook his head with regret. It was unknown how far to go before finding such a wide resting place. Yin Hechuan decided to rest here for a few nights before continuing on his journey. It's better not to torment yourself just because you are in a hurry. If Yin Yu and the others had gone home earlier, they would have waited for them. In the evening, Yao Peng came with his son Yao He, and he had a bag in his hand with something in it. He secretly pulled Jing Yang aside and handed him the bag in his hand. "Brother, I see you are a good person, my son, and I don't eat much, so I can only give you this little. Your two masters will definitely not care about you. You still have to be careful." The fat and white Jing Yang. He was very touched. He didn't have much himself, but he still wanted to share some of his food with him. This was the first time he felt such direct kindness outside in the last days. Of course, Su Baining and the others didn't count. Chapter 173 Magic City, we are back. Jing Yang was so moved at this moment, he pushed the things back, looking at his skinny little son beside him. Brother, no need, I lied to you. They are not my masters, they are my friends. Wait for me here, don't move. He ran to the car. Yin Hechuan and Su Baining were setting the dishes. Seeing him coming up, I was just about to call you when you came. Get ready for dinner. Jing Yang looked at the two of them. Hesitant to say anything, Yin Hechuan stopped. What are you doing? Just say what you want to say. This is not like you. Su Baining took a cup of Coke and took a sip. I know, he is considering asking us to call the two people under the car to eat together. Jing Yang stuttered. How did you know? Su Baining, because I saw him secretly handing you something to eat at the window. You are touched. Right? After listening to Su Baining's words, Yin Hechuan turned around and took out a box from the corner and handed it to him. Safety comes first, you know what I mean? This should be enough for you. Jing Yang took it and opened it. It was filled with self-heating rice, bread and biscuits. Su Baining also deliberately put a can of iced orange juice. Jing Yang got out of the car with a full box and stuffed it into Yao Peng's hand. Yao Peng was stunned when he opened it and held it in his arms. At a loss, Jing Yang smiled and said, Brother Yao, the little girl in our family doesn't like to meet strangers, so she asked me to give this to you. Thank you for showing us the way this afternoon. Yao Peng stuffed the things back. What are you talking about? One sentence is not worth so much. This is too much. I thought you didn't have enough food, now it seems that I don't have enough food. Jing Yang pushed it back. Brother, you have to consider the children. Yao he stood aside and pulled Yao Peng's clothes in a low voice, but said firmly, I don't need uncle. We can find food on our own. Dad said that helpful people are good children. Jing Yang deliberately made a serious face. Brother, you look down on me. You don't want my things. Yao Peng was anxious. What are you talking about? So didn't you say in the afternoon that you would make friends with me? Your son should be hungry now. Go back and eat something. I'm starving now. If you take it a step later, I will eat less. Hearing Jing Yang say this, Yao Peng subconsciously took the things and held them in his arms. Jing Yang patted Yao He's little head. Eat more. Yao Peng watched Jing Yang get in the car, close the door, and take Yao He back to the car, open the box, and count it carefully. In addition to self-heating rice, bread and biscuits, there are many cooked foods, such as braised chicken legs and duck wings. There are several bottles of water at the bottom of the box. Yao He saw these things and pulled Yao Peng uneasily. Dad, these things. Yao Peng touched Yao He's little head. Remember what Dad taught you. Being helpful is a good quality. But the one who is helpful must be a good person. Understand? You must thank your uncle when you see him tomorrow. Understand? Yao He nodded obediently. Yao Peng took out 2 boxes of self-heating rice and a box of chicken legs, and packed all the rest, including the bottle of orange juice. These things not only allowed him and his son not to worry about starving to death on the way, but also allowed him to keep some as a reserve for entering the base. That night, he finally had a good sleep with his son for the first time in his life after the end of the world. The next morning when Yin Hechuan and the others got up, Yao Peng had been waiting under the car for a long time. The scorching sun made his face red. He originally wanted to ask his son to come with him, but it was too hot outside, so he didn't want to. Jing Yang yawned and opened the car door. He saw Yao Peng standing at the door. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but he was still circling around without getting back in the car. Yao Peng's eyes lit up when he saw him coming down. Brother, are you guys up yet? If not, I'll be waiting for you. No. Jing Yang shook his head. Brother, you're so hot. Go back to the car and change clothes. The sun is too strong. Be careful not to get sunburned. Yao Peng wiped his hands casually and waved. It's okay, I just wanted to thank you. Yesterday I heard you said you were going to Magic City too. Right? Jing Yang nodded. Yao Peng got the news he wanted and waved his hands with satisfaction. Just call me when you leave. See you later. After saying that, he ran back to his car. Jing Yang stood there confused and thought for a while before getting in the car. Yin Hechuan was making breakfast. After hearing their conversation, he turned his head and looked at Jing Yang, who was busy with a lawsuit, and shook his head. Su Baining came over with a teacup. Why think so much? We'll talk about it when we leave. Yes, Jing Yang smelled the fragrance of breakfast and put the matter behind him. After breakfast, after checking the vehicles and equipment, they were ready to set off. When they set out, Jing Yang was still considering whether to call Yao Peng and the others. As a result, before he could call, Yao Peng opened the window and waved to Jing Yang and headed for the main road first. It turned out that Yao Peng had been paying attention to Jing Yang and the others. When he saw them get out of the car to check the condition of the car, he knew that they should set off. Jing Yang kept their own speed on the road. Yao Peng and the others drove in front. Neither did they say hello. He didn't say to step on the accelerator and run. Jing Yang now understood what Yao Peng meant when he came to ask him in the morning. He was afraid that they didn't know the way to the Magic City, so he came to show them the way. It was a coincidence. When there was only one car on this road, there was no zombie claw. Now there was one more car, but a few zombies came running. But before Jing Yang and his team could make a move, Yao Peng knocked the zombies away. Yin Heshuan looked at the gray car in front of him, swerving around and laughed. He's a very loyal person. They have always maintained this strange tacit understanding, even when they were eating and resting. It was getting close to the afternoon, the sky was getting dark, and the moment the sunset came out, their car finally drove into the territory of the Magic City. The strange thing is, after getting off the highway and driving into the city, they didn't see where the base was. When the car drove through the street, they saw that the once dazzling pearl was still standing there, waiting for someone to light it up one day in the future. The place where people used to gather in the square is now empty. The wind blows through the fallen leaves and papers on the ground, and blows into a dilapidated room nearby. It's too quiet, so quiet that they can't believe it. They've been to some small towns before, and no one can understand it. But Magic City is such a big city, it's impossible for so many people to move away all at once. Su Baining bit her lip as she looked at the empty streets and thought about it, and suddenly thought of a possibility. She turned sideways and grabbed Yin Heshuan. Brother, I doubt whether the base will be built near our house. After all, the situation here is different from that in Kyoto. Not all places are suitable for bases. Chapter 174 Going Home. Su Baining reminded him. Yin Heshuan remembered that you had told him that many people should have been picked up when they left the Magic City at the beginning of the end of the world. If there are not enough people, they should find a more secluded place when they come back to create a base. It just so happens that their villa is halfway up the mountain, and the high price makes many people stay away. Under normal circumstances, no one will go there. Thinking of this, he moved to the side of Jing Yang, pointing ahead. Take the main road, keep going south. There is a small road. Keep going when you see a small road that can only accommodate 2 cars. It will take about half an hour to get there. Jing Yang, what if the base is not there? Su Baining, we were originally planning to go home. Were we looking for the base? Okay, Jing Yang nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and ran ahead of Yao Peng and the others, and waved to him when he passed by the car window, indicating that he should follow. The sunset glow had begun to fade. Darkness began to slowly envelope the city. The trees quickly retreated from both sides. Stepping into the city again made Su Baining feel very emotional. Their fate started from here. There was a faint light in front of them. Listening carefully, it seemed that there were people talking. The guards standing at the gate of the base were standing together and chatting. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone from the front. When they came to their senses, a huge car stopped in front of them. Jing Yang parked the car about 5 meters away from the gate of the base. He first looked around the base. So they are using the fence of the villa area as the gate of the base? Why are there so few people at the gate of this base? Is there no one coming? Yin Heshuan opened the car door. We are in the villa area. It is secluded and quiet. Few people know that they built the base here. There are good and bad things. If it weren't for us going home, would you have thought that the base was here? Yang touched his nose. It was indeed. Just like what Yin Heshuan said, this place is quiet and secluded. If you are not familiar with this place, you can't find it. But the guards at the door of this car have never been seen before. So the first time the car stopped, they raised their guns and approached. When they got closer, they found that there was another car behind the big car, but it was too small and blocked. When Yin Heshuan opened the car door, 2 guns were pointed at his forehead. Jing Yang laughed. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that our Commander Yin would have this day. The 2 guards outside the door didn't really want to do anything to them. But because few people here knew about it, they were just taking precautions. The lights at the entrance of the base were dim, and the lights of the vehicles were turned off after they stopped. Their vision was blurry. When they saw the door open, their first reaction was to raise their guns and point them inside. Hearing the laughter and words coming from inside, they couldn't put down their guns. It's not right not to release it, it's so embarrassing. Su Baining pulled away Yin Heshuan, who had a dark face, and said to the two guards outside the door, "Please put down your guns or retreat. Can you ask us to come down first?" The man outside the door hesitated for a moment when he heard the woman's voice, and slowly stepped back a few steps, but still didn't put down the gun in his hand. Yang Yan also got out of the car and walked over. Yin Heshuan pulled Su Baining out of the car and stood in front of the door. Yao Peng behind him also came down with his son, standing aside. The formerly magnificent gate had been firmly sealed with iron sheets, and it was impossible to see what was inside. The low walls had also been raised, and an electric fence had been installed. The two guards watched them come down, and the light in front of the gate shone on them, allowing them to see the clothes and appearance of these people. They looked at the gate of the base, and the guards were very puzzled. "Excuse me. Who are you?" Su Baining smiled slightly. "If we want to go in, what conditions do we need to meet?" The guards were stunned. It's been a long time since an outsider asked this question. It's so sudden that I really haven't thought of how to answer. Jing Yang looked at their expressions and laughed. "You don't accept outsiders here? Or do you not know how to accept outsiders? How do people like you live in the base?" The guards, who were already confused, didn't know how to answer. Yin Heshuan spoke at this time. "Open the door. We are not outsiders. We are going home. I have been in Kyoto before." The guards didn't know whether to believe it or not, and looked at each other without saying anything. "Su Baining, our villa should be in Building 7 of Zone A. If you haven't changed the house number of the villa, or you'd better report it now. It's getting dark, and we want to go in." "Who chose these two people to guard the door? They are so stubborn." When they heard the house number, they knew that these people should have been the owners of this place before. Otherwise, they wouldn't know it so clearly. And even if they have no place to stay after entering, they will naturally go to find the people in the office. The two guards reminded them, "You'd better find a place to park the car, don't drive in." Jing Yang couldn't understand. "You can't drive in there?" The guard shook his head. He pointed at Yao Peng's car. "Which one can be used? Your car can also be used during the day. At night the base has limited lighting. It will be too conspicuous if you drive in, afraid of causing panic." "Okay." Su Baining put the car into the space, changed it to a small car. How to go back without driving? It takes 10 minutes to drive from the gate. This move shocked the two guards. They didn't expect there were people with superpowers here. They hurriedly opened the door, told them to go in. Yang Yang led them to wave to Yao Peng and others, and asked them to follow. The car drove in. Su Baining and Yin Heshuan looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar streets with mixed feelings. This feeling lasted until they stood at the door of their home. Yao Peng and his friends parked their car outside the yard and did not come in. He heard their conversation with the guards, and knew that it was difficult for outsiders to come in. He was very grateful that they could be brought in. He was going to say hello, and then find a place to spend the night with his son. Everything would be discussed tomorrow. Jing Yang looked at Yin Heshuan and Su Baining, who had been standing at the gate since they entered the yard, knowing that they were standing there in agitated emotions. It was not good to disturb them. When he heard Yao Peng say he was leaving, he thought, "You are unfamiliar with the place at night. Where are you going?" He also felt very strange after entering this base. No materials were collected at the entrance. No inspection was required. And no one cared along the way. When they entered and stood in front of the door, no one even asked. Jing Yang naturally could not have thought that this base was originally built for local talents. If they were not locals, they would not come here at all. Moreover, no one would open a villa without a key. Yin Heshuan glanced at Jing Yang, who was hesitant to speak behind him, and threw a bunch of keys from his arms. Jing Yang caught them subconsciously when he saw what he threw. He looked at Yin Heshuan with the keys in his hand, not knowing what was going on. Yin Heshuan took out another bunch of keys and walked forward to open the door. The key to the next door. "Tell them to live next door." Yao Peng didn't want to accept it, but Jing Yang stuffed it into his arms. "Stay for one night first, and we'll talk tomorrow if there's anything." Chapter 175, The Long-Lost Nest. The door had not been opened for a long time. When it was opened again after such a long time, it creaked, as if welcoming the long-lost owner home. Click. Yin Heshuan turned on the light in the living room. A dazzling light flashed, and the whole picture of the living room appeared in front of them. Before the end of the world, Yin Heshuan left home for Kyoto. This was the first time he returned home after the end of the world. Jing Yang saw that the living room was empty, and looked at Su Baining. "You are really cruel." Su Baining snorted, and walked in to put out the furniture from the previous house one by one. "What do you know? If I didn't take it away, it would probably be covered in dust now." This is the only villa I can't move away from. Otherwise, it would still be here? Jingyang, are you cruel or are you? Yin Hushuan helped Su Baining to organize the furniture downstairs, and then went upstairs to arrange all the previous rooms. Even Yin Yu and his friends' rooms took a lot of effort to decorate them. She stood at the door, looking at the tidied rooms. Now we are just waiting for your master to come back. When she walked into Su Baining's old room again, she touched the wall with nostalgia. Jing Yang originally planned to find a room to stay in for the night, but was driven out by Su Baining and Yin Hushuan. Su Baining looked at him with disdain. It's not like we don't have rooms. Don't even think about sleeping in their rooms. Jing Yang was so sad, pretending to bully him. Su Baining was too lazy to say anything to him. She prepared a guest room for him and pushed him in. After packing her things and taking a shower, she didn't know what time it was. She could only be sure that it was very late. She didn't want to say hello. She was too tired and just wanted to sleep. Just when she was about to turn off the lights and rest, the door rang. She wailed and walked to the door. She was too lazy to turn on the lights. She wanted to see who was not sleeping at this time and disturbing her sweet dreams. When the door opened, a familiar smell hit her face. It was Yin Hushuan. He had just taken a shower and came in wearing a bathrobe. When she was about to ask what was wrong, Yin Hushuan pushed her in without saying a word and kicked the door shut, and pressed her down on the bed. The soft bed sheet brushed across her exposed legs. She was suddenly pressed down on the bed and felt dizzy, and her screams were blocked before she could even shout out. Yin Hushuan hugged her tightly, rolling on her lips non-stop. She went from panic at first to slowly accepting it later. Her face was red in the dark, and she was not afraid of being seen. She felt Yin Hushuan holding her hand and leaning against her body, trembling non-stop. After a moment of hesitation, she pulled her trapped hands out of her chest and put them around his back. She didn't know how long it had been. When she felt her legs were numb from being pressed, Yin Hushuan raised his head and looked at her, burying his head in her neck. He held her and lay down diagonally, and her numb legs were finally freed. Su Baining nestled in his arms and patted his back. "Brother, are you okay?" Yin Hushuan nodded and shook his head. "What does this mean?" She didn't understand. Yin Hushuan looked up at the small light on the bedside and answered the question irrelevantly. "Shouldn't you change the name? You've always called me brother." Su Baining thought about this question and whispered, "I'm used to it. It would be weird to change the name." She patted Yin Hushuan in annoyance. "You didn't even answer my question." Yin Hushuan grabbed her hand and put it on his lips and bit it gently. "Nothing, I'm just a little worried about Yin Yu and the others." Speaking of Yin Yu and the others, Su Baining was also worried. They had all gone home, and he didn't know how long he would have to wait here for them to come back. Yin Yu and his group were rushing to a certain place. Meow meow meow. Yin Hushuan didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't say anything for a long time, but just patted Su Baining's back from time to time. Patting. When he came to his senses, he felt the person in his arms breathing evenly. Asleep. Yin Hushuan chuckled, pulled a quilt over the two of them, closed his eyes, and fell asleep with the person in his arms. When Su Baining woke up, it was already bright outside. She touched the place beside her, and it was cold. Yin Hushuan should have gotten up long ago. She buried herself in the quilt, and didn't know when Yin Hushuan left. Will she do anything strange after falling asleep, such as snoring, sleeping and not being honest, grabbing the quilt and so on? She covered her head with the quilt and screamed twice, venting her emotions and sitting up in a daze. Jingyang's voice came from outside the door. "Little ancestor, are you up? If you haven't gotten up yet, get up quickly. Your brother said to meet the base commander here after breakfast." Su Baining agreed lazily. "I know. I'll be there right away." Patting her little face to wake herself up, she put aside the messy thoughts in her mind and got up quickly to make the bed. After getting ready, he went downstairs. Jingyang and Yin Hushuan were already at the table. Seeing her come over and put breakfast aside for her, while eating breakfast, Jingyang kept looking at her, and Yin Hushuan with a very strange look. Occasionally, he would let out a couple of sneaky laughs. Su Baining was disgusted. "You are crazy while eating breakfast." Jingyang was in a good mood. After drinking the last mouthful of porridge, he put down his bowl and chopsticks. He smacked his lips in an unbelievable way. The weather has been good recently. Spring is here. Flowers are blooming. It's the breeding season for animals again. Su Baining was confused. "What nonsense are you talking about? What spring? Flowers are blooming." When Yin Hushuan came out of Su Baining's room in the morning, he happened to run into Jingyang. Jing Yang's expression at that time showed that he saw through your tricks. Yin Heshuan looked at him coldly and walked away. He felt that it was too boring, so he came to tease Su Baining. But Su Baining was born to be slow to react to this. He was the only one left looking at Su Baining with a look of disappointment. Sighing and shaking his head. Su Baining's scalp was numb when he looked at her. So she quickly finished her meal, put the bowl and chopsticks in front of him and left. Yin Heshuan looked at her back and knocked on the table in a warning tone. Jingyang, watch your words. Ningning is a girl after all. She is not as shameless as you. Jingyang was not happy with this. What are you saying? What? Do you plan to make sure no one knows about your relationship in the future? I can tell even if you don't say it, I'm a man. Yin Heshuan, the fact is, we are a couple, we are free to be together. I'm telling you not to joke with her, otherwise. He smiled at Jingyang. Jingyang looked at his expression and made a defensive gesture. What are you doing? A gentleman talks, not fights. Yin Heshuan laughed. I won't fight, I'll just talk. I'll just write a letter to your brother. Jingyang, young people don't have martial ethics. Jingyang raised his hands. If that's the case, then... He took a deep breath and grabbed the bowl and chopsticks that Yin Heshuan had finished eating. You are so cruel, don't tell my brother, I don't want to go back. Yin Heshuan watched his movements, smiled and nodded, followed Su Baining and went out. Only Jingyang was left washing the dishes, while muttering, Yin is peeling. Chapter 176 Strange Base. Before they knew it, there were already many people standing outside the door of the villa. Although this is a base, many villas in the villa area have been empty. After getting up in the morning, many people passing by here found that there was a car parked in the front yard of the villa. They were all curious about who the owners of the two villas were. This place is so hidden, it should be impossible for outsiders to find it. Yao Peng and his son Yao He stood here with the crowd. He was also waiting for Yin Heshuan and the others to get up and say hello to them. The situation here seemed to be different from what he imagined. Most of the people here were locals. People from outside seemed to have other requirements if they wanted to come in. When Su Baining opened the door, this was the scene she saw. There were many people standing in front of the door, all pointing at the house. Su Baining turned around in confusion to see if there was anything wrong. The people standing in front of the door were startled by Su Baining's sudden appearance. Everyone gathered together and whispered, "Who is this pretty girl?" This scene was unexpected for Su Baining. Yin Heshuan came from the living room at this time, and saw Su Baining standing at the door, as if in a daze, and walked over to her in confusion. Are you in a daze? Su Baining came back to her senses, and pointed at the people outside. Yin Heshuan glanced at them casually, and closed the door expressionlessly in the midst of everyone's curiosity. Yin Heshuan, don't worry about these things. I'm going to find the base commander here to see what's going on. It's really troublesome to have all the documents in Yin Mo's hands. Su Baining sighed. Brother Yin you guys come back soon. Yin Heshuan touched her head. Just wait for me at home. Don't go out and run around. If you really want to go, ask Jingyang to accompany you. Just don't go out alone. Su Baining nodded obediently, just when Yin Heshuan finished explaining these things. The door was knocked. The thing is, because the temporary appearance of the two of them attracted more people to watch here. So the soldiers patrolling the city saw the crowds of people here, thinking something had happened and ran over to ask the reason. After knowing that there were unknown people here, they hurried back to the base office to report the matter. Lu Li, as the base chief here, has actually been very free. Because this place is hidden. His daily work is to search for supplies nearby or in the city. No one has come here for a long time. Suddenly, he heard two people. He was still very surprised that a person with outstanding temperament appeared in the base. So he immediately sent someone to see what was going on. Since he could find this place, he must have been from Shanghai before. He still had to register to be considered as a real stay in the base. After listening to what the soldier said, Yin Heshuan nodded, saying that if possible, he hoped that the soldier would lead the way, and he could go there now. The people in the villa opened the door, and a man with noble temperament appeared, following behind the soldier. The pretty girl before took a look, and then shut the door on the villa. Yao Peng probably knew that this situation would easily cause unnecessary trouble, so he took his son to go around the base for the time being. After Jingyang came out after washing the dishes, he saw that only Su Baining was standing in front of the French window in the living room. He didn't know what she was doing secretly, but Yin Heshuan had disappeared. He walked up and patted Su Baining's shoulder. What are you peeking at? Why don't we just go out and look openly? Su Baining lowered a corner of the curtain, and shook her head gently. There are people outside, they have been secretly looking at our villa. Brother said it was okay and told us not to go out. Jing Yang lifted a corner and glanced at it. What's wrong with this group of people? Su Baining sat down on the sofa. I don't know, maybe it's because we came too suddenly, or because the occupancy rate of the villa is too low. Jing Yang stood at the door, looking outside through the cat's eye. Are we just staying at home all the time? Don't you want to go out and take a look? You lived here before. But it was a residential area. Now it has become a base. Are you curious about what's in it? This sentence aroused Su Baining's curiosity. She patted the sofa and said, Let's go out and take a walk. Jing Yang followed her out of the door. When the people outside saw the door of the villa open and two people came out, they looked at them curiously. Su Baining took Jing Yang to wander around the base. They found that it was indeed different from the villas they had visited before. There was no market or anything. There were probably some small bungalows built temporarily, and a mission hall and an exchange hall. She was very curious about what the exchange hall was used for. After walking in, she found that it was a trading hall with a changed name. There was nothing else. This was really the most boring base they had visited so far. In addition, no matter where they went, there were people following them. They looked at them as if they were looking at something strange, so they didn't feel like looking and went back. But when they got to the door of their house, they found that the door was blocked tightly. Several strong men stood in a row at the door, blocking the door of the villa tightly. Jing Yang pulled Su Baining behind him and looked at them. Can you please make way? You are blocking our way home. A man at the door glanced at him without saying anything, and of course he didn't move. Jing Yang patiently asked again. Several people still did not move. Jing Yang sighed helplessly and moved his hands and feet. He twisted his neck. Su Baining. Su Baining, you see. Your family is being targeted this time, really. As soon as the voice fell, he kicked the person standing in front of him to the ground with a lightning-fast kick. Those people probably didn't expect them to start fighting as soon as they said so. And they didn't react for a while, and were stunned. The man who was kicked to the ground coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jing Yang retracted his foot and snorted. You don't know how to be polite. Su Baining stepped between them and stood in front of the injured man. Knock on the door if you need anything. Be polite. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have more people. The remaining few people hurried over to help him up. Su Baining opened the door and called Jing Yang in without even looking at them. The few people outside the door looked at each other and helped their companions back. They wanted to report the situation here to their superiors. The people who live here are not good people. The crowd watching on the side whispered, discussing where these people came from, and they were not afraid of even the local tyrants here. These were all unknown to Su Baining and the others. Who would have thought that such people would exist in such a small base? There were not many supplies, but there were quite a few people. No one knew where the hydropower plant was. Last night, the villa had electricity, and I thought the power plant was moved here. But after walking around for a long time, I found nothing. The residents here use water, and they did not see the reservoir when they went out in the morning. There was a small house with no signs, and people were waiting in line to change something. Chapter 177, The Storm at the Base. When Yan Hechuan came back, he saw Su Baining, who had no emotions, and Jing Yang, who was brushing Qilin's fur. There was also Xiao He, who was curiously watching Jing Yang's actions. Only Su Baining sat aside with a blank expression. He walked up to sit next to Su Baining, put his arm around her shoulders. What's wrong? You're unhappy because I just went out for a while? Su Baining turned her head and glanced at him. What a mess. Jing Yang sat on the ground and brushed his fur while saying, We went out for a walk this morning. When I came back, the door was blocked. Are you angry? After Yan Hechuan met with the base chief Lu Li in the office, he got a general understanding of the situation here. This base, on the surface, seems to be controlled by the base chief, but in fact, there is a man named Li Li on the opposite side. Li Li was a local tyrant before the end of the world. At the beginning of the end of the world, he brought his subordinates to find this villa garden. They occupied several houses. When Lu Li and the survivors found this place later, they had been here for a long time. In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, they compromised with each other. Lu Li and his people and the survivors built their own houses. 2 villas could be given to Lu Li for office use, or for him to live in. The condition was that Li Li and his people would bear the cost of electricity in the base. As for supplies, they would figure it out like other bases. There is no water source in the villa area. If you want water, you either have to find it yourself, or use the water from the nearby river. Lu Li didn't bring many people. only about 10 people. But there were many ordinary survivors. So he had no choice but to endure it. At the beginning, they could still live in peace. But the river next to the villa area was polluted. So they could only go to the city to collect mineral water. As the water source became less and less, Lu Li organized several water-based superpowers under his command to supply it on time every day. However, due to the lack of information, they did not know the function of the crystal core. The water-based psychics under Lu Li had always been hovering between the second and third levels. When the supply was insufficient to meet the demand, water-based psychics under Li Li appeared. Their psychics were higher than those under Lu Li. The balance was gradually broken. Li Li and his men became more and more domineering as these things happened. The only reason they had not yet had a direct conflict was probably that they did not have hot weapons. Although Lu Li's side had fewer people, everyone had hot weapons. So the relationship between the two was frozen here. Lu Li knew Yin Heshuan, but Yin Heshuan did not know Lu Li. Lu Li was very happy when he first saw Yin Heshuan. He hoped from the bottom of his heart that Yin Heshuan could think of a way to make Li Li and the others become like ordinary survivors. Yin Heshuan rejected his proposal. It was their freedom to take out their own things. The only thing he would do is, if possible, everyone should live in peace. Just don't act like a hegemon as before. The management rights will return to Lu Li's hands, and he will figure out the rest himself. The prerequisite is, find a way to send the news that they have returned to each base, and don't keep this base closed, otherwise sooner or later this base will be lost. Lu Li was not unaware of this situation, and agreed to this matter after hearing what Yin Heshuan said without thinking for long. Su Baining and Jing Yang listened to his story, and shook their heads in disbelief. It was the first time they heard of such a thing happening in the base. Here, Li Li's men told him that someone had moved into the villa without his permission, and had brought a key with him. He asked someone to sneak in among the crowd and take a look. After seeing a man and a woman go out, he ordered his men to block a few people at the door and wait for them to come back. He was confident that these 3 people were the only ones who could stop him. There was nothing to be afraid of. Who knew that just when he poured a glass of wine and sat in the hall waiting for those people to come and beg for mercy, his subordinates suddenly told him that the people who went out had returned, and they were injured. Li Li himself was a person who had awakened power-type superpowers. He had also learned a little martial arts before the end of the world. Since he awakened his superpowers until now, no one had ever faced him. They were all kind and gentle. In addition, his subordinates had won over this group of people. It has been a long time since I was treated like this. He looked at the people in front of him and crushed the cups in his hands in anger. The broken cups and the wine in the cups fell on those people. They shrank subconsciously. Li Li took the towel handed by the person next to him and wiped his hands. He said in a gloomy tone, "Okay, I want to see for myself who dares to act wildly on my head." Yin Heshuan and the others didn't take this matter to heart at all. To them, people like Li Li are just clowns. They failed before the end of the world, and they awakened some supernatural powers at the end of the world. They thought they could do whatever they wanted and become local tyrants. They now knew why the people at the door looked at them so strangely in the morning. Yao Peng took his son to walk around the base and roughly inquired about the situation here. After he had figured it out, he came back and told Jing Yang about the situation here. Jing Yang just told him, "If you are not afraid, just continue to live there. It is not a big deal to live in your own house. If you are afraid of being implicated, it is okay to move out. We just met by chance." Yao Peng refused immediately and drove the car to the villa. He closed the front door. "Brother, I am not the kind of ungrateful person." When they walked into the living room, they were startled by Qilin and Xiaohei lying on the ground. After knowing that they were the little girl's pets, they exclaimed for a long time. Yao He, a child, has a natural curiosity and interest in this kind of animal. He always wants to reach out and touch it. But unfortunately, he is scared back by the Qilin's cry every time. Yin Heshuan looked at the Qilin and Xiaohei on the ground and asked Su Baining, "Aren't you going to put them away?" Su Baining shook her head, "No. In the future, they can go back if they want to. And if they don't want to go back, they can follow me outside. In the past, I thought it was better not to scare people, and not to be too high profile. Now I think it's better to be high profile when it's time. There is no need to hide, lest someone always be ungrateful." Jing Yan agreed with this matter. He had long thought that he should ask Qilin and Xiaohei to stay with him. There was no need to hide things all the time. Yao Peng came in because he was afraid that those people would come to cause trouble again. They stayed with them during the day and went back to sleep next door at night. They were not afraid of him. I didn't see it clearly last night. I only saw Yin Heshuan and Su Baiding's looks this morning. I was shocked at first. But now my mind is completely on the matter of being troubled by others. Su Baiding said that he was not afraid at all. Okay. He had seen all kinds of storms and waves. What was there to be afraid of a local tyrant? Chapter 178. The troublemaker is being troubled. They were not affected by this incident at all. Not only were they not affected, but they also happily ate a big meal. Qilin was lying on the ground snoring and rolling around. Xiaohei looked at it with disdain. Stupid cat, just acting cute. Qilin didn't care about it. Not only was he rolling around happily, he also kept rubbing against Su Baiding and Yin Heshuan. There was a knock on the door. Jing Yang took a look and stood up. The troublemaker is here. He stopped Yao Peng, who was about to stand up, and walked to the door and opened it. He looked at the man who was about to kick the door with a gloomy expression. Without saying a word, he kicked his leg. There was only a cracking sound. Su Baiding blinked at the sound. Maybe the bone was broken. Ah, the man screamed and lay on the ground, rolling over and over. Lili stood at the door with a few people, looking at Jing Yang with a gloomy expression. He felt that he should be timid for some reason. Before the end of the world, Jing Yang trained and participated in missions as a special combatant all day long, and his aura was extraordinary. After the end of the world, he participated in several suppression campaigns, and his aura was even higher. It was just because he was with Su Baiding and the others. So he was always laughing and joking. But when he got serious, most people couldn't stand it. Although Lili was a local tyrant before the end of the world, he was only good at scaring people. After the end of the world, he lived the life of a local emperor. Until now. When Luli and his men came, they were also armed and full of vigor, but they were all too young and immature. The difference can be seen at a glance. That is the difference in momentum. For example, when he saw Jing Yang like this, he wanted to turn around and run. But thinking of the men standing beside him, he still stood forward with a fierce look and straightened his chest. When you came into this base, didn't you know that you are not allowed to live in the villa? Jing Yang had a blank expression. I don't know. Lili. The two men beside him took the opportunity to carry the brother, who was still groaning on the ground, and then carried him back. Originally, there were 6 people including Lili. Now 3 people are gone and there are only 3 people left. Lili suddenly felt that his sense of security was reduced by half. In addition to Jing Yang's cold I don't know, he didn't know how to respond to this sentence for a while. Jing Yang looked down at him. What, you want to find fault? But I don't know what to say. Lili coughed. I tell you, if you don't leave, I will cut off your water and electricity. But if you beg me, I might still be willing to give you some treatment. Jing Yang, what if I don't beg? What's wrong with this guy? Lili frowned. I tell you, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. You don't go to the base to ask around. If you don't listen to me, you will be in trouble. Jing Yang shook his wrist. Oh, really? How can I not have a good life? I'm very curious. Why don't you try it? Lili stuttered. Aren't you afraid of no water? No electricity? No food? Jing Yang sighed. How about this, you find someone, or find a group of people to fight with us. If you win we go, if you lose you just hand over your stuff and get out. The people around Lili grabbed him. Don't, brother, you must not be fooled by him. I feel that we are obviously not his opponents. Let's go first. Another person slapped him. Are you stupid? Look at the people around you. If we leave now, won't we be a coward? Can we still walk around the base like a fool? Lili looked around. When he came over aggressively just now, many passers-by gathered around him like they were watching the fun. It's definitely not okay to retreat and show weakness suddenly now. At this time, Su Baiding came out. She looked at Lili with a smile. Whose eyes lit up when he saw her coming out? Where are you looking at? Don't want it anymore. Right? Lili came back to his senses and pointed at Su Baiding. Tell her to come out and talk to us, and this matter will be over. Is this person mentally ill? Jing Yang pointed at the door behind. My home. It was my home before the end of the world. We are the owners. Do you understand? Landlord? Lili nodded with an ah. What does this mean? Jing Yang, I live in my home. What do you think? Yin Heshuan pulled him away and looked at Lili in front of him. Strictly speaking, not just this one, from here on. Buildings 7 to 12 are all my homes. Since we came back yesterday, we have officially taken over these houses. If you have people living in them, it's best to move out as soon as possible. Otherwise, once we find out, you will bear the consequences. So many? It was the first time that Su Baiting knew that there were so many houses in this community. Lily, are you threatening me? Yin Hushuan snorted coldly. It's a notice. If you want to cut off the power and water, please. After saying that, he pulled Su Baiting and Jing Yang apart, revealing the Qilin, who was ready to go behind him. He gently patted Qilin's back, and Qilin screamed and pounced on Lily and the others. The people who were watching saw a tiger pounce out of the room, and screamed and scattered. Lily and the others did not escape, but were pressed to the ground by Qilin's claws. Jing Yang walked over and lowered his head to look at the two people who were pressed under him. Did you hear what my eldest brother said just now? Lily nodded in fear. Jing Yang patted his face. You'd better behave yourself. What we hate most is pretending to obey, but actually disobeying. If it happens again, you will know the consequences. Qilin yelled at them in cooperation. Lily felt that their eardrums were about to burst. There was also a strong smell of saliva dripping on their bodies. They didn't dare to wipe it off. Jing Yang stood up and signaled Qilin to let them go. Qilin gave them a claw. They didn't care whether they were embarrassed or not. They got up and ran away like flying. Luli, who received the news, rushed over with his men. When he rushed over, he saw Lili and his men running away. Looking at Qilin standing next to Jing Yang, he also silently closed his mouth and said nothing. Jing Yang glanced at them and turned to walk in without saying anything. Qilin shook his head and followed him into the door, ignoring Luli and the others the whole time. In Jing Yang's view, the help coming now is all afterthought. He didn't believe that they didn't know when this group of people came to cause trouble at the beginning. The reason for not coming should be that you are afraid of confronting Lili. This reason is acceptable to him. Then you should just not show up. Now that the matter has been resolved. He doesn't like you coming out to show your presence. So he doesn't bother to pay attention to them. It has to be said that Luli has this in mind. He has been dissatisfied with Lili and his men for a long time. He is so happy that someone who can deal with them finally comes. He knew when Lili came at the beginning of today, but he didn't want to face Lili head-on, which means that he will turn against Lili from today. So he was waiting, standing aside with his men and hiding and peeking. When he finally saw a huge tiger pounce, he knew the opportunity had come. Chapter 179 Return. But no one is a fool. No matter how much he pretends to rush here, they won't believe it. After entering the room, Jing Yang sat on the sofa and complained, I didn't say that this base chief is really bad. He just stood aside and hid, thinking I was blind and didn't see it. Why is he pretending to be a good guy now? Yin Hushuan nodded. He is indeed not qualified to be a base chief. Jing Yang looked up at him. You can take the position. Yin Hushuan lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he stood up again and looked out the window. Wait! Jing Yang looked confused. Wait for what? Su Baiting kindly explained. Brother means to wait until Brother Yu and the others come back. Jing Yang looked at Yao Peng and Yao He standing aside. Brother Yao, you can go back. We are fine here. It's okay for you to stay here. They dare not come again. Yao Peng thought about the situation just now, and it seemed that he really couldn't help much. She took her son and said hello to them and went back. After Yao Peng and the others left, Su Baiting stood up and walked to Yin Hushuan, looking at him curiously with her big eyes. Yin Hushuan laughed at her expression. What do you want to ask? Su Baiting, why don't I know that we have so many houses here? Yin Hushuan raised his eyebrows. You don't know? He seemed to remember something and hummed. You really don't know, because you didn't want to live with us before, so we only bought 5 buildings. But we didn't tell you. Luli seemed to know that he had done something wrong. He didn't show up for the next few days. Lili also seemed to have learned his lesson, and didn't show up in front of him. For a while, they seemed to have nothing to do. The only thing they did every day was to ask Xiao He to go up to the sky to see if they could see Yin Yu and the others nearby. On this day, Xiao He was preparing to fly up to the sky as usual to see if Yin Yu and the others were there. Several people came to the gate of the courtyard. Su Baiting put down her commanding hand and looked at the 2 people in training uniform standing at the gate. Excuse me. What can I do for you? The 2 soldiers were stunned for a moment when they saw the beautiful Su Baiting, and saluted with a blushing face. For people named Yin came to the gate, saying they are your family members, and we hope you can go and identify them to see if they are your family members. Upon hearing the news, she almost didn't react, and after she agreed to them blankly, she quickly got up and went back to her room. She pulled Yin Hushuan, who was sitting, and walked out. Yin Heshuan was sitting well, but he staggered suddenly. Ningning, what are you doing? Go slower. She came back to her senses and looked at Yin Heshuan, letting go of her hand, and embarrassedly covered her mouth and stuck out her tongue. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean it. It was, the guard at the door came to inform me, said there were 4 people with the surname Yin at the door, said they were our family members, and asked us to go and recognize them. So I got excited. Yin Heshuan heard, really? Yin Yu and the others were now sitting on the ground at the door. After walking for a while, their clothes had basically turned into pickles, so they didn't care if they got dirty. When they came back, they were thinking that if Yin Heshuan and the others hadn't come back yet, they wouldn't go in and continue to look for them. When they reached the door, the guard at the door suddenly said that there was a person who looked like them with a girl and a man, and 2 pets. And they knew, Yin Heshuan and his friends are back. They really can't walk anymore. They almost starved to death on the way. If they didn't meet people coming back in the city, they would have planned to sleep there for a day before coming back. Yin Heshuan patted her shoulder and called Jingyang. You go and pick them up. I'll make them something delicious at home and wait for you to come back. Yin Heshuan knew the Yin family well. If they didn't come in when they arrived at the door, it must be something wrong. Now he could only think of a reason for the people not to come in. That means he is tired. Why is he tired? Because he is hungry. So he should stay at home and wait for them to come back. Jingyang drove the car and took the restless Su Baining to the gate quickly. Su Baining looked at the road ahead eagerly. It was the first time she felt that the gate of the base was so far away from her home. After finally reaching the gate, Su Baining jumped down before Jingyang stopped the car. She almost sprained her ankle. Jingyang braked urgently and told her to get off first. Then he parked the car aside. Seeing Su Baining coming, the guard at the door opened the door, and as the door slowly opened, the scene outside the door appeared in front of Su Baining. The 4 people were sitting, lying. They had completely lost their previous image, all sloppy and slumped on the ground. When they heard the door open, the 4 people stood up reflexively and looked back. What came into view was Su Baining, wearing a blue sportswear, with a high ponytail, and tears in her eyes. Seeing the 4 of them like this, Su Baining's tears fell down. Jingyang also rushed over at this time, and saw the 4 people like this, and cried out, oh my god. These 4 people are no longer the same as before. And their clothes are not only dirty, but also messy. Yanziyu saw Su Baining crying, and wanted to help her wipe her tears. But he was afraid that his hands were too dirty, and would dirty her face. In the end, Su Baining couldn't help but pouting, and threw herself into his arms. She hugged his waist and cried. Yanzi raised his hands, and looked at his brothers for help. Yanyu walked up, and pulled Su Baining out of his arms. Her little face was already red from crying, and it was stained with dust from Yanziyu's clothes. Jingyang silently handed over a stack of tissues. Yanyu took it and gently wiped Su Baining's face. Why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy that your brothers are back? Su Baining wiped her face and embarrassedly pouted. Who asked you to come back so late? I asked Xiao Hei to look for you in the sky every day, but you have no news at all, and we are very worried. Yen Mo squatted on the ground. Sister, you don't even know how we came back, that simply. Yen Bo kicked him, looked at him with a warning, and shook his head at him. Yen Mo nodded and closed his mouth after receiving it. Jingyang handed over the tissue, and stood aside without disturbing their reunion. Looking at them, he also thought of his elder brother. I guess now that Yin Heshuan and Mr. Li are no longer making things difficult for me, I am probably living happily in Kyoto. Su Baining stopped crying, walked behind them, and pushed them in. Let's go. Get in the car quickly. My brother must know that you are suffering outside. He was cooking at home when he came, waiting for you to go back. Yanziyu, you are worthy of being my brother. You know me too well. I am so hungry now that I can eat a cow. Jingyang sat in the driver's seat. You are really exaggerating. Your brother hasn't really done anything to give you a cow to eat. Now I'm just curious about where you came back from. Yenmo collapsed in his seat. No more talk. It's all tears. I'll tell you about our experience when I get home. It's thrilling, anyway. It's definitely a miracle that I can come back to see you. Yanzi rolled his eyes at him. You're exaggerating. It's not that bad. Chapter 180 Reunion Moment. Before the car stopped, they smelled the aroma of food coming from the house. Yanzi took a deep sniff. This is the smell of corn stewed with pork ribs. I knew it as soon as I smelled it. Yenmo opened the door. You have a dog nose. The door opened. The 4 of them stood in front of the house, and carefully looked at every corner of the house, especially Yenmo and Yen Bai. They were the same as Yin Heshuan. Since they went to the army, I can only come back for more than a month every year. It has been more than a year since the end of the world. Yin Heshuan stood in the living room and watched the 4 dirty people walk in. He looked at his home with a nostalgic look. Go wash up and come down to eat. You can watch whenever you want. Yin Ziyu saw Yin Heshuan's mouth droop and wanted to hug him. Who knew that Yin Heshuan stretched out his hand holding the spatula and put it on his chest. It's so dirty, go wash it. Yin Ziyu pouted. Brother, you actually despise me? Am I not your most beloved brother? Yin Heshuan looked at him with a look of what are you talking about? Yin Ziyu received this information and sighed hard and fell on Yin Bo beside him, making Yin Bo, who had no strength, shudder. Su Baiting sorted out her mood. You should go and wash yourselves first. Your rooms are all tidied, clothes, towels and toothbrushes are all available. Yin Yu dragged Yin Ziyu, who was acting non-stop, up. You are not hungry or tired now, right? How could that be possible? He was afraid that Su Baiting and Yin Heshuan would be too sad. So he livened up the atmosphere. When the 4 of them went upstairs to wash up, Su Baiting and Jingyang in the living room helped to bring the prepared food to the table. Yin Yu and the others washed up and came down one by one, shaking their heads. Now there was no question of whether they were dirty or not. Yin Ziyu hugged Su Baiting into his arms. Sister, I miss you so much. You don't know how we have been living these days? Yin Heshuan looked at Yin Ziyu holding Su Baiting and mumbling. And then he shook his head and went into the kitchen. Forget it. Considering that he has been wandering outside for so long. Let it go this time. Several people sat on the chairs and ate all the food on the table in a flash, as if they had been hungry for several days. After eating, they collapsed on the chairs, and they were so full that they didn't want to move. Jingyang consciously began to clean up the dishes, and Su Baiting also came to help. Yin Heshuan stopped her. Sit down. You don't need to do it, Su Baiting, but there are too many. Jingyang can't clean them up by himself. Yin Heshuan didn't say anything, but just pressed her on the chair, and then started to clean up the dishes on the table with Jingyang. Yin Mo looked at Yin Heshuan who was working. It's really rare to see Big Brother cleaning up the dishes. Yin Bo kicked him again. Don't talk nonsense now. Big Brother just feels sorry for us, starting tomorrow. It will be your turn when you have rested enough. Yin Mo, hey, I am willing to do that too. Su Baiting sat aside and looked at them. Aren't you going to sleep for a while? Go to sleep after eating and drinking. We are home and don't have to worry about anything. Several people looked at each other, paralyzed for a while, and then stood up. Then let's go to sleep for a while. If you have anything, call us. It means to sleep for a while, but after Yin Heshuan and others cleaned up the kitchen, they didn't wake up until the sun went down. Yin Ziyu was the first to wake up. When he yawned and went downstairs, Su Baiting was lying on Yin Heshuan's legs playing a game. Yin Heshuan stroked her hair with one hand and read a book with the other hand. After Yin Ziyu came down, he consciously occupied his other leg and laughed while lying down. This feeling is so good, sister. You don't know that when we are on the road, it is almost like a death for us. Su Baiting put down the game console. How did you get back? Yin Ziyu, lucky. After we entered the city, we met people who were returning to the base and brought us in. When did you come back? Su Baiting sat up and smoothed her hair. A few days ago. We have probably been back for less than 10 days. Qilin and Xiue, who had slept well in the corner, came out and saw Yin Ziyu lying on Yin Heshuan. Tilted his head and thought for a while. He laid down again, as if he was an acquaintance. Yin Ziyu looked at the two. We have only been separated for a few days. Have you forgotten me? I am so sad. Qilin turned his head, swayed his tail. Didn't hear. Don't know what you are talking about. Yin Yu and Yin Mo came downstairs a few minutes later, pulled Yin Ziyu up from Yin Heshuan and sat down. Yin Ziyu? Yin Mo looked at him with disdain. You are lying in such a big place. It's not good to occupy it. Yin Ziyu pointed to the opposite side. That seat is big. You are more than enough. Why do you have to squeeze in my place? Yin Yu shook his head. His head was almost dizzy after sleeping for an afternoon. Yin Bai was the last to go downstairs. He looked at the people in the living room in a daze. Why is Jingyang gone? Su Baiting pointed at his head. He went to take a nap. They said they disliked him, but they all came down one by one and wanted to squeeze in to sit next to Yin Heshuan. So Yin Heshuan's head was very big now. Su Baiting lay on Qilin's body and looked at them with amusement. The family was reunited again. This feeling was really good. Yin Ziyu and Yin Bai were fighting for the last seat next to Yin Heshuan. Yin Yu couldn't stand it and sat on a separate sofa chair beside him. Yin Mo didn't move unless the enemy moved. If the enemy moved, he would lie down and hold Yin Heshuan's arm tightly. Yin Heshuan felt that he was about to be torn apart. He pushed them away and stood up. You came down to make trouble after you slept well? The three people who were fighting just now widened their eyes, stopped, and sat down obediently. Yin Heshuan put the book in his hand on the coffee table. Go to the kitchen to help when you have nothing to do. You want to tire me to death by cooking for so many people at once. Forget about the morning. When you have rested enough, you can work. A voice came from outside the door. It was Lu Li who sent someone to ask if the Yin family had returned. Su Baining nodded to indicate that she was right. The guard brought Lu Li's intention to her. I hope Yin Heshuan can take a few people from the Yin family to completely eliminate Li Li. Lu Li meant that he hoped Yin Heshuan would do this in his own name. And then if he really needed help, he would tell him if he could help. This way, if Yin Heshuan and his team failed, it would have nothing to do with him. Lu Li. Su Baining nodded. I know, I will tell them about this matter. As for whether they are willing to go or not, it is their idea. I can't make the decision. She didn't have any good feelings for this man named Lu Li now. What a joke. Why should I make wedding clothes for you? You are just thinking too much. Chapter 181 Yin Yu and his friend's journey. Su Baining told Yin Heshuan about this matter. Yin Heshuan snorted coldly and said nothing else. Yin Ziyu asked her curiously what happened. She shook her head and said, nothing. We'll talk about it during dinner. During dinner? Su Baining briefly talked about what would happen after returning home. After listening, Yin Ziyu slammed the table and said, where did this Lu Li come from? How dare he come up with this idea? Yin Mo thought for a moment. How about, let's change him. Everyone put down their chopsticks. Looking at Yin Mo coughed. Don't look at me like that. It feels so good to be home. Don't let some people ruin your mood. Yin Heshuan put down his bowl. Actually, I've thought about this question, if you don't have any objections. Jing Yang raised his chopsticks. I have a question. Yin Mo looked at him. What's the question? Jing Yang. I have no objection to changing the management of the base. The question is, who should we replace? Are you going to do it yourself, or find someone else? You've been here for so long, I don't think you know anyone else. Why don't you care? Su Baining thought about it carefully, turned her head, and suddenly saw Xiao He and Qilin fighting for meat. She looked at Xiao He and said slowly, what do you think of asking Xiao He to pass a message to Kyoto? When Xiao He heard Su Baining say its name, he stopped talking and turned around, blinking his small black bean-sized eyes at them. After hearing what Su Baining said, several people silently looked at Xiao He and nodded slowly. This is not impossible. Xiao He tilted his head. What? Su Baining clapped his hands. Okay, if everyone has no objection, then I'll tell Xiao He after dinner. Now, I'm curious about how you came back here? Yin Ziyu slapped his forehead. This is simply a horrible thing. If you talk too much, you'll cry. Don't you know? Su Baining spread his hands. Then what? That's it, that's all? Yin Mo kicked him under the table. Nothing, are we back now? In fact, they weren't unlucky. Before they were separated by the flood, they saw the words Yin Heshuan threw in the air. When the flood came, they thought they would be separated. Maybe they were washed together because of the flow of people. It was just that they were separated from Yin Heshuan and the others, and after the flood, they didn't know where they were washed to. They were crowded together with the people they met before, and more than 10 people died there in the flood because they couldn't swim. After they buried them with the group, they thought about it, and decided to act alone. First, although everyone had a backpack, but no one had considered encountering this situation, so there were not many supplies in the backpack. If they acted with a group of people, these things would definitely not be saved. For the first time in their lives, Yin Mo and his friends finally had selfish thoughts. They said hello to the group of people, and left without waiting for a reply. They didn't know the direction, nor where they were. So they walked for a long time, completely relying on their intuition. They rested when they were tired, ate when they were hungry, and drank when they were thirsty. As a result, when they finally got on the highway and saw the only incomplete road sign, they realized that they had gone the wrong way. Yin Ziyu collapsed at that time. He lay on the ground and refused to get up. He decided to find a pit and bury himself there. Later, seeing that his brothers ignored him, he pouted and stood up again. He stood on the main road and looked at the sun above his head. Forget it. Let's take the small road. The sun is too strong now if we take the highway. He touched his little face that had become a little rough. My face will be gone. The remaining few people couldn't stand what he said and stood up and walked back the way they came. When Yin Bo passed by him, he said ouch in disgust. and kicked him. Yin Ziyu was startled by the kick, and he almost kissed a tree intimately. He hugged the tree trunk and cried out in pain, and caught up with Yin Bo and grabbed his head. Yin Yu followed and carefully observed the direction of the sun. You can't get lost when walking in the grove. Fortunately, the sunlight is not as naughty as before, and they are still on the right path. Without the car, only the legs were left. Fortunately, the few people received training in Kyoto, so these things were commonplace. But Yin Ziyu had never suffered these hardships. Although he had received some training in the army with Yin Mo, but he had never experienced survival in the wild. Before, Su Baiting had always been with him. Now he could only rely on his own legs. I was so sad that I couldn't even cry. I kept muttering as I walked. Yin Yu looked at him and said, "You can't rely on Ningning for everything. This is the first time, and you can't guarantee that this will be the last time. There are many accidents in life. Can you guarantee that you will never be separated without an accident? You act like a brother. Take good care of yourself when she is not around, so that you won't be seen crying and snotting when you meet again." Yin Ziyu wiped his tears and followed everyone's footsteps. At the beginning, several people walked in the woods, and after eating all the things in their backpacks, they caught small things in the woods to eat. Fortunately, Yin Bo and Yin Ziyu are both fire-type mutants, and they can cook whatever they catch. Although it is not very delicious, it is enough to fill their stomachs. The advantage of walking in the jungle is that there is no shortage of food and water. The streams in the mountains are not polluted, so they did not die of thirst. It's just that the clothes on their bodies are dirty, and they feel uncomfortable without any change of clothes. It is said that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. This is what they are talking about. They feel that their clothes are going bad. I couldn't stand the smell. Later, after passing through a large jungle, we finally reached its end. We had no choice but to look for small shops on the roadside. Small towns ensured that we would not starve to death. But once we entered the town, we were not as lucky as in the jungle. At first, we could still find some food, but then there was nothing left. Either it was expired or it had been completely looted. They didn't know how many days they had been hungry. Later, a passing vehicle saved them. When he saw them lying under the eaves, he couldn't bear to drag them up. And then he said he was going back to the Magic City. So he reluctantly threw them into the tow box behind him and brought them back. When he arrived at the gate of the base, because the guards were not familiar with them, they put them down. Then Su Baiting knew everything that happened next. But he didn't need to tell them these things. Anyway, it was not a glorious thing. When Yin Mo thought of these things, he didn't want to say it. So I didn't want Yin Ziyu to say it. Yin Ziyu felt a little hurt after being kicked, looked at Yin Mo's warning eyes, and lowered his head to continue eating, but he muttered something unhappily. Su Baiting looked at their expressions, and thought about how they looked when they came back, so she just shut up and didn't ask. Chapter 182 Xiao He delivers a letter. After dinner, Su Baiting held Xiao He's wings and sat on the ground. Xiao He looked at the smiling Su Baiting and suddenly had a bad feeling in his mind. Su Baiting looked at him with a smile. "Xiao He, you know the way to Kyoto, right?" Xiao He nodded. "Yes, he knows." Seeing Xiao He nod, she clapped her hands. "That's great." She blinked her big eyes and tentatively said to him, "Go and help us deliver a letter." If there is a beauty filter, Xiao He's eyes, which were the size of black beans, have now become as big as copper bells. Su Baiting took out a pure energy core that she had collected on the mountainside of Liyue's base to lure it. "I know you are only level 5 now. I'll give you this, to help you upgrade to level 6 quickly." Xiao He's eyes were wide open when he looked at the energy core. The Qilin lying on the ground beside him looked at the energy core in her hand with greed. His claws kept digging the ground. His tail kept shaking. It seemed that if Xiao He didn't agree, it would immediately attack. Seeing Qilin like this, Xiao He opened his sharp mouth and swallowed the energy core. After swallowing it, he waved his wings and touched his belly in a very humane way. Qilin looked at him with disdain and turned his head away. Su Baiting fed it several in succession. Of course, he didn't show favoritism and fed Qilin too as well. At night, Xiao He stood in the living room with his eyes closed to upgrade. Yin Heshuan accompanied Su Baiting upstairs and looked at Xiao He, who was standing low. "Can Xiao He go?" Su Baiting nodded. "Why not? There are no helicopters here now, and not everyone can fly. Although Qilin can go, it will still be too conspicuous. Besides, Jingxi knows Xiao He well. It flies fast, and it won't take too long to go back and forth. Yin Heshwan stood behind her, hugged her from behind, and rested his chin on the top of Su Baining's head. It's better to ask Jingxi to send someone to take over this base. Su Baining, aren't you going to be the head of this base yourself? Yin Heshwan hugged her tightly. No. I don't want to be trapped in one place all the time. What he didn't say was, if he was willing to be trapped in one place, he wouldn't have asked Chung Jun to take over his position before. Now he just wants to stay with her all the time. Stay with his family all the time, wherever they go. He goes. I don't know what time I went to bed at night. When I woke up in the morning, Xiao He was already downstairs, energetically challenging Qilin. Yin Heshwan and the others were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Yin Yu kept talking to them with a pen and paper, and his hands kept moving. She went downstairs, picked up a piece of bread from the table, and sat across from them. What are you writing? Yin Ziyu looked at her. Report it. Su Baining rolled her eyes. I didn't even know it was a report. I mean, what are you going to say? Yin Yu stopped writing and sighed. Tell the truth, if he is not suitable to manage this base, then change someone else to manage the base. I just went out to take a look. There are indeed too few guards in this base, and too few superpowers. It is the water superpower under Li Li you mentioned. Do you know how much supplies they require to change a bottle of water? Su Baining bit the bread and shook her head. They didn't need to change the water, so they didn't ask. Yin Mo made a palm gesture. No less than 5 loaves of bread. A small bottle of water is 200 millimeters. Su Baining opened his mouth wide. Robbery? Yin Mo crossed his legs. No way, you will die of thirst if you don't change. The only good thing is that there are no zombies in the city yet. You can go to the supermarket in the city to find supplies. Yin Yu finally took a look at the letter. You don't have anything to say, then that's it. Yin Bo waved his hand. That's it. Tell them to send someone quickly. Su Baining waved and called Xiao He, who was squeezing Qilin. Over, I found a small bag and hung it around its neck, and put it on its back. Standing outside the door, Su Baining touched its little head. Be careful on the road, remember to rest if you are tired, in addition to the letter. There are snacks in the backpack for you. Xiao He called out to her, and flapped his wings and flew towards Kyoto. Everyone stood at the door, and looked at Xiao He, who was going away, and breathed a sigh of relief. Qilin looked at Xiao He, who was leaving, and pulled her clothes hard. Yin Ziyu bit an apple and looked at it. What's wrong with this tiger? Yin Heshwan smiled. Xiao He is at level 6 now. It must be unhappy because it is being exploited. Speaking of Xiao He at level 6, its ears drooped again. Su Baining smiled and touched it. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Qilin happily followed Su Baining into the door. Yin Yu glanced at them, and turned to Yin Heshwan. Should we wait for Xiao He to bring back the reply or go and solve the problem first? Yin Heshwan glanced at the horizon. Wait for the reply, if it's Xiao He. It should only take 2 days to go back and forth. Yin Yu nodded, looked at the water exchange point not far from them, and asked them to hang around for 2 days. In the evening of that day, Jingxi was leading his team members to finish a day of training and prepare to go home. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry came from the sky, and a huge bird was illuminated by the sun, and its shadow fell right on Jingxi's head. Jingxi watched the shadow of the bird on the ground circling around him non-stop. He looked up curiously. The team member in front of him had been to the previous Hope base with him before. Captain, this bird seems familiar. Is it a bit like the eagle of the Su family girl before? Jingxi took a closer look and found that it was indeed a bit similar. He covered his eyes with his hands and tried to shout to the sky. Xiao He. Xiao He heard the shout and answered, slowly falling down and stopping in front of him, revealing the backpack with only a letter and a small note on the back. Jingxi helped him untie it and pointed at himself. For me? Xiao He nodded. Jingxi first opened the small note and read it. After reading it, Jingxi was so amused that he thought it was something important. It turned out to be telling him not to forget to pack some snacks and dry food for Xiao He when he sent it back. He smiled and shook his head and opened the letter again. After reading the letter, his face became stern. He put away the letter and looked at Xiao He. Can you go home and rest tonight? I'll go and solve this matter now. You can go back tomorrow. Xiao He had no objection. Jingxi looked at it and couldn't help but ask, is Jingyang okay? Speaking of Jingyang, Xiao He really wanted to complain, but the person in front of him couldn't hear what he said, so he could only nod silently to show that he was doing well. Jingxi was relieved. After waving his hand to disband the team, he went directly to the office to find Mr. Pang. On the way there, he met Chung Jun. Jingxi said to Cheng Jun. You can see Xiao Hei when you go home today. It was sent to deliver a letter to us. Cheng Jun was curious. Really? How are Bei Ming and the others now? Have they returned home? Jingxi nodded. They are back home, but I have something to do now, so I asked Xiao Hei to deliver the letter. Cheng Jun. Then you go. I won't go with you now. I'm going home to see Xiao Hei. Chapter 183 Replacement Era. After reading the letter, Mr. Pang shook his head. Old Han said that this kid was not worth using. It was old Lu who had too much confidence in him. It was not that he could not see the hidden content of the letter. The Magic City is also a key place for transformation. Why did they send such a person there? Jingxi put away the letter and looked at Mr. Pang. What are you going to do? They wrote this letter obviously because they didn't want to replace Lu Li themselves. Old Pang walked along the table. Of course they won't replace Lu Li by themselves. The energy core that Li Yue brought back last time. Wasn't the reactor discovered by their little girl? Since we have to send a letter back this time, let's just tell them that similar energy piles have been found in the Takhon Desert. We hope they can set out as soon as possible to help the garrison there. Jingxi raised the letter in his hand. What about here? Old Pang sat down and propped up his arm and looked at Jingxi. Do you think anyone can take over this position? Jingxi thought for a moment and asked tentatively, what do you think of Sun Simu? Pang Lao gave him a meaningful look. Why, you can't stand him pestering you for such a short time. Jingxi scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and smiled. A little bit like that, but the main thing is that Sun Simu is a good kid. I think he can do it. Besides, I plan to go to the desert with Yin Hechuan and the others. Now it's very safe around Kyoto. We don't need to worry about the relationship between you and Li Lao. You just need to take charge now. And you don't need to go out. My mother is a little worried about Jing Yang. Pang Lao waved his hand. I know. Then let's go to Sun Simu. Remember to ask him to bring a few crystal guns that Su Yule and his team have just developed. Jingxi exclaimed. Pang Lao glanced at him. Why? Are you still worried that the little girl has no food? Thinking of Su Baining's small space. Jingxi shook his head. I know. I'll go back and write a letter now. Cheng Jun asked Su Yule to go home and play with Xiao Hei for a long time. Su Yule also asked the teacher to take 2 newly developed crystal guns, and asked Xiao Hei to bring them to them when he went back the next day. The early morning sun shone on the body warmly, far less than the noon sun. Jingxi stood at the entrance of the training camp and hung the small backpack on Xiao Hei's neck. He waved to Xiao Hei. Tell the little girl Baining we will meet again. See you in the desert? Xiao Hei screamed and flew up to the sky as a greeting. Jingxi looked at Xiao Hei who was going away, with his hands behind his back, and said to himself, oh, little brother, we can meet again. When Xiao Hei came back, Yin Hechuan and the others were sitting in the living room having a small meeting. The specific details were to see how to change the base after Mr. Pang replied. Su Baining didn't care about these things. She just sat on the ground and played with Qilin. Last night, Qilin finally stepped into the gate of the 6th level. Now he was waiting for Xiao Hei to come back for a fight with great interest. Now he was lazily swinging his tail and lying on the ground yawning. There was a tapping sound at the door. Su Baining stood up and went to open the door. This sound was like pecking at the door with a sharp beak. The one standing outside the door was Xiao Hei. When he came back, he was too lazy to rest and came back without stopping. Su Baining happily hugged him. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Hei, you should go and have a rest first. Xiao Hei felt that Qilin's aura was almost the same as his when he entered the door. He grinned at him angrily. Qilin glanced at him and didn't bother with him because he had been flying for a whole day. Su Baining shook her backpack. It felt heavier than before. She opened the backpack and handed the letter inside to Yin Hechuan. Then she took out 2 crystal energy guns with strange shapes from the backpack in disbelief. There was a small note on the crystal energy gun. She opened it and saw that it said, these are 2 newly developed crystal energy guns. Install the crystal core, and you can use it. The higher the level of the crystal core, the greater the energy. Yin Hechuan took the letter and looked at the things in Su Baining's hand curiously. Is there anything else? She raised the gun with her left hand and raised the small note with her right hand. It's the cute little Yule. He gave us 2 newly invented crystal energy guns. But this consumes too many crystal cores. It would be very expensive if it was mass-produced. Yin Hechuan shook his head and unfolded the letter in his hand to read it. After reading it, he put the letter in front of him and pushed it forward. You can also read it. Yinzi played with the apple. Hey, brother. You can just tell me the main point after reading it. What does Mr. Pang mean? Yin Yu picked it up and read it over. The general meaning is that they agree with our plan. They will send Sun Simu to take over here. But there is one thing. Mr. Pang asked us to go to the Takhan Desert after solving the problem here. He said that we might have found a reactor with the same energy core as the one we found at Li Yue's place before. No one can sense it now. I hope Ningning can help detect it. If it is, how far or how long it is, so as not to waste unnecessary manpower and financial resources. Yin Ziyu stretched out his finger with an contribute to the country. Su Baining leaned on Qilin and studied his finger. Brother Ziyu, you don't have to be so official. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the desert yet. Is it fun? As the only person who has been to the desert, Yin Ziyu touched his chin and thought, how should I put it? There is only one word to say. Thinking about it, he shook his head again. No. No. 2 words. Dry and hot. The most important thing in the desert must be lack of water. Serious lack of water. Hearing Yin Ziyu say this, Yin Mo thought for a while, and turned to look at Su Baining. Isn't Mr. Pang still thinking of asking you to build a reservoir for the garrison there? Su Baining? She spread her hands. It doesn't matter, I'll just treat it as a trip. We'll leave when you guys have settled everything here. Yin Heshuan, Pang Lao will send Sun Simia, who will come as soon as possible. We will solve the problems here before he comes, and then leave directly after he comes. The rest of the people agreed. After making up their minds, they immediately entered the implementation stage. They spent 2 days sorting out what was still missing in this base, and then wrote down how to change it. Su Baining looked at the paper in Yin Heshuan's hand and fell into deep thought. Brother, if you have such a strong opinion, why don't you just stay here and take care of it? Yin Heshuan came over and hugged her in his arms and kissed her hard. I'll shut your little mouth if you keep talking. You make me angry every time you talk. Su Baining quickly pushed him away and looked around with a guilty look. Why don't you know how to be reserved in broad daylight? Huh? Yin Heshuan took her hand. Just don't get angry with me. This is our home after all. Maybe we will come back in the future. You will be happier when we come back after the renovation is better. Chapter 184 Renovation of the Base. Early in the morning, Yin Yu brought Yin and the others into the base office. Many people on the street looked at them curiously and pointed at them. Ever since Li and the others suffered a loss here last time, the Yin family has been remembered by the people in the base. Whenever there is any movement, many people gather to watch. Knowing that the brothers of the Yin family are back, I have always been curious about what they look like. Today I finally saw the real person. This is called genes. Each one is more handsome than the other. That's not true. When I saw that person last time, I should have known that the remaining few must be good-looking too. Not to mention Luli. He had asked people to stake out the door of Yan's house every day these days. He received the news in advance when Yin Yu and the others came. Since receiving the news, he has been restless. He didn't know what these people meant by coming here. Yin Yu and the others stood outside the office, looked at each other and nodded, and knocked on the door of Lu Li's office. With a come in, the door opened. Yin Yu walked in first, looked around, and smiled at Lu Li. Captain Lu is the base commander after all. There is not even a guard outside. Lu Li stood up and laughed dryly. The base team is not very large. There are not so many people for patrol every day, so I won't talk about this. Strictly speaking, Lu Li is not a bad person. He arranged all the team members in the base. The daily food and water supply is always limited to himself, but never to the residents of the base. But he is also very cowardly, and has no great ambitions. He thinks it is good to keep it simple, although he may still be controlled by others. Yin Mo took out the certificate issued by Pang Laotong and held it in front of him. Lu Li, I am now officially notifying you as your superior that you have been dismissed. You have enough time to pack your things and leave this office before tonight. When Yin Mo took out the certificate and held it in front of him, Lu Li knew that his position as base commander should be over. But when he really received such news, he still couldn't believe it. The longer he sat on the sofa, the longer Yin Mo and his team stood in front of the desk. When Lu Li found that his hands and feet could finally move, he slowly stood up and lowered his head. I accept the organization's arrangement, and I will pack up and leave now. Yin Mo stopped him. We are talking about leaving this office, not leaving here. Before the new base chief arrives here, Yin Yu will temporarily take over this position. You should step back and take a good look at how a base is managed, and learn from Sun Simu in the future. Lu Li, the new base chief is Sun Simu? Yin Bo, do you know him? Luli clenched his fist and nodded. How could he not know him? They were rivals when they were in the same school before, and now he has become his subordinate. He had already thought of Sun Simi's expression and tone when he saw him. But who could he blame? It was his own fault. Luli handed over the work to Yen Yu and Yen Mo. And Yen Yu handed the task of posting the notice to Yen Bo and Yen Ziyu. Yen Bo and Yen Ziyu walked on the street, and they were filled with mixed feelings when they saw the former villa area turned into a base. Yen Ziyu exaggeratedly shook the notice in his hand. It's so hard for me. Our good villa garden has become like this. Can you tell me how sad I am? Yen Bo pulled his collar. Go quickly, don't whine uselessly here. Hey, don't pull my collar, pay attention to my image. Yen Bo, TSK, what image do you really need? They found a place that should be the base square, where there are the most people. Yen Ziyu patted the loudspeaker in his hand and tried it a few times. After confirming that it was good, he asked Yen Bo to raise the notice in his hand. The people around gathered around after seeing this. Yen Ziyu picked up the loudspeaker and said, We have received an order from our superiors. From today on, the original base chief, Luli, will be dismissed from his post and demoted to deputy. The new base chief is on his way. Before the new base chief arrives, Yen Yu, a first-level officer in Kyoto, will temporarily take over the post. Yen Bo heard this and slapped him. You forged Brother Yu's identity. Yen Ziyu, otherwise, no one knows him. How can he convince everyone if he suddenly appears? He waved Yen Bo away and raised the loudspeaker to continue. From today on, the base has decided to build a reservoir and power plant. The base will forcibly requisition all of them. He paused here. I emphasize again. All water-based superpowers will go to the original address to store water when the sun rises in the morning, and then distribute it to the residents of the base for free. Of course, all water-based superpower bases can guarantee your food and clothing. If it is discovered that there are water-based superpowers who have not reported or stored water once discovered, you will bear the consequences yourself. If it is a private transaction between you and me, we have no objection. The market share exceeding the limit will be cancelled from today. Listen carefully, this is not a suggestion, it is a notice, so those water-based superpowers better listen to me. If I find you out, you will be in big trouble. When the news came out, the residents of the base were the happiest, and Li Li was the hardest. After suffering a loss at the Yin family's door, he has been staying in his own nest these days, just doing his own small business. Now that this notice has come out, won't it destroy all his business? If this is not a deliberate provocation, what is it? But you ask him to fight against them. He doesn't dare. He also knows that he can't win. His subordinates ran in and told him, Boss, they will collect all the water-type superpowers from tomorrow. What should we do? Li Li sat on the chair angrily. Then we won't go, we won't sell it. Anyway, the supplies we got from buying water in the past few days are enough for us to eat. Just give the villa back to them. We don't want it anymore. As long as we have enough for ourselves. The generator is mine. Mine. He was so angry now. It was fine to take back the water, but what was the point of building a power plant here? Isn't it outrageous to cut off someone's financial resources? Why are so many people in the base supporting them? He turned his back. He said to the people below, It's decided. Starting tomorrow, our own water-based psychics will not go out. Boss, this is bad? One of Li Li's subordinates ran in a panic. Li Li frowned. Why are you panicking? Speak slowly. The people below stood firm. They said that the girl in their family has a high-level water-based psychic. She can feel whether you are a psychic or not. You can't hide it. Besides, if you are discovered, you will be kicked out of the base. If many people make trouble together, they will all be kicked out. She can support the water supply of the entire base by herself. Say these words to give us a buffer and an opportunity, and ask us water-based psychics to cherish it. Chapter 185 Changing Li Li. Li Li's eyes went dark after hearing the news. He was going to retire like Li Li. This warning was obviously meant for himself. But he still wanted to fight for the benefits he deserved. He looked at the people standing below and waved his hand. Let's go. We'll go to their house and talk to them. We exchanged water for supplies willingly. Why did they change our lifestyle as soon as they came? Yen Yu took Yen Mo to familiarize himself with the office and then went home. However, Yen Ziyu and Yen Bo did not want to go back after finishing their work, but wandered around nearby. When Yen Yu and Yen Mo were talking about the situation of the base, Li Li happened to be standing at the door of Yan's house with his men. Yenemo walked up and pushed them away. What are you doing? They had never seen Lily, and did not know who this person was. But such a group of people standing at the door, with fierce looks, must be looking for trouble. Lily didn't know him either. Just as he was about to yell, a brother next to him pulled him back and whispered in his ear, "These two are the ones from the Yin family. The ones who were in the office just now. And there are two who are not with them now." Yenemo looked at these people sneaking around, and took Yin Yuxian to stand at the door with his arms crossed, looking at them. Su Baining took Qilin and prepared to go out for a walk. When she opened the door, she saw Yenemo and Yan Yu blocking the door like door gods. She poked Yenmo's shoulder. "Third brother, what are you doing?" Yenemo turned around and saw her and Qilin. "Going out?" Su Baining nodded. "Yes, big brother and Jingyang are busy now. I'm bored and I'm going out to take Qilin for a walk. What are you doing?" Yin Yu rubbed the soft flesh between his eyebrows. "You must be here to cause trouble." Su Baining pushed them aside and looked at Li Li and his men who were standing at the door muttering, "We know this guy. Isn't this the local tyrant?" Li Li looked at the three people standing at the door, and the one with green eyes. The tiger who was baring his teeth from time to time felt guilty, and wanted to retreat. The water-based supernatural beings who came with him stretched out their hands, and pushed him forward. "Brother, speak quickly." Yenemo looked at them. "If you have something to say, please speak quickly. Don't block our door. I will think you are trying to provoke me." Lily calmed down and pretended to cough. "We are here to protest. Why don't you agree with us when you make your decision?" Yin Ziyu and Yin Bai came back from shopping. When he heard Lily's words, he glanced at him as he passed by him. "What are you protesting?" Lily looked at the two people who suddenly appeared. "Who are you two?" Yin Ziyu pointed at the gate of the Yin family. "We are also from this family. You are standing at our door to protest. You don't know who we are. What are you protesting?" "Lily, we are here to protest that you have no right to forcibly recruit water-based superpowers in the base." Yin Ziyu suddenly realized, "You are the self-proclaimed local emperor. I forgot to tell you. Hurry up and tell your people to move out of the villa. If you want to live here, you have to pay. Otherwise, you will be like the civilians." "Lily, why?" Yin Bo looked him up and down. "Because you can't beat me, because we are the leaders of the base now. You should be obedient if you want to live in the base and accept our protection." Lily tooted. "Who wants to accept your protection? The sky is high and the emperor is far away here. There is not even a zombie tail. What do I need your protection for? Besides, we water-based psychics are neither your soldiers nor your employees. So why should we listen to you?" Yin Yu raised a finger and shook it in front of him. "You are wrong. The absence of zombies now does not mean that there will be no zombies forever. Tell me that if zombies attack, you will not be able to fight back at all. Plus, you have not made any contribution to the people in this base. Can I choose to give up on you?" Lily opened his eyes wide. "Why, aren't you the leaders of the base? Why don't you care about me?" Yin Ziyu looked at him with disdain. "Why should we protect a useless waste?" "Lily, what did the residents of the base do? Aren't they more useless than us?" Yin Ziyu interrupted him. "Wrong, there will be a series of changes in the base starting today. You should have heard about the construction project we are about to start. We will call all the residents of the base to work. Those who obey us can certainly accept our protection. And those who don't will be asked to leave. No matter who you are, men or women. The only exceptions are the elderly and children who have no labor force." He pointed at Lily. "I also said that all water-based superpowers, after working, if they are still able to exchange water with others, you can still trade with the consent of both parties. We have no objection to this otherwise. We will fight. And if you lose, you will just obey me. Okay?" Lily was confused by his nonsense. He understood one thing. That they could trade privately, as long as everyone was willing. And he had no objection. However, the house they were living in now. He hesitated for a moment. "The house we were living in?" Yin Ziyu waved his hand. "Since you have too many people, and the resources we can give you are too few, you can just leave one villa. Just vacate the remaining houses." Watching Lily walk away with his men, with a look of joy on his face, Su Baining sighed. "I didn't expect that my brother Ziyu is so skilled in this method of giving a date after a slap." Yin Ziyu threw a coquettish glance at her. "Did you suddenly find that your brother is still quite attractive?" Su Baining laughed dryly a few times, took Qilin and walked out from in front of him with an expressionless face. It is said that before night, Lily took his men to vacate the house and move them all together. On the same day, he took the water-based superpowers to the newly established superpower leveling union. registered all his superpowers, and looked like he was waiting for the call. When Yin Hechuan and the others received the news, they all gathered in the yard to bet on when Lily would wake up and level up himself. The bet was a month of cleaning. Su Baining looked at Yin Ziyu, who lost inexplicably, and said, "Brother Ziyu, I was just praising you. But now you have revealed your true colors." Yin Ziyu, what did I do wrong? I just came back a few days ago, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Why do I have to suffer?" Jingyang was happy now. Since they separated, he had been cleaning and tidying up the house. Now there was finally someone to do this for him. He was so happy. Yin Mo sighed and patted Yin Ziyu's back. "Do it well. I won't let you go even if you get a little dirty." Yin Ziyu lay on the grass with no hope in life, touching Qilan's leg beside him. "It's so hard for me. It's so hard. I'm your younger brother, your dear younger brother. You are so cruel to me." Chapter 186. Searching the city. Compared to before, everyone in the base is busy. Whether it is building a reservoir or a power plant, people are needed. And Yin Hechuan and his team are preparing to open the mission hall and the trading hall. Compared to the previous deadness, the base is now much more lively. Su Baining sighed as she walked on the road to the base. Now it finally looks like a base more than before. Yin Hechuan accompanied her. "Why didn't it look like a base before?" Su Baining nodded. "Not really, living their own lives, not caring about the lives of others. It really doesn't look like a base, after all. Humans are social animals." After a few days of hard work, all the buildings have taken their most basic forms. Yin Mo and Yin Bai took Lu Li's team members to the city today. It was like taking them on a mission, so that they wouldn't be confused about what to do when they left. Before leaving, Su Baining acted like a spoiled child to Yin Hechuan and wanted to go out and play. Yin Hechuan was so entangled that she had no choice but to ask Yin Mo to take her with him. She happily followed Yin Mo out of the base, stepped out of the base gate, and looked at the trees on both sides of the road. She also exaggeratedly took a deep breath of the air with the fragrance of trees and leaves. Yin Mo was amused by her actions and put his arm around her shoulders. "Be obedient when you follow me out, don't run away. Okay?" At first, they just wandered around to get some food. They didn't know if there would be zombies wandering in the city. Su Baining nodded obediently. "I know. Third brother. I won't be far away from you." The vehicle slowly drove into the city. They almost forgot about this place after not coming here for many days. The hot sun was still hanging high in the sky, reminding everyone that the weather was special. The team members sitting in the truck were sweating profusely. The greening in the base was done very well. It would not be so hot even on patrol on weekdays. It was a long time ago that they were exposed to the sun like this. Yin Mo was so disappointed to see this group of people like this. He told Yin Bo to watch Su Baining, and he got off the car and called everyone off. Looking at the people standing in front of him, some were blocking the sun with their hands. Some were trying to take off their clothes and put them on their heads. And they were standing in a way that made him grit his teeth. "Stand up straight. What are you doing? You are having a good life in the base, aren't you?" This shout scared everyone, and they stood up straight reflexively. Yin Mo walked from the front to the corner, his fingers almost poking their noses. "Look at you all. The end of the world has come, and you should be more serious than before. How did Luli lead you to this state? I warn you. You better be smart today. If something happens and you die here, no one will collect your bodies." Su Baining looked at the angry Yin Mo and stuck out her tongue. Third brother must be mad. None of his team members dared to be like this. After being taught a lesson, the team members became much more obedient. They put on their training clothes and followed them into the building. Yin Mo brought them to a 4-story supermarket. No one had been here before. He didn't know if anyone had come here to collect at the beginning of the apocalypse. He divided the team into 2 teams. Yin Bo led one team, and he led another team. Su Baining followed him. Yin Mo pointed to the top of his head. "Yin Bo, you and your team are downstairs. I will take people upstairs to check. Be safe if anything happens. Hurry up and meet up." Yin Bo nodded, waved forward, and walked inside with a few people. There was no one in the hall. You could see everything at a glance. The first floor of this supermarket should have sold some daily necessities before. Yin Mo led the team to the second floor. Many shelves on the second floor were empty. Many shelves fell to the side. Spider webs were connected one by one. Dust was flying in the sunlight. When the door was opened, it floated into their noses, and their throats couldn't stop itching. Su Baining looked at the mess and dirt. No one has been here for a long time. It seems that someone must have searched here before the end of the world. She fanned the dust in front of her eyes. walked inside, and heard her say that no one had been here before. The team members behind her strode in, rummaging around and bumping into things, making clanging noises. Yenmo rolled his eyes to the sky in displeasure, complained to Su Baining beside him. What kind of people are these? If it were my team members, I would beat up every one of them. Su Baining chuckled. Third brother, you can beat them up now. It's okay. We can just pretend we didn't see it. And if anyone asks, we can just say we bumped into it. Yenmo, oh, what a great idea. You know what? Although these people rummaged around here, they did find a lot of stuff. And a few people came out with bags of rice and flour. There were also several large bags of snacks. Yenmo shooed at the bag with disdain. What's in such a large bag? Chicken legs, duck legs, chicken wings, etc. They are not expired. Such a large bag can be eaten for a long time. They were very excited. Although there were food and drinks in the base, these things were hard to find. It was a surprise that there were so many in this supermarket. Yenmo nodded expressionlessly, seeing these people with smiling faces. It is not good to discourage their enthusiasm. Then you move the things down. Let's go upstairs to see what's there. Several people walked in front happily with their things. Yenmo took Su Baining, who was interested, to the back. Su Baining pulled Yenmo. They can go, let's go upstairs to see. Yenmo glanced at them. I didn't hear Yenbo calling them downstairs, so I agreed that nothing should happen. How long will the dust on the third floor last than on the second floor? As soon as the door was opened, a suffocating musty smell hit them in the face. The two people coughed and waved their hands to clear the dust in front of them. There was nothing to see on the third floor. It should have been selling some electrical appliances before. There was nothing to eat. Su Baining walked inside and picked out some still usable ones. Do you want to take some electrical appliances down to the base? If there is electricity in the base, it should be usable. Yenmo waved his hand. Ask them to come up and get it, or you move them all down. Su Baining waved her hand and put away all the electrical appliances, putting them into the space, so that the team members downstairs wouldn't have to run again. After putting away the things, they stood in front of the stairs and looked at each other, turned around and walked downstairs in tacit understanding. Generally, supermarkets sell food and drinks on the first two floors downstairs, and if the third floor is full of home appliances, there shouldn't be anything to see on the fourth floor, so there's no need to go there. When they reached the second floor, suddenly there was a shrill scream downstairs. After hearing it, the two people quickened their pace and rushed downstairs. When they reached the stairs, they saw Yenbo lying on the ground with his hands on his chest. The team members stood trembling behind him, and in front of them stood someone they had never seen before. Chapter 187, The Lost Survivor. Hearing the sound of footsteps coming from upstairs, the man standing in front of Yenbo subconsciously turned around and fired a shot towards the place where the sound came from. Su Baining waved his hand and released a ball of water to wrap the bullet and threw it aside. Yenmo saw the injured Yenbo's pupil shrink and kicked him. The man in front of him stepped back, sneered and raised the gun in his hand to point at them. Su Baining walked in front of them without saying a word and released a wall of water. What do you want to do? Seeing Su Baining's ability, the man's eyes lit up. Your ability is pretty good. Are you interested in coming here? Su Baining said expressionlessly, No. Then he waved his hand and shot out several water arrows. The man dodged most of them, but was hit in the knee by the last one, and fell to the ground on one knee. She looked at him coldly, turned around, walked to the bleeding Yenbo, squatted down, and first checked his injuries. Yenmo helped him sit on the ground and asked Su Baining nervously, How is it? Is it serious? Su Baining shook her head. It's not a serious injury, but the bullet is still inside. If you want to treat it, you have to dig it out first. Yenbo's lips have turned pale due to excessive blood loss. He looked at Su Baining and said to Yenmo, Dig it out. Dig it out now. Yenmo, what a joke. Can I dig it out? Su Baining looked at him. If you don't dig it out now, fourth brother will not be able to hold on and return to the base. She pursed her lips, took out a dagger from the space, rinsed it with water and handed it to him. I don't want to see it. You'd better hurry up. After saying that, she stood up, looked at the soldiers holding guns standing behind her, and turned away disappointedly. Those people lowered their heads in shame after being looked at by her, and stood there in a daze. Yenmo held the dagger in his hand and sighed tremblingly, and slowly approached Yenbo's wound. Fortunately, the bullet was not far away, and he closed his eyes and was about to poke it. Su Baining's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a minute. The tip of the knife had already poked Yin Bo's wound. Yin Mo's knife tip trembled at Su Baining's shock. Yin Bo screamed in pain. Su Baining squatted down and laughed dryly. I forgot I have anesthetic here. Yin Mo looked at Yin Bo's wound. How do I apply it? Su Baining shook his hand, took out a syringe and anesthetic from the space, and handed it to him. Just inject it in. You should have learned basic nursing knowledge. It's up to you. Yin Bo seemed to be relieved and panted loudly. Now Yin Mo had no worries at all. He quickly injected the anesthetic into Yin Bo's body. After a while, the anesthetic took effect, and he neatly picked out the bullet embedded in his body. The moment the bullet bounced out and fell to the ground, Su Baining opened her eyes and covered Yin Bo's wound with one hand, emitting a soft and bright light. Everyone, including the person opposite them who was injured by Su Baining, was stunned. No one thought that Su Baining had this trick. Yin Bo touched the healed wound on his chest. I almost thought I was going to die here. This grandson is doing a sneak attack. Su Baining waved and removed the water curtain between them. She walked to the man and stopped to look at him. Why did you sneak attack us? The man coughed and sat on the ground, licking his lips. Why? Because you took away all the supplies here? What about our people here? Yin Mo. Then you can just say it directly. Is it worthwhile to hurt someone? Su Baining. Besides, there is more than one supermarket here. You can also go to other places to find supplies. And we clearly saw that no one has been here for a long time. The man exhaled. We just got here today, and just as we were about to go up to find something, we saw you. Yin Mo keenly caught the words he said. You? Who else should stand up now, if I find out? I won't be polite. As soon as the words fell, 4 hands were raised from behind a heavy container behind the man and slowly moved out. The 2 people who came out had dirty faces, and could not see what they looked like. Their bodies were also covered in dust. They looked thin and small, like miners. The man endured the pain and stretched out his hand to block them. You can do whatever you want to me, but you have to let my brother go. Su Baining looked him up and down. You should have come to this supermarket today. You should have lived here before. Yin Mo looked at Su Baining in confusion. Ning Ning. How did you tell that? Su Baining pointed at their hands. The body is dirty, but the hands are clean, which proves that they should not have been wandering outside before. They just kept their hands clean, because they had no clothes to wear. They must be afraid of getting sick if they eat unclean things. Yin Bo sat on the ground and looked at them. How did you end up here? The man replied, we were here before the end of the world. After the end of the world came, everyone followed the army. But we didn't catch up, and have been living here cautiously. Yin Mo looked at them. Don't you know there is a base up there now? Before, they only accepted indigenous people. Now they accept people from all over the world. Just go there. The 3 people shook their heads. Yin Bo pointed with his hand. Go south towards the mainland. Walk to the end of a small road when you see it. The man lowered his head and looked at Yin Bo, and said softly, I'm sorry. Thank you. Su Baining snorted unwillingly, turned around and said nothing. The 2 children helped him walk out slowly, and stopped at the door. There seems to be signs of zombie activity upstairs in the TV station. If you go there, remember to be careful. Yin Mo called them. Are there any survivors like you here? They shook their heads. I don't know, we haven't met anyone here. I don't know if there will be anyone else. Su Baining pouted unhappily as she watched them go away. Yin Bo stood up after resting enough. Okay. Sister, forget it, I'm fine. Right? And didn't we ask you to treat his injury? Su Baining, what are you thinking? I didn't poke a few holes in him. I'm still treating his injury. Yin Mo looked at the dozen people standing behind him and sneered. He's alone, you 10 people. Tell everyone that you are all from the training camp. Are you ashamed? Are you ashamed? Are you worthy of the clothes you are wearing? You should all get out. He was so angry. At first, he thought the other side had a lot of people. First, they called this person to play as a forward. After a long time, there was only one person, and he had no special abilities. These 10 people stood together, and were scolded speechless. They hung their heads, and didn't say anything. Yin Bo shook his head at Yin Mo. Yin Mo took a deep breath. Forget it, you are not my team members. I have no right to interfere, but when the new base chief comes, I will tell you the truth. He has the final say on whether to go or stay. Now, you can go out and drive the car to drag the supplies back. We will do the rest ourselves. Several people looked at each other, and none of them moved. Yin Mo yelled, Get out. Chapter 188 Zombies at the TV station. Several people drove away without wasting any time in their sight. Yin Bo looked at the exhaust of the car. What are the three of us still doing here? Yenmo, didn't the man who just left say that there are zombies at the TV station? Let's go and meet them. It's better to stay at home with these people. They are simply a burden. Subidang agreed. It's too embarrassing to bring these people with us. If I had known, it would be just the three of them when I came out. They stood at the door and looked at the TV station in the distance. This TV station has been here since the beginning of the city. It has been there for many years. Now, from a distance, the arc reflected under the sunlight is still as magnificent and huge. Yenbai leaned against the door and looked at the building. Should we go there now or at night? Yenmo glanced at him. Are you stupid? Of course we should go there during the day. You want to see the night pearl take off at night? Huh? Thinking of the scene he mentioned. Yenbo went through it in his mind and shook his head with a chill. Yenmo looked at the route. It won't take long to get there from here. We can just find a hidden location and go there little by little. If we encounter a few zombies on the way, we can still deal with them. Although Subidang had collected supplies in several supermarkets here before the end of the world, she was not as familiar with the route as Yenmo and Yenbo. After Yenbo's body recovered, Yenmo led the two of them to sneak over there from the side road. After running through several small streets and alleys, they stood at the foot of the TV station. The building looked even more majestic when viewed from close up. Subidang exclaimed softly, I really saw all the things after the apocalypse that I didn't have time to see before the apocalypse. Yenmo led them to walk around the downstairs of the TV station, and found an open corner door in a hidden corner, and they walked in from there. The three of them were cautious, they stepped in lightly, leaning against each other, and trusting each other with their backs. Yenmo looked around vigilantly. Yenbo, if anything happens, protect Ning Ning immediately. Okay. Subei Ning laughed out loud. You two's ability levels are not as high as mine. Just don't ask me to protect you later. Yenmo, hey. You little girl. The first floor was very quiet, and only the sound of crushing could be heard where the footsteps passed, and the scattered papers made a rustling sound when they accidentally stepped on them. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged together, the chairs were scattered around, and there were old manuscripts, books, and footprints on the white papers. They found the stairs and moved upstairs little by little. The dazed zombies on the second floor heard the sound coming from the stairs, and slowly walked towards this side. Originally, the three of them were planning to launch a sneak attack, but there were too many papers scattered on the stairs, and it was inevitable that they would make noise. Yenbo walked in the front and struggled to look at the two people pushing him from behind. He whispered, Why don't you look up? Subidang and Yenmo were walking behind him, but suddenly stopped and bumped into his back. Yenmo and Subidang touched their foreheads and raised their heads to meet the eyes of the zombies, who came down the stairs and tilted their heads to look at them. Oh my god! She screamed and subconsciously threw a water arrow. The water flowed through the zombie's chest, the energy inside stimulated them. He cried out in pain, and the hoarse cry attracted the other zombies on this floor. And they all slowly walked over here. Yenmo shrugged, It's impossible to be Loki now. Subidang rolled his eyes at him. What are you talking about? It's because you keep stepping on the paper, making it crackle. Yenbo kicked a zombie away. Can you two come and help me when you are free? Stop chatting. Yenmo and Subidang shut up and rushed forward, slashing left and right with a knife. It had been a long time since I had seen zombies, and it was a bit hard to accept this first time. The whole floor was surrounded by the strong smell of liquid flowing out of the zombies' bodies. Subidang almost couldn't help vomiting. The zombies upstairs heard the noise downstairs, and the roars of the zombies rushed down one by one. Yenmo looked at the densely packed heads with their mouths wide open with disgust. When will this kind of life end? I really don't want to see these ghosts anymore. Yenbo clapped his hands. Who wants to see it? No one wants to see it. Aren't you talking nonsense now? Hurry up and finish here. Go back quickly if everything is fine. Otherwise, do you want to stay here overnight? Subidang shook her head frantically. I want to go back. I don't want to stay here overnight. The three of them didn't say anything more. They concentrated on dealing with the zombies in front of them. Fortunately, the highest level zombies here were only about level 3, although it might be a little difficult to deal with. For Subidang, it was as easy as cutting vegetables. They killed the zombies around them while walking up, wanting to take this opportunity to see how many zombies this Norda TV station could hide. Where they passed, there were already zombie corpses lying one after another. You piled on me. I piled on you and pressed together. Yenbo took a breath and looked behind him. Do we have to go downstairs to dig crystal cores later? Otherwise, it would be a shame if I don't collect it. Su Baining touched her clothes casually and suddenly felt something in her pocket. She took it out and found that it was the crystal gun Yin Heshuan gave her before leaving. She was so excited that she only remembered that she could go out to play, and she completely forgot about it. Now she found it. She threw it to Yan Mo, who was closest to her. Yan Mo took the gun. It's useless for you to give me such a thing, although I am still very excited, but isn't this an empty gun? Su Baining, why are you so anxious? She took out a few energy cores from the space and handed them to him. Put them on and try. Yan Mo took it and grabbed one and put it into the groove of the crystal energy gun. He quietly stretched out the gun from behind the cabinet and shot it at the zombie's head in front of him. The crystal energy gun's launch tube lit up a dazzling white light when it was fired. A light flashed. The zombie's head in front of him showed a hole as big as a bowl. The head was almost burned. The zombies slowly fell to the ground. The light even affected the zombies around them. The light corroded their bodies, and they could hear their unbearable roars. Wow! Yin Mo looked at the crystal energy gun from front to back. It looks ugly. How can it be so useful? It's just too wasteful. A crystal core can only be used once. What's there to be afraid of crystal cores? The thing Su Baining lacked the most was crystal cores. With the crystal energy gun, Yin Mo was like a god. A person stood in front and shot one by one. Su Baining stood behind and handed over crystal cores one by one. It didn't take long for the zombies on the whole floor to be cleared. Chapter 189, New Base Leader. As the last zombie fell, Yin Mo took back the gun in his hand. There was no difference except that the muzzle was a little hot. He exclaimed and touched the gun in his hand reluctantly. I must get a few more when I return to Kyoto. It would be best if everyone is one. Yin Bai looked at them silently and shook his head. Crazy. Su Baining pushed them away, picked open the head with a knife, and started to pick up the crystal core. Just now. I really wasted a lot of energy cores. We have to make up for it now. Actually, they basically don't collect the first level crystal cores anymore. But now that they have the crystal energy gun, they can't let go of the first level crystal cores. Yin Bo walked around the zombies on the ground and walked to the window to draw the curtains and open the window. Large patches of sunlight shone in and stung their eyes. Yin Bo sighed. I have never seen this city on TV. It's so shocking. Yin Mo picked up a pencil case beside him and threw it over. Can you come over and help quickly? Hurry up and finish it and go back. Yin Bo was hit directly, rubbed his painful calf, and walked over mumbling. Collecting from top to bottom, a small basket was filled to the brim. Su Baining poured the water in her hand. The gray crystal core became shiny. She looked at Yin Mo and the others. Okay, in the future, we have to work hard to collect these low-level crystal cores for the crystal energy gun. Yin Bo picked up one and held it up. In fact, we could also leave it for Qilin and the others as a snack. Yin Mo stood up, looked around to make sure nothing was left out. Let's go back now. Walking out of the TV station building, the fresh river breeze blew in his face. Yin Bo looked at the river beach not far from the TV station. I remember we used to have an island. Didn't some people go sea fishing, and there were fishing boats? Yin Mo started the car and glanced at the deserted river beach. That's not something we have to worry about now. There are only 3 of us now. Do you think you are omnipotent? Level 4 superpower kid. Yin Bo, we are still friends if we talk nicely. When we returned to the base, there were actually 4 people standing guard at the gate. They looked at each other, very surprised. Seeing them coming down, the guard standing in the front looked at Yin Mo, who got off the car, stood up and saluted him. Hello. Sir. Yin Mo pointed at himself in confusion. Do you know me? Guard. Yes, I have seen you and your family in Kyoto. Yin Mo looked him up and down. His eyes lit up. You didn't just come from Kyoto. Did you? Did you come with Sun Semiya? Guard, yes. And our Chief Jing. Yin Bai complained after hearing this. Is this guy still haunting? Does he have nothing to do in Kyoto? Why is he running around? Su Baining thought for a while. It's probably because Kyoto doesn't need him to guard it like a home anymore. So he's running around everywhere. Yin Mo nodded to a few people. Pointing to the gate, open the door. Let me go in and meet your Chief Jing. Yes. The vehicle slowly drove into the base. And what came into view were some unfamiliar guards and a few extra trucks, which were parked quietly on the side. The patrols on the roadside seemed to have been replaced by a new group, and their status was completely different from the previous group of patrols. Su Baining leaned against the car window and looked at them. It seems that during the time we were away, Jing Si and his team have done a lot of things. Not only has the patrol changed, but also the location where water was exchanged has been hung with a plaque, and replaced with a plaque of the trading hall. The mission hall is next to the trading area, and 2 guards stand in front of the door, looking at everyone who passes by with sharp eyes. They also saw the few water-based superpowers who followed Lily before, and they were all obedient when they saw the guards at the door, and no longer had the arrogant look they had before. Many villas occupied by them have been cleared out now. Cheelin, squatting by the door, saw their car coming back, jumped over happily, climbed up the car window, and stuck out his tongue at Su Baining. Yin Bai loosened his seat belt and looked at Cheelin like this. Sister, you should be strict with Cheelin. Tell me what's the difference between this thing and a husky now. It has even learned to wag its tail at you. Su Baining got out of the car and squatted down to look at Cheelin. It also squatted on the ground like her, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail, and looking at her. This cute look pleased Su Baining. She smiled and took out a crystal core to feed it. What's wrong with this? I raise it. Of course, it will act cute to me. It won't be happy if you ask it to act cute to you. Yin Bo, I'm heartbroken. Sister. Su Baining also fed a crystal core to Xiao He, who fluttered over to her. Then she stood up and looked at the guards at the door. She twisted her face and stretched out her hands in an unknown way. What do these people mean by standing at our door? Yin Mo took a look and parked the car. They should all be from Kyoto, Jinxi's family. Don't they have badges on their chests? Yen Hushuan, who was sitting in the house chatting with Jinxi and Sun Simiu, heard Su Baining's voice and ran out quickly. Seeing the 3 people who ran out in the morning and stood at the door pointing at the guards of Jinxi's family, he sighed helplessly. Brother. Brother. Yen Hushuan nodded and walked down. These are all Jinxi's people. They are inside. Let's go in. Su Baining was led inside by him. She approached Yen Hushuan curiously. Brother, have the guards at the gate of the base and the patrols inside the base been changed? I don't think they are the people we knew before. Yen Hushuan nodded. Yes. Is it very fast? Jingxi looked at Su Baining, who came in and raised his hand to say hello, patted the leg of the person standing next to him. Speak, don't be dumb. Sun Simiu was hit right in the face, with a pout. He raised his hands bitterly towards Su Baining and the others who came in. Hi, hello. Yin Mo and the others walked to the sofa and sat down. This guy doesn't look very happy. After saying this, Sun Simiu was of course unhappy. Originally, he thought that he could follow Jingxi and follow him forever in the future. Who knew that Jingxi's words would shoot him down from the sky again? He had a bitter face all the way here, especially after entering this base. He became even angrier when he saw the group of sloppy people. Su Baining looked at Sun Simiu, who looked reluctant. This is the new base commander of our base. He doesn't look too happy. Jingxi turned around and glared at him. Sun Simiu received the signal and stood up straight immediately. He replied with a righteous face, I am happy to do it. The speed of changing his face is simply amazing. Yen Mo collapsed on the sofa and sighed. Oh, this is indeed someone who likes to follow Jingxi since childhood. The speed of changing his face is really good. Yen Bo, why didn't you see Jing Yang and Yen Ziyu, and Brother Yu? Yen Hushuan, they are sorting out documents in the office. He stopped and pointed at Sun Simiu. This kid was not willing to leave Jingxi, so he didn't go. Su Baining found it funny. Didn't Jing Yang want to throw him out? Yen Hushuan nodded hesitantly. Maybe, but he endured it for Jingxi's sake. Chapter 190, Handover of the Base. Speaking of the 3 of Jing Yang, they were standing in the office, gritting their teeth and sorting out documents angrily. Jing Yang slammed the documents in his hand on the table. That damn Sun Simiu. It's fine if he follows my brother, but he actually dared to order us to come here to sort out things for him. I'm so angry. Yen Ziyu glanced at him lightly and exposed him. Didn't you come here because you were afraid of being scolded? Jing Yang, speak with a little leeway. Can we meet in the future? Yen Ziyu, then I don't really want to meet you properly, and I have always been so honest. Jing Yang, hey, you are really a person. At this time, Luli came in with a pile of information. All the information is here. It's almost sorted out. Since Luli was removed from the position of base commander, he has been following Yen Yu to do some deputy work in the past few days. Today, when he learned that Sun Simiu was coming, he had been frowning since morning. Jing Yang pulled him over. Look at our 2 faces. Aren't we both looking hopeless? He really couldn't understand. Even if they were going to the desert together, why couldn't his brother go first? Why did he have to follow Sun Simiu on this trip? Yin Yu looked at them both expressionlessly. Is there nothing to do? When you're done, take it back to Jingxi and Sun Simiu. Don't just stand here. Jing Yang was frightened by his tone and let go of his hand. Oh! Yin Ziyu made a face behind Yin Yu's back and quickly moved the documents and ran out of the office. My brother is in a bad mood today. And you dare to mess around here? Jing Yang was curious. Why is your brother in a bad mood today? He seems to have taken gunpowder. Yin Ziyu sighed. Aren't we leaving? It's been a short time since we got home. And he must be very happy to go out again. Jing Yang, wow. I didn't expect your brother to be so homesick. But you guys seem to be fine. Yin Ziyu rolled his eyes. Who doesn't like to stay at home? Except you. An oddball. When standing at the door of his house, Jing Yang hesitated and walked in with a heroic expression. Yin Ziyu followed him and laughed at him. If you don't know, you would think you were going to die. Jing Yang turned around and glanced at him. I'm talking about running away. If I were at home without you, he would definitely break my legs. Yin Ziyu did not comment on this question. But he was also gloating. Who told him that he had indeed sneaked out? The two of them put all the information in front of Jing Si, especially Jing Yang, who was very careful when putting the information. After putting it away, he planned to sneak out as quickly as possible. Jing Si looked at him and snorted coldly, and then stopped him obediently. Jing Si looked up and gave him a cold look, picked up the information in front of him and handed it to Sun Simiu on the side. He wanted Sun Simiu to sit down, but he refused and insisted on standing. Sun Simiu looked at the information in front of him seriously. Jing Yang secretly moved to stand behind Su Baining and the others, and he was relieved to see Jing Si didn't notice. How could Jing Si not notice his little action? This pretending was too fake. He shook his head helplessly. Did this kid forget that he agreed to go out at that time? Every day, his energy was focused on other things. He didn't think about this at all. It was him who sent him on the plane at the beginning. Sun Simiu spent some time flipping through it casually. I know the general situation. I will take care of it. The current situation of the base has improved a lot. Before they came, Yin Heshuan and his team had almost made changes. After Sun Simiu and his team came, they immediately replaced Lu Li's team members. Now all the soldiers and guards in the base are theirs. Su Baining had a question. You replaced his people. Won't he have any objections? Yin Ziyu said disdainfully. Why should he have any objections? Didn't he know what kind of people his team members were like? It's good enough that he didn't fire them. Speaking of this, he looked at Yenemo and the others. Didn't you go out together? Why did they come back first, and you came back now? Yenemo simply told them what happened. After listening, everyone was silent for a long time. Finally, Yin Yu broke the silence. So Sun Simiu, your mission in this base is quite heavy. You still need to train those previous team members. Sun Simiu nodded. When he first started working at the base, he saw that the guards at the gate of the base were very lax, and he was in a bad mood at that time. These people felt that the location of this base was too hidden, and they had not experienced actual combat for too long, and Lu Li's management was lax. So all the people returned to their previous state. So, the first thing he did when he took over the base was to replace them all. Then he started to teach them a lesson from the day he took over. Let them feel the evil in the world, and the messy and unruly superpowers in the base. After reading the information, Jing Si took out 2 crystal energy guns from his bag and put them on the table. This is what Mr. Pang asked me to bring to you. It is newly developed by the Research Institute. Yenemo was so happy when he saw him take it out, and quickly took it. Crystal energy gun. Jing Si, how do you know this is a crystal energy gun? Yen Bo took another one. When I delivered the letter to you guys before, Yule asked Xiaohe to bring us 2 back. It was approved by Professor Zhou. They were not brought back privately. Su Baining grabbed Yin Heshuan's hand and described the scene to him. It was amazing. 1 shot killed 1 zombie. A hole was made on the zombie's head. It was just a bit of a waste of the crystal core. When Yin Heshuan heard that they were still hunting zombies, he nervously grabbed her and looked her up and down. You 3 are really making a fuss. Why did you just run to a place with so many zombies? Su Baining forgot about this. I shouldn't have said that. She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Sorry, we won't go alone next time. Jing Si looked at Sun Simiu. Have you finished? Do you know the situation of this base? Sun Simiu nodded. Almost. I can do the rest slowly by myself. Yin Heshuan pointed upstairs. You can live here. In addition to the rooms upstairs, you can live downstairs freely. The 2 people living next door are the ones we met before. How should he describe Yao Peng and his son? Yin Yu took over the conversation. They are just 2 friends. Don't worry about it. Sun Simiu nodded in agreement. Jing Si glanced at them. You don't want to leave now? Yin Yu looked at the weather outside. Wouldn't it be better to leave at dawn? We don't need to prepare anything. I almost forgot about them after not seeing them for so long. Su Baining's bug is here. They can really leave empty-handed at any time, unlike him who has to carry a lot wherever he goes. Yin Hushuan, all the supplies you brought can be left to him. We don't need them. Chapter 191 Farewell to Hometown. Sun Simu stood at the gate of the base and looked at Jing Si reluctantly. Jing Si patted his shoulder. Si Miao, I have always believed that you can do whatever you want to do. Now we are going to embark on our new journey. Here is your new journey. I hope that the next time we come back, I will see a different place, which is better than others. Sun Simu bit his lip and nodded vigorously. I will, brother Jing Si. I wish you a safe journey. The vehicle was ready. Everyone was already seated in the car waiting for Jing Si to say hello to Sun Simu and leave. Yin Ziyu yawned repeatedly, watching them parting with sleepy eyes. Oh, this scene. I really want to know what attracts this guy to admire him so much. Su Baining, don't you have someone you admire? Yin Ziyu looked up. TSK, are you kidding, your brother? I will admire others. Isn't it that others admire me? Yin Bo looked at him, and said huh, and touched his goosebumps. Jing Si stepped into the car, and waved to Sun Simu under the car for the last time. Let's go, let's go! Sun Simu stood at the door, until he could no longer see the shadow of the car. He immediately put on a serious expression, and walked into the base. There are still many things to do now. If it was a breeze before, now it is a strong wind blowing on their cheeks, even if Su Baining was sitting in the middle. She was still almost out of breath, because of the wind. What is the situation now? It all started when they left the base. When they left the base, and came to the city center, they accidentally met a group of zombies, who were probably looking for food. Yin Ziyu suddenly had the idea to play with them. She must have had a brain short-circuit at that time to agree to take the RV in, and replace it with a large convertible with 7 seats. Now it's good, the wind is blowing. There were still the zombies' unwilling cries in my ears. Jingyang drove the car around the zombies. Yin Ziyu and Yin Mo, who were sitting next to him, cut the zombies with knives like cutting leeks. They cut each one they passed by. Sometimes, they would cut off the zombies' heads if they used too much force. At first, Yin Ziyu accidentally threw a zombie's head in front of Su Baining. She was so scared that she screamed and almost jumped out of the car. Yin Hushuan quickly picked it up and threw it out of the car. But the liquid flowing out of the zombie's head still stained their clothes. Yin Ziyu raised his hand embarrassedly. Sorry. I promise to be more careful next time. Su Baining gritted his teeth and looked at these excited people. Next time I will never agree to such an outrageous request. As night approached, they quickly dealt with the remaining zombies. When the last zombie fell, Jingyang stopped the car. Slow down, I'm going to feel dizzy. Looking at Su Baining sitting aside with an expressionless face, he quietly turned his head and pushed Yin Ziyu down. Hurry up. Hurry up, get off the car and pick up zombies. Yin Ziyu frowned and looked at him, a question mark on his forehead. Pick up zombies? Jingyang slapped his mouth. Bah, I said it wrong. I was scared by your sister's expression. Pick up crystal cores. Yin Hushuan hugged Su Baining, who was angry with her arms crossed, into his arms. Okay, don't be angry. They know they are wrong. Let's think about where to spend the night now. Ah, it's dark. Su Baining looked at the few people picking up crystal cores on the ground and came up with a plan. Aren't you full of energy? She said to Yin Hushuan with a fierce face. Tell them to keep watch. Jing Si raised his eyebrows and raised his hand. I agree. He was almost confused, and now he was very irritated. He was simply not satisfied with this opinion. Yin Ziyu came back with the crystal core in his hand. Yen Mo and Jingyang were stunned when they heard the news. Yin Bai came over and took the crystal core in their hands, and laughed at them. I told you to get carried away. Yen Mo quickly grabbed him, and smiled. Brother, I know you will keep watch with us. Yin Bo also smiled. Don't even think about it. Then he took off his clothes and left. Yen Mo watched him walk away. You are disloyal. Even when eating at night. Yen Mo looked at Yen Bo with vicious eyes. And Yen Bo leaned behind Yin Hushuan with his bowl in his hand, as if he didn't see anything. Su Baining gave Yen Mo a warning look. Eat quickly. What are you poking with chopsticks? At night, there was nothing in sight. Only the bonfire burning in front of the car reminded everyone that there were people here. Yin Ziyu lay on the roof of the car and looked at the sky. When will the moon come out? Yen Mo sat beside him with a glass of beer and responded to him. Ah, you will see it the day when the world returns to normal. Jingyang stood under the car and looked at Yen Mo who was drinking. Are you drinking now to numb yourself so that you can sleep later? Yenmo looked at him. He looked at the wine he had just opened and suddenly smiled slyly, and drank it all in one breath. He also burped. Jingyang looked at it and said, "Damn, I was careless." The journey from the Magic City to the Takhon Desert is long. They have been driving on this deserted highway for 2 days. Except for the few people they met at the beginning, they have never met anyone else. Jingyang held the steering wheel with one hand and the window with the other hand. Should we go down to find a service area to rest? I saw on the road sign that it said there seemed to be a bridge ahead. Okay, then get off. The people who had been sitting in the car had backaches. After the car stopped, everyone got out and stretched and patted their faces to wake up. The gas station and the store in the service area were all robbed. Yin Hechuan accompanied Su Baining to stroll inside to see if there was anything left. But it was obvious that someone had searched this place. And there was nothing. Hey, look here. Yin Ziyu stood outside the glass door and waved at them. Su Baining heard the voice and looked up and saw him waving at them. She thought something happened and took Yin Hechuan out. What's wrong? Didn't you say to refuel and take a rest before leaving? Yin Ziyu waved his hand. No, look. They looked in the direction of his finger, and saw that the parking lot that was empty at the beginning suddenly had many private cars. Su Baining looked at the cars that suddenly appeared. Where did they come from? Were we followed when we came here? Yin Ziyu shook his head. I don't know. Besides, these cars just stopped there after they came. And no one got off. That's why I got off to call you. We'd better get in the car first. Yin Hechuan smiled. What are you afraid of? Even if it's not a peaceful time now. Are you afraid that these people will eat us if we have no grudges against each other? Yin Ziyu muttered. There are 6 people including the driver. There were at least 2 people in a car. And at least 12 people. I had the illusion that every car was full. A hint of blood wafted through the air, which was caught by Su Baining's sharp nose. She grabbed Yin Hechuan's arm and lowered her voice. Let's get in the car. Someone in the car is injured. Yin Hechuan looked at her. Su Baining stretched out her finger and tapped her nose, and received the meaning of this action. So the 3 of them got in the car naturally. Chapter 192 Strangers on the Road. Seeing Yin Hechuan and the others coming up, Jingyang, holding a spicy bar of junk food that he used to despise, looked at them and said, Why didn't you 2 go out for a walk and come back? Su Baining pointed at the cars on the opposite side and said, A few cars suddenly appeared. And they were lying there pretending to be dead. What are we going to do? Why don't we come back early? Jingyang. But Jingxi is still walking outside with Yen Mo and Yen Bai. I don't even know where they went. Su Baining stood up and pointed forward. I think we should know where they are now. Several people looked in the direction Su Baining pointed, and saw Jingxi, Yen Mo, and Yen Bai walk to the side of the private cars, and pointed at them. Jingxi had taken the 2 people to stroll behind the gas station, and see if there was any danger. But it was very quiet, and no animals or other things appeared. So they came back. After coming back, I found that there were so many cars in the service area that was empty just now. Jingxi looked up at their car. When he looked over, he could clearly see Jingyang waving at him from the driver's seat. Jingxi was very puzzled. Where did these cars come from? When they entered the service area, there were no cars behind them. How could there be cars suddenly? And so many of them? Yen Mo didn't worry so much. He was curious and wanted to get closer to take a look. But the glass was too dark, and you couldn't see anything lying on it. Jingxi grabbed his collar and pulled him down from the car window. What are you doing? If there are people in the car, it would be very impolite to do this. You know? Yen Bo snapped his fingers. We should look from the front. It's invisible this way. Let me try. The sound of them talking on the side was clearly transmitted into the car. And the people hiding in the car clenched the guns in their hands and pointed them at them. It seemed that they were ready to attack at the slightest movement. The person lying on the side covered his stomach and endured the pain without saying a word. Sweat flowed down his cheeks, and mixed with the previous sweat to blur his eyes. Old Third, are you okay? Can you still hold on? Yes, I can. A hoarse voice came from the mouth of the person lying on the ground, but he didn't have much strength left. Just when Yen Bai was about to walk to the front of the car, Yin Yu, who was standing next to the car, shouted to them, Yen Bai, come back. Yen Bo heard Yin Yu shout, stopped and turned to run towards him. And the people in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Old Four, you don't have to be so nervous. These people were here before we came. They also have a girl. I admit that I am very nervous now. But there is nothing I can do about it. Who knows when those bastards will suddenly show up. Find someone to go and check on them, Are there any medicines or something like that? The third brother's injury can't be delayed any longer. Borrow from them? Are you stupid? If you look closely at those men, you can tell they are not ordinary people. The clothes they wear are not made of ordinary materials. And everyone is dressed neatly. It's the end of the world now. How many people can still take care of a family so well? The most important thing is the temperament of them. Except for the man who just held the little girl's hand, the remaining few all had military aura. Especially the three who were standing next to our car. After hearing this, the fourth man dropped his gun and said, "I'll borrow one." Then, he opened the door and walked towards Yen Hshuan and the others. After Yen Mo and the others got in the car, they were still wondering why they were called back. When they were about to ask, they saw the door of the car they were standing next to opened, and a man in a black suit and sunglasses got out of the car. He walked towards them like the wind. Yen Ziyu took a look. It's amazing that he still has such a middle school style now. That's right, is he walking towards us? Su Baining thought of the bloody smell she had just smelled. I just smelled a hint of blood. I suspect someone in their car is injured. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be here to borrow medicine. Yen Ziyu, yeah. Jingyang, is he just looking fierce? The fourth brother walked to the car and rubbed his face first, trying to put on a smile. Jingyang couldn't bear it any longer and rolled down the window. If you have something to say, just tell me. Your smile is so creepy. Old four, then I'll tell you straight away. I want to borrow some anti-inflammatory drugs. Gauze, hemostatic drugs, etc. Jingyang, oh, you're really rude. Old four, didn't you tell me not to be polite? The wounded in our car are in a very serious condition. We can't waste time. Yen Yu, sorry, we don't lend them, but we can give them to you. Lao Si, exchange? Yen Yu, trade. Lao Si, what do you want? As long as we have it. Jingyang, what are you talking about? How do we know what you have? You just came here for nothing. Lao Si thought for a while. Okay. As long as you have these medicines, I will send you a box of supplies in a while. He said a box of supplies? You know how precious a box of supplies is now. It seems that the man is very important to them. Yen Yu smiled. Why should we trust you? The fourth brother gritted his teeth, ran back and opened the trunk without seeing what was inside, and just picked up a box and ran over to put it in Jingyang's hand. The people in the car were almost stunned by his quick action. Su Baining squatted down and took out a previously packed medicine box from a small cabinet under the car and handed it over. Su Baining, I don't know if the people in your car need a lot of medicine. The things in this medicine box should be enough for 3 people. The fourth brother took the medicine box, opened it and took a look. Thank you. Then he ran back. After getting in the car, he quickly took out gauze and hemostatics to bandage the wound of the third brother. The second brother looked at him. What's wrong with you? What did you rush to give them? Supplies and other things. Do you think they are giving it to you for free? The fourth brother sighed. That's not what I meant. The problem is that you didn't even check what was inside before you took it. What if it was a box of weapons? This question suddenly confused him. It's over, I forgot. In the car, everyone stood in front of the box. Everyone looked at the box of weapons with a frown, not knowing what to say. Su Baining, so we ran into the underworld? Yen Ziyu, no, I'm concerned that the supplies should be much lighter than this. Didn't you feel anything when he brought it over? Jingyang, so what are we doing now? Yen Hshuan waved his hand. Just pretend you don't know if they want it. Give it back to them, if they don't. Just pretend it didn't happen. Jing Si squatted down and stroked it. Put it aside for now, maybe we can use it. Su Baining, I don't want to use it at all. Chapter 193 Accidental Injury. They waited for the people on the other side to notice. I don't know if they didn't care, or really didn't notice, or thought it was fine as long as we knew it, and never said to change it back. It's not a good idea to keep it here. Yen Ziyu finally chose a relatively large secret compartment and pushed it in. Su Baining looked at their car. Should we rest here today or go to another place? Yen Hshuan, no need, we'll do what we want, ignore them. The fourth brother and his friends hid in the car for a long time, and decided to end the deal like this after thinking about it, and not to create any more trouble. The sky gradually darkened, and the faint smell of food wafted out of Yen Hshuan's car, and drifted into the fourth brother's car, and they swallowed their saliva. After the third brother was bandaged, he lay on the seat, and closed his eyes to rest. Don't let your guard down. They may catch up at any time. Dinner is ready. Yen Hshuan called them to come over for dinner. just as the dishes were placed on the table. 2 clapping sounds were heard from the side. Yenmo opened the curtain that had just been closed. It's dark, I can't see what happened. He just wanted to open it wider to see. Yinyu grabbed his hand and shook his head. Our car lights are on, you can't see them, but they can see you. Yenmo nodded and put down his hand. Forget it, it has nothing to do with us anyway, let's eat, I'm starving. They were destined not to be able to finish this meal. Just after sitting down, the sound of metal colliding came in. Something hit their car. Oh my god, what is attacking our car? Yenziyu hated being disturbed while eating. He opened the car door quickly, opened his hand and released a small flame for lighting, prepared to get out of the car to check what hit the car. Da-da-da, sparks from the bullets flashed in the air. Something hit the car. By brushing his cheek, he raised his hand and touched his face. He raised it in front of his eyes and looked at it. Ah! Which bastard shot me in the face? Everyone hurriedly put down their chopsticks and came over when they heard his scream. Yenziyu turned to face them and pointed at the painful spot on his face. Here. Is this injured? Yin Yin frowned and pinched his chin. What's going on? Su Baining glanced at his feet and picked up a bullet. What's going on? Are they attacking by surprise? Yenziyu was furious when he saw it. How dare they hurt my beauty? I will fight them. Suddenly, a series of bangs and bangs sounded, and the car on the opposite side was hit and made a clanging sound. Yin Heshuan and the others quickly got in the car and closed the door. Yinmo opened the window and looked at the fire on the opposite side. We are in trouble. Some bullets flew through the group of vehicles and hit their car. Although it would not damage the car, they still felt very annoyed. Jingxi pushed Jing Yang. Let's drive. Su Baining treated Yenziyu's face first. Yenziyu took a mirror and looked at it carefully for a long time. After confirming that there was no scar, he put the mirror down. The front of the car swayed and stopped. They almost lost their balance. Yenziyu was unhappy. What are you doing? Jing Yang, it has nothing to do with me. We are surrounded. Yes, we are surrounded. We are surrounded by the enemies of Lao Si. They thought Yin Heshuan was in the same group with them. And when they saw them preparing to leave, they surrounded them. Su Baining stretched out her hand and swung a water curtain to wrap it up. Yenziyu opened the car door with a curse. Okay. I want to see which idiot hurt my face. I will make him pay for it today. Yenyu sighed. So? We were injured by mistake? Jing Si, probably. The second and fourth brothers looked at Yin Heshuan and his car stopped. It's over, it must be because of us. So they stopped them. Old 4, okay. Let's do it today. It's not a matter of life or death. So let's fight them. Old 3 was probably still injured. And their car windows were not open very wide. So they didn't dare to rush out. Old 3 was lying on a chair. And he struggled to sit up after hearing this. He covered his wound and looked at Yin Heshuan's car. Drive over. And if they don't have weapons, throw ours to them. Since we are the ones who implicated them, we can't really kill others. Old 5, who was sitting in the driver's seat and holding a gun and watching outside vigilantly, heard this and quickly started the car and prepared to drive towards Yin Heshuan and the others. Bang with a loud noise. A car behind them exploded, and the impact affected Old 3 and the others, making them dizzy and covering their ears. Old 3 groaned in pain, kicked the stunned Old 5 with his foot, and roared, "Go!" Lao Wu was kicked awake, and drove the car towards Yin Heshuan and his friends in a panic. The explosion also startled Yenziyu and his friends. Looking at the small mushroom cloud behind, Yenziyu became even angrier. If it weren't for Su Baining's ability, would their car have ended up like this? He stood in front of the car door and cursed at the invisible opponent. If someone saw him, they would be very surprised why he didn't use his ability. Because Su Baining's water curtain not only blocked the opponent's ability, even their special powers could not be released. Bullets kept hitting the water curtain and were blocked and embedded in it. Yenziyu looked at the bullets in front of him. I tell you, you'd better pray that your bullets don't run out, otherwise I will kill you in a while. He was still not satisfied with the scolding. He looked at Su Baining behind him. Sister, can you make a hole in this water curtain so that I can release my special power? Su Baining thought about it, stretched out her hand and tried to turn it. The water curtain opened a hole right in front of Yenziyu, enough for him to reach out his hand. Su Baining, Brother Ziyu, I want to remind you, we can't see the other side now, so I covered all the vehicles. I'm making a hole for you now. Be careful of bullets coming in. Yenziyu, what a joke, I'll burn them if they dare to come in. He looked at the small hole in front of him. rolled up his sleeves. Little guy, I'll show you how powerful I am. Su Baining sat in the car, holding her head up and looking at Yin Ziyu, who wiped his nose, as if ready to use a big move. She pulled Yin Heshuan beside her. Don't care about him. Jing Yang glanced at her. What do you care about? We were injured by mistake. How can we not get back at him? After saying that, he moved a few stools and put them behind Yin Ziyu. Everyone sit down. If Yin Ziyu can't do it, we can still take over. The people hiding opposite them saw them sitting in the car so leisurely. The bullets I fired seemed to be blocked by something. And I felt weak inside. What's wrong with him? Why do I feel this car is so strange? And I've never seen this group of people before. Did we shoot at the wrong people? I also feel that I've never seen this group of people before. Should we report to the big brother to see if we shot at the wrong people? Bullshit, look, isn't that Lao Si in his car coming towards this car? They must be a group. Shoot them. Chapter 194 Battle. Old 5 drove close to Yin Heshuan's car, carefully looked around, made sure no one was around. Then opened the window and prepared to knock on their car. But when he reached out his hand, he felt a handful of water. He took his hand back and looked at his wet hand. Then showed it to Old 3 and the others. I can't get my hand in, their car seems to be wrapped in a ball of water. Old 4 stretched his head to take a look. What kind of superpower is this? Is it water related? It's not like they haven't seen water-based abilities before. But their water-based abilities don't seem to be like this. The third brother glanced at Yin Heshuan's car and closed his eyes. It seems that others don't need our protection at all. The car window near them opened with a swish, and a delicate little face appeared in front of them. Su Baining was sitting on the bench, and thought that Yin Ziyu would be thirsty from scolding. So she prepared to pour him a glass of water. When he stood up, he saw that the previous car had stopped beside them. The car window rolled down, and someone came out to knock on the window. She watched the man reach out his hand and touch her water curtain, and then he took his hand back with a confused look on his face and stared blankly. This expression pleased her very much. She opened the window and looked at them. What do you want to do? Lao Wu stared at the little face for a while, then he came to his senses and pinched his leg. I'm sorry, we just came to ask if you need help. Su Baining, this group of people came for you, and you still ask us if we need help? She stretched out her finger and poked the water curtain in front of her. Do you think we need help? The third brother pushed the fifth brother away and propped himself up and looked at Su Baining. We are the ones who are dragging you down. There is no way to change this. So when we fight each other later, you should leave quickly. Before Su Baining could speak, Yin Mo behind her pulled her back. He looked at the people in the car. Hee, take care of yourselves. We don't need you to worry about us. He angrily closed the curtains and taught Su Baining, don't talk to strangers. Su Baining obediently said, oh, looking at the closed car window. The third brother rubbed his eyebrows. Tell the rest of the brothers to get ready. He glanced at Yin Heshuan's car. The water curtain wrapped around the car flashed a little light under the light, and an unknown fire came out in his eyes. He pointed at the car. Use this car as a cover. They can't get into this car. We have to resolve this battle quickly. Old 5 nodded, opened the car door, got out of the car and waved to the remaining cars in the distance. After receiving the signal, the people in the car rushed here quietly. Yin Heshuan and the others heard the conversation between Su Baining and Old 3 and sneered. It has nothing to do with us. Why don't you park the car now? Yin Yu lifted the car curtain and took a look outside. I feel that there are many people behind our car. I now suspect that they want to use our car as a cover. Yin Ziyu heard. What? He had just thrown out 2 fireballs and burned into the trees in front of him. But there was no movement behind them. Just when he was getting annoyed, he heard this again. Yin Heshuan dragged him in and closed the door. We won't move now. No matter what happens. It has nothing to do with us. We'll wait. Su Baining, no. If they don't solve it quickly, I'll keep being anxious like this. What if I run out of energy? Yin Bai clapped his hands. Oh, I almost forgot. Yin Yu crossed his arms and thought for a while. We have 2 choices now. Either kill the group of people hiding behind us, or kill the group of people opposite us. Yin Ziyu jumped up. It must be the group of people opposite us. They hurt my beautiful face. Can I let them go? He turned around and looked at Su Baining. Is the car bulletproof? Su Baining nodded seriously. Very good. They huddled together and whispered something. The people hiding opposite the car saw their car, and suddenly closed the door. And then the water curtain around the car disappeared. The car door suddenly opened again, and there were 2 people standing at the door. They couldn't see their expressions clearly because of the light behind them, but they could only hear two gloomy laughs. Then, a large flame rushed in their faces, and they were so scared that they shouted, "Oh my God! Everyone, get out of the way!" The people standing at the door were Yin Ziyu and Yin Bai. They threw out this supernatural power. Many people on the opposite side were blown out. Yang Yang followed closely, and jumped onto the roof of the car, and then he jumped towards them, and kicked away the gun in someone's hand, and then he swung and pulled with his left hand, and punched them in the face. Yin Ziyu and Yin Bo also jumped in, and they started to fight back and forth, making the people inside unable to react suddenly, and the guns in their hands fell to the ground. When the third brother and the others saw it, they waved their hands. "Hurry up, follow me, don't hurt them. Understand?" They looked at their empty hands and smiled. "Okay, do you think you are the only ones with superpowers?" Yin Ziyu came up and punched him. "You hurt my face. Do you think I will let you go so easily?" When he swung his fist, a wall of earth appeared in front of him. He made a sound and smashed it with a punch. "That's it. You still dare to come out and fight me?" He jumped into the air, spun in the sky, and shot a beam of fire at them. Instantly, several people's hair was lifted. Su Baining stood in the distance, stretched out her hand when they were not paying attention, released several transparent spikes. The sound of breaking through the air was heard, and turned into flexible but sharp rays of light that blocked all their escape routes. She did not intend to kill people, but just wanted to punish them. She controlled all the spikes, and they followed everyone who tried to attack Yin Ziyu and his group as if they had eyes. Their little ability was vulnerable in front of Yin Ziyu and his group, with the help of Su Baining. They were soon in trouble. Su Baining took the opportunity to open her hand, and the water spikes hanging in the air hit their knees or chests, turning into white mists that scattered in all directions. The sound of falling to the ground was accompanied by painful groans, and the smell of blood was caught by Su Baining. She pushed Yin Mo beside her. "Take the rope and tie him up." Yin Mo got the order, and ran over with the things. The third brother, who was hiding behind the car, saw that there was no danger, and raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. "Don't hurt anyone by mistake." Yin Ziyu and Jingyang stood in the middle of the grass panting. One of them grabbed another and held him tightly. "Little guy, I caught you, you heard me. Right, you better behave yourself." Yin Yu came over to help Yin Mo tie up the people one by one, then stood up straight. "It's not good for you to hide behind all the time." Yin Ziyu looked puzzled. "Brother Yu, who are you talking to?" He tied up his men and pushed them aside. The third brother sat back in the car, pushed the fourth and fifth brothers out. Yin Ziyu looked at the two people who suddenly appeared and scratched his head. "Who are you two?" "Jingyang, it's the person who borrowed the medicine." Yin Ziyu, "Oh, you invited this, we are considered accomplices." "Right." Chapter 195, The Tale That Can't Be Shaken Off. Yin Ziyu got angry when he thought of this, dropped the things in his hand, glared at them and left. Yin Yu and Yin Mo watched them coming, loosened the ropes in their hands, and followed Yin Ziyu and the others into the car, but they didn't close the door. Yin Ziyu rubbed his kicked knees and hit face, and only found some wounds on his body when he sat down. It should be scratched by branches and dead branches in the bushes during the fight. Jingyang took off his coat. "This is not a big deal. This tree is too hard. After a fight, the clothes will be torn. How many clothes can I change?" Su Baining stood in front of them, finding the small wounds on their bodies, and healing them bit by bit. "This is not something to be studied now." "Okay." The third brother sitting in the car looked at the light flashing in Su Baining's hand, and the wounds on their bodies disappeared with a burst of surprise. Looking at his own bleeding wound, he smiled self-deprecatingly and moved in again at this time. The fourth and fifth brothers tied up all the people and threw them together. The fourth brother clapped his hands and pointed at them. "Watch out. I'll be back soon." He walked to the front of Su Baining's car and looked at them. I just came to say sorry to you. I'm really sorry for getting you into trouble." Su Baining rolled his eyes. "I really don't see you embarrassed at all. You were quite embarrassed when you hid behind our car." The fourth brother smiled awkwardly. "The main thing is that your car is bulletproof. Sorry." "Sorry, I won't talk back to you no matter what you say now." Yin Ziyu gulped down a mouthful of water. "Do you have the nerve to talk back? Don't stand here. I feel pain in my eyes looking at you." The fourth brother thought he had no right to talk back and rubbed his nose, and ran away, returned to the car, and looked at the third brother lying. "Third brother, everyone is tied up. What should we do next?" The third brother opened his eyes. "I must find out where the eldest brother is tonight." Yin Hushuan closed the car door. "Do you want to eat now?" "I feel it's already late." Yin Ziyu laid down on the ground. "No more eating, I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep here. No one can drag me. Yin Mo threw a cup on him. Who wants to drag you? Make your bed, and cover yourself. Don't let the air conditioner blow you crazy in the middle of the night. In the dead of night, the night light in the car was on. It was quiet outside. Only the faint sound of talking could be heard. I wonder what's going on with this group of people. Are they planning to follow us all the time? Jingyong kept accelerating all the way. A good RV almost turned into a racing car. This matter started in the morning. After they got up, they didn't pay attention to the people outside, just had a simple breakfast in the car. Then, they started the car and set off. Who knew that after driving for a while, they found several cars following behind the car. A closer look seemed to be the cars at the service area yesterday. At first, they thought it was a coincidence that they were following behind them. So they didn't pay attention to it. Who knew that no matter they stopped to rest or went out for a walk, they followed behind. Only then did they realize that they were being followed. Jingyong was so angry that he almost drove a car like a plane. Su Baining was glad that there was no one on the road, otherwise she felt that she might have become an immortal now. Yin Ziyu couldn't stand it anymore and pulled him. Can you find a place to stop and ask them what they mean? It's not a big deal for you to run like this. Jingyong raised his hand. What are you afraid of? I used to want to be a racing driver. And now this is just the right way to fulfill my dream. You know it's a dream. 2. Dreams are ideas that can only be realized in dreams. You know. Are you planning to drive this car to the sky? Jingxi slapped him on the head. Find a place for me to stop. I'm about to vomit. Jingyong was beaten by his brother, and stopped at an open space. When the third brother and the others saw Yin Heshuan, and the others stopped the car, he immediately stopped as well. Jingxi opened the door, and walked to their car. Before he could knock on the window fell down to reveal Lao Wu's dark face. Jingxi looked at him. He also looked at Jingxi stupidly. Jingxi turned his head. What do you want to do? What happened last night is over. The person has been arrested for you. What else do you want to do? They interrogated him all night last night, and found out that the eldest brother was gone. He thought about it in the car for half the night, and couldn't fall asleep. When he saw them leaving in the morning, he subconsciously wanted to follow them. We have been walking till now. Jingxi looked at their car. That's not right. Weren't there 6 cars when you came? Even if one car was blown up, there should be 5 cars left. Lao Wu immediately said, our third brother asked them to take those people back, and now there are only a few of us. Jingxi, I don't care. I just want to know what you want to do by following us. Lao Wu didn't know how to answer this question, and could only look at Lao San for help. The third brother saw it and said, we'll leave once we find the base. Jingxi got back into the car without saying anything. They said we'll leave once we find the base. Yin Mo opened the car window and looked around. There was nothing but mountains all around, but the trees and grass were lush. When will there be a base here? Su Baining, it doesn't matter, just follow them. We just don't care about them. This main road is not ours. You can't stop others from walking. Even Su Baining said so. They had nothing to say. If there were other people on the road, they would have seen such a scene. The car in front always kept moving at its own speed, occasionally stopped to rest. Occasionally someone would get off the car to throw away the garbage. The car behind followed the car in front and stopped and walked, but no one got off the car to take a look. If it wasn't for this car moving, people would mistake it for an empty car. Su Baining glanced at the back. I admire them too. It's fine if I just keep following them. But I can still bear it and not get off. Gongdu Bridge. Jingyong read out the words on the remaining half of the sign. They came closer to take a look. It said that the distance was 500 meters. Yin Mo, what kind of bridge is this? Where does it lead to? Yin Yu opened his eyes. Jingyong. Drive slowly. I feel that there are a lot of people ahead. Very many. Jingyong looked ahead. This is a highway. How can there be so many people? But since Yin Yu said so, he slowed down the car. As expected, after driving for a distance, when he could see the bridge hung with steel bars, there were many people standing on this side of the bridge. They were crowded together, and the vehicles were parked on one side. People were under the cars, talking to the front, or looking at something. Jingyong did not park the car in front, but stopped more than 100 meters away from them. He turned off the car, put on a mask and said, don't get off. I'll go see what's going on. Seeing him open the car door and walk forward, Su Baining had a bad feeling. We shouldn't ask him to go. Jingxi called him back. Chapter 196 Sea Monster in the River. Jingxi was confused by her shouting, and got out of the car and dragged Jing Yang back. Jing Yang was pulled backwards and danced with joy. Luckily no one saw it. As soon as he got in the car, he broke free from Jing Xi's hand. "What are you doing? I don't want to lose my image." Su Baining looked at the crowd in front with a serious expression. "I have a bad feeling. I always feel that something is going to happen. We'd better back the car a little." Her feeling was right. The people in front were standing in a group because someone was blocking them from passing through. Not for any other reason, because when he walked here, he accidentally saw a huge tentacle stretched out. He subconsciously felt that it was dangerous, so he parked the car under the bridge and quietly walked up to take a look. After waiting for a long time, he saw a black tentacle stretched out of the water and patted it like it was stretching. He was sure and ran back quickly. When he was sitting in the car and panicking, a car drove past him. Before he could speak up to stop it, he saw the huge black tentacle encircling the car and instantly dragging it into the water. He was so frightened that he froze. This time he saw it more clearly. The tentacle that stretched out was huge and looked to be more than 10 meters long. When it opened, the densely packed suction cups on it protruded towards him. Each one seemed to be as big as a wash basin, and there were small white spots inside. He was so disgusted that he almost vomited. It took him a long time to calm down. He clenched his fists and drove the car across the middle of the road. He moved all the things that could be moved beside the road to block the road. Then he stood in the middle of the road and stopped all the cars that wanted to pass by under the scorching sun. At first, some people thought he wanted to collect tolls and wanted to fight with him. After hearing what he said, some people stopped half believing and half doubting, while some people didn't believe it and wanted to pass. Now they are standing together and arguing about something. Jing Yang, of course, believed Su Baining's words, and immediately drove the car to retreat. At this moment, there was a sound of water splashing in front of him, right in front of Yin Heshuan and the others. Two huge tentacles rose from the ground and quickly rushed into the noisy crowd. The screams one after another seemed to break everyone's eardrums. Everyone started to run back in a panic. No one wanted the car. Some people were so scared that they fell to the ground and their legs went limp. The two tentacles followed the crowd as if they had eyes, and quickly rolled up two people and a car and took them back. They watched helplessly as the people were swept away, and could do nothing. They could only stand on the ground and jump in anger. Some superpowers released superpowers at the two tentacles, but it was like tickling them. When they hit it, its tentacle shook, and the other one swept over quickly and knocked the people against the guardrail on the side before everyone could see clearly. A few mouthfuls of blood sprayed on the ground. It still stopped there and shook at everyone, dragging a few cars back. Now everyone believed what the big boy said, and they all squatted on the ground in a daze. Those who lost their loved ones sat on the ground and cried. Jing Yang opened his mouth. "Am I dazzled? Is that an octopus?" Yin Ziyu corrected him. "It's an octopus." Jing Yang shook his hand away. "I don't care whether it's an octopus or not. Shouldn't this thing live in the sea? This is a freshwater lake. Jing Si, it has mutated. And now freshwater and seawater are all the same color. You can still tell them apart." Jing Yang pointed at the bridge in disbelief. "Is this the reason why it came here? And isn't this thing too big? This is unscientific. Yin Yu, is there still science now?" Jing Yang, speechless. Yin Heshuan hesitated. "So, should we kill it?" As soon as the words came out, everyone fell silent. Zombies are easy to kill. You can just stand in front of them and slash them with a knife. But now the river water is polluted. This fish is so polluted. Just two tentacles are so long. The body has never been seen. How to kill it is a big problem. Su Baining thought for a while. Didn't we try to use my water to boil crabs to disinfect them at the beginning? Then can I pour water on it? Yin Heshuan pulled her over. What a joke. Can that thing compare to it? Yin Mo, we could also choose to bypass it, take the small road. Regarding this, Su Baining actually has no opinion, as long as they think it's okay. She's fine. After staying here for so long, a series of vehicles followed from behind. Just when they were considering whether to go forward or backward, someone knocked on the car window. Yin Mo opened the curtains and saw Lao Wu standing outside the window. Just now I saw them stop and saw what happened in front of me. Lao Wu got out of the car and asked if there was another way to go. Lao Wu saw the window open. I just asked. Unless we go back, there is only one way to go. The sighing sound in front of us kept drifting into everyone's ears. In order to avoid the sun, the crowd scattered under the trees on the roadside in groups of 3 or 2. The injured person just sat aside, covering his wound and coughing constantly. The people around them occasionally helped them wipe the blood foam from their mouths. It seemed that the attack just now hurt their internal organs. Yen Mo thanked Lao Wu. The rest of the people in the car fell silent after hearing the news. Finally, Yen Hshuan spoke up. Wait a minute. Wait and observe. Safety is the most important. Yen Ziyu, I don't believe it. We have so many superpowers, and can't kill a fish? Jing Yang, is an octopus a fish? Jingxi pushed him aside with disdain. Why do you care if it's a fish or not? Anyway, you're not a fish. They waited in the car. From the time the sun was high in the sky until it was about to set, and finally there was some movement in the water. Su Baining greeted them. The car was too small, and Qilin had no place to stay after coming out. She entered the space, and saw Xiaohei and Qilin lying lazily on the ground in a daze, and they all rushed over when they saw her come in. It's been a long time since I entered the space. The things in the space were still the same as before, except that several buds had bloomed where the small orchid grew. She squatted down and touched it. She looked at Xiaohei. Xiaohei, you can get out of the space. Now I'll give you a task to go to the sky and see how big that thing is. Xiaohei nodded and flew out of the space. Su Baining touched Qilin's head. Be good. I'll let you go out to play when there's a place. When she came out, everyone was waiting for her. She pointed to the sky. I'll ask Xiaohei to go and see. It's dark, and we can't see how big it is. Yen Ziyu collapsed on the sofa. Yen Mo couldn't bear it, and pulled him up. Don't collapse all day. What a look. Yen Ziyu pouted and sat up obediently, and leaned on the sofa. Chapter 197, Fighting the Tentacle Monster. As the temperature of the sun faded, the crowd that had been staying under the shade of the trees began to gather together. After pointing and talking in groups of 3 or 2, some people chose to drive away. After a while, only a few people were left in the lively place, standing there blankly looking at the other side of the bridge. Yin Yu glanced at the sky. If we want to attack it, it's best to do it during the day. It's dangerous at night, because the visibility is poor. At this time, Xiaohei flew back and stopped beside Su Baining. What a big one. I can't see where its body is. Jingxi raised his hand. I think Yin Yu is right. If we want to kill it, we should do it now. Yen Hshuan took out all the crystal guns and handed them to Yen Bai. Yen Ziyu, Yen Mo and Jingxi respectively. Yen Yu's ability is stronger than all of you, so it's not necessary. If Ningning can't do it, hide in the space. We have to flip down from here. They looked at Yen Hshuan, who had nothing in his hands. What about you? Yen Hshuan smiled slightly. You underestimate me too much. Why are you afraid that I will get into trouble without a weapon? He looked at Su Baining. I haven't married my wife yet. How can I bear to die? Jing Yang couldn't stand it. Huh? He opened the car door, held a railing and jumped down. Yen Yu and the others put away the crystal energy gun and crystal core, took the knife, and followed Jing Yang to jump down. Su Baining followed Yen Hshuan out of the car and waved his hand to take the car back first. Yen Hshuan touched her little head. Stand a little further back. Don't get too close. Su Baining blinked. Then you have to be careful, and the others. Several handsome men and beautiful women got off the car and attracted everyone's attention. That pretty girl could actually pull back such a big car, and that scary-looking eagle. Su Baining patted Xiaohei's head. Go and help, come on. She didn't release Qilin. They had considered using water to conduct electricity to electrocute it before, but in the end, he gave up after thinking about it. Because if his superpowers were not enough, he was afraid that if he angered the octopus, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Yen Hshuan and the others flipped down and walked to the river. The tentacles of the octopus were flapping up and down leisurely. Yen Ziyu took out his crystal gun and aimed at one of its tentacles. I think it would be best to anger it and make it jump out. Yen Yu pushed him away and reached his hand into the river. The sound of lightning and thunder rang out, and he quickly rushed forward along the direction of the water flow. The tentacle that was just leisurely paused for a moment, and then the river water began to roll. Not far from the tentacle, a huge bubble rose into the sky. The water flow broke, and a head the size of a helicopter emerged. 2 big black eyes were embedded on it and stared at the humans in front of it. Obviously, the lightning that flashed on it just now angered its nerves. Yen Hshuan and the others looked at it and took a step back vigilantly. A tentacle swung over like lightning. Jing Yang stepped back and threw a fireball at the tentacle. A sharp scream came out of its mouth. The place where the flame hit turned flesh pink for a moment, and then changed back at the fastest speed. The water surface began to roll, large splashes of water broke open, revealing the tentacles hidden deep inside. Waving long and short in the air, the octopus finally showed its true appearance at this moment. Yin Ziyu looked at it with his mouth wide open. Such a big octopus should be quite delicious. Yin Mo looked at him with a look of regret. If you can kill it alive, you can eat it as you like. Okay? Can you please stop thinking about eating it now? It saw that the humans in front of it had heard it, and dared to ignore it. Waving its tentacles and rushing up, they stared at these tentacles, and quickly found a position, and began to retreat. Jing Yang saw the opportunity, and cut one of its hands with a knife. The blade was sharp, and it cut off a section of its front end with one knife. The octopus became even more angry when he saw the human who cut off its hand. The waving arms began to become more and more frequent. Faster and faster. Yin Ziyu didn't react for a moment, and was thrown onto a cement pier beside him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his stomach. Fuck. This guy's attack power is too strong. Yin Mo saw him like this, and took back the knife, and ran to him, and built a wall for him with his supernatural power. You rest here first. We will be back soon. Yin Huishuan used the gold supernatural power to strengthen the knife in his hand. Lifelong jumped into the middle of the tentacles that were constantly flying. The slime between the tentacles hung on him like spider silk, hindering his movement. He swung the reinforced knife in his hand to cut off everything, and then swung it towards the surrounding tentacles. The reinforced knife was extremely sharp, and cutting it was like cutting vegetables. With just a few swipes, a pile of meat strips that had just fallen and were still wriggling fell around him. Blue blood flowed down along with the broken limbs, as the remaining tentacles floated into the air and sprinkled on their bodies, adding a touch of color to their clothes. Yin Yu took advantage of the time when it was injured and retracted its legs to find a hidden place to hide, trying to use mental power to invade its brain and disrupt its nerves. The octopus was already stimulated by the injury, and now its brain was also invaded, and it was buzzing uncontrollably with pain, and in order to protect itself, it retracted several legs and stood up beside itself. Then, Yin Huishuan and the others saw several large openings on the upright legs, facing them. Oh no! Jing Si, who was standing at the front, felt bad when he saw this situation. He quickly waved away the meat stick in front of him and shouted to the back, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" But it was no use for him to shout earlier. Su Baining saw several thick black liquids spraying towards them without mercy. Yin Huishuan and the others were sprayed all over before they could dodge. Not only were they covered in black mud, the smell almost made them faint, because they couldn't dodge in time. They bumped into trees and the ground, and got hurt all over. Yin Mo was so choked that he couldn't react. Just when he was about to run away, he found that his feet seemed to leave the ground. It was the octopus that happened to hit him when it was waving its arms around, and then it rolled him up and stretched him to the sky. When Xiao He saw it, he rushed over and kept pecking at the hand with his sharp beak. Yin Mo was trapped in the middle, and felt that his internal organs were about to burst. He looked at Xiao He in front of him. Xiao He, stop pecking. My internal organs are about to burst. Yin Huishuan and the others stood below and looked at Yin Mo in the air anxiously. Especially Yin Ziyu, who had just pushed down the earth wall in front of him and rushed up. Damn it! Yin Yu cursed softly and ran out quickly, closing his eyes and facing the octopus, preparing to attack its brain again. Yen Bo, who was beside him, stopped him after seeing it. No, if you do this, it will get even more angry. Yin Yu had no choice but to stop, thinking that it was because of him that Yen Mo was in danger. He punched the tree unwillingly. Blood ran down his finger bones and stained the bark red. Yin Huishuan glanced at him. Instead of blaming yourself here, you might as well think about how to save him. Chapter 198, Dealing with the Tentacle Monster. The octopus seemed to have caught a handle, retracted all its tentacles, and put them back into the water, but kept the foot holding Yin Mo in the air and swayed left and right. Yin Ziyu pointed at the foot. Is this fish provoking us? Yin Mo could no longer control the poison in the ink and fainted, and followed the swaying of the tentacles. Yin Ziyu took out the crystal gun and shone it on the tentacle a few times at the beginning. It did cause some damage. Pink flesh appeared at the tip of the tentacle. The octopus got angry and squeezed Yin Mo even tighter. Yin Mo, who fainted, let out a cry of pain, and blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Yin Bo saw it and quickly stopped Yin Ziyu. No, if you can't guarantee the safety of the third brother, you can't fight anymore. He's already unconscious. Yin Ziyu put down the gun and pulled a handful of hair in annoyance. Didn't I want to try to break its hand? The octopus opened its big round eyes and lifted Yin Mo up. then lifted Yen-mo to a place not far from them, as if on purpose, and shook it for them to see. Damn, I am now sure that this fish did it on purpose. Yen-Ziyu stood on the shore and pointed at it, and yelled. Yen Heshwan stood on the shore with a dark face and looked at the fainted Yen-mo and gritted his teeth. Yen-Yu stepped forward. I tried with my lightning ability. If it lets go a little, you guys catch him quickly. This sentence reminded them. Yen-Yu released his lightning power along the river. Yen-Bai. Yen-Ziyu and Jing-Si also waved their hands and threw fireballs at the octopus. The octopus retreated the tentacles that were holding Yen-mo, stretched out the other two tentacles, and brought up a splash of water to extinguish the water ball that was coming towards it. Although its body was numbed by the lightning that came along the river, it did not let go of the hand that was holding Yen-mo. At first, it just wanted to scare them, so that they would retreat when they saw the difficulty. It had finally escaped from the sea and settled here, becoming the little tyrant of this river. What do these people want? Now the two sides are deadlocked. It won't let go, and Yen Heshwan and the others have no way to come over. So they just stay where they are. Suddenly, a breeze blew past Yen Heshwan's ears, carrying a faint orchid fragrance. His eyes shrank, and he turned his head. And he saw a figure flying by. A light flashed in front of his eyes, and the tentacles of the octopus fell into the river. Under their unexpected gazes, Su Baining brought the fainted Yen-mo back to the shore. She was standing on the shore watching, and didn't want to intervene. But when she saw Yen-mo being caught, she could no longer bear it, until she heard what Xiao Hei said in her mind. She angrily summoned Qilin, turned over and sat on it, and flew into the air. Watching their superpowers and crystal core guns were useless. She began to think about how to save Yen-mo. And at this time, a bright light flashed in her palm. And it was hot. She raised her hand, and saw that it was the light power that came out by itself. She just watched it condense into a thin and long sword in her palm. It appeared in her palm and emitted a shining light, shining on her face under the sky that was about to darken. She raised it and looked down, whispering to Qilin, "Fly towards that foot. Hurry up and catch Yen-mo when I pass by and we will go." Without wasting a minute, Qilin nodded and flew towards the foot standing in the sky. After getting close, Su Baining raised the sword and gently slashed at the foot, and the foot that was wrapped around Yen-mo loosened and fell down, taking the unconscious Yen-mo with him. Qilin took Yen-mo and flew back to the shore with Su Baining, handed Yen-mo to Yen Heshwan. And then they flew towards the octopus again. Yen Heshwan supported the fainted Yen-mo, and shouted to Su Baining in the sky, "Be careful, be careful." Yen-Ziyu saw Yen-mo coming back, no longer had any scruples and laughed twice. He took out his crystal energy gun and started shooting at the octopus. He didn't care if he had enough crystal cores in his hand. If not, he would just take Yen-mo's pocket. The octopus now had to deal not only with them on the shore, but also with Su Baining flying in the air. It was angry and kept spitting ink at Yen-Ziyu and the others. But it was distracted and didn't spit a single shot accurately. Yen Heshwan helped Yen-mo hide aside and watched Yen-Yu and the others throw their supernatural powers at the octopus without any scruples. Yen-Yu's mental attack caused it to be confused. Su Baining rode on the Qilin and stood on top of its invisible head, trying to throw a flying thorn at it. After it pierced its body, it was obvious that the area was corroded. The octopus's brain was now completely confused. It waved all its tentacles towards Su Baining. The Qilin led Su Baining to avoid its tentacles, so as not to let these tentacles hurt Yen-Yu and others on the shore. She rushed in with the Qilin, slashed with a sword, and the sound of falling into the water continued to ring. It was the tentacle she cut off. Yen-Ziyu looked at the sword in Su Baining's hand. "It's awesome, I like it, but it's a pity that it fell into the river and can't be eaten." The tentacles of the octopus were cut in half, and the thick and short branches next to its big head looked particularly cute. Yen-Ziyu looked at it. "If it wasn't because I saw it kill a few people, I would have wanted to ask Ning to raise it." Yen-Bai looked at him strangely. "You have a serious illness, right? If you like, I'll ask Ning to make a pot for you later." The octopus's tentacles could no longer attack people. It opened its mouth in anger, and spit out a stream of ink as big as a waterfall towards Yen-Yu and the others. They dodged in all directions like lightning, crashing into trees, falling into the grass, and rolling on the ground with wounds all over their bodies. Su Baining glanced at them, and jumped onto the octopus' round head. She raised her sword and stabbed it towards its head. The octopus felt that she was stepping on its head, and was very angry. It shook its head left and right. It was slippery on its head, and it couldn't stand steadily. Su Baiting poked it wrong several times. She poked holes all over its body. This ability might be the natural enemy of this kind of beast. The wounds exposed by the poking began to bleed. Su Baiting was so angry that she found a place and poked the sword hard. Then she let go and climbed onto the Qilin. Throw a puddle of water at it. A hoarse and sharp scream came out of the octopus's mouth, piercing Su Baiting's eardrums. Qilin took Su Baiting back to the shore. The octopus' short and thick hands in the river fell down, smashed into the river, creating a splash of water. The big round eyes that were open before slowly closed, the blood left by the wound crawled all over its head, showing a kind of miserable sadness. The sword stuck in its head dissipated in the air. Large streams of blue blood swarmed out and dyed the surrounding river surface. Chapter 199 Encountering the Hope Base. Watching the octopus body sink uncontrollably into the river, Su Baiting finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the blue blood staining her body. She exhaled in disgust. She was stunned for a while, turned down the Qilin's back, and grabbed its hair to pull it to Yin Hushuan's side. Yin Hushuan helped Yin Imo up from the ground and lay on Qilin's back. He followed Qilin, holding Su Baiting's hand, and found a place to climb onto the highway. Yin Ziyu and the others followed behind and laughed at their dirty appearance. Jingyang glanced at him. What are you laughing at? Yin Ziyu sighed. I'm laughing. This should be the second time we are so embarrassed. Jingyang, when was the first time? Yin Ziyu glanced at him proudly. How can I tell you it's true? This is our little secret. Jingyang, childish. Lao Wu and the others were stunned when they watched them fighting the octopus. The third brother looked at Su Baiting, who said women don't look good when they get angry. Do they look good? The fifth brother nodded blankly. They look good, that's right. He stood by the road and watched them come back, reached out to help pull them up. A few scattered people in the distance stood there, pointing at them and talking about something. Yin Yu took a look and said nothing, waited for Su Baiting to take out the car, and then quickly got in the car to change clothes. After Lao Wu helped them carry Yin Imo up. He did not stay for long and went back. He just started to gesture what he saw in the car. Yin Hushuan did not agree with Lao Wu to help. But several people were injured, sprained, and had no strength left. Qilin was too big to step on it, so he had to ask him for help. After they got on the car, they all fell to the ground. They were all too dirty. Only Su Baiting was fine. Qilin and Xiaohei had already gone back. She squatted down and checked Yin Mo's body carefully. Except for some damage to his internal organs, there were only external injuries. She urged her supernatural power to repair the wounds in his body. When the wounds were repaired, some of the remaining blood would overflow. When Yin Imo coughed, some blood would flow out from the corner of his mouth. Yin Ziyu sat on the ground and looked at the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He can't be. Yin Bai climbed up and said weakly, Shut up your crow mouth. His internal organs were damaged, and when they were repaired, the excess poisonous blood would naturally flow out. Su Baiting stopped after repairing his injuries. I don't know what happened, but I felt a little tired after this treatment. Yin Ziyu took the opportunity to come over and raised his arm. Sister, you see? My injuries are so painful. Please heal them for me. Su Baiting touched his forehead helplessly and waved over to heal his injuries. You guys come over here too. I'll show you. The remaining few people refused. No, do you think we are all Yin Ziyu? Yin Ziyu was not happy with this. Hey, what are you saying? Isn't it good that I have no injuries or pain? Look at you. A bunch of old, weak, sick and disabled people. Jingyang kicked him while lying on the ground. You are the old, weak, sick and disabled. We are just not as fragile as you. This little skin injury is nothing. Su Baiting ignored their bickering, endured the dizziness, and went back to the room to change clothes and lie down to rest. She had just laid down when the door of the room opened. It was Yin Hushuan who came in. Yin Hushuan was barely injured, but his clothes were dirty. He saw her changing clothes while Yin Imo was checking her body. When he came out, he saw her preparing to go back to the room, but she looked unhappy, so he followed her. He thought that she would definitely change clothes as she was dirty, so he waited for a while before knocking on the door. But after knocking for a while, he didn't hear her speak, so he opened the door on his own initiative. As soon as she entered the room, she was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Yin Hushuan sat by the bed and held her hand, moved a hair off her face, looking at her face which was obviously paler than before. Ningning, are you okay? This has never happened before. What's going on now? Su Baiting shook her head. She didn't know what was going on. Yin Hushuan closed the door. laid down and held her in his arms. Rest, there's nothing wrong. You don't need to worry about the rest. Yin Heshwan looked at Su Baining, who had fallen asleep in his arms, kisses her forehead gently, covers her with a blanket, and walks out quietly. Yen Ziyu, who was standing outside the door, was pushed against the door before he could see what Su Baining was doing. He touched his nose embarrassedly. I just wanted to see how Ningning is doing. Yin Heshwan, I'm a little tired. Tell her to have a good rest. You're fine now. Go drive quickly. Yin Ziyu, but brother Yu and the others said it's better to rest here tonight, because it's too late now. I don't know if there will be a place to rest ahead. Yin Heshwan agreed without comment. The next day, Yin Ziyu was driving on the highway, and accidentally saw a landmark passing by. He shouted to Yin Bai, Look, does this place look familiar? Yin Bai looked and saw a toll booth emerging from the trees in front. Hika City, it's the Hope Base of Mr. Zhu. Yin Heshwan and Jing Si ran to the front of the car to look around after hearing Yin Bai's words. It's the Hope Base. We will go here to recuperate for 2 days. Tell Yin Mo and Ning Ning to have a good rest. Yin Ziyu, okay. He turned the steering wheel and drove towards the Hope Base. At the gate of the Hope Base, old Zhu was teaching 2 soldiers who were alone. They felt that the area around the base was safe, so they left the team and wandered around. Unlucky. They were caught by old Zhu. What bad luck. It didn't take long to drive from the highway to the gate of the base. When Yen Ziyu drove to the gate of the base, he saw old Zhu teaching people. He lowered the car window and leaned out to whistle at Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu, you are personally training people again. When the car drove over, Mr. Zhu felt a little familiar, until he saw Yen Ziyu leaning out. His eyes lit up, and he happily walked forward. It's you, kid. I was wondering why this car looked so familiar. Mr. Zhu shouted at the 2 soldiers, Open the door. The 2 soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and ran to open the door. Yin Heshwan opened the car door and welcomed Mr. Zhu. When Zhu Lao saw them, he was so happy that his mouth opened wide. Why did you guys come here? He looked at Jing Si, who was with him. Why aren't you in Kyoto? What are you doing following them? Jing Si, Zhu Lao, we have a mission. The vehicle slowly drove in as the gate opened. Yin Bo looked at the completely new base. It's only been a short time, and it has changed a lot. Zhu Lao, you are amazing. Zhu Lao waved his hand casually. You are slapping me in the face when you say that. In fact, I still have to thank you for choosing a good location. Chapter 200 Zhu Lao's request for help. Zhu Lao's words were absolutely correct. At the beginning, they simply cleared a piece of land. The supermarket they cleared at the beginning was very rich in supplies. In addition, with the relocation of the base, few people came, so the resources have always been sufficient. Even until now, few people come. I don't know if the survivors of the previous base suddenly got wise or something, and now they have become very united. Later, many supermarkets and pharmacies of all sizes that had not been visited were found around the base. Now their guards just occasionally walk around the base and kill the sporadic zombies they encounter. Although life is dull now, everyone is very satisfied. Zhu Lao saw the car following them. What car is that? Yen Ziyu glanced at the rearview mirror. Oh, a follower. Don't worry about it. We will talk to him later. Zhu Lao looked at the people in the living room. That's not right. You are missing 2 people. Where is your little girl and Yin Mo? Yin Heshwan stepped aside and looked behind. Rest in the room, not awake yet. Zhu Lao, still sleeping at this time, too lazy. Yin Bo, no, we passed the Gongdu Bridge on the way here. We had a fight with an octopus inside and got injured and are resting now. Yin Heshwan declined Zhu Lao's invitation, decided to live in the car for convenience, after Su Baining woke up. She lay on the bed for a while, and then slowly got out of bed. She has recovered now, not as uncomfortable as yesterday. She opened the door and walked out and saw Mr. Zhu standing in the living room chatting with Yin Heshwan and the others. Yin Heshwan saw her and hurried over to support her. Su Baining blushed and pushed him. I'm fine now. I was just a little tired yesterday. I'm fine now. Yin Heshwan knew that she was shy and embarrassed, so he went along with her. We are going to ask Aunt Lee to make you something delicious, and ask you and Yin Mo to take care of each other. Su Baining shook her head. Don't be like this. Let's not bother them all the time. She didn't want people to think that they were taking advantage of this little bit of life-saving grace to keep exploiting them, although Li Shulan and the others wouldn't think anything of it. But people's words are scary. It doesn't matter if they don't live here, but Li Shulan and the others still have to live here. She said hello to Zhu Lao and turned back to go into Yin Mo's room. She also wanted to see how Yin Mo's injuries were. Yin Bo changed Yin Mo's clothes. He was now lying quietly on the bed sleeping. Yin Mo was so quiet when he was sleeping. She stretched out her hand and used her supernatural power to walk around Yin Mo's body from top to bottom. She felt relieved when she found that he didn't wake up because he was weak. When she left, Zhu Lao was still sitting in the living room. He looked over here from time to time. He happened to meet Su Baining's eyes. Su Baining looked at Zhu Lao. Do you have anything to do? He did have something to do. When the base was first established, the two of them were wandering around and found a river that was not too small, but it was polluted by the two dead zombies nearby. If it was before, such a river would definitely not be acceptable to Zhu Lao, but now the river water is completely polluted, although there is a full reservoir of water and water-based superpowers in the base. But the water in the reservoir will eventually run out, and the water of water-based superpowers is also limited. If Yin Hechuan and his team did not pass through here, maybe this river would be left here, but Yin Hechuan and his team came. His little thoughts were aroused again. Seeing that Mr. Zhu seemed to be in a daze, Su Baining stretched out her finger and poked him carefully. Mr. Zhu came back to his senses and looked at Su Baining standing in front of him. Oh, it is indeed a small matter, if it is convenient for you. Yin Ziyu yawned. Mr. Zhu, you are playing dumb and embarrassed to speak. It doesn't suit you. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Mr. Zhu, okay, it's like this. We found a pool of water here. It was polluted. If you didn't come, we were planning to leave it there. But you came. I hope you can help me. Ask the girl to purify the water in the pool, so that we can use it for a long time. Su Baining nodded. Sure. I can go there in a while. Just tell us where it is, and we will go there by ourselves. Zhu Lao clapped his hands and stood up happily, pointing to the east. Go in this direction. It's not far away. It's very close to the reservoir. After a short rest, Yin Hechuan told them to stay here and watch the car, and he took Su Baining to the east to find the river that Zhu Lao mentioned. After passing several residential buildings and crossing a field, the pool of water appeared in front of them. Due to pollution, there was no grass growing within a meter of the river, and the apprentices were all dyed black and gray by the river. Su Baining walked over, picked up a small piece of broken soil, crushed it and looked at it. The soil smelled like zombies when it got close. The palm of her hand flashed with light. The black and gray soil turned back to its normal yellow earth color. The river water stayed quietly. Only when the wind blew would it cause a little ripple. She looked at the river water jokingly. If you don't know, you might think someone poured ink into it. Yin Hechuan, go ahead, I'll be by your side with you. Su Baining agreed, reached out her hand near the river and released her supernatural power. The supernatural power touched the river water, and the area near her palm slowly began to become transparent. Su Baining was concentrating on watching the superpowers of his subordinates. Yin Hechuan waited for a while, and thought that it was better to go to the side and take a look. He squatted down and said to Su Baining, I'm nearby. I can hear you when you shout. Got it. Go ahead. Yin Hechuan stepped over the waist-high reeds and walked along this side. Su Baining's side was completely quiet, with only occasional ripples and buzzing sounds when the superpowers collided with each other. As time went by, the river water was almost purified. At this time, the reeds behind her made a rustling sound. She thought it was Yin Hechuan who came back. Wait for me. It will be fine in a few minutes. My legs are almost numb. At first, the ground was neither black nor gray, so she could only squat. Later, the land by the river returned to its normal color, and her legs were almost numb from squatting. She sat down on the ground without caring whether it was dirty or not. At this moment, her hands were about to break. Luckily, it was purified soon. After waiting for a while, there was no reply from Yin Hechuan. She turned around unwillingly and looked over. When she turned around, she was stunned face to face with a dumbfounded zombie. The zombie standing behind her didn't know what was going on. After seeing her, he didn't attack her, just stood there. The eyes fell on her without eyes. It was very creepy. She held her breath and didn't dare to move. The task at hand was about to be completed. Now we must not fail at the last moment. When she moved, her hand was immersed in the water, and the zombie took 2 steps forward, and she became nervous and retracted her hand, revealing the surface of the water. The light-related supernatural power also overflowed, and the zombie let out a hoarse sigh and took 2 steps back.